to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. The Houston Astros shortstop, Jeremy Pena. Pitcher, Hunter Brown. And pitcher, Josh Hader.
There we go. That was the extent of the participation of the Houston Astros in the All-Star game last night. Seth, that was all I needed to see. I just needed to see Jeremy Pena, Hunter Brown, Josh Hader get introduced to the crowd. I woke up this morning. We knew Hunter and Jeremy weren't going to play. I woke up this morning to, wow, okay, I stuck with this thing till it was 6-0 National League. Then I went to bed, and then that's when the party started. But Josh Hader was not part of that party, so I was fine with all that.
I wonder if there's any chance if in baseball, because we talked about this yesterday. We were trying not to be grumpy old men about it, but it's hard not to be because the All-Star game, of all the All-Star games that have lost their luster, baseball is the one that I didn't expect it to lose its luster, but I feel like it's because it was on such a lofty perch, it's also fallen the farthest. Yeah. Nobody's ever really respected the NFL Pro Bowl.
Pro Bowl, yeah.
Basketball it's been a long time of just, it comes with the territory. It's always going to be more offense than defense, obviously. It used to matter more. It doesn't matter as much now. But baseball was the one where, okay, you're going out and you're playing baseball.
Yeah.
Your chance of injury isn't nearly as great as in other sports. The fatigue shouldn't factor as much into it as it does in basketball because you're having it in season. And I just wonder could it work with baseball if you did it at the end of the season? Do you think there'd be the problem is the baseball playoffs are so long that I don't know, because pitchers can't go out there and be pitchers. So no, it doesn't work.
It doesn't. Yeah. No, but last night was fun. I look again. And for those just waking up, don't know what happened, the National League won in a swing-off, 7-6.
Yeah.
They
saw who could swing who had the biggest swinging ability at the end of it. I meant to bring that up on the show yesterday, that if it went into extra innings or if it was tied after 9 innings, they were going to do a little miniature home run derby.
Yeah, that's what it ended up being, the swing-off. They took their 3 best swingers, and they used them after the game. So it was 6-0 National League, and then I think that's when a lot of America probably shut it off. And then the American League storms back, ties it in the 9th inning, and then, they go to a swing-off. And I had no idea what the rules are, but the rules are this. You pick the manager of each team picks 3 guys. They each get 3 swings, and whoever hits the most home runs wins the whole thing. And Kyle Schwarber basically single-handedly won the thing for the National League. He hit home runs on all 3 of his swings, and Pete Alonso never even got up for the National League because that was enough to win it. It was like, the home team not batting in the bottom of the 9th, that kind of thing. And the National League, and after blowing the lead, ends up winning in the swing-off 7-6. I would have stayed up. If I had known that that's how the game was going to play out, I would have stayed up to watch it just because of the novelty of the whole thing. And even
like that.
Even rewatching it, I'm like, this is pretty cool. Actually, it's a pretty fun way.
That was a good idea. I think it was Alex Rodriguez. I didn't watch the video, but it was Alex Rodriguez basically extolling the virtues of Rob Manfred and saying that he should be in the Hall of Fame and all of that.
Yes.
I know a lot of people are unhappy with some of the changes he's made. I think by and large, you do have to give him credit for improving some of the things that were the biggest issues with the watchability of baseball. And then just 100%. Little tweaks like this, it made the All-Star game more interesting. Yeah. I don't know if you're ever going to – it's never going to be back to what it used to be because everybody's so concerned about load management these days. Yeah. And I don't think that's ever going to change.
Nope.
But I approve of that tweak. That's a really good tweak.
I do too. It's better than what Bud Selig did back in the day and just saying, well, this is going to end in a tie. That's what started a lot of the scrutiny on the Major League Baseball All-Star game was Bud Selig back, 20 years ago or whatever it was. it was tied after however many. I think it was tied after 9 innings. They may have gone 1 or 2 extra innings. I don't remember. I just remember everybody being super pissed about the game ending in a tie, and that's when they came up with the whichever league wins the All-Star. They did this for about a decade and a half. Whichever league wins the All-Star game gets home field advantage in the World Series. Like, what? It's like awarding the lottery for somebody who wins a wiffle ball game in their backyard. It's crazy.
I know that was that. So Manfred's weird. I think Manfred's done some things that are good for the game because he's willing to go there.
Yeah.
But he operates a little bit like Bill Simmons does, where Bill Simmons is interesting a lot because he just will throw anything against the wall and see if it sticks. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it's absolute idiocy, but sometimes he says some things that you're like, oh, I really like that.
Yeah.
I think Manfred is that way, and likewise with Bill Simmons, where if you like or hate Bill Simmons, sometimes it's the really egregiously weird things he's done are the reasons that you don't like Bill Simmons. Mm-hmm. With Rob Manfred, for much of baseball, it was him referring to the World Series trophy as a piece of metal. And kind of diminishing it in the being better than everybody else scandal.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people still hold on to that.
The two biggest things, as you were kind of laying out Manfred's, the feeling on him a couple of minutes ago, to me, the two biggest things, well, now three, because people were angry about him putting Misiorowski on the NL All-Star team, but that was mostly the Phillies. And he basically explained it. He said, hey, people want eyes on this guy. People are going to watch this guy, so that's why I'm putting – it's not going to be the norm, but this guy's exceptional. But the two biggest things beside that, the piece of metal comment, like you said, and I think around baseball – people thought he didn't punish the Astros enough at the time.
Nobody was happy either in Houston or outside of Houston about that. In Houston, we have the perception that the league was singling out the Astros for doing something that a lot of teams were doing at the time.
Yep.
Just doing it better, perhaps.
Yes.
And then outside of Houston, people were irate and furious that the sanctions weren't greater than what they were.
Yeah, but the changes to the actual game itself have been good. I think the pitch clock has been good for the game. I think some of the other changes with, kind of limiting the shifting and things like that, I think those have all been positive for the game.
I think you and I both agree on this, and I know a lot of our listeners disagree, but in terms of the pace of play and shortening the game, I really think there are a lot of purists out there that I don't think are genuinely checking themselves on this when they say they hate the pitch clock or anything. What it's done really is it's restored the game to what it was for, like, what a baseball viewing experience was like when grumpy old men like us were growing up. It was a 2.5-hour game as opposed to 3-hour and 15-minute long game.
Yeah.
And people that watch every single game, by and large, if you're honest with yourself, if you watch every single game, those games were absurdly long. And I'm not even talking about myself. My wife watches more complete games than I do. Mm-hmm. And she loves the pace. I mean, so I know people are always going to be divided on that, but the game had changed so much because of the increased dependence on relievers that it starts with Manfred. The three batter minimum seemed kind of weird at first, but I'm really glad they did that. Yeah. I think that the pitch clock has made it a more watchable on a night-to-night basis. So, that's if you're waking up this morning at 6:08 and you expected to hear a sports radio show praising Rob Manfred, then you're getting exactly
that. You're getting what you wanted this morning. That's what we're giving you. Now, as far as the Astros go, okay, so All-Star game in the rear view. Got a couple more days here till we get baseball back. The Mariners are the first opponent out of the All-Star break. This is going to be fun. They're going up to Seattle. We'll talk more about that Thursday and Friday this week. New odds came out yesterday, Seth. The All-Star break is not the actual halfway point, but it's sort of a de facto halfway point where everybody recalibrates a little bit because you got a few days, including the odds makers. Odds to make the postseason for the Astros have gone from minus 150, which equates to about 60% before the season, to now minus 1,600, which is 94%. That feels about right. How about this? Season win total before the year for the Astros was 86.5. Just for some context, they won 88 last year and won the division in the final weekend of the season. They routinely were winning over 100 games when they were the dominant version of the Astros. Yeah. 86.5 was the number. I've got a big ticket on over 86.5 for the Astros. Their updated win total, well, first of all, they're on pace for 94.5 wins. So that's what they're on pace for. Their updated season win total is 92.5. I like over 92.5 with this team right now.
I would guess, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like every single year the Astros have destroyed the over, and it just feels like that. Even including when they were a really, really good team.
When they were really good, they were destroying it. Yeah,
they were destroying it. They're going to get that. But ever since the COVID year, I would say, let's say 2021 instead of COVID, because 2021 was the year I felt most confident in it, because I felt there was the combination of the Astros having gotten off to such a ridiculously slow start in the COVID year, but then also the perception by the public that the Astros had been cheating their way to victory in 2018, 2019, and then the back half of 2020, that I feel like the public drove that down even more. But since then, since 2021, where for half of that period they haven't been as great as the golden era Astros, they still tend to be a lot better than the perception is at the beginning of the year.
2021, they won 95 games. If I had to guess, their number was probably in the low 90s somewhere coming into the season. I mean, they were still viewed as a very, very good baseball team. Whatever it was in 2022, they crushed it. They won 106 games in 2022. And then 2023, they won 90. I would guess that was right around the number as the defending. They probably went under that year as a defending World Series champion. Their number was probably in the low 90s. Last year, they were right around it. I think they were 86, 87 coming. They won 88 last year. And then this year, they're on pace to destroy their number. So I think you're right. I think other than 2023, which is when really the dents in the armor started showing up a little bit. They're winning the division, but not dominantly. They got off to the massive slow start was last year. But anyways, generally speaking, they've gone over the number for sure.
You're exactly right about 2023. It was 90. The preseason was 95.5.
Yeah.
And so obviously they didn't get that.
Defending World Series champ, you're going to get that love. So would you go over 92.5 if you had to go? If I gave you a shekel to go run to the sports book right now, would you go over 92.5 for this team?
My concern right now is one, hubris, because we've watched various teams in sports obviously let things like this collapse. Immediately, what always comes to mind is the Jacksonville Jaguars a couple of years ago. When they were like a 95% chance to win the division. With 6 games left in the year. So that's always my cautionary tale. The other part of it is, look, the Astros have been the best team in the league against teams with winning records, or teams that are currently over 500. Not just over 500 at the time they played them. And as much as I hate the narrative that the Astros play down to the level of their competition, at any given moment, the Astros have so many AAA players on their team that I don't know whether they're playing down to the level of the competition or on that given day that's just actually who they are.
Yeah.
So I'm still nervous, despite the fact you have such a healthy lead in the division, hey, you're going to play a lot of games versus those quote-unquote bad teams that are still super motivated to beat the Astros, and also you might have 4 AAA players in your lineup.
They have a lot of series. They have 21 series left in the season. I counted yesterday.
That's a lot.
13 of them. Well, they have 66 games, so 21 series. 13 of the 21 series are series against teams that are under 500 right now. It's just that a lot of them are teams that are barely under 500. It's not a lot of Rockies and White Sox and the really bad teams. It's a lot of mediocre, plus the Red Sox, plus the Yankees, plus I think the Tigers one more time, that kind of thing.
Oh, I think, if you look at the AL, the second to last place team in each division is right around 500. The Rays are 50 and 47. The Guardians are 46 and 49. The Angels are 47 and 49.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy wild card race. The goal for the Astros is to stay the hell out of it.
Stay the hell out of it. You're right. You're right.
That's it.
Hey, this feels like the NBA when it comes to the wild card race. It is going to be as of right now, it's a jam-packed field in the wild card.
And it'll stay that. And that'll be interesting to see how that affects the trade deadline. Do all these teams think they got a shot? Or are teams going to look at themselves honestly and say, nah, even if we get in, we're not? So we'll see. All right, C.J. Gardner Johnson did the Pivot podcast. This was one of the better Pivot podcasts that we've seen in a while. C.J. Gardner Johnson on his new teammates and the trade to Houston. The trade to Houston is kind of a wild story to listen to the inside on. We'll get all of that with C.J. Gardner Johnson coming up next.
Here, I'll give you guys a stat without even looking it up.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Stayed up. If you stayed up and watched it, or if you're just getting up this morning, you rewatched it. Do you like the swing-off format of the All-Star game? Do you like it? Do you like it as a method to decide regular season games? Would you rather that? Would you rather that than the ghost runner at second base? What's more exciting? The automatic runner at second base, which immediately puts game pressure on everybody on the field, or the swing-off that they used last night in the All-Star game?
Okay. The automatic runner at second base, that's made me at first it felt really gimmicky, but then again, kind of like the pitch clock, it felt gimmicky, but at the end of the day, when I'm checking myself, I enjoy the game being over sooner than going forever.
That's a given. That's a given.
Yeah.
Like either of these over the possibility of going 16 innings or something. I
like the automatic runner at second base.
Okay.
That's I saw Jeremy Branham point out the other day that he doesn't like the term ghost runner.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, oh, come on, Jeremy, and then I realized it's true because a ghost runner would imply that there's
nobody there.
Yeah.
That's what a ghost runner is.
Simulation or something.
When you're playing sandlot baseball, a ghost runner is basically just somebody who's not there, but they're they're represented there. Yeah.
You can keep saying it. But
Ghost I saw Jeremy's tweet. Don't worry. If he's up, I'm saying it to tweak him right now.
I agree with him. So I'm gonna say automatic. Ghost Runner does sound better, but I do like that. Still feels more pure in like actual baseball. It's just with a head start. It's baseball with a head start versus I don't want to turn it into something completely different for a regular season or playoff.
Got to make real baseball plays in order to win the game. I get what you're saying, but this is what soccer. That's the big debate in soccer: are penalty kicks a way to decide a game versus just playing soccer until somebody scores a goal? It's the same thing. Penalty kicks are gimmicky, but it's super exciting and tense when you're watching it.
Well, I mean, I think that, and by the way, I mistakenly said in the playoffs because they change it in the playoffs, obviously. But penalty kicks, it still feels, you're right, penalty kicks are kind of gimmicky, except there's no way, especially if a soccer game is 1-1 at the end of 90 minutes. You guys will
die,
No, I feel like the automatic runner is a little bit like penalty kicks in that it's like, all right, we're going to give you a chance to score. That's a lot. That's easier than the typical way. I almost wouldn't be opposed if they just went ahead. You know what? The version that I would like is go ahead and just put him on third. Just make it an extreme, Which might end up with you might end up having somebody steal home or something. Especially when you got bad relievers up there. Think about if the Astros get to the point where they've just got a horrible reliever in there, and we know that Yiner can't stop a ball to save his life. I would just go ahead and steal home.
I would be for the swing off in regular season games, but I'm a fan of gimmicks, so I would be all for that. Deciding regular season games by picking your three best home run hitters and going for it.
I'm going to change my opinion on this based on how the Astros are in any given year.
Yes,
there are certain times during the golden era
true.
where 100%. Put your best home run hitters out there.
Dude, you'd have 7 guys. It'd be hard to choose which. Well, you'd be going through the numbers as to who hits best in this ballpark, and now you just struggle to find 3 guys that can hit bombs on the Astros.
Who hits the ball really hard? Christian Walker will hit him right at the first baseman.
Two of the guys you pick are on the IL right now, probably with Pena and Jordan. So, all right, let's get to C.J. Gardner Johnson. Here was C.J. Gardner Johnson on the trade that brought him to the Houston Texans.
I say, Howie, do what you need to do best for his organization. I said, I just want to go somewhere where I can win. As simple. I said, I just want to go somewhere where I can win. I don't have to struggle. I said, because if I struggle, I'm going to struggle as a player. I told him that straight out of my mouth. He said, all right. And my agent called me at 10 o'clock. You going to Houston that next morning. So I'm like, damn. I'm happy, but I'm like, damn, I got to start all over again with a group of guys who got a narrative of, and I just won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
So I'm like, damn, I'm battling now, like, okay, do I go quiet? Do I don't show up? Do I send a text to Stingley like, yo, bro, like, I don't know who to text. I don't know who to call on this team. D'Amico say, welcome to Houston. I said, D'Amico, bro, I'm shook right now. I had to tell him. And he knew what it felt like being traded. And he was like, take your time. I went and signed. I was like, just don't post me signing. I was broke.
All right. So a couple of things here. The long pregnant pause after he goes, I went from a team that was in a Super Bowl to a team whose narrative was, on the radio, it's just a long pause. On the video, you could tell, I'll translate the look on his face, a team that's never come close to the Super Bowl before.
Yeah, I wondered about that. I wonder if, or at the very least, maybe he was just a team that is on the rise, but certainly not where the Eagles were already, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
But it was this, I'll tell you, it's a long interview. It's a really good interview. There's a few too many references to things I have no idea what they're talking about. Yeah. So we'll get to that in a minute. The hit thing. So
yeah.
They start off the interview clarifying that he hasn't put a hit out on somebody.
Malik Neighbors. You didn't see that story?
No.
Malik, oh, God, yeah, that was a big thing going around the internet last week. Yeah.
See, this is what happens when I try to restrict my social media
There was
usage.
a rumor, you're going to have to get back on social media. There was a rumor going around that C.J. Gardner Johnson put a hit out on Malik Neighbors.
So that didn't hit any of the major outlets or anything?
No, but it was an internet sensation for sure, yeah.
Oh, man, see, and I'm back in it. Okay. So they quelled that rumor that he had put a hit out on him.
On Malik Neighbors, yeah. They led the interview with that, yeah.
Yeah, my main takeaway from this interview is honestly that C.J. Gardner Johnson has been in a struggle really since he came into the league about like how much of my actual self can I be? And because he's felt like there's a part of him that is just super emotional and aggressive on the field and everything, but in what setting and when is it okay to be like that? But I also don't want to detract from or pull away from my playing style.
Yeah.
So he's been battling a lot of that, and it seems like he's made a lot of progress and a lot of growth in kind of how he handles certain situations. But I feel like in Philadelphia, perhaps there's too much baggage there, and that there's maybe like just too many raw emotions still from things that might have happened in the past, that he's made some changes, but that it's probably just he's still fighting against some of the perception from the past, and he's aware of that. Yet at the same time, he did pull a little bit of a D. Haslam where he's saying that he's made changes, but that but it was never his fault to begin with.
Yeah.
So I think he's 27 years old. I think he's had a lot of growing and maturation over the past few years.
He's definitely making the effort. That was my big takeaway. And my other big takeaway was he did not, of all the places, for someone who's bounced around a lot like he has, it feels like he thought Philly was the place he was going to finally put down some roots. Like he came into the league with the Saints, played there a few years, then goes to the Eagles, goes to the Super Bowl, then goes to the Lions, almost goes to the Super Bowl, back to the Eagles, wins a Super Bowl, and I think he thought this is where he's going to lay down roots. He was building a house there, he said. He's got kids. He did not want to move again, and that, I think, was the big thing. So any sort of issues he has with coming to Houston have really nothing to do with Houston. It has more to do with Philly, and we'll get into it later in the show. He's got some bunged up feelings about the Philadelphia Eagles right now. He's got a lot to process about that relationship if he chooses to. But he said he did not want to move again.
I was trying to make history in Philly. Like, I done moved. My kids was moving to school. I'm like, okay, I was really trying to not get traded again or moved again to change the narrative. Like, the conversations we was having, that's why I was hurt. Like, these people on the phone with my kids. You don't play with people's kids. You don't play with people's kids. Like, y'all know what's going on. Y'all say that. That's why I was crying, because you playing with my kids, my family, and you smiling on our face, and then you saying, nah, bro, I don't get down like that. But I wasn't going to allow my outburst to even, that's why I was quiet when I got traded. My son say, so we can't wear green anymore? That would kill me.
This is the thing here with this, Seth, and especially it's very weird for a guy who's bounced around as much as C.J. Gardner Johnson has to have that take. This is what you sign up for when you're in the NFL. Like, you sign up for being a chess piece and getting moved around within your team and around the league. Like, this is part Part of the gig, man. This is why you get paid $11 million a year, is because you could get moved at any time.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that comes with the territory, and I think that is you think about any time. Okay, when you try to make a change in your life, and it just again, based on interviews I've watched with him, I think he's a really emotional guy, and it's all a matter of how do you funnel and channel that emotion, and he's realized over time that sometimes where I got to just, however I feel in the moment, I got to give it some time, and I got to let it breathe. And his relationship with the Eagles, it sounds like he's done that. Like right there in that clip, you could tell, I'm emotionally hurting right now, but I'm going to try not to just go full force on the Eagles. He did have a couple of posts or tweets about the Eagles, but he's also since then, apologized to some people, and he's planning on going to the ring ceremony and all of that. Yeah. So I think he's just, I never want to oversimplify him, anybody that I don't know that well, but he seems like he's an emotional guy that's had to learn how to harness the emotions some, both on the field and then also sometimes interpersonally with teammates or whatever. And it sounds like he's made that progress, but it's like anytime you try to make a change in your life for the better, it's, Sean, like me. I used to let the text line agitate me way too much. I would get upset with somebody, I'd get distracted and everything, and I made some changes. So I'm like, okay, that doesn't happen anymore. But but Lopez for 2 years was still talking about how Seth on the text line and everything. I'm like, okay, there's a perception of me that's based in something in truth. Yeah. But people, it's going to take a while for people to change that perception. Yeah. And I've already talked to Lopez about that. He knows I'm not like angry at Lopez or anything. It's my fault. Yeah. I used to let it derail the show because I would get agitated about some personal argument and let it distract me. So then the second part of when you make some change is that, that's right. People's perceptions are going to be different, and it's going to take a while to work out of that. Yep. And I think with C.J. Gardner Johnson, he probably made some real changes, and yet at the same time, it's like I think about arguments you've had with your wife at sometimes. Sometimes she brings up something from like 3 years ago. What the hell? Like, yeah. Oh, yeah, I did that. I did that stuff, yeah. But we don't have to talk about it now.
And then I'm like, yeah, you're good. You're good.
Brandy's good about that. She doesn't bring up old stuff. I've got so much new stuff that she...
There's no shortage of material.
She doesn't have to, she keeps it fresh.
That's funny. Keeps it fresh. All right, last one. He had praise for his new teammates. We'll get to his talk about C.J. Stroud a little later in the show. But I love this because this wasn't a sit-down interview question. This was all of them. This is the Pivot Podcast with C.J. Gardner Johnson as their guest. So this is Ryan Clark and Channing Crowder and Fred Taylor and C.J. Gardner Johnson after the interview, all just chopping it up by the doorway, and the cameras are still rolling. And they start talking about Kalen Bullock and Jalen Petrie.
I'll be honest with you.
Bullock?
Nice. No, he's phenomenal.
I just trained him this weekend.
I talked to him. I don't know how you didn't have 12-plus picks last year.
Wow. He dropped four. Kalen Bullock. He was out there this weekend. Yeah. Tall kid with the USC.
All right, this is Petrie.
He can go too.
You know what's so crazy? I see him being like a linebacker because, like,
that's what he do. He play
man,
Sam.
The way he run the gap.
And what's the other guy?
He basically played Sam because he played nickel.
That knocked Trevor head off. Azim.
Oh, he a monster.
Aziz.
Hey, I love
that. That's why your coach, the real one. Yeah. Yeah, your coach, he gonna rock with y'all.
That's one of those ones. I watched that video clip no fewer than 5 times. Yeah. That's one of those ones that's funnier in just audio because I think it was Fred Taylor who said it. He's like, that kid who knocked Trevor's head off.
That's right, because Fred's obviously following the Jaguars.
Jacksonville, yeah.
Fred lives in Jacksonville.
Yeah,
still. So,
dude, this defense.
I'm glad you watched. I didn't watch the last part of that. I had missed that.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Kalen Bullock, that is, Kalen's kind of one of those, Kalen is definitely one of those guys that a lot of people have mentioned in the offseason from around the league.
Yes.
That they almost discovered him in their offseason work. As they're watching film and everything, you're like, it's almost like the recruiting stories you hear, where like, well, we were going to watch this one player, but this other guy kept coming off the film. So a lot of people were probably watching Derek Stingley film or something and say, but Kalen Bullock keeps showing up.
Well, the guys made that point which was if he had just caught all the balls thrown his way, he would have led the league in interceptions last year. He still had 5 or 6 last year, and he dropped 4 more. Like he is in position a lot. Like he's got a nose for the ball, man. Not to get too cliche about it, he's got a nose for the ball.
Good job listening to the entire hour and 5 minutes, Sean. I had moved on already. And that was they were just kind of messing around.
Yeah, when I saw that they kept the mics going, like they still had Fred Taylor's mic was still on, like as he's giving C.J. Gardner Johnson some encouraging words, and I'm like, I think something's coming here. Yeah.
You know what I had done? I had gone on to the next video that was queued up was Mookie Betts interviewing Clayton Kershaw.
Oh, yeah.
And I was kind of curious. 2 things. 1, Mookie Betts was really good as a podcast host. I was impressed. And 2, just as I was starting to think, all right, I got to stop being so petty in this world. It's not a great way to live my life. You know what? Clayton Kershaw is a good dude. And then they got to the topic of Clayton Kershaw's performances in the playoffs. And Clayton Kershaw said something along the lines of like, well, and you know, that 2017, you had the whole Astros thing going on. And you son of a...
I was just starting to like you. He was good mic'd up last night in the All-Star game. He was pretty funny.
Yeah.
But I hate him now that you brought up that anecdote. All right, headlines. Let's get to it. Speaking of the All-Star game, an historic All-Star game last night. Some good news on the Astros injury front. Some money getting spent yesterday in the NFL as well. We'll get to all of that in headlines coming up next. But first, let's get you guys sleeping better. That was me in 2018, back in the day, and I was a bad snorer, man. I had bad sleep apnea. It was rough, and it was probably just as rough for my wife, Amy, who had to sleep next to me every night with me making that noise.
Limits apply.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
The Houston Astros shortstop Jeremy Pena. Pitcher Hunter Brown. And pitcher Josh Hader.
All right, that was it. That was the extent of the appearance of the Astros in the All-Star game last night. Introductions and then done. I wonder if they just took off their uniforms, got on the plane, and went home after that. You know?
Well, they did the most important thing, which is none of them got injured. They all stayed healthy as they got introduced. Nobody stumbled over the turf or something.
Nope.
Yeah.
And Hader was the only one who could have played because Hunter Brown already said, I'm not pitching. He pitched on Sunday. Pena's on the IL. Hader did not pitch in a game where I looked at the box score. It looked like about 10 guys pitched for the American League. Hader was not one of them last night.
Imagine being one of those guys and trying to make the decision of, all right, well, okay, if I were going to play in this game, yeah, I'd probably bring 20 family members with me. Mm-hmm. But now I feel like, okay, there's probably 20 family members that want to go, but now it's very clear that they just want a vacation. They don't actually care about me and myself all that much at all. So, no, nobody's coming. I'll bring my wife. I'll get a babysitter for the kids, and we'll have a nice romantic several days there.
I've always thought the introductions are one of the coolest parts. If I were a family member of someone who's in the All-Star game, I would go just to watch them get introduced.
Just to watch the intros.
Yeah, and you get a free ticket to the All-Star game, too. There's a game that gets played.
You're right. There is that part of it, just like standing in a line with all those guys is pretty damn cool.
It's a cool moment, man, and that they're doing it now that this year they went back to wearing their actual uniforms, their Astro uniforms. I thought the aesthetics of it were cool. There was a game itself, and it made history. This was the first time that the tiebreaker of a swing-off was used. The game was tied after 6 innings. NL was up 6-0. People were going to bed probably, I would imagine. Then the AL mounts this big comeback. They tie it at 6, and then each side got to pick, after they were tied after 9 innings, each side picks 3 hitters who each get 3 swings. Whichever side hits more home runs, that team wins. Kyle Schwarber hit a home run in all 3 of his swings. That was good enough. 4-3 was the final score of the swing-off. Ultimately 7-6, the final score and the box score of the game. The National League wins. The National League, that's only the second time in the last 12 years that they've won the All-Star game, if you're keeping track of that sort of thing. But the All-Star game in the books, and now it's on to the second half of the season. Good news for the Astros, Seth, as we've been tracking some of this injury news. The injury news, knock on wood, other than Jake Myers, the injury news with guys has largely been trending in a good direction. Mm-hmm. Luis Garcia, 2 scoreless innings in his second rehab start, struck out 3 guys. I haven't seen what he was hitting on the gun, but he was hitting 94 in his first rehab start, so I would assume that his velo was back up where it was the first time around.
In his first rehab start, he had allowed 1 run on 1 hit, and he struck out 4. So far, so good. Knock on wood, fingers crossed. Throwing salt over my shoulder, whatever you're supposed to do. It's looked really good for Luis Garcia so far.
Good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. NFL yesterday, a lot of money got spent. Kansas City, on the final day that they needed to come to an extension with Trey Smith, he was on the franchise tag. We all remember how that works from back in the Jadeveon Clowney days. If you don't sign a long-term deal with your team by the 15th of July, you play on the franchise tag that upcoming year. Kansas City and Trey Smith come to an agreement where he is now the highest-paid guard in the history of the sport. 4 years, $94 million, $70 million guaranteed. This is just a couple days after they gave Creed Humphrey, their center, $50 million guaranteed. So Kansas City's got a lot of expensive guys on the team, but they found the money to go fortify and make sure the interior of that offensive line for Patrick Mahomes is going to be really, really good.
Yeah, and that says they lose one really good veteran player on the offensive line in free agency that or via trade. They
traded Joe Thuney, to the Bears.
Right. Yep. Trey Smith was an interesting one because we talked about him a good amount as the Texans might have been looking for a high-priced free agent at some point. Yeah. He didn't play as well versus the Texans down the stretch and in the playoffs, but he was injured. And it was enough that I don't think anybody changed their appraisal of who he was as a player. He's just trying to play through an injury.
$23 million for a guard. I know he's good, but $23 million, that feels, I don't know. The other big one, and this one actually...
I will be jumping through. I'll be jumping in the air as high as I can jump these days if the Astros have a guard who's worth $23 million a year and they pay him that next year. Yeah,
we'll see. So the Jets signed Sauce Gardner to a 4-year, $120.4 million extension. Derek Stingley Jr., remember, got $30 million even annual value on his extension, 3 years, $90 million, almost all of it guaranteed. Sauce Gardner gets 4 years, $120.4, so he gets $30.1 average annual value. Not nearly as much guaranteed money as Stingley. I saw Schefter's initial report was $60. I've seen other numbers that are a little higher than that, but none of them were as high as the $89 million that Stingley's getting guaranteed to him.
Yeah.
So Stingley's getting shorter deal, more guaranteed money. Yeah.
So depending on where you're standing, you can either choose to look at that as, yep, there you go, Stingley is worth more guaranteed money than Sauce Gardner, or you can be mad at Nick Caserio for doling out so much guaranteed money. I don't really care about any of it. I would have loved to you know what? No, I take that back. I was about to say I would have loved to have seen Sauce Gardner turn into some kind of annoyance for the Jets as they start on their journey with a new head coach, except that Aaron Glenn is that head coach.
Yeah.
And I love him. So I don't want that for Aaron. I will stand by my loyalty to my former teammate right up until the point they become an actual threat, and then I will abandon him.
There you go.
Any of Aaron's brothers that are listening right now, just tell Aaron, I'm not going to text it to him myself. I'm not a man. But yeah, I'll abandon him. Don't worry, I'll abandon him.
His friendship with Seth Payne is on borrowed time. That's right.
No, I do. I don't want that for Aaron. I want Aaron to have I just hope that somehow he can be a presence that turns Woody Johnson into, I don't know, a respectable something.
Well,
Woody Johnson and his grandkids, really. Or his kids. His kids sound like the biggest pains in the
Yeah, his kids are the worst. Yeah, they walk around the locker room spewing Madden stats at players. Yeah.
How old's Woody Johnson? He's old, right? His kids are teenagers?
His kids are teenagers, yeah. Hey man, like these
billionaires. I know. I've got a friend. Farragher. Farragher just had a kid.
Yeah.
He's 51 years old.
He's your age, yeah.
He just had a baby.
Yeah.
I've got another friend, my friend Mark is 55, and he's got a couple youngsters, and I wouldn't have the energy right now.
I can't imagine.
You know my stance on that. I would have had plastic surgery and been living in Mexico.
Yeah.
If somehow, if I knocked up Brandy this morning, I would be gone. Yeah.
See you later. All right, let's end on that. Those are your headlines. Seth, would-be deadbeat dad.
Deadbeat dad. I'm not a deadbeat dad, but I would be.
I would be,
yeah.
given the opportunity. All right, hey, we played some of Will Anderson with Ross Tucker yesterday. We didn't play nearly enough because there were other Ross Tucker interviewed Will Anderson at the Super Bowl. The interview evergreens just fine. There is a big thing that Will Anderson backs up Seth Payne on that we will get to right out of the chute. And I love hearing Will talk about the potential of this defense, especially after listening to C.J. Gardner Johnson a couple segments ago. So we'll get to that. Will Anderson on the Ross Tucker podcast is coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, nice long segment coming up here. We got a lot to get to. ESPN has dropped their list. The top 10 wide receivers has just come out. We'll get to that shortly here in just a few minutes. But Will Anderson Jr. was on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Ross, friend of the show. I anticipate we'll be talking to him when the regular season comes up. We did Tuesdays with him last year. He's great. Will Anderson, we know how everybody feels about him. He's great as well. So this was two great men sitting down and chatting with each other. Will Anderson Jr. backed up Seth Payne on something he said earlier this week. It was a very important thing, especially for those of you out there who are trying to lose weight or just sort of like maybe, hey, I dropped 15 pounds. I'm feeling a certain kind of way, and you look down at the scale, and there's only 4 extra pounds on you, but you feel that, you know? And you said this. You said which I found this fascinating. You said when you were playing at like 315, if you got down to like 310, you could totally tell the difference.
I could tell you, I felt the difference. Yeah. It might seem like it's no big deal. You know, I mean, I could gain 10 pounds in a day, but as far as like if first thing in the morning, stepping onto the scale, like whatever your true weight is, that's yeah. Like I could feel the difference. The smallest amount of pounds you can feel it. I immediately thought of you when Ross Tucker, this is like his first question, like, so what are you weighing these days? That kind of thing. This was Will Anderson's answer to that.
What are you weighing right now?
I'm at 253. I want to stay right here.
That's what you like?
I just want to stay right here at 253.
Why 253?
Because I got the 260, and I was almost up to 270 at like one point, like early in the season, because I had missed the whole training camp or whatever like that. And I was like, I don't feel good at all. No. And I feel way lighter, faster, quicker, more explosive at this weight right here.
Yeah.
270 is a big difference.
He almost got up to 270.
I'm having a hard time visualizing that.
Well, remember, when he showed up at camp, it wasn't like he had put on bad weight. He looked yoked.
Yeah.
And that was when he was about 260. And then it sounds like he was probably still just couldn't practice, was working out during training camp. Man, they give you good food during training camp. And he started to get up close to 270. 270, I would have told you last year, even when he looked good, I was like, I don't know about 270.
For him,
maybe 265.
Yeah.
So for him, there is a lot of, that's one of the things you kind of got to experiment with in your first couple of years, and then it kind of, depending on when your scheme changes and everything or how you're being used, you can tweak it up or down based on how your team is using you and how you feel. But it sounds and feels right for him. The 253, I like that he said 253 because it's not 250, it's not 258, it's very specifically 253. And he feels comfortable and remember, sometimes with Will, the regular season stats don't tell the whole story because he really poured it on in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And that Chiefs game, I mean, he was all over the place in the Chiefs game.
This is going to be a fun season to watch Will Anderson, man. I have a feeling it's going to be a breakout for him. And he was great last year. To your point, he's double-digit sacks last year, and he missed a few games. You know?
The other thing, guys, Will works hard. You know, you don't have to worry. It's not like he gained weight because he got fat or something. The tempting thing before the season begins is it feels so good because you're so much stronger. You gain 10 pounds and it's just every time you go in the weight room you get a little bit stronger, and you're on a little bit of that excess calorie high as well. It's just you're fat and happy even though you're not actually fat. But once you get into you play 60 snaps at full speed, you realize, oh, I felt fast in drills and none of my times went down. But this is different.
Yeah.
I felt just as fast. The stopwatch said I was just as fast, but I'm not. I'm slow and sluggish.
Yeah. Well, yes, 270. It's like, man, getting up to 270 for Will Anderson. So
I had him at 3 technique.
I know, dude. And he'd do it, too.
That's what I wanted JJ in his last couple of years, instead of trying to slim down,
bulk up,
get up to like 330 and be a nose tackle. Yeah.
How much could he weigh, do you think?
He could weigh 345 easily.
Easy, huh?
Yeah, I think I always looked at him as a guy that if he had been an offensive lineman in high school or in college, he could hold. I don't think he would want to. He'd be one of those more svelte offensive tackles, but I think he could hold 320 and still look really lean by offensive line standards.
What a beast. This was good. This was Ross Tucker and Will Anderson. If you recall that Kansas City playoff game, Kansas City got the benefit of a couple of very sketchy calls on hits. I say hits. Plays where players brushed up against Patrick Mahomes.
So the Will Anderson hit, he got flagged for hitting Pat Mahomes in the helmet.
Yeah.
Supposedly. Allegedly.
Yep.
And you couldn't really – it looked – when we were watching, it looked like there was no actual helmet-to-helmet contact, but they didn't have a really good angle that showed conclusively there was no helmet-to-helmet contact. I was really glad that Ross had this conversation with him.
Talk to me about the play where your guy Mahomes – I don't even know if you touched him or not. Dude, he snapped his head back like he got whiplash in a car accident going 70 miles an hour. I mean, you had to be so frustrated.
Yeah, I was, but,
Did you get him at all, Will?
No, I didn't. I hit his chest. But, I just got to be better. Me and my coach talked about it or whatever like that. Like, we got to be better just like when it comes to like how you hit the quarterback and, we got to drill it more and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you didn't hit him in the head.
Yeah,
you hit him where you're supposed to.
Got to be perfect in the playoffs. You got to be perfect in the playoffs.
I think it's because you didn't go low at all.
Yeah, and that's why we got to go lower.
It looked like you were face to face.
Yeah, too diplomatic on my for my part. Too diplomatic on Will Anderson's part.
Yeah, look, at first in the video, when Ross first says, it looks like you didn't get it hit in the head or something like that, Will puts his arms out to the side.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
But he reeled it back in because he knows he doesn't want to create any clickbait or anything. They ended up having a good conversation, and Ross, to his credit, brought up, well, yeah, you can say you want to try to hit him in the midsection, but then later in the game, Mahomes is running around, and he just drops, and who was it? It was Toa
and one other line. I forget who the other one was. It was definitely Toa. It was definitely Toa was one.
The Texans defenders hit him, and trying to probably aim for the midsection. They don't want to hit him in the head, but because Mahomes doesn't even slide, he just drops, they end up getting flagged for that. So it feels like you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. The only thing and it's not fair, and yet it is what it is. And as a player and as a coach, you got to adjust to it. So when Will talks about how they're focusing on that and trying to, have the right strategy for it, my best guess is that the strategy that's least likely to get you screwed is that if the quarterback is still in the pocket or behind the line of scrimmage relatively, that you try to hit him in the midsection because he's not going to slide there or anything necessarily. If he's outside the pocket and if he's running past the line of scrimmage, you have to sacrifice all thoughts of any kind of an actual hit on the quarterback.
Yeah.
You got to just try to wrap him up and not even form tackle, almost just kind of lasso him down. Problem with that is you're going to get Josh Allen is going to fake a slide or something, but you got to almost conduct no part of your brain can be thinking, all right, I'm going to kill this guy because he's out of the pocket.
Right.
But you also got to take into account that he might fake slide. So you just got to go in with your head high and try to wrap him up and basically chest bump him.
Well,
it's so stupid.
Especially when it's Mahomes. He's the master of the fake slide, man.
Josh Allen, too. Well, Josh Allen's probably I think Josh Allen is because he's running at you like a freight train.
Yep.
And he uses that to his advantage. Mahomes doesn't quite have that same freight train feel
definitely
to
not.
When he's running.
No, definitely not.
It's bogus. I know. I get it. And yet you've got to have a strategy for dealing with the bogusness.
Yes. Karma came back and bit Mahomes in the Super Bowl. I will say that. It's if you're gonna do all this chicanery.
Eagles got away with it was Jalen Carter's hand to the face, right? On that.
I just meant them getting blown out in the Super Bowl, but yes, more specifically.
But they also had that no call.
Yeah, they did.
When Jalen Carter just smacked them right in the face.
Good.
And,
Good.
The officials apparently just forgot what they were supposed to do.
Texter, glad Will didn't take the bait. They're coming for the Chiefs. I know, I am too. I just hated.
Oh. I'll tell you what. Yeah. One thing that I really liked from the C.J. Gardner Johnson interview was when C.J. Gardner Johnson was talking about his time in Detroit and they were going to play Kansas City, and he was telling guys, don't be intimidated by that red.
Yeah.
You guys, you belong.
Yeah.
You get after them, and you just take it to them, and they ended up beating them in the regular season.
That's right. That was that opener on Thursday night. Yeah.
Yeah. I liked that part of it.
I did too. We'll have more C.J. Gardner-Johnson a little later in the show. Great interview on the Pivot Podcast. Last one with Ross Tucker and Will Anderson on the potential of this Texans defense.
Do you guys talk about the fact that with your corners and your edge guys, you guys have a chance to have an all-time defense?
Most definitely.
I mean, you guys are elite at the positions where you want to be elite.
Most definitely. Yeah, we talk about that all the time with Sting and Kamari, and then, of course, me and Daniil, man. And we was like, bro, like, we just want to make y'all job easier. Like, we got y'all. Like, y'all boys do y'all. We're going to do us, man. We're going to have fun doing it. And it's special seeing both of those guys rock out.
You and I were talking during the break after the C.J. Gardner Johnson audio we were playing, and I'm like, dude, this defense is a bunch of killers, man. Like, even the journeyman types are guys that are dogs on this defense.
Well, yeah, guys that are just they can inflict pain and damage at the very least.
Yeah.
I think the biggest difference, we were talking yesterday about Jared Verse, the defense, the edge rusher from the Rams, and how he reminds me of Will Anderson in a lot of ways. Will Anderson's rookie year was a lot like Jared Verse's rookie year last year. And you asked me, okay, where do you think? Because I'm very bullish on Jared Verse. I think he's going to be an awesome NFL player.
Yeah.
But you asked, who do I think finishes ahead of the other one in that ESPN ranking that we've been going through?
Yeah.
I would say, even if they played exactly the same individually, Will Anderson ends up being ranked higher because he's got a better complementary situation. They've got a pass rush up front. You've got corners and defensive backs on the back end that they're just a more complete defense that gives you more opportunities for sacks. Just like Will and Daniil create opportunities for interceptions, those defensive backs also create sack opportunities because a quarterback has to hold on to the ball
coverage sacks, no doubt.
The three things really that the Texans defense needs to do if they really want to capitalize on that potential. One is just limit the big passing plays, the passing touchdowns.
That's a big one.
That's a combination of mental errors and tackling, and the youth in the secondary last year. Two, just linebackers got to get better in pass coverage, and then three, this is the big one. I try to not make, like, when the Texans were a really good defense, but they allowed too many big plays, which ended up with them not being that great of a scoring defense. I try not to make excuses by saying that, well, the offense didn't really help them out a lot either. But that is an element to it.
Yeah.
Especially when you consider what happened in the second halves of games. The Texans' gap between their first half performance and second half performance offensively was atrocious.
It was obscene. It was
really bad.
Yeah.
And then the Detroit game was probably the perfect example where, look, defense comes up with an interception. Cool. Oh, CJ throws a pick. Hey, defense comes up with an interception. Oh, CJ throws a pick.
Yeah.
It was, like, the dam's going to break at some point.
Yep.
So getting some complementary play from the offense this year will make the defense that they'll look statistically more like what they actually are.
For what it's worth, Gennaro Felice of NFL.com, conveniently enough, put together a piece yesterday on who he thinks the top 10 defenses are going to be. I'm hitting this now because we just got done with Ross Tucker asking or bringing up to Will Anderson, hey, you guys could have an historic defense this year. We should point out that the Texans under DeMeco Ryans have finished 15th in scoring defense each of the first two seasons. So while there's plenty of sizzle reel you can put together for this defense for sure, and all the swarming and everything else, at the end of the day, points allowed is the most important stat.
It's kind of a big deal.
It's kind of a big deal, and they've been
the offense. The offense plays a part in that, but it doesn't. It's on the defense and some of the big plays they've allowed.
Yeah, if you're getting as much praise coming into this coming season as the Texans defense is getting, we need to point out they've been middle of the pack in the number of points that they've allowed the first 2 years with DeMeco Ryans. Now, Felice has them as his fourth-ranked defense coming into the year. And he lists all the players and the reasons why, and there's plenty of star power on this defense. But he points out that the weak spot might be the interior on the defensive line, even though that they were middle of the pack in terms of rushing yards allowed. You know, it wasn't a five-alarm fire, but you go up against a team like the Ravens, and they were just dicing the Texans on Christmas Day this past year.
Yeah, the big part, when it comes to the rush defense, this is a big part of it. Because if you look at EPA per play and yards per carry and everything, the Texans were top 5 against the run.
Yeah.
This is one of the big problems, and this is where Christian Harris being hurt really hurt them last year, is that, like a lot of teams, they are in nickel a lot, the Texans' defenses. 5 defensive backs. So you've only got 2 actual linebackers out there, and Jalen Petrie is playing one of your linebackers. But the Texans do that a lot, and they're really, really good at it until they face teams that line up with heavy personnel, teams that have multiple tight ends, a fullback, all of just old-school smash-mouth football that's where being out there with 5 defensive backs can really hurt you. And that, like, having 3 linebackers to be able to play your base 4-3 can be a part of getting over that hump when it comes to your run defense. That's where I don't blame the defensive tackles in that situation. If you had if you had Tavondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons, then yeah, it's a lot easier to play against the run and nickel. But really, a lot of it at this point, the reason that they really struggle at times is they just don't have enough mass up there in the linebacking core. So Christian Harris being healthy could help allay a lot of that.
It is interesting, though, because you lay that out. If they go bulkier and have the 3 linebackers out there, they're taking Jalen Petrie off the field probably,
right?
And they really love Jalen Petrie.
Well, that's where it's a game plan by game plan thing.
Yeah.
They didn't have as much ability to be versatile this year with their defensive personnel group and with Christian Harris out. It wasn't even
available to
Christian
them.
Harris is out. Yeah. Hey, Henry To'oTo'o got better and played better. It was a bigger swing when they faced certain opponents because you didn't have 3 guys that you really liked out there.
Felice says Houston's ranked 15th in defensive points allowed each of the first 2 seasons of the Ryans era, but I think the group can crack the top 5 in 2025 thanks to improved depth, continued development, and a whole heap of havoc rakers on the team.
Havoc wreakers,
yeah. So.
The fun thing about the Texans is that their defense, they were in the top 3 to 5 of so many categories. Tackles for a loss, yards per play, they were top 3. Just all of these things that would indicate, wow, that's a dominating defense, except for some of those huge chunk plays.
Yeah.
And for a team that's as good as they are, there were just too many long touchdown passes. There's too many missed tackles. They just have to clean those things up. And I hesitate to just act like that's some simple thing, because lots of teams could say the same thing. Well, if we just clean this up, if we just clean that up. But they did some really impressive things last year when it came to creating takeaways, the tackles behind the line of scrimmage, just sacks in general. You've just got to be more consistent with it, and then you've got the complete
That's
deal.
the thing. I think that's the reason why you're totally right. Like, it's just saying to go do that makes it sound like, well, that's easy, just go do this. But they've got the guys to go do it. It's one thing if you've got a defense and you're like, boy, we need to take that next step. Well, what do you need? Well, we need a dude here, and we need a dude here, and we need a couple dudes here. They've got the dudes. It's the dudes need to do better things, they've got the guys. So, by the way, the 3 defenses ahead of the Texans on this ranking, purely subjective power ranking from a writer on NFL.com. Baltimore number 3, Philly number 2, Denver Broncos number 1. 2 of those 3 teams the Texans play this year, Baltimore and Denver. The Denver Broncos, according to this guy, best defense in the NFL.
I know the gamblers really like the yards per play, right?
Yes.
For
very
defenses.
much so, yes.
Texans were 4th last year in yards per play.
Yeah. The gamblers would back this defense and hope that big plays are these outliers that just you're going to eventually stop giving them up. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Good to be with you. All right, Seth, I mentioned it earlier. The top 10 list is up on ESPN.com for wide receivers. It's winding down. We've only got 1 day left of this. Tomorrow is cornerbacks, and I would imagine, I can assure you there will be Texans representation on that list. ESPN, for those who've been on vacation, ESPN does this this time of year, 11 days, 11 different position groups. They've asked 70 executives, coaches, and scouts in the NFL to put their top 10 together at each position group. Yeah. And they tabulate the votes, and they come up with a combined top 10. They give a few honorable mentions. They list everybody who received votes, and they drop a different position group each day. The Texans that have been ranked thus far, not honorable mentions, but the ones that have cracked the top 10 at their positions have been Joe Mixon, number 9 at running back, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, numbers 8 and 9 respectively at edge defender. We had CJ. No, CJ actually didn't crack the top 10. I think that's the only ones that have cracked the top 10 so far for the Texans. Several honorable mentions and also receiving votes, but only 3 have cracked the top 10 so far. So, Seth, wide receiver, you have not looked at this yet.
I've not looked at this. I'm right now looking at the NFL receiving leaderboard from last year. That's the list I'm looking at, and I'm going to try to figure out A, whether Nico Collins was in the top 10, and B, I want everybody to know, before you get overly angry about wherever Nico Collins does land on this list, as long as he lands in the top 10, I think you should be happy, given that he was 22nd in receiving last year. So
he missed 5 games. Yeah.
Right. No, I know. But I'm just saying, for
perception.
Keeping it, before you get all disgruntled or whatever, there are a lot of guys that had a lot more receiving yards than him last year. So, and he hasn't been able to stay healthy for an entire season.
He
yet.
hasn't, and I'll say this, I've looked at this, obviously. I'm looking at it right now. And I'm looking at the honorable mentions.
That includes tight ends, by the way. So, so 20
your receiving yards. Yeah.
There's like 3 or 4 tight ends.
Right. Yeah, the point remains. There's several honorable mentions on here. There's a ton of guys who receive votes. This is the most stacked position in all of football right now, the receiver position. All right.
Okay, this is me trying to get into the heads. And personally, I think if Nico stays healthy, he'll be top 3 this year. But, big if. So these are the guys that are above him last year in terms of receiving yardage that I think are above him on this list. I'm going to count them on my fingers to see if I get to. I think Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson would be.
Okay.
I don't. Brian Thomas was 3rd in receiving last year. I don't think he's above Nico yet.
Okay.
I'll put Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Okay.
I'm skipping some names here. Malik Neighbors is an interesting one.
It is.
They really force-fed him the ball.
It is interesting.
He was a 7th leading receiver last year. I don't think Malik Neighbors is above him. I think CeeDee Lamb is above him.
Okay.
I don't think Ladd McConkey is above him. Jackson Smith and Jigba, no. Garrett Wilson, no. A.J. Brown. And where's Tyreek Hill's got it. He wasn't on the list, obviously, but I think Tyreek Hill would be above him. And I'm going to skip 7. I think he's 7.
7. Okay. Let's count down the list here.
I think Nico is 7 on
I think
this
he's
list.
7. Okay. I love your process. I'm going to tell you this right now. Your process was very good in doing this.
Was it?
Very good. Very good, yes. Jamar Chase is number 1. And I think the lowest anybody ranked him was 3. Justin Jefferson, number 2. The lowest anybody ranked him was 4. Yeah. Tyreek Hill was 3 on this list.
Yeah.
Even though not as big a year last year, but he's still.
Yeah, I said that in a confusing way for people listening because they're not looking at this list. I was talking about Tyreek Hill not on the receiver and leaders list, obviously.
Yeah. He was.
But in this list of execs ranking
subjective,
him,
he's 3rd. CeeDee Lamb is 4. You said he would be ahead of Nico Collins. A.J. Brown is 5. I think.
I named him, right?
You did. Yeah. You absolutely did. Yeah. Amon-Ra St. Brown is 6.
I named him.
You named him.
Okay.
All right. So you said Nico
Collins. And then
Collins.
I said I think Nico's there. Yeah.
You said Nico's 7. All right. Are you ready?
It feels high based on this process.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Number 7. Malik Neighbors.
Oh.
Number 7.
I like Malik Neighbors, but that was all right. Fine.
Highest.
Okay, you know what? I'm disgruntled. Why
are you disgruntled?
At 1,200 yards.
Yep.
He played all 17 games.
Yeah.
But it was a crappy offense, and they force-fed him the ball.
He had bad quarterbacks, though. You're right. They did force-feed him. They did force-feed him. 171 targets, second only behind Jamar Chase. God, the LSU guys, man. The LSU receivers coming out. Like, Brian Thomas is the black sheep out of all of them, and he's awesome. Holy crap. So Malik Neighbors, 7. All
okay.
Right, now
now the big question is, oh boy. Okay, they wouldn't. Don't tell me if Nico is number 8 or not.
Okay, I won't.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. No, not Jackson. Amon-Ra St. Brown. I messed up my hyphenations.
He's already ahead of him.
I wondered if Amon-Ra St. Brown was ahead of him.
He was. I'd said he's number 6.
Oh, you already said him.
I said
okay.
him. Yeah,
never mind.
He's 6.
Boy, I am out of it.
He's 6.
Okay.
You want me to go ahead and unveil number 8 here?
Yeah.
Okay. Nico Collins, Houston Texans. I'm going to give you a ding.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a ding. If you're within 1, that's a ding right there. Especially because Nico's a tough one. As you went through the process of doing it on the air, it's a tough one to get your arms around because he missed so many games last year. People forget that he was, when he went out injured in that Buffalo game, first of all, he went out in the first quarter and he already had almost 100 yards receiving on one play in that game. He was on pace for a 2,000-yard season when he went out in that Buffalo game. It took the league an extra week to overtake Nico Collins for receiving yards when he went on the injured list. Like after week 5, he was leading the league in receiving. If I recall correctly, after week 6, he was still leading the league in receiving.
Yeah, and that was after only playing one quarter of the Bills game.
Yes,
He
played
so
4.25 games.
Extra, including if he had played, if I broke it down by quarters, this would be even a healthier projection. But if he could just freaking stay healthy, he was on pace for a 1,425-yard season.
Yeah.
Which would have he would have been the 3rd receiver in the NFL last year. He's just it's as simple as that.
When he got hurt, he was on pace for like 2,000 yards. He had over 100 like the first 4 games of the year.
Well, going into that, right? But after that game, he would have been on pace for 1,425
I mean, it took the league another week to overtake him in the rankings. I don't know how many he had after 5 games, but he was on fire. He was like crazy numbers.
Oh no, I'm sorry. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
I was taking his 12 games and prorating it.
Yeah.
No, you're exactly right. He was on pace for way more at the
after
time.
5 games. Yeah. He slowed down after he got back, but that was. I give him a pass like I give CJ a pass. Like Nico's numbers coming back to earth a little bit after he came back has more to do with what was going on around him and the play calling. This is what they say about him, Seth. NFL personnel director said, quote, rare ability to be a legit number 1 wide receiver. Good balance. Good balance is a great one. He has tremendous – he delivers blows, man. Good balance, skill set, size, speed, agility for his size, very good hands, competes. All those things.
Did we identify – so I had him ranked 7th, and he ended up being ranked 8th. Who was the person that I missed? Was it A.J. Brown?
Well, no. Malik Neighbors you thought would be behind him. And,
okay.
and Malik Neighbors was 7th. The first 6 you all had ahead of him.
God, you've explained that to me, my own mental process 3 times. So thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Good.
Yeah, he's 8th is about where I would have guessed, just because the injuries have to factor in. And to your point, like just the numbers, the pure counting numbers don't pop because he misses so many games. 8th feels about right. Now, if you just take out the injuries and you go, man, all these guys are healthy, and I'll assume health for all these guys for the entire season, I think Nico's a top 4 guy. Right now, I would put him ahead of a declining Tyreek Hill, and I'd put him ahead of CeeDee Lamb right now.
If you look at just where Nico is on the total receiving yardage, he had 1,006 yards receiving. Yeah. There only are, I think, 2 guys on here who had fewer targets than him.
Yeah.
So in terms of just doing the most with the fewest number of targets, and both those guys, it was A.J. Brown had 1 less target than him, and Calvin Ridley had one less target but played 17 games.
I love this comment from an NFL offensive coach on Nico Collins. I was thinking about this morning when I knew we were going to do this as a topic. Quote, he was once just a jump ball guy, but once he started taking quick throws for big gains with his size and athleticism, that changed his game. Those slant routes that he runs where they're giving him a big cushion and he just takes the easy money slant and he runs over 3 guys after he catches the ball are delightful to watch as a Texan fan.
And a lot of times, that was one of the things that defenses adjusted to a little bit last year is, there's times where he doesn't even need a huge window. CJ will start his throwing motion before Nico has even cleared that middle-level defender, and it's almost like it just happens automatically. Yeah. And it wasn't as automatic last year. It was the classic, man, all right, team saw how devastating you were with that last year, and we know exactly where the weak spots are going to be if we allow them to do that. And when it comes to, hey, Bobby Slowick making adjustments to the adjustments, they just didn't do a good enough job with that last year.
Here's the other thing about the Nico Collins thing, him being 8th on this top 10. Jamar Chase makes $40 million a year. I'm going to go down the list. Justin Jefferson, 35, I think. Tyreek Hill, over 30. CeeDee Lamb, 34, 35. A.J. Brown just got an extension. He's making well over 30. Amon-Ra St. Brown makes $30 million a year. Malik Neighbors is on his rookie contract. Nico Collins makes $24 million a year, and he's in that class with those guys. Even the guys just behind him, Seth, real quick, Mike Evans, who's in his 30s, he's 31 years old, makes more than Nico Collins does right now. Makes $26 a year. Garrett Wilson just signed for $31. He's 10th on this list.
Can I tell you something?
Terry McLaurin's honorable mention, and he's mad he's not making $30 million.
So
now.
Okay, you know who's having the exact opposite conversation about this? Dolphins fans, because hey, I put Tyreek Hill above Nico, even though Tyreek Hill only had 959 yards receiving last year. Tyreek Hill played all 17 games.
Mm-hmm.
The Dolphins have paid their quarterback.
Yeah.
They have a whiz kid, offensive-minded head coach.
Yeah.
And Tyreek Hill, playing all 17 games, had 959 yards, and yet still is ranked third on this list by anonymous executives and coaches. Because it's not like Tyreek Hill all of a sudden sucks as an offensive coordinator.
No, it's a bad look, man.
What are you doing, Miami Dolphins? Where are you going? What are you doing?
Bad look.
What a mess. I can't. Honestly, next time Tyreek Hill has some kind of outburst about wanting to get traded, I'm going to support him.
Yeah.
I'm going to support him in that.
Tyreek Hill.
Yes. I'm going to say, you know what? Tyreek Hill's never done nothing to nobody.
No.
Hey, he's just a guy that just wants to play football.
That's right.
Every now and then, rough up a dock worker, and that's it. That's all he wants to do. And you guys are you're clipping his wings, man.
I love that you called the guy a dock worker. Wasn't he like the steward of like a luxury boat or something?
A charter, yeah. He was working at a charter boat or something.
It'd be more impressive if he rushed off a dock worker.
Actually, that's true, right?
Dock workers feel like they got a little something for you.
Yeah.
That's funny.
He's a guy who works on a dock, okay?
Yes, he was standing.
He's technically a dock worker.
At that point in time, he was standing on a dock, all right?
It's kind of the opposite of how I called. Oh no, it's the same. I used to call Brock Osweiler's parents carnies because they work with like the livestock show and
did the rodeo.
Yeah, they actually they're carnies.
Yeah,
they're part of event coordinators or whatever for some of these big events.
Yeah, man. I don't know their dental or meth situation, but they're carnies. That's what they are. By the way, Brian Thomas Jr. honorable mention on this, which goes to show you, Seth. This is how stacked the wide receiver position is in the NFL. Like some of these positions, it felt like they were struggling to fill a real top 10. You know, like the off-ball. It
also cheeses me a little bit that Brian Thomas Jr. is relatively under-discussed and had a hell of an impressive year last year. But because he plays in the AFC South, it doesn't matter.
No.
It just flat out doesn't matter. Yeah, look. Yeah, Travis Hunter is very intriguing, and if he develops as a wide receiver, that'll be scary. But I am far more concerned about Brian Thomas Jr. as a receiving threat right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, this goes to show you just how impressive it is that Nico Collins has ascended to where he has in just 2 years. And I'm saying, I know he's been in the league 4 years. I'm saying 2 years with a real team. These are the honorable mentions. Terry McLaurin, Puka Nacua, Brian Thomas Jr., DK Metcalf, T. Higgins, and Devontae Adams.
Yeah,
that's 11 through 16 of this list are those guys. Like that, those are Nacua and Brian Thomas Jr. are both young players, but Metcalf, McLaurin, Adams especially. I mean, Adams was probably top 5 for several of these. Like these are all guys who, like, if any of these guys were in the top 10, I wouldn't blink an eye. You know?
Speaking of Devontae Adams, that's another fun match. This Rams game has so many fun elements to it. For those of you who don't know, Devontae Adams now with the Rams, and you'll recall that even though things didn't work out with him for him with the Jets the way they had hoped, it did when the Jets played the Texans. So
for him particularly,
that goes back to C.J. Gardner Johnson has played in the slot before, and if you want both him and Petrie out on the field at the same time. There's times where you might prefer to have Jalen go back and play safety and C.J. Gardner Johnson come up in the slot. There's more options, and especially if Jalen Smith can come along and be available to your rookie year, like hopefully you can not end up in those bad matchup situations like you had versus Devontae Adams and the Jets.
Yeah, that's a big deal, man. That opener is going to be fun. Text message. Nico also had the misfortune of playing with Laramie Tunsil. Those damn penalty yards, LOL. Now, I know you're being tongue-in-cheek. Nico did have a 77-yard touchdown called back, his very first snap back from the injured list because Tunsil was illegally downfield.
Yeah, I don't think that guy's being tongue-in-cheek. I think that's That's fair.
Oh,
that play especially, 77-yard play called back because Laramie couldn't be bothered to stay near the line of scrimmage on the screen.
Yeah. So that's definitely a thing. So Nico Collins.
Hey, no, but it doesn't matter, Sean. Remember the penalties are overrated. It doesn't actually hurt the team all that much.
It's 19
I'm told that as long as your PFF pass protection grade is good, then it doesn't matter if you get a 77-yard touchdown.
Straight to
pass,
football hell.
Back,
get out of here. And I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying that to the people you're quoting right now. So all we have left is cornerback tomorrow. What, Stingley top 3 at corner? What's your early prediction on Stingley for tomorrow's cornerback top 10?
I think he's definitely top 3. I'm trying to think of
the top 4 in some order will be Patrick Surtain, defending Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Stingley, Sauce, McDuffie. Those will be the top 4.
I think he's above Sauce, Gardner, and then above McDuffie. So I think Surtain gets number 1 by anonymous executives and scouts and everything. I think with Stingley, you have to remember, just like it is with Nico, the injury history matters, and like the number of scouts and everybody else that's actually seen Derek Stingley play at the level that he's playing at right now is like not as many as there have been for Surtain or other guys, because you've had 1.5 seasons now really of Derek Stingley playing like this all-pro caliber player.
I'm more intrigued by what kind of love Kamari Lassiter gets. Kalen Bullock making honorable mention for safeties kind of got me, like by proxy, got me excited about, look, I wonder if these executives and scouts are looking at Kamari Lassiter. Lassiter, I think he had a better year than Kalen Bullock did. Lassiter did as a player. So I'm curious. I don't think Lassiter will crack the top 10, but I could see him, like Bullock, being honorable mention on this thing.
I would take with Stingley, or getting votes or whatever it might be.
Yeah, for sure getting votes.
The Stingley, some of the people that grade the defensive back performances, PFF obviously is one of them. The past year and a half, to illustrate my point, he's been the best in the league amongst all cornerbacks. The problem is the guys like McDuffie and Surtain and Sauce Gardner aren't that far behind him, and they've had a bigger track record of it. So there's still, I think that with Stingley, he is what he is right now, and I think he's top 2 cornerbacks in the NFL. But if you're looking at it over the last 3 or 4 years, you got to factor some of that into it.
He'll be 2. I think I think that's what you just said too for your prediction. I think he'll be 2. I think Surtain will be 1 and Stingley will be 2, if I had to guess. All right, top of the hour, we'll circle back to C.J. Gardner Johnson. He was on the Pivot podcast, answered the question, why are you no longer an Eagle? You really start to dig into the psyche of C.J. Gardner Johnson when you hear some of the answers to the questions about the narrative surrounding him. But up next, Matt Kawahara had a long article yesterday about something I had completely forgotten about. The Battle of the Billionaires taking place in a courtroom next week. Jim Crane, Drayton McClain. Who do you got? We'll tell you what it's all about coming up next.
Texans training camp start. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so I had completely forgotten about this legal battle that's been ongoing for 12 years now. This lawsuit, this set of lawsuits, or at least the genesis of this whole thing, is 12 years old. I said Matt Kawahara. It was actually David Barron had this article. Kawahara had a really good article about Jeremy Pena yesterday. So I misspoke. I just assumed Astros, Kawahara, but Matt Kawahara, go find it. It's a good piece on Jeremy Pena and his ascension. But this is a David Barron piece, who's retired but still dusts off the old laptop from time to time to come out and write for the Chronicle. Houston Astros owner Jim Creighton and Drayton McClain finally square off in court over failed TV network. You remember this, Seth. You did some work on the old Comcast Sports Network, right?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I was on CSN Houston.
Yeah.
That's I actually had a football show on CSN
You had a
Houston.
show? I was just a panelist on occasion.
No, I was on a show.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the Seth Payne show.
Yeah.
But we had a weekly, I want to say we did it 3 days a week covering the Texans.
Okay. That's a show.
Nice little payday. They paid well.
Yeah.
I was like,
dude.
They paid really well,
Yeah.
which might have been part of why they ended up not working. Yeah.
I remember, so I used to be a panelist. We'll get to this Crane versus McClain thing in a second here. But yeah. For those who don't remember, there's Houstonians. I mean, we're 10 years removed from this thing even existing, or more than 10 years, because I think it went defunct in 2013. So these lawsuits and this battle goes back to before I was even on 610. I was on a different radio station when this whole thing started. But like you, I derived a little bit of income from that network. I would be a panelist maybe once a week on the show that Kevin Eschenfelder had. He had like a panelist show, and we talk about the big. Content-wise, this was a really good network. It's just it didn't get enough clearance to make enough money to be viable. But I thought the content was great, and I'm not just saying that because I was on those shows. But the funniest thing, and I forget what it was like $150 if you appear on there or something for a 1 hour show.
Just to go on and be a panelist.
I was happy to get paid anything. I was on a station where I was just trying to get my face out there for things, you know?
Yeah.
So I love getting paid for it. The funniest thing was once the network went into bankruptcy, was getting the letter from the, from the whatever legal entity was running the bankruptcy. I forget what you call it, but they send letters out to all the creditors, and I get one of these letters telling me, that I'm kind of at the back of the line compared to everybody else that needs to get paid, by this
cash those $150
bankruptcy.
checks
Yeah, I cashed them all that day. I thought that was funny. I'm like, I'm not going to get that $100 or whatever.
So it was a weird situation because it was the Rockets and the Astros in a joint venture on this CSN Houston.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the Rockets were relevant. The Astros were a disaster.
Yeah.
They were getting 0.0% ratings, and so it was. There's a big it wasn't creating revenue the way they'd hoped.
No. And this is the battle. These are the battle lines being drawn, and this is all going to take place next week. They both asked for a jury to decide this thing. There's going to be a 13-person jury. 10 people need to decide in favor of one or the other for it to, for this thing to get resolved. But basically, the battle is this: when Jim Creighton bought the Astros, the network was part of the purchase.
Yeah.
He bought the Astros for $615 million. The network was part of the purchase. So what Jim Creighton is saying is, look, all these numbers that we were given about this network when I bought the team in 2011 or 2012 or whatever were all phony numbers. They were all inflated. We had no clearance. We couldn't do anything. This network was set up to fail. McClain's countersuit to Creighton is, you tanked the team intentionally in 2012 and 2013 to make the network so unviable that you wouldn't have to pay me the other $25 million that you still owe me for the purchase. So Drayton McClain is saying you intentionally tanked the team to get out of paying me millions of dollars as a countersuit to Jim Creighton saying, I got duped on this network, man.
Boy, I guess this is where I side. Well, my very, very limited legal opinion on this.
The article is way longer than what I just laid out. Yeah.
My baseless opinion, informed by very little actual legal knowledge, but just my gut feel on it is, man, I really want to side with Jim Creighton, but there is an element of buyer beware here, and you also did you intentionally made the team worse, which I'm cool with because it was a good strategy. It's been borne out that, it was a great strategy.
Right move,
But one of the byproducts of that was that, you by actions of you, and again, I could be 100% wrong on all this, the value of the network ends up being less because you were getting 0.0 ratings. You weren't carried by half the households at the time. That was the other part of it. Remember, half the people in the city couldn't even watch the Astros.
I was one of them. I couldn't watch it.
There was just zero interest in the Astros. Literally zero at times.
At times.
At least in terms of TV ratings.
Yes.
So I have a hard time siding with Jim Crane on this. I'm sure there's 29 other facets to it that I'm ignorant of, but I have a hard time siding with Jim Crane on this one.
Crane is seeking Crane's contention, according to this article by David Barron, is that the reason Drayton McLane inflated the value of the network was to recoup $120 million in losses that he experienced just running the Astros during his ownership.
Yeah.
They outlined in this article that McLane was borrowing money from people and things like that, which just felt really weird to read because Drayton McLane is a billionaire,
Right, yeah, but when it comes to the separate entities,
I get it.
That's how. So that's one thing. Like people sometimes make the mistake of thinking, like, "Hey, you've got $50 billion. Why not just spend everything all the time?" It's like, because they treat it like a business.
Yeah.
So these are the things that I don't know that would matter a lot. Is that if McLane had somehow misrepresented the situation, because obviously then the whole buyer beware stuff falls apart.
Yep.
So just my gut feel is, okay, I don't know if Jim Crane's got a case here, but there's so much I don't understand about all of this.
Yeah, I could see either one. Like I don't know enough to know to pick a favorite in this thing. I certainly don't know enough about how the legalities work and how what the precedent is for something like this.
I think the important thing is, and this is what detracts from the drama a little bit, is that neither of these guys are going to be broke or destitute if they lose this game.
It's hard to find an underdog in this thing,
I'm going to have to take the interest off my investments for 7 days to pay this lawsuit off. Oh, no.
Who's the pull it up by their bootstraps guy? And they both kind of are. They're both in
the mega yacht race amongst pro sports owners. I might not be able to. I can't afford that 100-foot yacht.
Here's your rooting interest. Jim Crane is seeking, according to this article, between $288 million and $461 million in actual damages, depending on how much the network is valued at by the forensics experts on this thing, and exemplary damages. So that, by my count, that means we're looking at a minimum, somewhere approaching $500 million when you throw in other damages.
Okay.
I'll give you 3 words: competitive balance tax. This would allow us to go over that competitive balance tax if he wins this
lawsuit. Put it right in the coffers, and then boom.
Oh, and go spending spree, man. Bring Kyle Tucker back. Bring $461 million is about what it would cost to bring Kyle Tucker back.
My other uninformed opinion on all this is whenever billionaires are getting sued or getting knocked for something like this, I assume there's some kind of insurance they have for it.
Probably.
So it's not even it's $500 million, but oh no, his premiums are going to go up the next time he gets sued, I suppose. I don't know.
By the way, speaking of Kyle Tucker, I don't know if you saw, he was playing left field last night for the National League. Second inning maybe. Ball he's out there playing left field. Somebody, I forget who it was, hits a ball that's kind of tailing away towards the foul line. Oh, here comes Tucker, sprinting in, sliding catch, a Gold Glove style catch in the All-Star game.
Wow, it really puts out.
I thought of you immediately.
For the All-Star game. Couldn't be bothered to do it at times in the last couple years with the Astros.
I got mad on everybody's behalf for that. Hey, by the way, last thing on this lawsuit thing between, and I'm guessing most Astros fans are rooting for Crane, and this, if there were maybe one little tidbit in this thing that would tip it one way or the other, apparently Drayton McLane was actually seeking to void the overall sale back in 2011. I guess that's a route you can at least try to take, is like, okay, well, we'll just go back and we'll void. If you're saying that all these things were wrong, we'll go back, void the sale, and go back to how things were before you bought the team. And that would have required Jim Crane to return the Astros back to Drayton McLane. That got shot down. That got shot down. Yeah. That got shot down.
When was When was it shot down that they were going to void this sale?
Oh boy, I got to open the article back up.
Look, that was relatively recent, though.
I'm looking right now. Okay, here it is. The stakes are high and could have been higher. McLane's attorney citing their belief that Crane violated the terms of the 554-page purchase agreement and sale agreement, were prepared to ask jurors to void the sale and return the Astros, now valued by some analysts at more than $2.8 billion. However, Judge Sonia Aston, the third judge to preside over it, in May, struck a fraudulent inducement allegation from McLean's countersuit. So it was back in May that they struck that down.
That would.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine if we went back to trade?
That would have been one of the biggest. Dude, that would have been one of the biggest stories in the history of sports if that had happened.
Sean, this is just one of 5,000 reasons I am never going to. I'm not suited to be a billionaire, nor would I want to be a billionaire.
Yeah.
I don't know. Trey McLean's like 85 years old.
Yeah.
I don't need to deal with this stuff at the age of 85. I just want a nice, simple life, man.
Yeah.
You know how much? You know how much it sucks to get sued? It's worth. You and I'll talk sometimes about how you might agree to do a podcast appearance 2 weeks out.
Yeah.
And you're thinking like, yeah, no big deal. It's a podcast interview. And then all of a sudden, I've got this podcast interview that's just sitting in the back of my head that it's gnawing at me, and I'm thinking, I've got this obligation that isn't a normal obligation, even though it'll probably be an enjoyable experience. It's annoying me too much.
Yeah.
This is getting sued for $250 million.
At a minimum, $250 million.
Yeah, that is the last thing on earth that I want when I'm 85. There's almost nothing you could tempt me with that would be worth me getting sued or suing somebody at the age of 85 for that much money.
No. You're absolutely right. All right, CJ Gardner Johnson was on the Pivot podcast. They asked him, why are you no longer an Eagle? What about the narratives surrounding you as a player? And if you want to get amped for joint practices, CJ Gardner Johnson will do the trick.
I know, you're right. It sounds like it sounds stupid, but I'm like, yeah, I am actually.
Yeah, just trust me on this one. Trust me. Yeah, we'll do that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
New Texan safety C.J. Gardner Johnson did an interview. He sat down with the guys on the Pivot podcast, Ryan Clark, Shannon Crowder, Fred Taylor. It looked like they came to Houston to do that because they kept saying C.J. Gardner Johnson kept referring to here when talking about Houston. So it seemed like
usually, I talked to Fred about this when they were in town during training camp last year, and they just they usually travel to, and usually they'll interview. They probably interviewed somebody else, and the interview will come out in a month or two or so.
Oh, yeah.
So they probably interviewed 2 or 3 Texans players. So I don't know who the other guy will be after this.
Sound like they got some work in too, because when they were having that little impromptu conversation after the interview, and they were talking about Kalen Bullock and Jalen Petrie, Ryan Clark had said that he worked out with Kalen Bullock the day before. So I wonder if they got some work
that
in
I
too.
don't know because everybody works out in all these different places all over. So I don't know. Yeah,
But the day he's in Houston and the day before, it would seem like maybe they did that here.
Right. But I don't know if it was at the facility or just at one of the workout places they go to.
Yeah. So C.J. Gardner Johnson was asked by the guys, why are you no longer – we should point out, C.J. Gardner Johnson, who's been on a different team now 5 consecutive seasons. New Orleans, Philly, Detroit, Philly, Houston. Why are you no longer a Philadelphia Eagle?
Why are you now a Houston Texan and not a Philadelphia Eagle?
Scared of a competitor.
You said they're scared of a competitor?
Yeah, simple as that.
What you mean?
You can't program a dog. Certain dogs, you can't say if you're a dog and then it's time to go out there. Hey, we need you. Let's look at the Washington Commanders game. I got kicked out. I was nowhere near to play. Everybody was fed up with me, and I'm like, if you go back to that play, I celebrated with Reed Blankenship. And I'm getting cursed from head to toe on the sideline and looked at Vic even get on me. I'm like, what did I do? So, people in the box, they call down and they're trying to figure out why am I getting kicked. They was trying to reverse the call because guys come off the sideline. If you watch that game, the game was already heavily. That's what sparked it. Then we had like a little scrum at practice. Nothing malicious, offense versus defense. But who's the culprit of it? Me, I guess, because I guess we're competing. When you telling the period is live, you telling us not to compete during a live period, but it's a live period. We competing to get ready for a playoff game. All right, cool. Mm-hmm. It's like little antic things that, okay, so how you want to play football?
Okay. I am excited for these practices.
For a little context here, because a little context on him getting ejected from the Commanders game. Yes, the play in question, I mean, the way C.J. Gardner Johnson lays it out was almost like he got flagged for a hit that he didn't actually commit or something. It was his second unsportsmanlike penalty in the game. The second penalty that he got ejected for was for after that after there was a big hit. It was Zach Bond forced the Commanders fumble. And CJ was jawing at the Commanders players, so he got an unsportsmanlike for that. It was his second penalty, so he got ejected. I think it was his second penalty in that quarter. So with CJ Gardner Johnson, this entire interview is really interesting because there were times where he was acknowledging that he's had to learn to dial it back at certain times, but also at the same time adamantly saying that he's never done anything wrong. So there's a balance there. CJ is an emotional player. I think and I think he's trying to find that balance between, okay, when do I need to dial back the emotion, but also the emotion is part of what makes me the player that I am. And I think it just feels like, given that he's been traded so many times and he's spent so many times with different teams, that there's a little bit of an element of like he's a bit much.
Yeah.
And part of that is what makes him a good player.
Yes.
But part of it also can rub people the wrong way at times.
All right, let's skip down here, Ben. This I think plays into this similar narrative here. He told a story from preseason about a practice. This is a story about Saquon Barkley and C.J. Gardner Johnson that wound up with C.J. Gardner Johnson getting cussed out by the Eagle coaches.
Okay, you asked me why I'm in Houston. We do a 2-minute drill. Uh-oh. And Nick say, it's third tempo. This is in, I think, first beginning part of practice, we get our pads. I say, you show, Nick. And Nick say, just throw them up, Sean says, I got you. The first play, guard turn out, shoot a gap. They immediately blow the whistle. Because they know, like, They were like, oh, no. Here, hold the D-line. The O-line say, oh, you want to go hit him, Saquon? He going to shake you. Saquon said, all right, Chauncey. You got it. We competitive. Because he walked up to me before camp. Hey, if I break, that's 7 points. If you stop me, that's 6 points. I say, bet. I say, but if I smack you, like, what if I hit you? Like, come on, all right, we just talking. So, because I had Wolf Coach say third tempo. Yeah. Like, what I get for that? He was like, just take care of him, take care of you. They doing how offense do. They little gimmicks on 2 minutes. Nick go empty, and I know what's coming. And Jalen Hurts, quarterback draw, I run straight down the middle. I'm supposed to be in the middle third, run right down the middle. I ain't even hit him, but I got drill over defense one, whatever. I got cussed out so bad.
So you got cussed out?
So it was a tempo violation in practice, which, I could see. That's interesting because this is where sometimes an offensive-minded coach versus a defensive-minded head coach, it matters. And I don't know if he would have gotten cussed out by D'Amico.
He might have more latitude here than he did in Philadelphia. Yeah.
Not having been there, but he's he's an habitual line stepper. Okay, which is it's always a matter of there are a lot of habitual line steppers on the Texans defense. I think he's a much better personality fit with, I think, D'Amico as a head coach and D'Amico as a defensive coordinator than perhaps he was with Nick. And now Nick, it's interesting because Nick Sirianni is a more fiery and emotional guy than D'Amico, or at least like kind of out of control emotions. Sirianni's got out of control
yelling
emotions
at fans during games.
Yeah, compared to D'Amico. D'Amico's very emotional in a good way, but it's always channeled very positively. And then Vic Fangio, likewise, as a defensive coordinator. Vic's always been an interesting one that, he's not sometimes I think in various places he's not a guy that players look at as an embraceable type of guy. So there might have been some friction there. I love Vic, but it's just sometimes there's fits that do and don't work out.
Yeah.
I think if there's a chance for it to work out long term for the first time in C.J. Gardner Johnson's career, he's got a much better shot of it happening in Houston.
Yeah, I
agree.
And
that he acknowledged multiple times in this interview that he's had to learn when is it okay to be full C.J. Gardner Johnson. That there's certain times where it's okay to be full C.J. Gardner Johnson. There's other times where you got to dial it back a little bit.
Yep.
And it also makes sense too that I do think like everything that he's tried to do to kind of change the way he operates, it might just be as simple as that in Philadelphia there's too much. It was time. It was just time. Even though he's changed, that maybe like when they have to make hard decisions and there's tiebreakers between which veteran player do we keep versus which one do we let go, like CJ was too far behind the sticks in that race to be the guy that they were going to choose to keep.
That makes sense. And if we have new listeners who don't know, Seth played for Vic Fangio for how many years here with the Texans?
5 years.
Yeah. So that's
4 years. 4 years here.
Yeah. So so Seth's got good knowledge as to what the personality types are.
And I saw it on the play. Like there's certain types of players that like Vic just can't. And this was 20 years ago,
Yeah.
But the Dolphins, it felt similar. The way things played out when Fangio was the Dolphins, it sounded very similar. There's just some players that he just doesn't necessarily connect with.
Yeah.
That I could see D'Amico, and I could see C.J. Gardner Johnson being one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas with D'Amico, I could see him connecting with C.J. Gardner Johnson in a different way.
Absolutely. All right. So the Texans have 2 joint practices coming up during training camp. They will have one here against the Carolina Panthers on August the 14th. Hopefully you got your tickets to that. There will be a second one in Detroit, which makes this even saucier because this is C.J. Gardner Johnson's former team. 2 years ago, he was a member of the Detroit Lions. So this was C.J. Gardner Johnson telling stories about joint practices that he's taken part in.
Giants came up there for joint practice. They knew what time it was. They coach said, yeah, we can't. Y'all defense, CD's going crazy. Jamal Agnew, Jacksonville come up there, live practice. For Philly's old coach, he was at Jacksonville.
Peterson.
Doug Peterson.
Doug say, we're going to go live. I hit Lil Agnew. He fumble helmet come off. They stopped joint practice. This is true statement. Dan said we're going to have a live 1v1s in Detroit. Gibby get his issue, but it wasn't on. I hit Jahmyr Gibbs in practice. Coach Shep get me. Everybody going.
Yeah.
They going crazy because in Detroit we do Oklahoma drills, so you know how it is up in Detroit, man. Yeah. They knew what time it was. When I told my pick, I felt bad for him, but I was happy for him because I was still there. Mm-hmm. If he had came into himself, Tracy was still. Me and Tracy
Walker
trying to figure out. Okay, I'm like, big bro, we the older ones, so we got the. When we saw Kirby and Brian go crazy, that's when we were like, all right, we can't say nothing no more. They got it.
Okay, so he's talking about Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch, and the lead into that was how Brian Branch, who was a rookie at the time when they were doing he wasn't sure, hey, how do I handle these? And he's going to C.J. Gardner Johnson for advice on it. It's almost like C.J. Gardner Johnson was this mad scientist trying to turn Brian Branch into Frankenstein. And by the end of that training camp, he had turned Brian Branch into Frankenstein.
With C.J. Gardner
Johnson. It's
Johnson,
coming, Kalen Bullock. You're going to be Frankenstein.
I'm about to say something that is usually a bad sign, which is this. Look, people are down on him. It's not like he's ever been arrested or has had legal troubles anything. Usually that's an indication that, all right, whatever the issues are, they're definitely they're more interpersonal in football and everything. You point out that the dude's he seems like a solid citizen. I don't have to worry about him the way some of the Chiefs have to worry. Some of the Chiefs players you have to worry about, or like the Cowboys, of course. I don't have to worry about him in that regard. He's a good citizen.
Yes.
But in terms of just the way he operates, this is where a conversation I had with one of our listeners once, who's I think he was a former Army Ranger. And we were talking about how it's interesting in the military. A lot of times you go from unit to unit, and sometimes you're just a fit in the culture of that unit, and then sometimes you're not. And it's not that it's one way good, one way bad, or whatever. There's just certain cultures where guys fit better. And I think there's a really good chance that CJ's just maybe a better culture fit for D'Amico's defense than he was for Philadelphia and for everything they had going on there. I know CJ Gardner Johnson has a good point when he says when the Eagles say that it was a cap casualty, that's an oversimplification, but it was a factor. Yeah. And it was in that they paid Saquon. They paid those defensive players. They did have to make some. There were going to be cap casualties, but deciding who your cap casualties are, that's the part that gets a little bit more personal with CJ. And I can understand why he felt, like he felt like he was being the type of player that they wanted him to be, and yet at the same time they don't want him around no more.
Well, and I think along those lines, I don't think we can ignore the fact that the Texans probably took a look at C.J. Gardner Johnson, not just the player and the fit and how productive he was, but looked at his contract. He signed a 3-year, $33 million contract with the Eagles. The Eagles have paid a lot of freight on that contract already. There's a signing bonus involved. C.J. Gardner Johnson comes at a value financially also to the Texans, I think, for what he brings to the table. So that's just part of it. Text message, did the pivot ask C.J. Gardner Johnson about his Lions stint? Would think Dan Campbell would embrace him. I don't recall that they asked him specifically about Campbell. What I thought jumped out to me, Seth, about that cut we just played about joint practices, where CJ talked about the joint practice with the Giants. They knew what time it was. The joint practice with the Jags where he knocked off Agnew's head. And then an actual practice with the Lions, with his own team, a team that, as he points out, does the Oklahoma drill at practice, where whatever it was enough to stop a Dan Campbell practice, right? There's a certain thing. It's one thing to stop a Mike McDaniel practice. It's another thing to cause something that stops a Dan Campbell practice.
I think it's really interesting. And the one thing that's important to remember is he is 27 years old. And that's where he accurately pointed out when the Eagles try to say, hey, we're going with youth. Okay, this is not an old player. This is not a 31-year-old that's going to, is in danger of falling off his peak or something. But it's also, he's learned some things, and just given by the interview, it does sound like he's put a lot of thought into just exactly what he can and can't do and when he needs to kind of hold his tongue. And it's not going to be perfect and it's not going to be beautiful, but you just, at the end of the day, he's a really good football player and he takes the ball away a lot. But the maturation that can happen at age 26 or 27, it happens with a lot of guys. They just kind of dial it back a little bit, and you might see the best version of him you've seen in terms of that balance, hopefully. But he's an emotional dude. He's an emotional dude.
I can't wait. I mean, there's a text message between Aziz and CJ. I cannot, all caps, I cannot wait for this season. This defense is going to be hard hitting. It's going to be fun. Training camp starts a week from today, man. First practice. This time next week, we'll be getting ready. We'll be within an hour of the first practice of training camp starting. Should be a whole lot of fun. All right, Payne and Pendergast continuing here on a Wednesday. Hey, let's circle back to last night's All-Star game. Ended in a historic fashion. The swing-off, the basically mini home run derby. I put up a Pender poll earlier this morning. I'm just curious. I think people liked it. How much do you like it? Do you like it enough to where you would use this as the way to decide regular season games? What do the people think of this methodology? We'll hit that coming up next.
In the Loop. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The Houston Astros shortstop Jeremy Pena. Pitcher Hunter Brown. And pitcher Josh Hader.
And thus ended the night for the Houston Astros, who made the trip to Atlanta for the All-Star game. That was it. They all three, Seth, I would say, did an amazing job tipping their cap, waving to the crowd. A++. Really good job.
Did any of them wink?
Not that I saw.
Okay.
I didn't look closely enough, but I didn't see. That would have been fun. Wink and give like the 6 shooters, like, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That would have been fun.
Hard to pull off a wink sometimes. In that new that new Cowboys documentary that's coming out on Netflix, in the trailer, there's a shot of Jerry Jones from back in the old days winking.
Oh.
And he looks so much like a landlord who's open to unconventional payment arrangements. Sort of like it's so creepy looking. Yeah, it very much has a I know you can't afford to rent.
Right.
Maybe we can work out another way, Mrs. Havenstein.
What does that wink say? That wink says it doesn't have to be American currency. Yeah,
it doesn't. I'm willing to accept alternate forms of payment.
And he would. He would. It turned out to be a really exciting All-Star game. If you shut it down early like I did, I went to bed when it was 6-0 National League. I was going to say extra innings. The American League came back and tied the game at 6 in the 9th inning, and they went to a swing-off.
Went to extra swingings.
Yes.
Yeah.
They picked their 3 best swingers on each team, and each took 3 swings.
Which All-Stars are most likely to be swingers?
I think, Kyle Schwarber made a good case last night. So Kyle Schwarber ends up hitting home runs on all 3 of his swings. That was good enough to win the MVP of the game. That's one of the interesting wrinkles, is that the MVP of the All-Star game, which is it's a cool honor. Bregman won it back in the day when he was an All-Star for the Astros. Kyle Schwarber won it basically because he just dominated the extra session format that they chose for this All-Star game. So each team picks 3 guys to take 3 swings, so 9 swings total, and whichever side hits the most home runs wins the game. And the NL wins. After coughing up that lead, they win the game because they win the home run derby part of it 4-3. So it's like a miniature home run derby almost. So I posed the question to you earlier, Seth, in terms of deciding a game, because Major League Baseball has already kind of opened the door for this because they're already using a gimmick to decide regular season games. It's a gimmick that looks more like real baseball than a home run derby does, obviously, because you need to make baseball plays to win the game. But the free runner on second is a gimmick. There's no question. And they're trying to shorten games and not wear out bullpens and keep the games tight so that people aren't watching 4-hour baseball games and whatnot. And it was cool. I didn't watch it live last night, but I watched the replay of it, and there is a certain intensity to it. And in regular season games, it actually means something. I started to think I could get behind. If we're already in the gimmick world, we're already in the world of gimmicks, I would gimmick a step further, and I would be okay with them using this to decide regular season games. People are killing me on the text page for this.
Yeah,
but I would do it.
I'm not with it. I don't like it. For one, I think it gives too much of an unfair advantage to teams that have power hitting, like a lot of power hitters or what have you.
For sure.
Of course, if you get into extra innings, there's a good chance that you've gotten there with at least one of the teams has some really good pitchers. So, I don't know.
But the way they did it last night was they had batting practice guys throwing it to them. It's not
right. Oh no,
pitchers.
I definitely. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Because it would be the home run derby. Yeah. No, I know. But I'm talking about like the actual how are teams constructed.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It feels unfair that great teams that have a lot of power hitting are going to end up having an advantage in a situation like that. I don't like that. I think if you're gonna try to some way make the extra innings even sexier, I would say just put the automatic runner on third, and then a much greater chance that it's also going to be over faster. Remember early on that it wasn't having the intended effect. It was like extra inning games were still going a lot longer before it all balanced out. But if you really wanted to just get them over ASAP, put an automatic runner on third.
See, I like the mini home run derby. All right, so a few hundred people have voted in a poll that I put up like an hour ago, because you and I talked about this earlier in the show. Here's how I worded the poll, Seth, because I know you haven't looked at this, and I'm anxious for you to guess. Pender poll. Last night at the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, it was decided with a mini home run derby to break the tie after 9 innings. 3 hitters, each getting 3 swings. Most home runs win. So, which method would you prefer to decide regular season games tied after 9 innings? Mini home run derby, automatic runner on second, the way they're doing it now, or old school, just play it out like we used to. No gimmicks at all, just old school play. So that adds a wrinkle to it here. So you get a flavor for just how many people have a stomach for a gimmick in the first place, and then if they do have a stomach for a gimmick, then which one is it? How do you think this played out?
I think it's hard for me, too, because I got to put my place in the most of the people answering your poll don't have a 3 or 4 a.m. wake-up call, so the extra innings games are extra devastating to me.
Yeah,
so
that's a good point.
I think 25% of people just would like to go back to the old way.
Okay.
I think 60% of the people are cool with it as it is.
Okay.
The automatic runner on second. And then the remainder would go to the
rest, like 20%.
I can't remember what I said for the first
one.
Yeah,
it'd be like 15 or 20% home run derby, something like that. I get where you're going with it. You're just way off on all this right now, Seth.
Oh!
Yeah, your fingers, we don't need multiple buzzes or anything. I thought that this, now again, it's just a few hundred people voting on Twitter, but the thing about these Twitter polls is that when eventually 3,000 people vote on it, the percentages stay about the same. 50% of the people want it the old way. They just don't want any gimmicks at all. 50% just want no gimmicks at all, which surprises me a little bit. But you're right. Like, you and I have a different sensitivity to the ghost runner ending the game early because we get up early. So the other 50%, they like gimmicks. 33% of the overall like the mini home run derby.
Oh, wow.
17% like the way that it is now. So it's almost one of those things like where, okay, half the people are get off my lawn, don't stop touching my baseball here. The half that aren't that way want to go full gimmick on it. At least 2/3 of that crowd want to go full gimmick on it.
My alternate suggestion would be, if you're into the gimmicks to begin with, I would say let's instead just put a pitching machine out there that's throwing 105-mile-per-hour heat.
Okay.
And just whoever gets a base hit first, just do that. However, get five swings, however many base hits you get, and then the other guy gets 5 opportunities, and you keep going at it.
Go full StatCast nerd, and the first team to get 110 exit velo on a 105-mile-an-hour pitch wins the game. Go full nerd.
I wonder
on
how
everything.
fast. I wonder. One of our listeners definitely knows this, I'm guessing. Like when Major League ball players, if they stand at the plate and they know that a pitching machine is going to throw a fastball, what's the fastest velocity they can handle?
That's a good
coming
question.
Out of it with it. It's probably pretty damn fast.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely real damn fast, but I wonder how high it goes.
Right.
Yeah.
Like guys sit on 99-mile-an-hour fastballs,
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Sean, put yourself on Take-A-Mania this Friday with that dumbass take. There's a lot of people. Hey, of the people that want gimmicks, more agree with me than agree with Seth on this one. The gimmick people more want mini home run derby. Who would the Astros pick? If you had to pick 3 guys to hit home runs.
That's why I'm so against this rule.
Yeah.
There are previous years where I'd be like, oh, hell yeah. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I guess, a healthy Jordan, obviously.
Healthy Jordan's a no-brainer.
At this point, I would love to be able to say Christian. Paredes, obviously.
Paredes as well, yeah.
Paredes, and then I guess Pena this year.
Yeah.
But it's not like Altuve's not hitting for the same power he used to hit for. There's nobody that's really just crushing it this year.
Yeah. Would it be Altuve? I think Jordan and Paredes would be my for sure 2. Yeah. And then I guess it'd have to be Altuve. These guys are pitched. I mean, keep in mind, they're not chasing sliders and stuff like that. These are meatballs that are getting thrown.
Remember, I forgot that part of it, is that there's no pitch selection involved.
Yeah.
So I would go with the Jordan, Pena, and Paredes. Or possibly Altuve.
Yeah,
knowing that actually in Minute Maid, if it were in Minute Maid Park, then Altuve, but then otherwise maybe Pena.
Paredes for sure if it's in Minute Maid Park. Walker, I mean Walker strikes out all the time, but if you got some 56-year-old guy throwing meatballs to him off the mound, I mean I kind of trust him to hit home runs in that situation, shouldn't I? Like if he's not having real pitches thrown to him.
I don't know if he's trtrustworthy in any capacity right now.
You may be right. Yeah.
Usually we'd love to say, hey, well, but at least he's giving you defense, but he's not.
Yeah.
He's just not nearly the defender that he typically is this year.
Yeah. Yiner has BP power, someone's saying on the text page. Yiner's on my list. I think the list is basically 7 guys you'd be choosing from. It'd be Jordan, Paredes, Pena, Altuve, Yiner, Walker, and maybe Cam Smith, maybe in that type of situation. Cam's got power, we know that, but he's only got 7 home runs this year.
So Christian Walker, because it's a home run derby and because they're just meatballs that they're throwing up, the pitch selection and everything that he might be struggling with this year, it wouldn't be a factor. And if you just go back to last year, when it came to hard hit percentage, barrel percentage, bat speed, all of that, he was in the 90th percentile of all of it. This year, the frustrating thing is looking at the advanced baseball savant stuff.
Yep.
The only thing he's really impressive at is bat speed. And all that means is that the at-bat is over infinitesimally faster than it might otherwise be with the average batter.
Yeah, exactly.
He is hitting that ball poorly or striking out way faster than a lot of people.
Nobody strikes out faster than Christian effing Walker, man.
He's in the 86th percentile of bat speed, but when it comes to striking out, it's got to be 99.9%.
Well, here's the thing, Seth. The bat moves.
His actual speed with which he strikes out.
The bat moves much faster when it's not actually hitting something. Like when it actually hits something, theoretically that...
And with no fear or expectation of hitting something.
Yeah, like you're just...
Psychologically, he's clear because he's like, there will be no impediment to this bat speed. I am going to get up into the 90th percentile as long as I keep missing the baseball completely.
It's very liberating, no doubt. Someone said I'd pick Christian Walker as long as the game's in Dodger Stadium. Yeah. He's money there, man.
Altuve at Dyken Park and Christian Walker at Dodger Stadium. Yeah. Just by way of... extending the misery a little bit. Yeah. Christian Walker right now is in the 12th percentile of strikeout rate.
That actually, if I would have guessed worse. I would have guessed single digits. He strikes out so much.
17th percentile in whiff percentage. Yeah.
I love how...
Don't worry. He's all the way up in the 26th percentile of walk rate.
I love that this question elicited a stat nerd Seth breakdown of Christian Walker. Like, who would we pick on the Astros for this thing that's never going to happen? And then we get strikeout rates for Christian Walker out of it. Can we trade Pendergast? No, you can't. That's not up to you.
Hey, what the hell?
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Someone texted that in. No, that's up to Sarah Fraser and Parker Hillis to trade me. And nobody's untouchable these days. That's the best hope I can give you. Nobody's untouchable. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on a Wednesday. All right, media days in college football. Maybe the most awkward faux pas ever at a college football media day happened, and it involves the Aggies and the Longhorns, and you're going to hear it coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner. from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so SEC Media Days yesterday. They've been going on all week. I think it's like 4 coaches a day. There's 16 coaches in the league. I think there's like 4 a day that are doing media availability. It's a big deal. Steve Sarkisian, we know UT, fairly new to the SEC. Steve Sarkisian, the Texas head coach, getting introduced yesterday. So he stands off to the side of the stage, and Greg Sankey, the commissioner, goes through, his resume here, and he gives a long intro, talks about his family, and then says, "Here is Steve Sarkisian." And then at that point, I'm guessing it's "The Eyes of Texas" that's supposed to play right there. That's the song that I would play if I were handling the DJ duties. But they all get their school's fight song as their walkout music. Here's how it sounded yesterday when Greg Sankey introduced Steve Sarkisian, head coach at the University of Texas, at SEC Media Days.
He was the 2020 Broyles Award winner for assistant coach, as offensive coordinator at Alabama. He's married to the former L'Oreal Smith. Steve has 2 daughters, Ashley and Taylor, a son Brady, and he and L'Oreal welcomed to Son Amias in April of 2025. The head coach at the University of Texas, Steve Sarkisian.
I feel like I'm swaying right now. I feel like I'm at Kyle Field right now. What's going on? Hang on.
All righty. Welcome.
That is the only cut I could find. I didn't hear anything where it extended into Steve Sarkisian's preamble for whatever it was he was going to share with the media, but it sounded like he just rolled with the punches, like, all righty.
Well, no, and it looked like it stopped playing, and then he just said, all righty, and you couldn't see whether he acknowledged it.
He acknowledged or addressed
I'm guessing
it.
He's looking at his notes as he's walking up, and I'm guessing that it just didn't register.
That's bad. That's the fight song. If it doesn't register, that's the Aggie war hymn playing underneath it?
Yeah, because he's focused on what's in front of him. He's not listening to the music. It wasn't, I don't know. I'll give him a pass on that. Whichever flunky arranged that as a practical joke or something, because I've yet to find a comment from a Longhorn who thinks that was an accident.
You and I are on a different wavelength on this one. If Marcus Freeman, if Notre Dame were in a conference, if Notre Dame were in the Big Ten, and Marcus Freeman gets introduced, and he's walking up there, and they play, they're playing Michigan's fight song, which is drastically different than Notre Dame's fight song, I'm expecting my coach to at least make a snarky remark about it.
This is the thing, though, because Sarkisian was looking at his notes, and remember, this is at Media Days. This isn't a pep rally. So it's not like he was trying to get the crowd riled up or anything.
Oh, man.
I 100% think that he was, I don't know, now maybe he commented on it and I didn't see it yet. I just figured he was unaware of what was going on. It just sounds like, to him, it might just sound like classic college music, whatever. I'm not thinking anything of it. I don't know. Am I naive?
That's what I want to know. Is Seth naive?
No, I'm not naive in that I don't. I suspect that was intentional on somebody's part.
Really?
I think somebody pulled a fast one.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
I don't know, man.
That's a bold
at great
move.
risk to their actual job and career.
Yes.
But if it was a college, even if it was some college intern or something doing this, I don't know. It was 50-50. It might have been an honest mistake. One of the people that replied to one of the posts about this says that Texas A&M back to their sabotage antics, up there with alarms, food poisonings, attacking Texas's hotel with noise pollution, etc.
Oh.
So that guy 100% believes that this was intentional.
It was intentional. Yeah. If they were to do it intentionally, it would have made more sense to do it last year, their first year in the SEC, when it would have been sort of a hazing thing, hey, welcome to the conference. Here's the Aggie war hymn, buddy. Take that. All right, so am I off base or is Seth off base? Seth thinks
Who's being naive here? I don't think Sarkisian it didn't even register in his mind.
Yeah. And I'm saying if that were my head coach, I would be a little upset if it didn't register in his mind. Who's off base here?
I like if it doesn't register in my. I want football guy, the guy who hears nothing and sees nothing. I want Nick Saban who steps over an injured player on the field because he's so dialed in on the most important thing. And right there in Steve Sarkisian's moment. Now remember, this is hard for me. There's an honorary Aggie that vaguely knows the lyrics to that song.
Yep.
To try to defend Steve Sarkisian here.
Yep.
That's it's. I want a guy that's just dialed in on what the one singular thing that he's about to do.
Saban probably. Saban would have been laser focused, like you're talking about. Lane Kiffin would have had 7 jokes about that happening up there. Yeah, for sure. All right, continuing with SEC Media Days.
You got to remember, Sarkisian's always on this constant battle of like, just don't go back to my old ways. Don't go back to my old. Don't let it disturb my equilibrium. I'm not gonna get. I gotta keep it smooth and steady. There we go.
I'm on a good path now. Guys.
Yeah, I'm on a good path. I don't want to. He was just talking about my kids. I'm not gonna mess this up.
Oh, that's funny.
Plus, it's also Sarkisian hasn't had that many opportunities to hear the.
That's only his second year in the SEC. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that might be part of it. It's not as automatic for him to to be reviled.
Maybe. And again, if I were a Longhorn alum, I would say learn you know your enemy. You know, I would find a reason to get angry about it. Is what I'm saying. That makes probably more about me than it is Sarkisian. At this point.
I, as a fan, choose to admire his focus.
Yes,
on that.
That's fair. Yeah. Arch Manning, also at SEC Media Days, he's the quarterback of the aforementioned University of Texas Longhorns. Talked about the advice that he gets from his grandfather, Archie Manning, on a daily basis.
How's the car wash been? How's the media day? Like, did you take any advice from anybody what to expect? Has it been what you expected it to be?
Yeah, it's been good. Everyone's been super nice. Kind of just starting, but my grandfather told me to keep it short and sweet and be thoughtful. So here we are.
Yeah. Does he have the best advice? Because like any conversation I ever have with him, I'm like, I take something from every conversation I have with your grandfather.
Like life advice.
I feel like he gives the best in the family.
Yeah, life advice. I mean, he texts all the grandkids every morning a Bible verse and a motivational text. So I hear a lot from him.
Is that like one group text, or are those separate texts he's sending to everyone?
It's a little bit of both.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of different, and he signs off his name. I'm like, I know it's you.
Hey, that's just an older person thing.
If you want to tell somebody at least like what the line is on how old you are.
Yeah.
Signing your texts.
That's a big one.
It's a big one, yeah.
That's a big running gag in the first season of Only Murders in the Building.
I haven't seen that.
That's a Martin Short and Steve.
Oh, Steve Martin, yeah.
Steve Martin, yeah. One of them, I think it's Steve Martin, of course, because he plays the dorkier one.
Yeah.
That always signs his texts.
That's funny.
Now, I do that. I do sign my text when I'm not certain the person knows who I am.
I do, too.
It's somebody that maybe I have their number, they don't have mine, so I always just I'll sign it. But that's an old habit die hard, and we know that the Manning family, at least we know Peyton, likes to write actual notes and letters to people.
Yes,
handwritten. Like actually handwritten.
Yeah.
And maybe he got that from his father, so his father has spent a lifetime writing notes.
Yep.
So now that he's in this texting world, he's not going to break that habit.
That's so funny.
I approve of that.
I do too. No, I'm cool with it. Dude, you're a quarterback in college, and your power base, your brain trust that you can lean on is Archie Manning, Peyton Manning, and Eli Manning.
Mostly, and the other one.
Mostly Archie and Peyton, and his dad.
The other brother, though.
The one who actually spawned him. Yeah.
No, the brother. What's his name?
Cooper. Yeah. No, he's Archie's dad.
Oh, his actual dad. Yeah. His actual dad.
Yeah. Yep.
You can Cooper for if things go south.
Cooper's pretty successful, isn't he? Isn't he like?
I supposedly. I don't know. Yeah. It's always hard to tell. I don't know if is he being propped up by his brothers? I don't know.
That's a good point.
I'm sure chances are he's a pretty. I don't know. When it comes to him being, we know that if Peyton Manning had to make it on his own in the actual business world and had never played football, he'd probably do all right.
Yeah, for sure.
Eli?
No chance.
Not so sure.
No chance.
So where is Cooper on that spectrum? I don't know.
I don't know enough about him. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I would be irritated that he didn't know this is a text, that it wasn't the Texas A&M fight song, not that he didn't know it was I would be irritated if he didn't know Texas's fight song, not that he didn't know it was the Aggies' trash-ass song. So that seems to be an actual Longhorn there.
I mean, he's only played the Aggies once as a coach of the
Longhorns,
Texas. So I don't. He might. It's just not going to register for him the same way.
FYI, it's not the Aggie fight song; it's the war hymn. I called it the war hymn a few times. I called it the fight song. Is it okay if I? Jesus, well, actually, guys, is it okay
if
I use it interchangeably for the purposes of this segment? Get the hell out of here.
Okay, that's it. Okay, no more synonyms on the show. We apologize.
Oh,
all right.
My God,
yeah, we
the
apologize
worst.
for calling. Are we allowed to call it a song? Okay.
Oh yeah.
A hymn is a type of song.
Sorry.
I'm going to call it the ditty. All right. It's a conflict ditty.
A banger. How about that?
It's the conflict ditty.
The conflict ditty. All right. Now for some reason Siri is going crazy on the screen of my iPad right now. I don't know what we just said.
I didn't realize we were running so long. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I wouldn't have pontificated so long about Cooper Manning.
That's okay. We have more college audio that we'll try to get to in the 9 o'clock hour here. A really funny story. Hey, the ESPYs are tonight. Is this enough to make you watch at least part of the ESPYs? It is for me. I want to know what this guy's kill list is going to look like on the monologue. We'll do that coming up next.
Area 45. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, did we just miss a... Seth and I were too busy talking about conflict ditties and things like that during the break. There's a text message, Ben. Is Boomer taking the same turn Andy Rooney did? Jesus, what an old turd. Did we miss another... Did we miss another Boomer Sports Minute?
Apparently.
Okay, if you...
I don't know, but kids, this is... Kids, if you ever had to sit and watch 60 Minutes at night, which was awful, when you're a kid, you're watching
torture.
60 Minutes with he's usually with my grandparents.
Yeah.
60 Minutes and Lawrence Welk were the ones that, as a child, I'm like, I just have to sit here and watch this trash.
Why is this on
for
TV?
A 10-year-old like this?
Yep.
So Andy Rooney was this grumpy old man that probably got paid $1 million a year to do a 1-minute rant about something that he was grumpy about. And that was the only thing I looked forward to as a young child, being forced to watch 60 Minutes on Sunday night.
Yep.
And it was kind of fun. It was a grumpy old man with just gigantic old man eyebrows.
Oh, huge eyebrows!
He could have parted his eyebrows. They were magnificent.
Yeah.
And I miss Andy Rooney. It was, I think, back in the day. I'm guessing he was actually an actual journalist or something. But in 60 Minutes, he was just a grumpy old man for 1 minute.
All right,
Yeah.
Ben, we'll need to snag that Sports Minute at some point. Just not this second or anything like that. But I'm my interest is piqued by this texter over here. So yeah, we'll get to that. And we'll get to some of your texts about the topics we've been hitting here. And
then we're gonna have a segment where we play nothing but Lawrence Welk music.
That's right,
Yeah.
with bubbles in the studio and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So Shane Gillis is hosting the ESPYs tonight. I'm not a huge ESPY guy. I'll watch it some years I don't. I'm not emotionally invested in any of the awards and who wins it, even though I'm an award guy. The only Houstonian that I looked at all the nominees for everything. I think the only thing as a Houstonian that I would have a vested interest in, Seth, would be Simone Biles is up for Female Athlete of the Year. But other than that, it's just a chance for a bunch of really rich sports people to get together and give awards to each other.
But there will be good highlights from it that we'll play.
There will be. There will be something. There's always something that goes viral. Shane Gillis is the host. Sometimes they get the host right, and sometimes they don't. I am in favor of this. I find Shane Gillis to be very, very funny, and I am optimistic that he will take the appropriate aim, Ricky Gervais at the Oscars style, on the scourges of the sports world.
The good thing about Shane Gillis, and I'm sure there's many reasons that people hate him for whatever reason, because that's the way it works these days. But I feel like Shane Gillis has hit big partly because he kind of feels like a lot of us do, where, man, like the everyman who's been plopped down into all of this, people being angry about everything all over the place, but he's got a way of poking fun at it, where I feel like no matter where you fall on the political spectrum, you can kind of laugh at it, even if he's taking aim at you.
Yeah,
so I feel like athletes might, as he's roasting athletes as he's doing this, I think they'll take it in good spirits.
You do? Okay. I mean, some of them, it's a sensitive crowd. You know,
Norm Macdonald, I think, was the all-time most vicious.
Yeah.
For the ESPYs.
Yes.
It was. I mean, because even more so than Ricky Gervais, I can't remember. He made some OJ jokes. It was still fresh.
He was making that. That was his go-to. Was the OJ jokes. That's what got him kicked off SNL.
Yeah. No, but in that setting especially, it was interesting.
Yeah. I was talking about that with somebody earlier this week. I think maybe I was out and about talking to some listeners. I was probably over at Lizards talking to somebody about it, and Norm Macdonald came up. And we were talking about how Norm Macdonald and OJ jokes were almost synonymous with each other. And they reminded me, whoever it was reminding me of the story about how he got kicked off SNL. Apparently the SNL people said, enough of the OJ, that's it. We're done. And literally, the very first one after that, OJ gets exonerated, and he's like, this just in, murder, legal in California. You're done. Did not give an F.
I was amazed that he made it as long as he did, because Norm Macdonald is you either like him or don't. Like, you either get him or you don't. And it's just he's your brand of humor or he's not. But so I was always amazed that he made it as long on the update as he did, because there were a lot of people that just flat out didn't think he was funny at all.
Right.
And then there were others that I thought he was because even he's one of those guys that he was one of the first anti-humor guys, would intentionally do bad jokes because it's funny that he's doing a bad joke.
Yes.
And that was where I think that's why a lot of comedians liked him as much as they did, was that he kind of pushed the boundaries, and that became a whole mode of comedy for 15 years of just the joke is that it's a bad joke.
Yeah.
So that people that aren't in on the joke that it's a bad joke, and that's what makes it a joke.
Yep.
Just they hated it.
Yes.
So Shane Gillis, this is why I say this about Shane Gillis.
Yeah.
Shane Gillis does a Trump impression that I think people on both sides of the aisle like.
I think so.
And
too.
I know there's going to be differences, and people will disagree with me. But by and large, I've seen people from both walks of life that think his Trump impression is hilarious.
Yeah.
So he gets away with a lot that in sensitive areas that other people would just be hated for.
Well, to my knowledge, he's not chasing it with all sorts of political opinions about things. He
plays himself off as just a dumb fella.
Yeah,
I'm just a dumb guy. Whatever. Hey, there you go.
It's another thing when someone's doing an impersonation of it, and you know that there's 10 political opinions behind it. That's where people I think get a little
is trying
put
to prove
off.
a point or whatever.
Yeah, get a little put off. So I'm predicting people. I hope Shane Gillis includes in his monologue LeBron James. Well, I'm guessing he's going to be there. I think he's at the ESPYs all the time. LeBron James, who actually I think hosted the ESPYs one time. Hopefully he makes fun of that. Yeah,
it was when he was young. Remember?
Yeah,
I think it was early in his career, if I'm not mistaken.
Aaron Rodgers. I think I could see some Aaron Rodgers showing up in Shane Gillis's monologue somehow, some way.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs is kind of an under the radar one that I'm maybe a little more sensitive to because he was a Texan last year. But that's an easy target right now with all the stuff going on the boat with Cardi B like a month ago.
The one thing I'd be curious about is, you remember on College Game Day, he kind of made a joke with Nick Saban on the panel about Alabama cheating or something. And he did it after McAfee and somebody else had told Shane Gillis, no, go for it.
Yeah.
He'll think it's hilarious. Saban did not think it was hilarious. Saban gave him a death glare.
No.
And Gillis was... Yeah, it was not comfortable for him. Yeah.
Do you think? I think Bill Belichick and his girlfriend are a lock to be mentioned in his monologue.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Sure.
Quite a lot. Yeah.
For sure.
So I don't think, but Belichick or Saban will not be in attendance. I could predict.
No, I would agree with that. Do you think, similar to how he's found a way to do a Trump impersonation and not really piss anybody off, does he find a way to make an Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark joke that doesn't make people angry?
I think he finds a way to make a joke that pisses off
everybody,
90% of America. I think that because that's a crossover hit.
Yeah.
And whenever you go into a crossover hit, that there's people that don't follow sports at all that are debating Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. They will not like the joking about it.
Yep.
So both Caitlin Clark admirers and Angel Reese admirers there will be 3,000 word think pieces out there on blogs all over America about how evil Shane Gillis is for having made that joke.
Amen.
About both of them, about both Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese.
Yep.
Yes.
I'll watch the monologue for Shane Gillis. First time watching the ESPYs in years. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the monologue. The rest of it, whatever, I'll have it on in the background. But
he does. He does a thing about going through the Thomas Jefferson, going through the tour at what was the name of Thomas Jefferson's house there? It was
I don't know.
Monticello.
It's a plantation.
Yeah,
right?
and I think I'm wrong on that, but whatever. But he's like, when I'm going through and I won't do it because I'll botch it and people hate me for it.
Yeah.
But it's kind of his struggle of trying to be super patriotic, dude, but also trying to be recognizing that. Yeah, we did some messed up stuff back in the day.
Yeah.
And you go through Thomas Jefferson, and Thomas Jefferson was the apex of wow, a lot of the awesome ideals that made America great, but there's also this whole
other stuff going on.
thing.
Yeah. Hey, shifting gears for a second, you and I were talking about speaking of things that somehow get polarized politically and whatnot, the Superman movie. It's funny, Seth. I was talking about, Amy says this to me yesterday out of nowhere. She's like, I've heard the Superman movie's really, really good. We should go see it. And I said, I've heard that it's good from some people, and I've heard that it's horrible from other people, which I'm always inclined to go anything that, like, it's 50-50, like, polarizing like this, I'll go see just to see what the fuss is all about, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
And people are talking about it.
Right.
It's our job and tax expense or a deductible expense to go watch that movie.
That's right. Keep your receipts, kids.
As long as we talk about it, be sure we talk about it after.
Right. Or in this case,
I don't want the IRS coming after you.
That's it. I don't need that. Mike Francesa, longtime radio host up in New York on WFAN. Now he's got his own streaming show that he does. We played his audio. Former co-host of Mad Dog Russo, whose audio we play on this show quite a bit. This went viral. He did like an 8-minute monologue on how horrible the Superman movie was. He went and saw it. I'm not going to play all 8 minutes of it. I picked out a couple cuts here, though, that I think many of you will find entertaining. This is his lead-in where he says he really hated this movie.
What I'm getting into is this stunk. As for someone who's a old-time TV show Superman guy trying to get entertained for a couple hours and wants to see Superman, this movie was pure torture to sit through. Torture. I mean, I'll tell you this. If my name was on the credits, I'd hide it. That's how bad it was. This was 2 hours of this new Superman. It was he wasn't Christopher Reeves, but he was okay Superman. 2 hours of him getting the crap beat out of him. Who wants to see Superman get beat up for 2 hours? He's getting beat up by everybody. Plus, you have other superheroes in the movie. I didn't go there to see some guy named Mr. Terrific. I didn't go there to see the Green Lantern or some lady named Hawk something or other. I don't even know who she was. Okay, these other superheroes who he calls on. Who are these other superheroes? This is a Superman movie. You want to see Superman flirt with Lois Lane, keep his disguise, and battle crime. That's what you want to see.
The times have changed, Francesa. We need to see the hero get beat up a little bit so that there's a comeback in the end, you know?
So I'm going to review his review based on this standard.
There's more coming, but continue.
I know. But based on this standard, okay, does this sound like a bad movie or does this sound like a grumpy old man who is in love with his version in his mind of what Superman should be? And so far, I'm leaning towards, all right, you don't like this particular version of Superman more so than the movie itself.
Amen.
Okay?
Amen.
So I'm leaning towards grumpy old man right now.
Yep, I am too. Now, I just looked it up. I'm not a comic book guy at all. I've seen several of the movies. If they're really popular, I'll go see them. I'll probably go see this one with alcohol.
Plus, it's not like there hasn't ever battled other superheroes before. That's
Mr. Terrific is an actual is a superhero appearing in the American comic books published by DC Comics. I couldn't tell if that was something he was just making up as like a name. Like, I don't need to see, like the equivalent of someone saying Joe Blow. Like, I don't need to see Mr. Terrific, actual superhero.
The only thing, he almost said Lex Luthor. But he caught himself. Lex Luthor is not. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's not really a superhero. He's just a villain, right?
He's a villain who's apparently in this movie. But he's a villain. He's a villain.
I saw one little clip with Lex Luthor in it, and I kind of liked him. I'm like, I kind of side with Lex Luthor in this clip. I've seen one clip of the movie, and the one thing that I thought immediately was like, this seems like a much more emotional Superman than I've seen before. He seemed, he seems more like a human Superman.
Francesa does not like that this version of Superman had robots and a dog.
Early on, there's robots. I don't want robots. Okay, I don't want robots taking care of Superman. I don't. Then there's a super dog. Who came up with a super dog? I mean, we all like dogs, okay? And I didn't like the dog getting beat on in the movie. It bothered me. But, hey, who came up with a dog with a cape? When did that arrive? I watched Superman for years on television. I never saw a dog with a cape. I never saw robots.
To answer his question, by the way, 1955.
that was when the original Supermans were
That's the original Crypto the Super Dog.
Oh, there was a dog.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Ben. Ben's like stat boy. I'm pardon the interruption now.
So now I'm veering towards grumpy old man who's not old enough, or is so old that he doesn't remember. I'd like that sounded like a grumpy old man take.
Yeah.
I don't want robots like his. It's very much you want everything just so.
Yes.
I want everything just so it needs to be just the way I like it.
Everything like it was with Christopher Reeve in the first Superman movie.
This is what it sounds like. I don't know why they can't make the exact same Superman movie every single time. Are you telling me they couldn't make money with that? Why are they changing things in such a way that people might find it entertaining because it's different from the original one?
Do you want one more?
I am 100% going to go see this movie now based on my grumpy old man spectrum.
Francesa, yeah. Francesa says, I know there were some politics that people got upset about, but this movie sucked.
Before you get into all the Middle East innuendos, all right, you got people claiming it's anti-Semitic. I mean, hey, I'm not getting into the political ramifications of it. Are there political ramifications and innuendos? Yes. Forget that. This is just awful. I mean, I actually think the people who wrote this must have been on some kind of hallucinogen before they decided that this was a wrap and this was what they were going to go with. The creative consultants and the writers in this thing must have all been absolutely rocked before they made this thing. That's how bad it was.
Certainly a good Hollywood movie has never been made when the people involved were doing drugs of any sort.
Chemical influence.
Wait a second. Are you telling me people in Hollywood were on the jazz? No way. Not for me, Sam. I know what he's saying, though. There's sometimes you're watching a movie, it's like, okay, these guys have done a little too much acid, even by Hollywood standards.
Yeah.
Okay, 100% I'm going to go see it now.
Yeah.
2, I wish he hadn't tipped his hat as to, like, what... I didn't know. I knew that some people were either saying that it's too political or it's been politicized or whatever. I didn't want to have any knowledge of what the actual issue was.
Yeah.
But still, I'm going to go to try to watch it with a clean slate. But no, based on his incredibly negative review of Superman, I feel like I have to go watch it and 100%. See it now.
He made me way more likely to go see it now than I was before seeing his review.
Average audience rating so far is 4 out of 5.
Oh, okay. Are you
on whichever website I saw that on?
Okay.
I don't know. Let's check the Rotten Tomatoes. I'm always intrigued by. Okay, I'm going to predict right now.
I'll open it up. You predict Rotten Tomatoes.
So on Rotten Tomatoes, I'm always intrigued by the ones that have a really high audience score but a really low critic score, or vice versa.
Yep.
I'm guessing this has a really high audience score and a really low critic score.
I'm going to the search box here. Superman. Let's see. Superman. 2025 Superman. Here we go. All right. What do you guess? Give me your guess again.
I'm guessing that it's a high audience score, like around 90. And a low critic score, like a 65.
Okay, the tomato meter is the critic score, right? And the popcorn meter is the audience score. Am I right about that? Popcorn meter, 93%. So Francesa is in a very, very small minority here.
I don't want robots.
He's a grumpy old man.
The critics, yes, lower, 83%.
Oh, still 83%.
83%,
okay.
Yeah, lower, but not that much lower, yeah.
This sounds like one of those things that people are screaming about, expecting to find a sympathetic audience when they talk about it's because especially if they're politicizing it at all.
Yeah.
But by and large, most people are like, whatever, bro, settle down, it's a movie.
Right.
Okay.
Right. All right, your thoughts on it? Oh, by the way, Seth, people said George Washington, not Thomas Jefferson, and Monticello was the house. You were talking about Thomas Jefferson and Shane Gillis before.
No, his bit. Okay, Thomas Jefferson was Monticello, but George Washington was the bit.
Oh,
the bit
okay.
He was doing about it,
Gotcha.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's.
I might be wrong on that too. Yeah, Thomas Jefferson's house is named Monticello, but the bit
was
that
George Washington.
The bit that Shane Gillis was doing is about George Washington.
There you
Thank
go.
you, everybody.
Yep.
Luckily, I gave the disclaimer that I was almost definitely wrong on that, yes.
Absolutely. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we've been talking about these top 10 lists that ESPN's been doing, going by position. There is one position where they got no votes. Actually, it's 2 positions, one big group, the offensive line. Will anybody get a vote next year in the top 10 for the offensive line for the NFL from the Texans? And if so, who will it be? That's coming up next.
Mokaram injury attorney.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You know, I'm anxious to get Lopez's thoughts on this Aggie Longhorn dust-up from the Sarkisian intro yesterday. Get an Aggie's perspective on it and see what Lopez thinks. You missed it. they played the Aggie War Hymn as Steve Sarkisian, University of Texas coach, was walking out to do his press conference yesterday. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. Seth, we've been going through these ESPN top 10 lists at each position group in the NFL the past week and change, and they finish up tomorrow. Cornerbacks are tomorrow, so I would expect to definitely see Stingley's name in the top 10, and it wouldn't shock me to see Kamari Lassiter's name in the honorable mention. It would surprise me if he were top 10, just based on he's a rookie or he's 1 year in. Would not surprise me to see him get honorable mention, and I would be surprised if he didn't get any votes in this exercise of 70 NFL people voting on this thing. The offensive line, they chopped up into interior O-line, which is guards and centers, and tackles. They had in a separate group. So 2 groups of offensive linemen. The Texans had nobody in the top 10, nobody in honorable mention. They had nobody get a vote in this exercise for their offensive line. And I got to say, right now, that passes the smell test. Now, Laramie Tunsil was on the team last year. He finished 7th among tackles last year. So I'm not surprised, Seth, that not a single NFL person put any of these Texans offensive linemen in their top 10. The hope is that this position group, well, both groups, interior and the tackles, the offensive line as a whole, gels and improves this year. Will they gel and improve to where guys are being named to the Pro Bowl? We'll see. I have my doubts. But I think the hope is they can be a better unit, and if they do, then some of these guys are going to start to pop up on the radar. If you had to pick one Texans offensive lineman that's on the team right now to at least get a vote next year, to at least have somebody in the NFL say, this guy is a top 10 interior guy or this guy is a top 10 tackle, who would it be?
Okay, I'm torn on this one because if it were interior offensive lineman, it would be very easy for me to say Titus Howard. I want it to be Titus Howard for 3 reasons. 1, it means that Nick Caley knows what he's doing.
Yep.
2, it knows that Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach, knows what he's doing. And 3, it would be that Titus Howard has genuinely embraced the leadership role and is leading by example, which has a spillover effect on everybody else.
Yeah.
So, and it does look like Titus has embraced the leadership role now that he's one of the old guys in the room. Now it's a matter of just, do all the right things. He's shown a lot of promise as a guard, but now if he does end up playing guard, I think this will be the first time he's really embraced it in the offseason, and he can clean up some of the things. There's times where, he does some really good things, but then there's other times where it looks like, this is a tackle who's temporarily playing guard.
Yeah.
So I would like it because I think there's a spillover effect on everybody else. If I had to go just strictly, what helps your team the most?
Yeah.
It would be if Blake Fisher or Ariante Ursary
a young tackle
had turned into a top 10 offensive tackle, because then all of a sudden you've got a really young guy still on his rookie contract who's at one of the most important spots on your team at offensive tackle. And if it's Ariante Ursary at left tackle or Blake Fisher at right tackle, that would be great. So between those two, I would still pick Titus Howard, because I think that's if what they're trying to do is establish a different culture in the offensive line room, and Titus Howard can be a part of that, and a leader in that, instead of maybe wondering if he's one of the guys that needs to be swapped out for culture issues. Yeah, I would be really excited about that.
We have a Texans question on the text page along those lines. Trey Smith's record deal yesterday. With his record deal, if you missed it, Trey Smith of the Chiefs signed for $23 million a year. And the top NFL guards being paid around $18 million plus per season over the last few years. Does it make Titus Howard's deal, which is about $18 million a year? He signed that when he was a right tackle. Does it make it more acceptable? He's around $18 million a year. In this O-line going forward, he's a guard, correct? And yes, he's going to be a guard at least to start out with. Does Titus Howard's? Do you have any sort of feel either way about contractually where they are with him right now? The value in Titus Howard?
I don't, and they tweaked it and gave him some more guaranteed up money up front, but that's not necessarily it wasn't like he got a pay raise or anything. They restructured it the typical way you do to massage the cap. It would. I mean, it was an overpay at the time. Given that, and he got it after the 1 year where he'd finally been healthy the whole time. But I don't think he lived up to his contract when he got it at the time. But those, as every contract does, it ends up being more affordable over time. Yeah. I think that if he can be a competent and productive guard, certainly if he could be a top 10 guard, then I'd feel a lot better about it. But then I think Casario's also paid for his versatility. And Caserio has always been, I think, way more bullish, like genuinely bullish about Titus as a guard than the rest of us have been. And this is where the Pro Football Focus grades can get kind of dicey sometimes. There's an effect when Titus Howard goes down and plays guard, like that we saw last year in the playoffs, especially, and in the last few games of the season, where they became overall a better rushing team and a better run-blocking offensive line just by having his mass and his bulk and his athleticism in there on the interior.
Mm-hmm.
So there was glitches in pass protection that everybody had across the board, including tight ends and running backs last year. But, I think, as the salaries have escalated now, it makes it feel that contract could feel like a bargain at the end of the year if Titus Howard really thrives in the guard role.
Yeah, I'm not complaining about it. I'm fine with it. I don't think it's a great value. I don't think it's a horrible value. I think you got to see how Titus Howard does at a new position with a new coach, and then I'll give you my assessment of it. All right, this Aggie Longhorn thing with the fight song, the war hymn, getting played as Sarkisian walked out for his press conference. You thought it was intentional, Seth. You thought it was somebody...
I thought there was a chance it was intentional.
Okay.
Part of that is fueled by so many Longhorns saying, just flat out convinced.
Yeah.
And apparently, in the Longhorns' minds, there's a long history of harassment by Aggies, with bombarding the hotel with music, fire alarms, all this stuff that sometimes goes on.
Well,
I don't know if they've ever poisoned a tree allegedly or anything, but yes.
I'm very curious how this will go. Larry and Stafford happens to be a big Longhorn. I'm wondering how he feels about it. Larry, how are you feeling about Sark getting the Aggie war hymn played underneath him yesterday?
Sean, I'm going to side with you that Seth is, I believe, a little bit naive. These are people that have kidnapped each other's mascot. And if you're sitting here thinking, Billy Bob, the red hat wearing person up in Aggieland, didn't pay somebody $15,000 to play that old stupid fight song that he played when Sark walked out, you are sadly mistaken. I'm not sure if you remember, but the Oklahoma State Cowboys was building a stadium for their football team. And somebody paid some contractors to put OU bricks in their stadium. So these kind of things are not happening by accident. These things, they wanted to try to minimize Sark coming out there because them Aggies didn't do nothing for the 10 years that they had a leap on the Longhorns getting to the SEC, and now they're back to being little brother like they've always gonna be. Now, having said that, let's talk football. I need these next 2 weeks to get over. I need this week and a half and of the off season to be over, because now I got Mike Francesca longing for the days of George Reeves and his oatmeal in front of a black and white TV, looking at Superman flying on a table or something. Then I got Archie Manning signing off his text messages with his name, Archie Manning, to his grandkids as if they don't know he Archie. And then now I'm sitting up here doing the same thing, sending my kids text messages with L on it. Something's going on, and I got to stop this. Son, we need to get football season coming, man, because right now I'm having way too much free time to do projects and stuff that's getting me in trouble. And I'm a firm believer that once football season comes, everybody going to leave me the hell alone in our hall.
Yeah, appreciate you, Larry. Yeah, Larry took on a project. He used YouTube to try to fix something mechanically wrong with his wife's passenger side door on her SUV. And,
yeah. Dude, fixing that's where, man, home repair and everything, YouTube has been a great asset for me, but I tried to fix something electronic ones in my car, and oh my God. Yeah, that's a different level, man.
It took days.
That's a different level.
Yeah. Now,
especially if you're doing it out in the heat.
Yes, and it was outdoors. Yeah, now to be clear, the thing that I thought Seth was naive about was not whether or not that was a purposeful thing that was done to Steve Sarkisian. Yeah. The thing I think Seth is naive about is Sarkisian's complete lack of acknowledgement of the whole thing. Like, I think he just I think he knew what was playing, but he just chose to go right into his little speech there. Yeah. You thought that he just didn't hear it because he was so laser focused on giving the speech.
Combination of not hearing it and it wouldn't have broken through his concentration because he's only as the Texas coach, he's only played the Aggies once.
That's right.
So it's not. I'm not buying that he would have immediately been like, my Stars, are they playing is that the war hymn? Which is the Aggies' fight song?
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, you bastards. We had multiple people try to correct us that it's not the fight song, it's the war hymn. War hymn is the name of their fight song, okay? Yeah. Am I allowed to say the national anthem?
Right.
It feels like there's no pushback when I say the national anthem.
No.
The Star-Spangled Banner is the title of our national anthem.
Thank you.
Just like the war hymn is the title of your fight song.
Right.
Or as I like to call it now, your conflict ditty.
Yes. That's going to stick.
I will never say war hymn again.
Nope.
That is your conflict ditty.
Conflict ditty. We might play it just so we can call it the conflict ditty every day. All right, a case of mistaken identity. How many times have we done what Dabo Sweeney did when it comes to names of people? We'll have that. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. That'll be coming up next. But first, Chris Poulos, the owner of
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. We've been playing some audio from some of these college coaches this week because it's been media days. Dabo Swinney, of course, Clemson's head coach. They're in the ACC. He told this story at a press conference about how he and his wife, his family, they were on vacation at a beach town somewhere, and the name Brian Kelly happened to enter the chat. That there's a shop on the beach that was run by Brian Kelly's wife. Well, of course, the best-known Brian Kelly in the sports world is the LSU head coach. And that's the one Dabo Swinney knows. They play each other in the opener this year, by the way, Clemson and LSU. So they said, hey, go to this shop. It's run by Brian Kelly's wife.
I'm here with my family.
Yeah, that Brian Kelly, exactly. Should I explain the dual Brian Kellys before we play this, Seth? Okay.
Probably, yeah. We should explain that there's another Brian Kelly who's a member of Florida Georgia Line.
Correct.
And the country band. Yep. So that was so when you hear about his confusion in this, it'll make sense.
Yeah.
But Dabo Swinney never had a hint that he was mistaking these two Brian Kellys.
Yes, he had no clue of the Florida Georgia Line one was off his radar for sure. Here's Dabo Swinney.
My brother or my sister-in-law, she's saying, hey, Brian Kelly has a place. His wife has a gift shop right on the corner there in Creighton Beach. I'm like, oh, really? That's pretty cool. I had no idea. So anyway, we go there, and I walk off. So I go into the store. Me and Kath walking in the store. Kath buys something because she's trying to support Mrs. Kelly or whatever we're doing. So she buys something, and we go in the store, and I'm walking around. I go out, and they're like, yeah. And he's got a concert. He's going to have a concert in the back. So I'm like, okay, I'll walk out in the back. There's a little stage in the back, and there's like some, I think it's like fake grass or whatever, just a small little area. And it says Brian Kelly, performing live on this day, whatever. And I'm going, freaking hey, Brian Kelly can sing, play. I didn't know that. So I'm like taking pictures, and I'm sending it to Brian Kelly. I'm sending all these pictures of Brian Kelly, and then I'm going, I get on the stage, Brian Kelly, I'm just kind of having some fun. I'm like, hey, I got, and I sent all this to Brian Kelly. All right. Well, then the guy that was with my brother, he's walking over because Cass said something about, I don't know what she said. I just can't believe it, Brian Kelly. This is really cool. And she's, like, we know we played them or something in the opener or whatever to the guy. And he's like, what? And as it turns out, there's another Brian Kelly. And he's like, what's the band? Anybody know? It's something Florida Georgia Line or something. I think it's called Florida Georgia Line or Georgia Florida Line Band. Florida Georgia Line Band, and he's like a lead singer or something. And I've even heard their songs, but I don't know all these people's names. But I have no clue. So now Kath goes, babe, it's Brian Kelly's a singer with Florida Georgia Line, and I went, what? I've been fired all these pictures off to Brian Kelly.
I'm here with my family.
Yeah, if anybody would try to fake their way through a musical performance to impress people, it would be that guy.
I just, you know what, we probably shouldn't have explained it beforehand, but here's the problem. I had read the transcript of that before I listened to it, and when I read the transcript, the way Dabo Swinney talks, I was so lost. I didn't know what the hell was going on. But the fact that he was sending pictures to Brian Kelly, the coach, and I wonder what he wasn't getting any responses back from Brian Kelly, the coach. I wonder if Brian Kelly, the coach, thought that Dabo Swinney was going crazy.
Probably.
Or just super drunk or something.
Well,
that would be so confusing.
If you had to guess on the scale of where Brian Kelly, the coach, sits on just seeing the humor in something where there's no rhyme nor reason, I would put him at the far end of like, F this guy, like throwing the phone down.
This guy's wasting my time.
He's wasting my time, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm trying to get work done here.
Yeah. So Brian Kelly, you ever had a mistaken name thing before with
one time Belichick texted me to congratulate me on getting the Giants job, but when it turned out it was actually Brian Daboll. And that was the first thing that popped in my mind was when Brian Daboll. That was part of the lawsuit eventually.
Yeah.
Brian Belichick was trying to text Brian Daboll and congratulating him about the Giants job, but he accidentally texted Brian Flores, who was in the running for the Giants job, and it created a certain amount of confusion about because Flores, because I don't think they had announced yet who the coach was, but somehow Belichick knew it before Brian Flores knew that he didn't get the job.
Yeah. Is that?
If I remember correctly,
I hesitate to say that doing something like that is an old man thing. Like we were talking earlier, Arch Manning was joking around about how his grandfather, Archie Manning, signs all his texts. That's an old man thing because that's something you willingly do. Accidentally hitting the wrong Brian and sending it to it, like I could see myself doing that. Just if you're in a hurry or something like that, like you type BRI and it brings up all your Brians and you hit the wrong one accidentally.
Or if you're doing voice to text and you tell your phone to call Brian, whomever, or whatever. Sometimes
or text
I'll be like, my phone. I mean, usually I'm sure it's my fault ultimately, but it'll do it. It does this weird thing where sometimes you'll say the person's first name. And it brings up somebody that you haven't talked to in 19 years.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like Cynthia. I'll say Cynthia. That's my mom's name. Yeah. But I know she's in my phone as Cynthia Payne. And it'll bring up like a Cynthia Flores, who I don't even know who it is.
Right. That's frustrating. Hey, speaking of old man things, we had a texter. You and I didn't hear this earlier. The Boomer Esiason Sports Minute.
I remember Cynthia Flores now. That was a moment.
Facebook.
All right, go ahead.
Facebook. Yeah. Excellent utility. So we had a texter text in like, oh, my God, you guys played that Boomer Esiason Sports Minute yesterday. This one was blah, blah, blah. They were up in arms about how boomerish Boomer sounded. You and I didn't hear it. Ben pulled it. Let's take a listen and see if this is a get off your lawn or get off our lawn moment for Boomer Esiason.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. At the British Open, or the Open Championship, which it's really called, the world's #1 golfer, Scotty Scheffler, waxed philosophical that winning, which he does often, isn't the be-all, end-all for him. This is not a fulfilling life, Scheffler said. It's fulfilling from the sense of accomplishment, but it's not fulfilling from a sense of the deepest places of your heart. Okay, Boomer Esiason.
Okay.
That's his take? Okay.
Okay.
Is that like a cynical okay?
I definitely think it's a cynical okay. For sure. For sure. You kind of like this one. You're not as upset about this one.
I love Boomer scoffing at it.
With one word.
Yeah.
That's pretty strong.
Okay. Next, I can just see him taking his stack of papers and flipping it off the top to get to his next topic. Yeah.
The worst part, hey, Ben, sorry I didn't interrupt you, Ben. Can you play it from the beginning again? I'll down cue you. This, and I saw the look on Reggie's face, too. Reggie Atatula and John Lopez are in the house. This was the part that I thought was the most annoying part.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. At the British Open, or the Open Championship, which it's really called.
Get out of here with your fight songs and your war hymns and your British Opens and Open Championships and everything else. We can call it what the hell we want to call it.
Right, and this is the thing. I'm actually someone who is fine with calling like the thing by its actual name. Like I'll say Roland Garros, with French Open. I'll call it the Championships Wimbledon every once in a while. Like I'm okay with being persnickety about this, but also like just do it then.
Yeah.
Right? You were the one. Nobody else called it the British Open and then did the Open Championship. You did this.
Yes.
It's 30 seconds. You got your limited 30 seconds. You spent the first 5 of it doing this yourself.
That's why his whole take could only be, okay. He's burning calories at the beginning talking about the name of the damn thing.
This is what you got to remember about these sports minutes is that I don't think any of the people that have to do the sports minutes enjoy doing the sports minutes. It's really, it's a lot harder to write something for 30 seconds because I think the sports minute is now 30 to 40 seconds or so.
Oh, it's less than that. It's like 20.
It takes more time to write a 40-second blurb than it does to write a 5-minute blurb.
Yeah.
If you're trying to convey some information.
Because you're just going stream of conscious on 5 minutes.
I think those guys, I think they hate doing them, and I'm not certain that Boomer writes his own anyway.
Yeah, thank you.
If I were Boomer, I would not. I'd have somebody else writing them for me.
I was going to let you finish before I said that. I was like, I don't know this to be true for sure, but I would bet. I would give 10 to 1 odds that Boomer does not write his own sports minutes.
An intern would kill for that.
Well,
I wrote the sports minute for Boomer Esiason.
So if he didn't write his own sports minutes, what happens when he's just like, happy birthday, shout out, I'm Boomer, I'm Esiason.
Oh, really? It's some intern wishing happy birthday.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So it's, because he gets, I'm empathetic to anybody who gets in at like 5 in the morning to do a 6 a.m. show. Like, I got to sit down and write 5 sports minutes for you here and record them before the show starts.
Yeah.
So I'm empathetic. How you guys doing?
Terrific. It's the war hymn, by the way, and only the war hymn.
We had somebody say that there's a fight song and a war hymn.
Okay, all right, okay, Lopez.
He's Boomer Esiason.
What is the Aggies fight song?
It's the Aggie war hymn.
Okay, so so what if I say, am I allowed to call it the national anthem? That seems to be acceptable when I talk about the national anthem. America's national anthem is.
I see where you're going. I don't mind people calling it the fight song.
You don't, okay?
Because that's the common. Yeah. That's the common way people refer to those things. But at A&M, it is officially the war hymn and only.
That's
the war
the
hymn.
title of it. Yeah, I get you. Okay, so you're not angry about it.
You call it the fight song all you want.
Okay, thanks.
But there's not. But the thing was, there's not a fight song and the war hymn as you intimated.
Yeah. Well, I was just reading text.
Right.
Yeah. That's that.
Yeah. Somebody claimed that there was a fight song that was separate from the war hymn. Where everything I've seen is that their fight song is the war hymn.
Correct.
This is where listen, Hullabaloo, connect, whatever. This is why Aggies get annoying sometimes. Okay, and now look, I know I'm known to be persnickety about stupid little details.
Yeah, persnickety,
and you're an Aggie.
Yeah. Honorary. And, you're testing me here.
He's questioning it today. Yeah.
We cannot live in a world where we don't call our fight song a fight song. It's specifically the war hymn and the war hymn only.
No. I will say that we call it the war hymn.
Yeah.
But I don't mind when someone calls it a fight song.
Got you.
I mean, that's what it is.
Yep. Do you think that Sark knew that the Aggie war hymn was playing? Okay, Seth thinks that he was laser focused and didn't really hear it.
You know that song.
That's why he didn't address it in his speech, or at least that we saw.
Ignore it and it'll go away.
Yeah.
He knew it at Alabama. He knew it, obviously at Texas.
That's true. He was at Alabama, Seth, and they played A&M on the radio.
I didn't want to bring that up because it went against my
Petty play, in fact.
I respect that.
Yeah.
I fully respect that.
Is that the best play
time
in the
I
instance?
said what's that?
No, is that the best play in the instance? Because obviously there's different ways you can handle that situation. Is the best play
ignore it? I would have.
I think you do you, and I think Sark is a guy who would ignore it. If Lane Kiffin ignored it, I would be angry because that's not his brand. His brand would be to make 7 Aggie jokes after that play. Yeah, and bring up scores of games where Ole Miss beat the Aggies, stuff like that. That would be Lane Kiffin.
The other thing I thought about it was that it's not like a pep rally type environment where you're playing to the crowd or anything. Mm-hmm. And he kind of looked like he was about to speak at a business conference. So he might not have been as attuned to the entire environment.
But the problem with that though is college football is always playing to a crowd at any given point. Like it's politics. It's college football. Being the head coach of a college football team is being a politician, especially the biggest entities, which Texas absolutely is. So.
These are the 2 biggest that we're talking about here. Yep. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. What is what's the question of the day?
All right, you got to go back to your childhood, not recent. Okay. Your childhood. What's an I remember exactly where I was moment from your childhood? And it's based on when I saw that Hank Aaron tribute last night.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you, Dad was sitting behind me having a Falstaff.
Yeah.
My mom was knitting on her chair. I was laying on the floor with my chin in my hands watching Hank Aaron hit that home run. I was 12 years old. I can remember. I can tell you every detail of where I was when that happened.
My brain operates where I remember where I was for a lot of things. Like the first 30 Super Bowls, I can tell you whose house I watched it at just based on viewing the game and remembering my surroundings.
But that resonant
No. Mine was the ball rolling through Bill Buckner's legs in 1986.
Okay. I
was a big Red Sox fan as a kid growing up, and they hadn't won the World Series since 1918. We were all at Chris Cobb's house in his living room. There was 6 of me, 5 of my buddies. We had 3 girls there too. We had a lot of people watching there. And I'll never forget the ball rolling through his legs, and we're all just sitting there staring at the screen. And Chris Ann McCoy didn't know anything about sports. We had literally just thrown plastic Coke bottles at the screen, and the whole room is silent. 15 seconds after, she goes, "Well, there's still Game 7 tomorrow, guys." I'm like, "Oh, you bitch." Oh.
I don't need to hear that.
This is catharsis right now, all right? I need to process this whole thing. So that's mine. That's my... Remember from a negative standpoint. Remember where I was. Yeah.
I remember when the U.S. entered the first Gulf War, Desert Storm, where it was right before a wrestling match. They announced it. It was wow. Now I'm coming back to it. The guy came out as we were about to do the national anthem and or the Star Spangled Banner. They announced that we were officially either invading Iraq or whatever it was gonna, however they announced it. And then you had the national anthem, and you're a teenager. I was a sophomore in high school. Like that's you've never been through anything like that, and they're playing the national anthem. So that's that's
wild, man. That confluence,
soul,
that whole.
And then you go and wrestle a wrestling match, and you can't check. Nobody's checking your phone or anything to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, and you had to worry about the draft. All of a sudden, people are saying they might draft people, and you're 16 years old. You're like, oh my God!
I was far too dumb for that. I didn't go there. I didn't think that far out. I had a wrestling match to wrestle. Yeah.
My one that's not. I wasn't a kid. I was a young adult, but I've told this story many times. I remember watching the OJ chase in senior bar on campus at Notre Dame. At the party the day before Lou Holtz's daughter's wedding, and I watched the OJ chase standing next to Lou Holtz.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching the Rockets game very intently because I had a $1,000 bet on the Rockets to win the series. Everybody else is partying, and I'm staring at this big screen, and then the screen splits, and all of a sudden next to me I hear, "This is unbelievable. This is the biggest fall from grace I've ever seen. He was in our locker room last year." Yeah, I'm like, "Oh, hey, Coach, how you doing?"
I think I've told you this story before, Sean, but that's got a double whammy for me because so many things happen in that moment.
Yeah.
Where I had told my girlfriend at the time I was going to surprise her. I'd saved up some money. I was going to take her to Red Lobster. It's a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
College kid,
tell it again.
But I wanted to really surprise her, so I told her we were just going to go to Taco Bell.
Oh, yeah.
And then when we drove past the Taco Bell and pulled into the Red Lobster a couple doors down, she was disappointed because she'd had her hopes up for Taco Bell. And listen, I know what a lot of you are thinking. Like, well, that sounds like a cool chick. Yeah. No, she was not a cool chick. She was spoiled and unappreciative. And then after I can't even remember what we ended up doing. I was so livid. She was just, nothing could ever be right for this girl, Nothing could ever be right. We drove home in my two-door Pontiac Le Mans, and the OJ chase was on.
Oh!
And it was at that moment that I knew I wasn't going to kill her, but I was
Whoa! But there were thoughts. There were thoughts happening.
I was like, this poor OJ. I know how it is, man.
Would have never imagined. OJ is relatable.
Just too much, man.
That moment.
Oh, my God. Listen to you, Norm Macdonald. All right.
And with that, you give us the reins?
We got to get out. Okay, we got to get out. I need Seth as a
where
co-host.
this stuff leads, man. I got to get out of this relationship.
All right, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and may nobody find your old isotoners, Sean.
Thank you very much. My Bruno Magli shoes. All right, we are done. We're out of time. KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. That's what you're listening to. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
You're damn right we start now, and I'm going to be completely honest with you. I was entirely expecting after that just rousing story by Seth Payne on where he was in his moment with the OJ chase for our guy Sean Pendergast to be like, and D&M Auto Leasing is where you can get your own white Bronco if you choose.
Did I fumble that one?
No, not at all. You handled it properly. I was just afraid that was where this was going to go.
Speaking of white Broncos,
they probably, I wonder, do they have a white Bronco?
I mean, they can get it for you if you want to. That's the way the D&M Auto Leasing works.
D&M will beat the bushes to find that vehicle for you.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works, ain't it right?
That's right.
It would be a new white Bronco.
All right.
Not the old one.
Yes, that is true. They do have the new edition. Although, never mind. Whole different thing. Don't want to go down that.
Looking at it right now, D&M Leasing.
Oh, really?
White Bronco, baby.
You about to get it?
I've gotten two vehicles through there. This is not a spot, is it?
No. No. I guess I should move around. Huh?
Lopez like, I ain't getting paid for this.
White Broncos from D&M Leasing. I'm like, there's a psychopath right there.
Like, all right, you care a little bit too much about this OJ thing. All right, let's get going here on a Wednesday in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, and of course, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos as he always, or often at least, is. Sometimes he goes and reads to kids and things like that.
Yeah.
The altruistic Figgy Fig. But you can get involved with the program, and you always should get involved with the program here on the text line, 713-572-4610. And also appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Law Firm.
We keep it 100.
For the live streams, both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. All right, so, and here on Twitch, by the way, McFuddlebutt, that is the name that is on Twitch. Do not say anything to me about it. Says Ford discontinued the Bronco line in order to get away from the optics of the OJ.
But they have
case.
it back.
But yeah, they did bring it back.
They got the new ones back.
Yeah. I mean, what was that?
I'm looking at the sport.
Not even a half decade ago, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just less than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About 2 years ago.
That's right. Sorry. Y'all are already coming in with the hilarious on the text line. I appreciate y'all. How did y'all's evenings go yesterday? Because mine was filled with a lot of sports in a way that I do not usually anticipate for this time of year.
Yeah, it was the All-Star game was passing thoughts worthy in my view. It was a sponge worthy, as they say.
That's right.
On Seinfeld.
Shout out to Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
I surprised myself how much I enjoyed that.
I did as well.
Yeah.
You said passing thoughts worthy. Do we want to?
You want to do some passing thoughts?
I feel like we
want to do it right now.
Let's do it.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just.
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
One of these days I'll tell you exactly what I said. But today is not that
Today
day.
is not that day.
Today
Very
is
good.
not that day. So you had as much fun as I did. Figgy, did you watch much of this?
Yeah, I watched some of it.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. The All-Star game, baseball All-Star game, we can pretty much say it. I mean, it's the best All-Star game, and I don't think a lot of people would argue that too much. I only had one minor gripe, and then I'm going to get into all the good stuff. The minor gripe was, you say 8 o'clock, you say 7 o'clock Central, start the damn game at 7 o'clock. Start the game at 7.
Agreed. Strong agreed, but I feel like that's just sports
but it's
and
not.
TV now.
Like these days they say 8:11 kickoff. It's damn near 8:11. You know, the 12:04 kickoffs at Texans game. It's right at 12:04. They time these things out so well.
Yeah, the only things that kick off right or like start up right on time, I think, are NFL games, college football games, and then international soccer.
NBA is the worst with it, man.
NBA like a half hour, sometimes 45 minutes.
But
from the
baseball
start
games,
time.
7:05. We all know,
First
right?
pitch, yeah.
7:05, first pitch. It's right at 7:05.
That's fair. It is a betrayal from like their typical MO on the sport.
Yeah, so they started at 8 Eastern, 8:25 Eastern. And, you know, a lot of kids, their only real introduction to Major League Baseball and these superstars is the All-Star game. And they got to go to bed at 9.
But now?
Even now. Yeah. No, I'm saying if they're casual fans. Yeah, if they're casual fans.
If you're a casual fan, your exposure to any sport is social media.
Well, of course. But I'm saying in terms of just like watching a game, you know, from start to finish, how many do they watch in Omaha, you know, or whatever? It's not as much. They do social media. They know players from their video games. They play a lot of video games, but like actually watching these guys in action, it's a different world for kids.
I don't know if that's how the kids are experiencing.
I'm talking kids. No,
I hear you.
Yeah, I'm talking kids, not high schoolers.
No, I
would like to see how kids experience stuff like this, though.
Yeah, no, it's social media. It's snippets. It's video games. But watch a ball game. You know, watch a ball game.
I mean, what age are you talking kids?
8 to 10.
Okay, are those? I'm not trying to sound old, but are those kids on social media like that?
Yes, I think so.
It's 8-year-old.
We're veering down an entire different branch.
No, I'm just asking. I ain't trying to get into. I'm wondering, are they?
I think for the most part they are, which is
I do too.
Which is terrifying in a lot of different ways. Imagine like creating things that are going to exist with you in a kind of digital profile forever.
See, I think you and I are talking about two different things. I'm talking about watching the ball game. You know, start it on time.
Yeah, but I think you find interest in social, and then by the time you want to watch a game, like it's all super accessible in a way that it wasn't previously. But again, that's not here nor there.
Next passing thought. Let's not bury the lead. There was a lot of things that happened before this. The swing off was fantastic. The swing off was, I didn't even know what to expect. It hadn't happened. You know, I think they started it in 2023. They decided to go with the swing off if it ended up in a tie.
Yeah, it had to happen relatively recently because this was the first one that we actually executed.
Yeah, and it gave the game some drama, some entertainment, and the right kind of finish. I thought, anyway.
Yeah.
With the hat trick, look out, Chop House. National League takes the lead 4-3. Unbelievable.
3 for 3, man.
You want to know how much of a dork I am? Above what you already know?
Launch angle.
No, not even that. See, like
the velocity on that.
Don't get ahead of me. I got different levels of dork. All right. One of my first thoughts once they go into the swing off. How does the final ending of this get notated?
Oh, that's another passing thought. I'll skip ahead.
Okay, cool. Because I was like,
I'll skip ahead.
Will this show up as 7-6? Will this show up as 6-6 and then with parentheses like they'll do in international soccer where it's like you win 4-3 on penalties or whatever? And I was like, or do they do this as all these home runs are runs in addition? Yeah. And so like, what was it? Ultimately 4-3, I think was the.
Like what were those?
Or no.
Or like tennis.
6-5 where it's just like,
14-8.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I was like, does it end up looking like that? Again, doesn't matter to anybody. But for me, I was like, huh. Okay.
One little, that's funny you say that because this is my last passing thought, but we're skipping ahead because it's relevant here.
Thank you.
I looked at the box score for that very reason. What is the box? Because the box score is going to be ultimately what stays in history.
Yeah, and this is a game where box score actually matters in a way that it kind of doesn't in other sports.
One thing bothered me about the box score, but to answer your point, it was 6-6.
Okay.
The box score said 6-6. This is what bothered me. There's no winning pitcher.
Oh,
I looked. I said, How do they do the winning and losing?
It was no winning pitcher or loser. It was somebody that blew a save though.
Yeah, there was no.
Which
winning.
Yeah, that was it.
All-Star games gotta have a winning pitcher, man.
No, they don't. What?
Well, every baseball game has a winning.
Somebody
pitcher.
Won.
Every baseball game has a winning pitcher. But I get it.
You know who won? We won.
The people. The people won.
The friends we made along the way.
Isn't that weird though? No winning pitcher.
Oh, it's odd.
No losing pitcher.
It doesn't hit me that hard though.
Yeah,
I'm
just
not
thought
tripping
it was
off it.
Bizarre.
Definitely.
Another passing thought here. I was like into it big time early when Ludacris and Jermaine Dupri got out there, and then they had the introductions, and they're doing their thing. And then I kind of was scrolling on social media, and Ludacris and Jermaine Dupri, it was kind of like mixed reactions to it, but I liked it. I enjoyed it.
I didn't actually listen to as much of it because I just saw that they were performing. I think I was on the phone at this point. I was like, all right, that's cool. I was a little shocked with the way that they went real Atlanta on that in a way that I don't typically imagine MLB. Like MLB tends to be like, hey, we're dropping into your city to do baseball. We're appreciating the area, but we're doing baseball. Yeah. In this instance, it felt like they were doing like something similar to the NBA, where they're like, no, we're doing Atlanta in the baseball space in a little bit.
Mickey, did you like it?
I thought it was fine, man. I ain't see like a bad thing going on with it. But I agree with Red. I do feel like they leaned into Atlanta like throughout the whole weekend.
Yeah. I will say, I don't think that this carries on next year. Like I don't think that this is the way that they continue to go about it, which I do find to be interesting. Although that's off of my assumption. They very well could just go, which I looked it up and I already forgot where All-Star is next year. But they could just drop into whatever city and be like, nah, we doing the same thing. Who is your go-to icon? Yeah. Let's get him up here and let's really lean into the culture.
Yeah, and you'll get more of this next passing thought when we get to the question of the day. But that Hank Aaron tribute damn near choked me up. It was so cool.
Hey,
and to hear Milo Hamilton. To hear Milo Hamilton again, that was pretty damn cool.
I get to do a thing here. I get to be curmudgeon that corrects John Lopez in a way that he often does to others.
What's that?
That man's name is Henry Aaron. He preferred to be called Henry Aaron. Yes. He was not actually very fond of people calling him Hank.
Ooh. Hank Aaron is a common way that people describe him, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
but I mean, some of us like Henry Aaron more to respect his wishes. I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
Cal Riley didn't like Big Dumper.
But he did.
They were calling him.
He does now.
They were calling him that on the broadcast.
He does now.
Another passing thought: if you didn't love the players wearing their team jerseys, I cannot help you. It's so much better.
It was fun.
It's so much.
It looks
better.
so good. The only thing that I would go if I wanted to be real greedy is instead of grays, give me full color, baby.
Yeah.
Like that's just me being greedy.
Yeah.
White's grays, love it.
I never liked the grays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I never liked the tan or the gray.
Colors would have been pretty sweet. Yeah,
and I already told you exactly where I'm going with that. Is I'm looking at shortstop. Let me see that green, baby. There's something about that vibrant green and gold, not to be riding, so to say.
Yeah.
But there's something about that particular jersey. But there's a lot of other jerseys that would have been really, really fun to see.
Another couple here for you guys. I actually was very happy for Kyle Tucker making that nice catch out there. I guess he's just one of those players that some players when they leave, you're like whatever. Or you don't like him. Kyle Tucker, I'm always going to like Kyle Tucker.
That's interesting. I'd be interested to see how everybody else feels about that. 713-572-4610. What is your relationship still
I'm always gonna like
with Kyle Tucker?
Yeah.
Right.
Always.
Well, because he is one of those players that exists in the way that he left.
Some people don't.
I've always found it weird, like when guys leave in like either free agency or something similar to that, where they, I guess you could say, possibly played a hand, quote unquote, in their exit, where he very much was going to drive a hard bargain in that negotiation. We understood that was going to be the case, and that ultimately saw the Astros trade him. I see sometimes with a home team, which is not necessarily inherent to Houston or baseball. People not necessarily latch on in the same ways as guys that absolutely did everything they could to remain in a place, but maybe just ended up somewhere else.
Yeah. ABS system is here to stay, right?
Dude, I was amazed I was amazed at how well it worked, but then also how consistently correct all the players were.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is really interesting because it gives us a little bit of a dynamic outside of like the mechanics, which I think you're getting to, which I think you're right.
It's here to stay, yeah.
I think that also it does, again, show up a little bit, which, of course, is the baseball parlance, but really it kind of highlights, hey, man, these umps have there's a lot of mistakes on the edges here. And, of course, the mistakes on the edges, if you consider them the whole, are really not that much. But who determines how much? Like, who determines what is too much? And I guess is the question. Because there was a lot of instances that went from, oh, this is now a 1-2 count to, actually, no, he's out of here.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think it's here to stay, and I think that's why it's here to stay. Another couple here real quick. There's no question, right? Baseball is the best mic'd up sport, right?
Good take.
Yeah.
Good take.
I think so.
In various different ways, because I do love like getting into basketball and getting the the interspersed cuts, or really in football where we get the mic'd up after.
But after's okay.
I would put basketball in last place.
Yeah.
When it comes to mic'd up.
That's fair. I'm not gonna fight you on it, but. I mean, I'm
Baseball's
talking about.
So good.
Can you give me a little bit of Clayton Kershaw on that? Because this is the thing. Mic'd up is cool. With like when we get on the Sunday night broadcast where they got the shortstop or the outfielder.
Yeah.
Dog, I was so enamored listening to a pitcher go about his work. Now, of course, this is atypical by a long stretch. But listening to Clayton Kershaw do this on the mound as he's going was really fun.
And we're actually going to get to talk baseball with Clayton. I can't believe you're doing this, Clayton. I can't either. I'm going to try to throw some cheese real quick. Hold on.
Hold on like you're on the phone.
I'm going to try to throw some cheese real quick. That was the Tucker catch.
Tucker.
Yeah.
There it is. One more.
That was sick.
Yeah, so he goes, that was sick. I love at one point where he's like, all right, I think I'm going to throw a change up here. Let's see what Will says. Oh, no, Will wants me to throw a curveball. All right, cool.
Yeah.
And then he throws it and it gets over. He's like, oh, yeah, he's excited. For me, also, there's a little thing in there. You hear the grunt as he's I'm like, okay, as a dude who's never been a pitcher, especially not at no high level, and you really don't get to hear that up close. It's like, oh, yeah, the reminder that they are generating so much like thrust and energy in that space. It was cool to kind of hear it actually happening. Like, no, it looks like they're just kind of like flailing their arm. Like, no, this is a real generating of energy here. That's real work up there.
And Smoltz saying, throw the cutter. He goes, I don't have a cutter.
I kind of want to hear more pitchers and players like that mic'd up for the wrong reasons, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah, if they hit somebody by mistake or quote-unquote by mistake. I just want to hear the trash talking.
Yeah. I got a couple more we can get to.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll try and sprinkle this in. The final thing I'll say about the mic'd up moment, it was really cool to hear as Dave Roberts comes to get him out of there, coming in, like, the ball stays with you, all the guys in the infield, kind of saluting him on what is going to be his final All-Star game appearance. So I thought that was kind of cool. I don't know how.
And then he says, suck it, big dumper.
I thought that was really fun. All-Star game. Shout out to baseball giving us an All-Star game that was
Look at us breaking down an All-Star game.
Dude, that's what we're here for.
A game that don't even matter.
But shout out to MLB for giving us an All-Star game that was at least interesting enough to be worth the time on a Wednesday in this period of the summer. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, CJ Gardner Johnson, the new safety for your Houston Texans, sat down with the Pivot podcast. I always love this podcast because guys seem to be very open and honest. And if there's a guy that we want to hear get into his mindset a little bit, it's CJ Gardner Johnson. Let's hear a little bit from that next.
In the Loop.
Come on. What are your best case and worst case scenarios?
WEDS.org.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find a
Dumb and Dumber?
at all.
When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I think they're going to start calling us a toilet show. They're going to say we do the toilet humor now is what's going to happen there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is John Lopez, the OG. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig hanging out with you as always. Get involved with the program, 713-572-4610. I did have a moment right before the intro started where my brain just clicked something that Lopez said in the previous segment where you're like, oh, man, the game's starting so late at 8:25 Eastern. What about the babies? The babies are on summer, dog.
Well, it doesn't matter.
They're on summer vacation.
They got bedtime.
The hell it don't, man. Them kids be staying up all night.
Yeah. They're trying to, but their moms and dads, see, I can tell you guys aren't parents. Your bedtime is 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
Summer, though. Well, you know what? That might not
now
even
you're
be
talking like 8 and 10
But
year
see, sports is different, though, man. You let your kids stay up to watch a game, though, right?
My dad always did. That was the best thing about him.
Yeah, if your kid really wanted to watch the A&M game or something like that, you ain't going to make him go to bed.
Well,
you going to let him watch the whole game.
Now you're boxing me into a corner.
I will also say, you were assuming that all parents operate the same because I was up, baby. In the summer, if I had on the weekends, if I had nowhere to go, I was up.
It was one time my parents made me go to bed, and this was during, I want to say it was March Madness. That's when Kent State made their run.
Yeah.
And Antonio Gates was balling out, and they had a game like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning or something. And she was like, turn that TV off. But she did not understand. I'm like, I got to watch this game.
Oh, man.
That was the only time.
Yeah, I'm up. Okay.
And that was 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good reasonable when you, especially because
it might have been a school night too.
Did you have the TV up? Was you making all that hooting and hollering?
No, that's the thing. I had the TV on low.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had the TV on low.
And sometimes it's not about you being up. Sometimes it's just like you were disturbing my sleep.
Yeah, I was not that type of person that type of person. But
well, you were trying to get away with something is what you were doing.
Nah.
All right, let's turn to C.J. Gardner Johnson, the safety that now plays for the Houston Texans, or will play for the Houston Texans after a trade in the offseason, sent Kenyon Green, the former left guard, to Philly in exchange for CJ. And he sat down with the Pivot podcast, which I think they do a fantastic job. Like they're really good. I think, Lopez, you would agree, like from a journalistic perspective, asking really good questions, probing questions that get you to places that you want to be, while also fostering an environment where players clearly feel a safety and a willingness to open up. And I think C.J. Gardner Johnson is exactly the type of dude that you want in this space because of something that ends up coming up a good amount in this hour podcast, because he is a dude who feels very much misunderstood, misrepresented. And so a space where you have former players that can speak to him in a way where they bridge the gap between, hey, we are going to try and shed some light on this, but without putting you in a place that feels like it is misrepresenting who you are.
Yeah.
So with that, they start, and we'll talk about this a few times, I think, today, because I think there's a lot there that was very interesting to get to. But they started by asking him why he's no longer an Eagle, because there was a whole big point and conversation that happened within C.J. Gardner Johnson leaving Philadelphia, under what circumstances, what were the reasons behind it, and it very much landed heavily with C.J. This was what he said.
Why are you now a Houston Texan and not a Philadelphia Eagle?
Scared of a competitor.
You said they're scared of a competitor?
Yeah, simple as that.
What you mean?
You can't program a dog. Certain dogs, you can't say be a dog and then it's time to go out there. Hey, we need you. Let's look at the Washington Commanders game. I got kicked out. I was nowhere near to play. Nowhere near to play. Everybody was fed up with me, and I'm like, if you go back to that play, I celebrated with Reed Blankenship. And I'm getting cursed from head to toe on the sideline, and looked at Vic even get on me. I'm like, what did I do? So, people in the box, they call down and they're trying to figure out why am I getting kicked. They was trying to reverse the call because guys come off the sideline. If you watch that game, the game was already heavily. That's what sparked it. Then we had like a little scrum at practice. nothing malicious, offense versus defense. But who's the culprit of it? Me, I guess, because I guess we're competing. When you telling the period is live, you telling us not to compete during a live period, but it's a live period. We competing to get ready for a playoff game. All right, cool. Mm-hmm. It's like little antic things that, okay, so how you want to play football?
This was very interesting to me because I don't know how it hit you initially before you heard the context of the rest of the conversation, but it sounded to me like this was more than just the play in the Commanders game.
Oh, absolutely. I think he used that as an opportunity to try and highlight it to some degree.
Right.
No, this is very clearly just a larger thing. And I think it really does underscore the idea that he feels like he's misunderstood in a large facet.
I'm glad you said that because I think ultimately, yes, he's misunderstood. And I think ultimately, frankly, I'm really excited to have C.J. Gardner on this team.
Agreed.
Gardner Johnson on this team. Because I think there was maybe something to the way the Eagles perceived him. I think there was probably something there. You know, if they told him, you know, whatever, you know, the antics as he called it, you know, taper that back. I think that maybe he did not the way they wanted him to. But that set that aside. That's the first part of it. The second part of it is, and you'll hear it, I think he did realize that. And I think he did taper it back a little bit. So what I'm saying is I think we're going to get the best version of C.J. Gardner Johnson. I think he was going over that line a little bit, at least in the Eagles' perspective. We weren't there. And I think he was. But I also think he's realized, you know what, maybe I do need to taper that back a little bit.
To that end, this was C.J. Gardner Johnson in response to a question where he was asked, how do you overcome the narratives about you?
Just keep winning. Just keep winning and don't take away from what's already there. I think that's the biggest thing. Just keep winning. I think when you talk about football and your career, it's winning football games. You can't talk about losing. Winning and staying out the way and making sure that you're doing the best thing you can do for the organization, yourself, and your family. I think, like you said, and not even making outbursts. Not even doing, like you said, antics on the field. Things happen. Like I said, take the Howard like you've been doing.
And I think that was kind of speaking to what you're talking about, like the ways in which he's learned it. And, of course, it sounds like that's just a thing that he's saying. But even in the conversation, he talked about how Malcolm Jenkins, when he was in New Orleans, Malcolm Jenkins was a dude that he looked up to with high regard. And Malcolm was in there telling him, hey, like this is how you were pro. Like this is what you do in order to make yourself, have longevity in the league. And it's those types of things. And obviously you can see the ways in which he's trying to integrate that into him. But yeah, on the text line from the 832, someone said, bro just sounds like a dude who can't take responsibility for his actions. And I can understand how you get there, right? Because the
first part like we just talked about.
The thought that I kept coming to is, I do think that C.J. Gardner Johnson is misunderstood, but I also simultaneously think he's a dude who's not easy to understand.
I think he was not misunderstood early on, at least from the Eagles' perspective, as I mentioned. But I think you can get there now. And the other thing that jumped out at me is he was talking about in the Super Bowl, how he all of a sudden he had this this moment of clarity and decided to just take deep breaths, to calm down, to just be more relaxed.
Oh, I think that's a little bit. I think that's a little bit of a different. I'll give you the context of that one.
Well, I heard it. All I'm saying is, like, I think he realized I don't have to be that dog that he talked about all the time and go over the line. I can just do my job. I think at one point he said, I don't care about tackles. I don't care about interceptions. I just want to be able to make sure nobody gets behind me. Yeah, no, he sort of calmed himself down.
And I don't think that was that. I don't think that he was saying that was Super Bowl as a landmark for when this happened. I thought he used that as an example of what he does in the biggest moments. Yeah. Which again, I'll play that audio because there was a lot to decipher. But going back to what I was saying, I really do think that he is a dude that has a level of complexity, and I think that he very much opens himself to the idea that he is not perfect. Mm-hmm. He does have, and he even harkens back to in this interview with the Pivot podcast, like things in his childhood, and you could tell that if he hadn't done some therapy, he's done, like, as we all have, some like kind of street therapy where we've talked things out with various people and kind of try and find some level of, I don't know, genesis for these things. But he's taken this back to, things with his stepfather, things with his parents, and the reasons why maybe he responds to different stimuli in various ways. So I don't think that there's a lack of accountability within it. I do think, though, that there are some patterns that happen and some maybe justification that happens, which, again, I don't try and use as a judgment because I think we all do some level of justification for our actions. I do think, though, that makes him a little bit complex. Is like he is not a dude that you go if this input goes in, I know exactly what the output is going to be at any given time.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes it a little bit difficult to understand where he's coming from and what he's feeling at all times. But I don't think that he's, one, a bad dude, and I don't think that he's and I think that's one of the things that he very much pushes back on, that he seems to be often characterized as either a dude who's a bad dude or a dude who's like a wild cannon, that he is not quite. He feels like there is a logic, a logic to the way that he operates. It's just a little bit obscure to, I think, people in a more general sense, if that makes sense.
I think he was a wild cannon at various points.
Sure.
And that sort of led to this reputation. And I'll go back to it. And this is what I'm excited about. I think because of that and all the things that have happened to where he's taken a step back and sort of reinvent, I guess is for lack of a better way, himself, I think we're going to get the best version of him. I think the Texans are going to get the best version of him.
Do it kind of worry you that it could maybe backfire as well, though?
I mean, I think that's natural. I think that's more than a natural inclination. And does he revert or whatever? But I think he's mature enough that, again, I think he's going to be more than fine.
Yeah, I always think about like when stuff is not going as planned, and how do people react once?
Do you revert?
Yeah. So that's why I wanted. He came from a team that won the Super Bowl, and that was a good team. So what if he come to this team and it's not it's not going as planned?
I think that's a fair worry.
And I think that's where you lean on the Texans and the organization that they have, and I guess the other guys that you might consider some level of kind of pseudo live wire in the ways in which they can clearly handle this. And one of the things that he talked about, especially in conversation with D'Amico, and I think we'll have an opportunity to hear this as well, is that as long as you put the team first, that D'Amico and this organization works with you, as evidenced by, in the opposite direction, when Deontay Johnson comes in. I think that is exactly the point that D'Amico Ryans is making when he goes, hey, it's a clean slate here. Yeah. Just come in and essentially just be about the team. And ultimately, we saw that Deontay Johnson did not do that, and he was very quickly gone. Seems like CJ fully understands, CJ Gardner Johnson, that is, hey, I'm always about the team first. These other things might be whatever, and we can still, quibble about those on the outside looking in. But it seems like for the most part, he is absolutely, and correct me if you think you heard anything different in that whole hours-long podcast. This is a dude that's about team first. Even in the places where you can see the ways that he misstepped, the ways that he misstepped were about team first as well.
Yeah, no, I think so.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Really, really dense podcast. I encourage you to listen to it, but we'll give you some more of that audio as we continue on our 4 hours on this Wednesday in the loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, let's get into our question of the day as we often do. This one, again, inspired by the All-Star game, in which we got a Henry Aaron tribute out there in Atlanta, which I think it took our guy Lopez back to when he was a child, which inspired this. What is your I remember exactly where I was moment from your childhood? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Go ahead and let us know, and we'll talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner.
debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day, Tom, 713-572-4610. What's your I remember exactly where I was moment from your childhood? 713-572-4610. As All-Star Game happened last night in Atlanta, or at least the greater Atlanta area out there in Cobb County at Truist Park. And as part of the celebration and leading into the Atlanta of it all, and of course continuing to celebrate the baseball, when was this again? Because I'm trying to remember exactly when it happened in the game or during the course of the game.
It was after it started, wasn't it?
I thought so.
Yeah.
But during the game at some point, and of course my memory fails me as soon as I need to lean upon it, the MLB and Truist Park, they did this wildly innovative and interesting holographic tribute to the late, great Henry Aaron, man who hit 715 home runs.
Hammer and Hank is who you're talking about.
That is what people refer to him as, absolutely. Mama named him Henry. I'm gonna call him Henry, but Henry Aaron. It was gorgeous. It was an absolutely glorious tribute to a man who is an Atlanta Braves legend, a man who is just a baseball legend in general. And baseball usually does such a great job at celebrating its heroes.
Yeah.
And so you seem to go back in that moment.
Yeah, I damn near choked up, to be honest, because. This was a time when I was 12 years old. It was 1974, and I remember so many details. I was just almost laughing at it last night as I was watching this. It was a Monday night. I remember the day of the week that it was, because it was kind of like a Monday night football type production that they put in because of him. I don't know if you heard that or not, but it was added. My dad was in his chair, I think drinking a Falstaff. My mom used to knit all the time, so she was on her end of the couch. Knitting something. I was on the floor because I was the remote control. Back then you had human remote controls. I was on the floor laying down on my stomach with my chin in my hand.
Messing up your eyesight.
Yes, messing up if you stand too close, you're going to get sick. And I was 12 years old. It was just all three of us there. I don't know where my brothers and sisters were. It was just all three of us there in that room. And then Hank Aaron did what everybody was It didn't seem as controversial. You know how it's become like a big controversy now after the fact, that the people were doing death threats and there was a lot of pressure on him and he was losing his hair.
We tend to Disneyify
but I'm saying
situations.
In that moment, I just remembered he's going to break Babe's record. There wasn't a lot of talk about that.
I wonder if it was also from like a child's perspective where those things aren't going to stick to you in the same way.
Maybe, but I don't remember that discussion really until years later. But either way, I remember exactly where I was.
You remember seeing them knuckleheads jump on the field?
All of it. The guy running around the bases. Yeah. I thought it was cool. I didn't know it was potentially dangerous. But and then everybody carrying him and all that stuff. So like childhood. I mean, I could paint the exact picture if I was a painter of what I was doing in that moment. The other one that jumps to mind for me is the Rumble in the Jungle.
That's your guy.
I can tell you, we were sitting on my dad and mom's bed because we were listening to it on the radio. We didn't have the money to go to the closed circuit theater, because that's what you had to do to watch those fights. They didn't have pay-per-view.
Right.
You had to go to a theater.
Which, in a way, was a pay-per-view.
It was, but, I mean, you had to get in your car, go to a theater. There was like 3 or 4 of them in the city. And I was just sitting on the bed with Dad, and we're chatting in between rounds about the fight and then getting play-by-play on the radio of the Rumble in the Jungle.
Do you mind me taking a second to allow people to get mad at me?
Yeah.
You were a little too excited about that. With the Henry Aaron tribute, I thought it was really cool. One thing, though, is you got a little clip of the Vin Scully call of it. I did not love the way in which they clipped it because you talked about that danger that Henry felt on the base path.
That's true.
The full call, or they just gave you the "What a Marvelous Moment," which of course it does sound incredible, especially for the purposes of the clip. I do think it would have been important to play what Vin said in that moment, which is, quote, "A black man is getting a standing ovation in the Deep South for breaking a record of an all-time baseball idol. What a marvelous moment for baseball. What a marvelous moment for Atlanta and the state of Georgia. What a marvelous moment for the country and the world." I do think that looms much larger than just what a marvelous moment gives it the weight of.
Yeah.
And I think that probably would have been worthwhile in that moment.
Yeah. I think what they were doing, though, is Milo was the Braves announcer.
Right.
And they wanted to give him his due, but they had to throw They had to throw some Vince Scully in there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that it was necessarily nefarious in the way that they spiced it up. I think your logic really holds. I'm just like, I feel like that one lands so much stronger, especially as you talked about. It was very easy for a lot of people, even in the moment, probably to not necessarily consider the gravity of it. And I thought that Vince Scully, in doing what a great broadcaster often does, gives you not just what's happening, but the context of the moment. It really helps. Anyway, getting back to the general nostalgia, besides my gripe with
As
my
a
one
child,
gripe,
that's the key element.
for me, and where did I write this down? Because of course, I think you'll love this for a couple of reasons. One, the thing that you'll love it for is 2005. Just as you within still not being a full-fledged adult. Does that make you feel old?
No, it does.
Very good, excellent.
Because I was there. I think I know where you're going.
Here's another one: is I vividly remember, like no one else in the house, just me in the living room with the big booty TV. You know, at that point cost a lot of money, even though
had a tube.
That's right. Actually, it was a projector. It was like a projection, back projection, or backlit or what have you. Watching Vince Young float all over the Rose Bowl in Pasadena to win the national championship for the University of Texas. At that time, I'm living in the Austin area as well, so you just can't help but be drawn into the excitement of it all. And he looked like a damn superhero out there, dude. Like, just that game, that's one of the, if not the best baseball games, or college football games I've ever seen.
And it still ranks up there.
Still. And so, I vividly remember we used to have, a low marble coffee table that I absolutely shouldn't have because it was not attached. It was just using the weight of being marble. But I'd stand on that at moments and jump off and just, I felt myself, the energy of the game through the TV in a way as if I was watching it there. And I absolutely was not, but it felt like it.
Yeah, mine is not sports related, but it's more pop culture. 1996 when Tupac Shakur died. I remember where I was at. That was kind of like my first major headline, news break as a kid. I forgot how old I was, but I was a kid. I didn't really know what was going on, but I remember that day because I remember sitting by the radio. I remember my dad telling me Tupac was shot and he's in the hospital and they don't know if he's gonna make it and all this other stuff. So we were sitting by the radio, just listening to a hip hop station at the time, listening for updates. They was trying to give us updates, and they were playing number Tupac music. And I remember when that news finally came down, it was just like, oh man, I remember my mom being on the phone. She had to call everybody. She was calling everybody to let everybody know.
Man.
That's the weird part about it, because when you get news like this, you see it on your phone.
Yeah.
And you might text somebody the article and all that stuff. She was getting on the phone like, hey, did you hear about Tupac? He died.
Oh my God.
Are there any news items that reach you to a point where you actually get on the phone? Because there's a couple of things that I recall actually getting on the phone. Because it's not a lot anymore, but there are some things that I will actually call a certain friend that I know this will also touch and talk about.
The last time that happened to me was when Michael Jackson died.
Kobe's a good one.
Kobe won too. But by that time, I feel like news was spreading so fast anyway with just the internet. You could just kind of text somebody that. But at the time when Michael Jackson died, I want to say that was 2009. I can't remember what year that was, but at that time, people still wasn't as internet savvy. So I had to call my mom, my dad, and all that stuff. Like, hey, did you hear about Michael Jackson?
Yeah.
A number of people coming in with just the tried and true ones that you would expect. Obviously, there's a number of people talking about being in their classrooms when somebody wheeled in a TV or came in over the announcement to let them know that the towers had been hit. Which is funny because that one isn't crystal clear for me. The thing that is crystal clear is watching cable news from San Antonio, because we went to SeaWorld pretty soon thereafter, and being in the hotel room and watching coverage of it soon thereafter. I'm like, I don't think that was the actual day. I think it was.
You were at a hotel?
Yes.
That's wild.
No,
but not on the day.
Yeah.
I remember that day crystal clear.
Oh God!
Because I was supposed to be in school, but they messed up my school situation. They had me going to another school, so I was waiting on the transfer. And so I was at home when it happened.
Oh wow!
And I remember we didn't have cable, so I wasn't watching cartoons and nothing like that.
Yeah.
And all the channels was showing this building burning, and I didn't know what was going on. I'm like, why they keep showing this?
What's going on?
And then my dad came in the room, was like, hey, we under attack.
Yeah.
And I thought he was talking about
like
us.
you.
Yeah. And then he had to explain what was going on.
Yeah.
And at that point, I was glued. And we actually heard the plane that flew, the one that crashed in
Second
Pittsburgh.
Tower. Yeah. Oh, no, the one in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Pennsylvania. We actually heard that plane. I'd never forget because I remember in the news saying
You said it was real low, right?
Yeah, I remember in the news saying all planes have been the flights have been grounded. And then right after that, we heard one so loud to the point we had to look out the window.
Yeah,
it was crazy. And I remember that one.
I think that the added level is just we had not been a place where we've been attacked in very long. So anything that felt like an attack was like, wait a minute, that can happen over here. Obviously, people coming in with O.J. Simpson. There's shuttle explosion as well. There's a couple that obviously that depending on your age.
Lopez, where do you remember where you was at when John Lennon died?
Absolutely, I was at A&M.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm always fascinated by that.
I was at A&M, and this was obviously pre-cell phone, or they just had the big brick cell phones like on Wall Street. But it was just more of like a murmur walking to class.
Yeah.
Like, hey, man, did you hear? And I'm like, what? What? And so we go in. I actually went to Reed McDonald, the journalism building, and turned on the TV. Well, the TVs were already on and started, watching all that. Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into Around the NFL. We'll do it next.
Area 45. HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL where I'm going to give you a little bit of a conversation piece from the single greatest wide receiver of all time. But before we get there, we were talking about in the question of the day what your I remember where I was moment from your childhood, as Lopez had one of those nostalgia hits.
Yeah, man.
Seeing a Henry Aaron celebration at
Got a little
the All-Star
misty
game.
in there last night.
Which, look, if there's one thing that even the most repressed men will allow themselves to get a little misty about, is the greatest sports people that they've ever seen, and Henry Aaron
especially as a
falls
kid.
into that. Yeah. If you were trading his card and stuff like that. In fact, I bet this person from the 832 had some of that feel, because they said they could still name the Tigers starting lineup from '68 and pitching staff. I bet you had all the cards.
Dang.
I bet you had. You was just laying on your tummy on the floor, just
That
looking
is-
at your collection.
That is a talent right there. To name the baseball squad.
I can do the A's from when I was a kid.
The Vita Blue and A's, that
pitching
time
staff
period.
and all that.
Raleigh Fingers, Vita Blue, Catfish Hunter.
There's a great names in there. That's
Infield was Sal Bando catching, Bert Campaneris shortstop. Let's see. I can do it. I'd have to think, but I can do it. But I do want to clean one thing up, because you asked me what, Figgy?
I asked you, where do you remember the time when John Lennon died? Where were you?
And I remember it, and I confused it with another big time when I was at A&M. I said I was walking across campus and heard this murmur, people talking and stuff. That was actually when Ronald Reagan got shot. When Ronald Reagan got shot, I was going to class, and we turned on the TVs in the journalism room building. John Lennon, I also remember where I was, and I had thought about it during the break. I was in my first semester at A&M. I didn't have a place to stay because I came from Blinn because I was trying to play football. Whatever. I rented a room. A bedroom in a person's house because I was so late to the game.
Yeah.
And I was in that room watching Monday Night Football.
There you go.
Watching Monday Night Football. Howard Cosell told me about John Lennon.
Dude, and that reminds me of someone else texting in and said that they bleep us not. They were listening to Sports Radio 610 in the morning on September 11th, 2001. Yeah. And I was like, that got me thinking, I imagine it just works significant, or maybe it doesn't work differently if you are, and this is self-centered. Obviously, I work in broadcasting, and I have to think about what happens if something of that magnitude happens while you're on air. How do you handle it? ESPN actually decided that, especially this thing that's outside of sports, does this feel like it rises to the level of the greater good to acknowledge this and let people know and kind of break the kind of bubble of you're enjoying the sports, which Figgy, you were talking about with the Lennon announcement on Monday Night Football. Like, how does that happen? And then compare that to 9/11. You just something of that magnitude. You got to tell people on the airwaves.
I think something that was kind of similar, like a crazy event that happened, was COVID. And I remember I was on the air when they started. Yeah, they started shutting everything down. They shut down the rodeo, and we was on the air. I think Lopez was on vacation, but we were on the air with Smitty and Trap.
Oh, wow.
When all of this stuff was happening. And so we just started naming all the stuff just all the breaking news that was happening with COVID.
Yeah.
And all that stuff. So that was a little bit of a crazy way to kind of, I guess, transition from sports into now all the NBA is canceled and this is canceled. It was crazy.
Well, I was calling Rudy Gobert all sorts of names. Why are you out here touching all these things? Why are you not being serious? You see what you did? And then just to be fair, there's a number of people also still coming in with like the sports memories that they had. Like somebody mentioning Ralph Sampson shot to beat the Lakers in '86. Said dad was watching their mobile home in, is that Lissy? Said Sampson made the shot, stood up, and the Rockets won. So shout out to you.
That's a good one because he said he's running through the hallway and waking up his mom and all that.
Yeah. I missed it the way the text broke up. Ran down the hallway, back in the living room, waking people up.
Sampson made the shot.
That's awesome. Yeah, man. Keep sending those in, man. That's a shot of dopamine as we go around the NFL. And I will jump. Actually, no, I shouldn't jump immediately into the place that I want to go and start nonsense. I did want to say that we will have a season with no franchise tags, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, The last franchise tag holdout, Trey Smith, who is a lineman for the Kansas City Chiefs, avoids the tag and agrees to a 4-year, $94 million extension with the Kansas City Chiefs. So he's now highest player at that position, and he joins 3 of his teammates to be the highest players at their positions on the Kansas City Chiefs.
And this is encouraging to me. And you guys are probably tired of me saying this all the time over the years, but the cap and manipulating the cap and maneuvering your way through the cap has never really been that intimidating or scary to me because, as I often say, there are people in that building whose entire job is to work the cap and find ways of doing it. The Chiefs, Super Bowl contender every year, have 4 of the highest paid players at their position. You can do this. You can be great and have players happy and pay them.
I do think, and you're not wrong in that regard, but it's very particular. It is worth noting, though, when you talk about the Chiefs and the way that they've been able to continue to do this. There have been points where they have had an awful offensive line and an awful wide receiver.
Oh, no, you have to make some decisions.
Right.
But you can do this. If my bigger point is, you want to pay Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, Derek Stingley, and who's another, Nico? You can do it. You can do it.
Yeah, you can do it, but some other place is going to take a hit.
Sure.
Which, I mean,
and that's how you get there.
And it's more about the decision.
Yeah, it's how
like,
you get
do
there.
you feel like we can get away with a bad, average, below average offensive line?
Right.
Let's do that to
we'll
keep
find
these
out.
other players.
And it's a salary cap sport as well.
What are you saying, Figgy?
That's how it's supposed to work. It did make me think, though, one of the things I also thought is, how long until the Texans have one of those deals that they have to make on the offensive line?
Yeah. I mean,
because I don't see the guy that you go, hey, this guy is set up to be that guy.
I mean, your hope is Ursery.
Yeah, that is the next best chance, and I no idea as of yet.
Yeah.
Which that is the thing that I go, okay. The one thing that I would love to be is the team that just got the offensive line that goes crazy.
Sure.
Because that's one of those things that no matter if it's, what else is happening, if you got a really good offensive line, you have an opportunity to be really good at football. So that happened. Some other things that are happening around the NFL. I saw this because, we've been watching ESPN put out their top 10 lists with other considerations. And this came courtesy of a dude that I like to annoy people with at times by calling him the single greatest wide receiver of all time. And it's not Jerry Rice, it is Randy Moss.
Yeah, you're annoying.
West Virginia zone. And ran West Virginia zone. And the reason why I got a chance to kind of chuckle at this is that he was talking to the South Florida Sun Sentinel, and he was talking about how he is absolutely one of the best. In fact, speaking to the media at an event for his restaurant that is now paired with the Dolphins for concession stands at Hard Rock Stadium, he said that the political answer for the best receiver of all time is Jerry Rice, and I imagine you know where this goes. However, quote, if we are talking real football where I knock your ass out, it's me, close quote from Randy Moss. Thoughts?
Jerry Rice would knock your ass out. Of all places to go, Jerry Rice was one of the most physical wide receivers in history.
Yeah.
And so, you can say, hey, I was faster. Nobody's going to argue.
Correct.
You can say, hey, I was better on the long ball. A little bit of an argument because Jerry Rice could break.
He was good, but I think
Randy
you just
Moss
give
was
Randy
better.
Moss that one, man.
But greatest wide receiver of all time is Jerry Rice. And don't go there. Jerry Rice was knocking fools down. And his power and his hand. Remember the whole story about he used to catch bricks from his father?
That is correct.
And all that stuff. He was
shout out to Mississippi Valley State's own.
He was strong.
Jerry
man.
Rice. And man, it's also a time period where don't go over the middle, dog, unless you want to try and put your head back on with screws.
Yeah.
Man, I thought that was a very funny point to make that I never imagined Randy Moss himself would have made, except he believes in himself more than anybody else does. And why wouldn't you if you were Randy Moss?
Of course.
Randy Moss
I don't
is the
blame
dude.
him.
Randy Moss is the dude where a half a step off the line, he's like, hand in the air, I'm open. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah.
Chuck it up there, dog.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to assertions of Randy Moss, is that the more bewildering one, or is this? Randy Moss, when asked about Tyreek Hill, obviously, who is currently a Miami Dolphin, he said, quote, he's nowhere all time. Where is he at in today's game? Tyreek Hill is probably top 5. I put him top 5. But also then, that's close quote, but I'm saying, it's worth noting. He is saying that when it comes to all-time wide receivers, Tyreek Hill is nowhere. Let's not have that conversation whatsoever. Do you agree with him there?
I don't mind it. I don't know how much I agree with him there. Tyreek Hill is explosiveness. We all know the story. But all-time?
Yeah, I'm kind of there too.
I wouldn't put him all time.
I would look at Tyreek Hill as kind of like a hood legend. Somebody that's
a
like,
good way to put it.
Yeah, somebody you talk about in the barbershop, like, man, nah, he was cold.
Yeah,
at
his best, one of those conversations.
Because if he was to retire right now, where do you put him?
Ooh, that is really tough.
20? Top 20?
Maybe.
I think maybe.
That's
maybe.
That's a big maybe.
That might be a reach.
And what's tough is like that's a 8-time Pro Bowler, 5-time All-Pro, Super Bowl champ, and All-Decades team guy.
Yeah.
Like he's absolutely kind of Hall of Fame type guy.
But not higher than 20, right? 20, 18, 19, or 25?
I'm going to have to actually.
We're gonna have to look up a list.
We're gonna have to actually start putting this down. Like he's not top 5.
No, God,
like
no.
not even close. And I think that's. But I don't know. I wish that somebody would have followed up like, hey, Randy,
give me your list.
I don't even need you to go through the entire list. Give me a ballpark.
Yeah.
What you're thinking. Because when he says not nowhere, does nowhere mean, he ain't no top 5. He ain't no top 10.
Yeah.
Top 25?
Yeah.
Top 50? Like, what are we starting to talk about at that point is the question that I then have. But I just found it interesting because at this point in time in the season, what do I need more than just news? Something that gets the people going. And Randy Moss is like, don't worry, fellas, I got you. I got you on this particular day. So shout out to them there. Also, shout out to the city of Cleveland who refuses to let good things happen. Figgy, I brought this to you particularly because I know that you have been invested in this Cleveland stadium, and I think you as well, New Huntington Bank, Lopez, because it's just an interesting thing that I think gets our attention because we are in that space where we're antennas up for the possibility of new stadium, in the even if that is relatively slim. Whatever that, I don't even know what the percentages are that we feel at this point on renovation of NRG versus the possibility of new stadium, but Cleveland was hoping to use that Art Modell law of, moving away from Cleveland in order to keep the Browns from going to Brook Park, the neighboring suburb. That was not necessarily working in the way that was happening because Ohio was like, yeah, we could just change that law, dog. So right now, Cleveland is petitioning a judge in order to do this. They went the American way. Litigation, baby.
Yeah.
We will take this to the courts to stop y'all from going.
Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? Right?
Yeah. They was. I feel like they was using the Modell law kind of wrong too, man, because that was trying to stop a team from leaving the
city, the area.
the state, going to another state. Not Brook Park is like 2 minutes away from Cleveland, man. You fly into Brook Park.
Yeah.
When you go to Cleveland, so that's I don't understand why they was trying to do that.
That's more. We want ours.
That's
in the
called
city.
that's called a Hail Mary.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Some other things that are happening. Oh, I really should have mentioned this as well. I didn't even mention the Randy Moss quote about Justin Jefferson, so I apologize for that quote. I think Justin Jefferson is on pace to be arguably the greatest ever, and definitely the greatest Viking to ever do it, which is high praise for Justin Jefferson.
I can see that.
As Randy Moss is like, Jerry Rice, what about me?
I got an idea. This guy.
But also simultaneously, Terry McLaurin is really frustrated still in Washington that like the rate of not even just getting the deal done, but just the rate of or the lack thereof of conversation up there. How are you feeling about the possibility of Terry McLaurin maybe not remaining with the Commanders for very much longer?
As in coming here?
No, I don't think that's.
You think he's trying to come here?
No, that's not within the realm of possibilities, right? Like that's right.
No, it's not.
Okay, I just want to make sure, but it does feel like that's why Washington Commanders are a team that people are looking at very interested in what they're doing, but this doesn't feel like the way to try and start on the upturn of what has been obviously ascendant Jayden Daniels and a team in general that is stepping out of the mire of the era of Dan Snyder. And now one of the biggest faces that you've had for your fan base is now frustrated with a lack of progress to a contract extension that I imagine should be relatively easy to do because he's a very, very good one.
Yeah, I think this is more good old-fashioned posturing on both sides. I can't imagine that it won't get done.
Okay.
Yeah.
That simple as that. You're like, this is much ado about
Think
nothing.
about what they've been doing this offseason.
Yeah,
they've been investing everything.
Yeah,
they
just came from the NFC Championship game.
Yeah,
that's correct.
And they're adding pieces and they're spending money.
At this point, you're trying to get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And the division they're in.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. That's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 from the 832. Jerry Rice is the all caps greatest receiver ever. I think most everyone would agree with that. And then who would you rather have, Tyreek Hill or Steve Largent?
Steve Largent.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Steve Largent, I'm going to be very vulnerable here right now. is Steve Largent is a dude that I know in theory is just that's a dude that is unassailable.
Mhm.
I don't actually know it in practice, and I feel bad about that.
Right. Understandable.
Yeah. Shout out to Seahawks legend Steve Largent. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, yesterday we were starting into the space and we kind of got hemmed in on like just the pitching when it comes to the Astros, but now the All-Star game is done. We're kind of barreling towards what the second half of the season is going to look like. What do the Astros need to have happen? What do they need to do in order to make sure that they're able to contend in the way that they want to in the second half? Let's talk about it next.
Texans training camp start.
difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we'll get back into the Astros here in a moment, but y'all are really jumping in on this wide receivers because you know what?
I kind of hate this conversation.
You know what gets the people going?
Yeah.
Lists get the people going. That's the reason why, especially the summer in general. You start seeing lists. You get, Rolling Stone will drop a list.
Yeah.
To greatest guitarists of all time. And here we are.
Or greatest top 50 rappers.
Buddy. All this, we just
top 50 R&B artists.
Royal Rumble of arguments is what we're doing here, and it's fun. I gotta admit, the reason why we do it.
Of course, it's fun. Yeah.
Either there's two people. I think there's two people that jump in on the list conversation. Two types of people. There's the person who's just earnestly like, I am mad about this, and I don't want to cast judgment, so I won't say the next part. But the second part, and I think I fall into this part, although sometimes I'll fall into the first, is the person who recognized that what we're doing here does not actually matter. It probably does not actually engage in really logic in a larger space, but it's just fun, and maybe we could just occupy a little bit of time and have fun with it.
Yeah.
And then I jump in. I still jump in because, of course, you cannot deny it. And now, because that's what's happened on the text line for the 713, Megatron should be number one wide receiver early. Dude retired early, and his numbers are insane.
Well, retiring early kind of
that kind of take a hit.
Yeah, that kind of makes his case. He's up there for sure.
Now, if you start going top 10, without question.
I'd put him top 10.
And I think a lot of people, there are people that put him top 5 very much. Somebody said Tyreek over Andre. I don't think so.
See, that's where I kind of like, man, I need to exit this conversation. I don't want to do all of that type of stuff.
Somebody said Tyreek over Fitz. Absolutely the bleep not, because I got Fitz as my third best wide receiver.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You had a good question. Who's third? We know Rice is 1 and Moss is 2. And he asked me in the break, who's third? And I was like really trying to not just say the first name that popped into mind, but really trying to think about it. I think it's 3. It's between 3 guys as the third greatest of all time. Larry Fitzgerald is definitely in the conversation.
More tackles than dropped passes is obviously the stat that everybody loves throwing out there.
He's remarkable. Also in the hunt for number 3 over. I would put Michael Irvin.
Yeah,
I would put Michael Irvin there.
100%.
Yeah.
Number 3?
Yeah, in the argument. There's 3 guys I would argue could be number 3. And the third one, well before your time, but this dude was amazing and had the numbers to back it up and the longevity, et cetera, and that's Lance Allworth. Lance Allworth was just stupid good. And just trust me on that one if you haven't done a deep dive on Lance Allworth.
The very fun part of the Michael Irvin for me is, and of course it's one of the things that I can pride myself on being a relatively young dude. And I'm like, no, but I understand this. I do understand this, is that we're losing as time goes. One of the effects of Michael Irvin, which is Michael Irvin went over the middle. And depending on your age, what would you say the age dynamic is? Right my age, probably like 32, 33.
Yeah.
You may or may not understand the impact of that. And thankfully, I listen to people that, much older than me that have given me game on this, which is, going over the middle meant something, right? Like, this is not the freedom of movement NFL that we have existed in that is, really prioritized passing. Now, they used to have dudes like John Lynch out there that just made his bones off of trying to knock your head off of your shoulders. And Michael Irvin was like, I'll go do that. I'll go deep. I'll go short. Give me the football. I'll make it happen.
No, he was ridiculous. Yeah. And I wish you could find wins above average or whatever the stat might be appropriate for Lance Allworth. Because you talk about guys that could catch stuff that just was uncatchable. And just the numbers and everything. He was way up there. But it's either him or Fitzgerald or
I'm surprised you didn't say T.O.
That was one of those ones, and the text line already getting to that place where they're going, how are y'all forgetting about TL? No, I mean,
that was actually the first person I thought about as like number 3.
Number 3, 100% gets a lot of love in that regard. I always really loved Terrell Owens. The tough part about Terrell Owens is that then you start getting to how much are you affected by your personality? And this is an entirely different segue at this point, but we're in it. Last week, while obviously I was not here, still being the sports dork that I am, something brought me to one of my favorite pastimes. It happens at least once a year. Sometimes it's like twice a year, where I just go, that is a stat about why Barry Bonds is really cool. And I go and I just look back because I think people were asking like, I can't remember exactly what got me there. I'll have to check my text because I threw it in my group chat with my fellas. But it got me thinking, Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer. Like, not even okay. It was like, yeah, Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer before he even did the steroids. But people were like, first ballot, like maybe. I was like, no. He was a bona fide
he was a
walk-in Hall of Famer before that time.
Mm-hmm.
And so like that got me going into that space of looking at it. And that reminds me, every time I go and look at just the absurd stats that he had like literally 100 WAR.
Yeah.
Wins above replacement before he got to, what was it, about 98, 97, 98?
I think you say the same thing about Roger Clemens.
Probably. I think you could probably say the same thing.
Yeah.
The long, drawn-out way of getting back to this is I always think, though, when I do that, and damn, they won't let him in because he was a jerk.
Yeah. Well, he was a jerk.
He was a jerk.
He was a jerk.
And so, like, I do wonder, does T.O. get a little bit of a knock because...
A little bit. I think that's fair. I absolutely think that's fair.
Chris Carter getting some love. Chris Carter, number 3 all time. We might be doing a lot, and I say that with a lot of love and respect for Chris Carter.
Yeah, not over T.O.
Yeah, no, not over T.O. And by the way, his name does not have an H.
That is true. It is CRIS. But I mean,
we got three Chris Carters, all of them with H's.
That might just be autocorrects. That happens sometimes. From the 8-2, my dad says the third best wide receiver of all time is Don Hudson, and I ask you, is your dad Gil Brandt? Because one of the things in the break we were talking about it because we were like, let's look at what some of the other wisdoms might say are happening with this list. As of course all this comes about because Randy Moss is talking about Tyreek Hill. He's nowhere when we start talking about these
Don
lists.
Hudson was an old timer for me.
And that's the thing that I love. I love someone like a Gil Brandt, but Gil Brandt does that thing where he's like, Bullet Bob Hayes has to be
Don Hudson.
Let me bring you this dude from forever ago who has to be considered at the very top of this. But I got nothing for you.
Yeah.
That's ultimately what I have to say. I have nothing for you in that. I cannot knock that down for you. However, I do think my genuine responses were like, I'm not saying that person was not cold as hell at that time period. I think there has to be, and do you think I'm right in this? I will ask. 713-572-4610. The top of any of a top whatever list in a sport is going to lean heavily modern because the sport builds upon the foundations of the forefathers.
Yeah.
And so at some point, even if you were really cold back in the day, people younger than you are going to surpass you, even just off of the strength of the tiebreaker is they're standing on the shoulders of you, the Giants.
I think it depends on the sport and the position. Because I think you can argue players like the one that I've been mentioning, Lance Allworth, in that era to do what he did should elevate him even more. All these records that Mike Evans is breaking consecutive 1,000-yard seasons, they're breaking his records.
Yeah.
And that's from the 70s, dude. I mean, that's those. So I think it can almost elevate you in some positions,
Yeah, I think I would need, and now I feel like this is the old man tax, and I say this, yes, as the younger guy on the show, I apologize to all I say this lovingly, old heads, OGs that are listening, but I feel like, hey man, you got to just have absolutely dominated the game back in the day for me to give you the.
But that's my
space,
point,
right?
Yeah. Like to be able to do that in the 70s, and now they're talking about you because Mike Evans is breaking your record for 1,000.
You got to be on some Lawrence Taylor type stuff, man.
Yes.
All right, so like. Andre Johnson is an interesting one because obviously he's ours. Gil Brandt had him 16th at the last time that he did this iteration he did. I've seen some that have him like kind of in that top 10, right in that barrier range. And this text comes in from the 281. Andre Johnson had even if he had a perennial Pro Bowl quarterback with him, he would definitely be top 3. How do you make that shake when you look at, and maybe this is an unfair barometer to use, when you look at like a Larry Fitzgerald who never had a quarterback worth really throwing or writing home, and I'm very easily putting him as the third, or someone like Calvin Johnson who again never really had a quarterback that was capable of giving him what he was due. Who was also probably a guy that we talk about easily top 10.
It's along the same lines of what I said about, to be able to do that in the 70s and you get extra points. I think you get extra points if you're Andre Johnson or Calvin Johnson or Larry Fitzgerald. No, I think you get extra points that way.
Okay, so now we're getting to the take zone, which I do love about these things as well. From the 713, call it bias. I got Nuke over Tyreek all time.
Come on now.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I don't know about that.
So now they're going the other way where they go, Tyreek had Mahomes, so that's not what DeAndre Hopkins had. Like we can't go the other way, right? Like we can't go start knocking guys for the quarterbacks that they had, right?
Yeah, no, you cannot. You cannot. Absolutely.
All right, y'all gonna make me be mean. From another 713, Calvin Johnson had Matt Stafford. The thing about Matt Stafford to me is Matt Stafford in his tenure as a Detroit Lion was, and maybe you could say this is an unfair way of looking at this, I think Matt Stafford as a Detroit Lion is a disappointment as a number 1 overall pick. Does that matter a ton? I don't know. But I think that, like, what he gives you, like, he gives you a lot of empty calories because there's obviously, he was the, hey, look at all these stats guy. But as a quarterback and a number 1 overall pick, which is the thing that we don't talk about enough in his tenure as a Detroit Lion, he does not, I mean, we continue to talk about Calvin Johnson as not getting that level of service, even as for a good amount of time Matt Stafford is there. Then Matt Stafford goes to the Rams and wins him a Super Bowl. Now everybody's putting him in this whole thing.
See, I don't agree with that because if he was number 2, I think it would be a different story. If he was the number 2, I think he's suffering from being number 1 overall. But if he was number 2 overall,
well, that's my thing is that he's not suffering. Like maybe in my personal mind,
in your view,
but you felt like he was suffering as far as like him being in Detroit.
No, but what I'm saying, you're qualifying as a number 1 overall pick. He should have done more. I don't disagree. But if he were number 2, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I think the number 1 overall is just it's an albatross, you know.
And I'll also, and this is more how I am inclined to look at it from the 832. Megatron had Matt Stafford putting up silly stats in a way that made me. And again, now I'm doing a thing where I'm knocking down Matt Stafford. I'm not trying to make him a bad quarterback by any means. Now I'm just arguing against other people's perceptions, which is probably not the thing I should be doing. And so allow me to wrap up this segment by saying I appreciate you allowing us to fall into a top 10 list conversation.
We sitting at a bar at this point.
And this I figured it out, fellas. Let me walk this back. This is how I close the segment. From the 713, how are y'all leaving out Kevin Walter? Hell of a blocker. I like you.
Block his ass off,
I love you, DJ.
Maybe could he block?
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, are you ready to purchase this thing that CJ Stroud is selling you? We'll do that next.
Yeah, we were just talking earlier. You want a white Bronco?
2525.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I will not continue talking about the top wide receivers of all time in the NFL just because Randy Moss decided he wanted to shake the table. I will not keep doing this. You cannot lock me in this. Although someone did text in and say, look at Lance Allworth's stats from 65 catches, 1,600 yards, 23 yards a catch in a 14-game season.
That is crazy.
Those numbers are insane.
He was stupid.
And we didn't even mention prime Antonio Brown, who was a menace in his own right as well. I get it. And then, of course, the people coming to Matt Stafford's defense, which do what you got to do. 7 seasons of 4,000 yards with the Lions. Yeah. Show me what it came of that. But we continue.
I totally disagree. But we're not doing it. We're not doing it. We're not doing it.
No, we won't. We won't be trapped in this loop. We will break free. I want to break free. All right, and we will do so by talking about what's popping, including. Let's start here. I think we were talking. Oh yeah, let's start with SEC Media Days. It's something that's been happening out there, and you were very enamored with this particular thing.
A lot of people were.
A lot of people were, but I always like to remind you of your Aggiedom.
Yeah.
And I want to give you this because I did hit you with a Texas thing blindly, so I want to give you the opportunity to strike back. As Steve Sarkisian was announced at SEC Media Days.
Well, let's hear it.
And they played a very particular song that is for a Texas school.
Yeah.
He was the 2020 Broyles Award winner for assistant coach, as offensive coordinator at Alabama. He's married to the former L'Oreal Smith. Steve has 2 daughters, Ashley and Taylor, a son, Brady, and he and L'Oreal welcomed the son,
giving this whole resume.
April of 2025, the head coach at the University of Texas, Steve Sarkisian.
Holla, baby. We always knew, Steve. We always knew.
So in your mind, Steve Sarkisian went to the music guy like, hey,
listen.
You want to ruin my job for me? That, if you're not familiar, what is that song?
That would be the Aggie War Hymn, baby. And
the Aggie fight song?
Same thing, but we call it the War Hymn.
So that's not the choo-choo song, as I call it?
No. That is something that just warms the heart, everyone's heart, really, including Steve Sarkisian's.
I don't know if that works in that same way.
Did you catch something that I think might even have bothered Steve Sarkisian more?
What, that they said that he was married to L'Oreal, formerly Smith? What is there? Well, I'm saying that like I know, but like I recall,
didn't they file for divorce?
They did, but they got back together.
Okay,
because I remember during the season she was back on them sidelines.
Yes.
By the way, looking fly.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sark. Shout out to L'Oreal. But I was like, did that paperwork? Did they make the paperwork official? I don't even remember all that happens.
Yeah.
But shout out to that man in that.
Maybe
regard.
they not together, but they're together.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, we'll see.
I'm trying to be a good human being and not say
he probably got his own. He probably got his own room.
But that was I was like, that is interesting.
Yeah.
He said they were married, and I don't know.
He probably stay in the condo. He got all that money. He can stay in the condo.
By the way, they're going on today still, the SEC meetings.
Right.
I think the Aggies going to take the stage today, in fact. But Greg Sankey opened the day by apologizing. Don't worry about it, man. It was just all in fun. Everybody had fun with it.
What you mean, don't worry about it?
He apologized. Oh, I'm sorry we played the Aggie War Hymn instead of I don't know what he said, but
you're not worried about it.
Yeah.
You know Texas fans.
I would have laughed.
Nah, man.
You would have laughed.
Yeah, I would have laughed.
You like laughing. That's cool.
Like
I feel like y'all be taking a lot of this type of stuff, this beef, serious.
Figgy, I do, but you also know me. I don't.
I would. Yeah, no,
I do and I don't. It depends on the circumstance.
I would take you out of it.
Yeah.
But it's some other people that will take it so to heart.
What's up, Tyler?
Guys, I'm not even doing like this is the rivalry thing. I'm just saying, and I think Texas fans, let's level with me here. Y'all know y'all be getting upside down. Y'all be getting mad about the upside down horns.
Yes.
That is true.
Y'all be trying to take it to the courts and justices and the judges behind. Y'all be going to.
That is true.
Then they take it to Brett Yormark. Hey, man, they being mean to us.
Yeah.
Right? And again, I grew up, spent a good amount of time in Austin.
But that was
have a lot of
silly.
fondness.
Yeah.
But y'all be doing this sometimes. So I can very much see that there's probably a portion of the Texas fan base that was like, "Oh, hell no!" And so, Greg Sankey, go ahead and cover your bases. You do not want.
I guess he had to
on your case and on your keister about the idea that y'all played the wrong song. AV man clicked the wrong track.
Yeah.
That was a funny thing that happened in Media Days. We'll talk about some of the other things that have been happening at Media Days as well as the show goes along. Something that is interesting, that is related and pertinent to Texas A&M, but also pertinent to the NFL. We have been enamored with what the Cincinnati Bengals have been not doing, which is not getting some guys signed. And that includes, obviously, Trey Hendrickson. They're, one of the best in the league, one of the best in the world pass rushers that they are not paying as such in the time period, which, of course, they need to figure that out here soon. But more importantly, Shamar Stewart, who was their first-round pick, a guy who looks the part. He looks the part all-star. His production at A&M in his entirety of his college career, honestly, did not match that particular looks the part. And they decided to draft him in the first round regardless. All right, cool. That is your prerogative as an NFL team. They have not been able to get him signed behind some, at least from the reporting, some language that they have wanted in the deal that obviously Shamar does not want and feels like should not be there. I'm inclined in hearing some of the details of the reporting to line with Shamar, but that's neither here nor there. What is here, though, is that Shamar seems to be fully in for the long haul on this fight, doesn't he?
He does, and I feel like this could be a groundbreaking type moment, and I'm not trying to be dramatic here. I'm really not. I feel like this could be a groundbreaking type moment in college football, in the NFL, etc. I was reading a very interesting story, and it was on CBS Sports. I don't have it in front of me, but the gist of it was this is real, man. Like the Shamar Stewart has been working out every day with the Aggies this summer. Now, it's unofficial until they officially report, but they're having big-time team workouts. He's been working out with the team. There is some vague, I guess, interpretations, varying interpretations of what exactly can happen from here.
So the NFL side of it is pretty clear. He could just if the deal doesn't get done, he could become draft eligible
in 26.
Except not for the Bengals. Like the Bengals just would not be able to select him, which I imagine they wouldn't make that mistake twice, would they? If it was available.
Well, it is the Bengals.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
But the college football portion of this is tough because, again, college football, even as we are modernizing and fully responding to the idea that, yes, indeed, this is pro sports, they still consider it's still considered amateurism in the way that they operate. And he declared he was drafted into the NFL. Can you come back from that and again jump into this amateurism?
And that's where a lot of people are sort of speculating this would be an easy court case if he wants to go to court. And it might not take long to get it done where he would be playing for the Aggies again. Because keep in mind, the reason he doesn't need the money and he can go back to college is because he made more than $1 million last year in NIL. I would expect that to be even more if he decides to go back. And when you go,
although I don't know how that's working because we've had a lot of NIL deals struck down through the clearinghouse that was established.
Yes, but you can now also pay players too.
Yeah, but you could pay players, but it's also worth noting that they have a payroll basically. The revenue share is up to $20.5 million.
Everything I read,
I do wonder if he gets the question I had is just I wonder if he gets $1 million.
Everything I read about this is that's not something that would be an issue, the paying. The bigger thing would be, okay, you're saying he can't really come back to A&M and play, and yet you're calling yourself a professional league. And a lot of people are believing this would be an easy thing to do. And I have not been, from before the draft, the biggest Shamar Stewart fan. You guys know that.
No, I can attest to that.
You guys know. I'm not saying that in order hey, come back to the Aggies and win some games for us. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in a bigger picture, in the context of groundbreaking for college football.
You making him Ed O'Bannon?
Shamar,
Kurt Flood Stewart.
Again, I'm not trying to be dramatic, but we are in an NIL world where this can happen.
No, I'm not saying you're trying to be dramatic. I think that this situation is dramatic. I think that this very well could be one of those things where the NCAA now finds another level of assault on what they have held true and dear. And to be fair, I don't say that with any level of, love for the NCAA because what they have done, in my personal opinion, has been kind of repugnant in trying to continue to keep this in the way that it has been. But now you're seeing assaults from various different platforms, and this could be another one that kind of wildly changes the aspect of what's happening.
That's what I'm saying.
Diego Pavia at SEC Media Days, that's one of the things I wanted to talk about. He is the quarterback at Vanderbilt. He previously played at New Mexico Community College in New Mexico, and then New Mexico State before transferring to Vandy and then beating Alabama last year. Shout out to the man, Diego Pavia. He is, really advocating but hugely for. Sorry, don't do anything with that. It just came out. He's advocating hugely for the possibility of changing eligibility rules that takes away all junior college away from that, and then maybe standardizing it to maybe like 5 years, no junior college, none of that, like to continue to up eligibility. Would this upend that almost entirely if it is basically, hey, no longer are you able to, or how far can you push the bounds of amateurism if Shamar Stewart wins some level of court case that might generate from this?
Right. No, I think that's why I said it's potentially groundbreaking, and it's also this. Forget about the nature of the relationship and professionalism and going back to college and forgetting the draft. At minimum, I think this is the first of many sort of leverage moments that a player can have with a team. Like at minimum, he's going to get what he wants in this contract with the Bengals because he has the leverage now to say, hey, I don't need the money. I can go back to college. And he might even have a ruling at some point that backs him up on that. So at minimum, I think a lot of NFL players that are maybe wanting something in their contract, maybe not happy with where they got drafted, they're going to have the leverage to get what they want.
All right, at the risk of putting you in a place that is deeply unfair, as I love doing to people on the radio, does this feel like a end-game good thing? And, of course, you don't have a crystal ball, so I'm not expecting you to know 100%. But the thoughts that I start having is, if you change this, I think players have even more leverage, even as we're talking about making money in college, to possibly stay and not be rushed to college. In some instances, obviously now
to the NFL,
or to the NFL rather.
Yeah.
You had to play 3 years, but does this then give guys more opportunity to possibly hold out from that particular end game, or is the nature of football such that you got to try and jump whenever you can?
Yeah, the first thing I thought about was the quarterbacks.
Arch Manning.
If it's like a quarterback that's like an Arch Manning, and he don't want to go to whatever, let's say the Browns got the number 1 overall pick, he don't want to go there.
Yeah.
I'll go back to Texas.
Yeah, and that's where I think it's
even
most
if
important.
they do draft me and go through all this stuff, or something crazy happen like that, I'll go back to college.
Arch can make $10 million at the blink of an eye next year. If let's say he wins the Heisman, goes number 1, doesn't want to go there. Hey, cool, I'm going back to Texas.
I teased this and I forgot to mention it. Micah Parsons, along with your quarterback of the Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud, apparently are in tandem endorsing a product called Jams, which is...
Are you going to make me be a bad guy here?
Yes, I am, yeah! Which is supposedly like Uncrustables, but better in theory, to give the elevator pitch that I imagine Jams does not want, because I don't think that they necessarily want you to talk about what I imagine is a competitor now, but it's PB&J that you can get on the go, but supposedly with better products or better
10 grams of protein.
Yeah, protein and all that. Which I think general. Hey, you're dealing with peanut butter. Protein's going to be in there.
It's going to be in there.
But you in?
Okay,
Figgy, before he goes, because he's got a lot of Figgy. You in?
Sure, I'll try.
Yeah,
I'll try it.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. There is a but coming. I think it's awesome. Protein PB&J is what they're calling it. It's called Jams. It comes in a little box. It doesn't have a crust, and it has peanut butter and jellies in it. What does that sound like to you?
Sounds like the free market. Sounds like competition, baby. Competition.
It's McDowell's, man. It's an Uncrustable. I hope you have all the success in the world. I hope you make a gajillion dollars. But let's just be honest here.
No, of course.
And they ain't gonna top the Crustables.
This is Uncrustables. They're just calling it Jams.
I do wonder though. Does this have an opportunity? I know that they're already paying for NFL endorsement, right? Obviously, as evidenced by CJ and Micah Parsons. But does this have an opportunity to maybe latch on in the professional space? Because one thing that I always find really interesting is your favorite athlete, your favorite athlete's favorite athlete. Love them some PB&J. Quick way to get in some protein. They love it as a easy snack. And I've always been fascinated that like Uncrustables had not found some way in. But if you have something that is in theory better ingredients.
See, I think it is already finding its way in. I've said on this show, I think Uncrustables is the best snack to take when you go golf. I've seen professional golfers eat Uncrustables on the golf course.
Is this a commercial?
Or jams. Either way.
I just want to make sure.
I think a lot of high schoolers and teams use these, whether it's Uncrustables or now jams, already. I think it is going to get into that space. I think that's why he and Micah got into this. I do wish him all the luck in the world, and I'm just going to be fair as much as I say it is Uncrustable. Let's not get that confused. There's space for it. Coke had Pepsi. You know, if you have a successful product, another product similar but different is going to come in.
And all you need is an NFL player to actually be the first person to say, hey, I eat this.
Yeah.
I like this.
Well, and you got two right there that are big time.
I say all that. I make all my PB&J by hand. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Yeah. Coming up next, I've been doing my rewatch of the 2024 Texans season. We come to Week 8 versus the Indianapolis Colts. Let's revisit that next.
In the loop.
What are your best case and worst case scenarios at these important position battles?
I think a lot.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You hear the big voice, man. The OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig hanging out with you here on a Wednesday. We're about to get into my rewatch of Week 8 versus the Indianapolis Colts. But we were talking about the Shamar Stewart thing with, first round pick of the Bengals and who is now working out back in College Station as he's a Texas A&M Aggie. And it seems like we might possibly, there's a possibility that this heads towards a place where he sues for the opportunity to go back and play college football again this year, which that could create all sorts of interesting knock-on effects that I'd be very intrigued to see happen, although we will see if that comes about. But a question came in as we were talking about that on the text line from the 281. And again, the number to text is 713-572-4610 if you would like to get involved, which a lot of you have been doing today, and we really appreciate it because it's made it really fun and lively. But from the 281, they said, I'm more curious if and when the opposite happens. If college is now pro, can players skip college and go directly to from high school to like MLB, NBA?
Not in the NFL.
I don't think that the NFL wants that.
No, nor should the kids want. It's a different world, brother.
Like, what would you say? Maybe
those men are paying mortgages.
Yeah. Maybe you get like one out of every 3-4 draft classes.
1,000 players.
But
one out of every 1,000 players.
I'm sorry. I took it from draft classes. Like 1 out of 4 draft classes would do was like, oh no, he was ready to play at this level.
That's coming out of high school?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No.
Maybe even more. It's those first couple of years or year or two, whatever, in college. I mean, it's a world of difference, man.
Yeah,
it's a world. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's a world of difference.
And I think also, I think that generally the NFL, the way that they're the ones that have you have to be 3 years removed from high school to get to the NFL. That's not necessarily a college rule that exists there. So they have benefited from a pseudo minor league that they don't have to pay for. So I think that they continue to want to benefit from that. They don't want to have to take in players.
They don't want to alienate it.
No.
And
I think they wouldn't want to, because can you think about it? Imagine you get a guy, as you mentioned, very few of them are prepared immediately to compete at this level. If you're drafting a guy from high school, you now it's your responsibility to develop them. They don't have the apparatus to develop anybody.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like they not practice squad. You only got a limited amount of those. You don't have a developmentally. Are you sending them to the UFL? Are you going to create that? Yeah, and you have to pay for it. I think
you think it's more realistic that maybe college freshmen might be able to clear for the draft rather than the high school going.
Oh, for sure. I think that 1 year makes a big difference.
Maybe I think that they probably stay. Just I think the NFL would.
I still think that's a little too much, but you do have a few players that are freshmen. You're like, man, he could go right now.
Yeah. All right. So I'm sorry, I dipped into my own time. Now we turn to the 2024 rewatch of the Houston Texans season that I've been doing, gearing us up for the start of the 2025 season. Training camp just around the corner, baby, and of course. A fair question that comes in from the 832. How EJ Speed look, Reggie, as yes, Week 8, the Texans faced off against the Indianapolis Colts, and it starts off with a huge Dameon Pierce return, and as this game gets going, it's like, oh, okay, they're getting Mixon involved early, but not just running the football, as he had a good rushing game in this one. Throwing the football, and I realized I skipped what I typically do here, Lopez. Do you have any memories from this game?
Well, you just hit on the one, a big return, and I, obviously as I'm digging in to this game and remembering it, Joe Mixon, big time, Jonathan Taylor,
big time,
yeah.
Which we will talk about, or we could just talk about it now. It's very freeform in the way that I do this. Linebacking continues to be a thing that you're looking at. You get Devin White in this game, remember? And, of course, Neville Hewitt. It just speaks to, man, you're going to need those linebackers to step up. But also, Jonathan Taylor, they had him out on the perimeter challenging. If your guys on the perimeter were willing to tackle. Man, he was creating a lot of missed tackles, and it was a long day. Again, it highlights one of the weaknesses, if you had one, for this Texans defense, which is you got to make sure you tackle. And you got to make sure you have like a level of physicality going forward. Every team's going to have a weakness. This is the weakness for the defense. It is fair to have it. I want to see what they're capable of doing to try and remedy the weakness that is there.
And as you're talking, I'm sitting here trying to go back to that game, and this was a bounce-back game, too, for C.J. Stroud.
Yes, 80-something yards in the previous game with Green Bay, and that's also one of the things I wanted to get to, and I appreciate you giving me the segue there, which is this is week 3 of last season without Nico Collins.
Oh, that's right.
And it show, baby, it show, right? It is evident. Now, this game is where you start seeming to see Bobby Slowick find some answers as to, okay, what do we do without Nico Collins? And before I even get deeper into that, I ask a question here. How long should it take for you to figure out what you do without he's not just a receiver. He is the receiver on his team. But how long does it feel like you should be able to, or should it take for you to start figuring some of this out?
I'll tell you what, as a fan, 0 weeks. You want to be able to make the adjustments, and nobody's expecting anyone to be Nico Collins, but it should have been the next week you figure something out with your receiving core and some sort of other options and other approaches, etc. But if you want to be generous, give them a week to kind of get adjusted. But it should have happened by then.
Yeah, and so this is where you start figuring, you start getting this, and I'm like, all right, I feel like I was happy to see some of this. There was like a play where you had double slants, and you get Robert Woods, who was just returning from missing 2 weeks himself. One of these outside slants. There was a lot of tight ends in this one early. So like we're going to spread this out. We're going to get everybody involved, including Joe Mixon. Dalton Schultz had one of his better games, actually, of the season. It was 4 receptions, 52 yards on 6 targets, which, can we stop down on the Dalton Schultz-ster here? That was a very good game for him. He got involved over the middle. There's a couple of passes that he wasn't able to connect on. If he does something near that on a relatively consistent basis, are you happy with him? Because, again, I was hearkening back to the conversation we had yesterday. Yeah. And, you were talking about what's the best case scenario in the tight end. Right. And you want what does it take for you to have a good feeling on Dalton Schultz in the role and with the payment that you are giving him right now?
I think that also should be the expectation. About 6 targets, 4 catches.
On the high end or on the
I think it should
moderate end?
Yeah, I think that should be about what you expect from Dalton Schultz, given all the other targets, and then also given that you want another tight end involved. You want another tight end to be more integrally involved.
I think that was about
in your offense.
One more time for me.
That's enough. Involved in your offense as well. So I don't have that high expectation. I also don't have low expectation for Dalton Schultz. I think he's going to be better in this offense, but not Pro Bowl. Just fit him in about that space right there.
Yeah, and of course, some of this happens because you have him with opportunities, right? And because Bobby Slowick had to be innovative or I guess more attentive, in ways that he got the ball to all these other guys that I imagine you're saying, hey, Reggie, I feel like you should have had that. He probably should have had that perspective going in when the 5-headed monster conversation and all that. But it did bring me to the thought of how much does that shift with Nick Haley. Obviously, that's the question that we asked is like, a tight end, a guy with tight end experience. How much does that shift just with a different offense that hopefully places him in an opportunity?
No, I think that's going to be one of the stories we follow.
Because he looked good in this. Like, I got to be honest, he looked good in this game. We've seen in history, like, Dalton Schultz looked good. Dalton Schultz had, a 130-yard game in the first year that he was here in Houston. Like, we've seen Dalton Schultz be a useful player. Yeah. I'll be interested to see exactly what you get out of him. Somebody asked me on the text line, what did EJ Speed look like? EJ Speed looked like a form tackler, baby. Yeah. I was like, he gonna fit in here fine. Not that I was at all worried about that. We knew that he was, a huge tackler in Indy, but it was just good seeing it again. Just
that
really
was his
strong
beef
tackles.
Game. Remember, he and C.J. Stroud going at
That's
it.
That's right. Him and Zaire Franklin as well involved in there as well. He showed up, man. He absolutely shows up on the film. I was going to say the film, but I watched a little bit of the film, but obviously I was watching the broadcast copy again, where last week Tony Romo was saying a lot of things that was like, I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Eric Murray had a fun game early, and that's not really pertinent to us at this point anymore. I will say, I already mentioned the Schultz. I mentioned Schultz. I mentioned the Taylor. This was the game where we finally saw the willingness to bench Kenyon Green. Because remember, Jarrett Patterson comes in. Yeah. And unfortunately for all of us, at the end of that drive, or near the end of that drive, it is the end of the drive because that's the touchdown play. Yeah. Jarrett Patterson while, trying to get to the second level, falling into the linebacker and kind of still making a block in that way.
Yeah.
Gets a concussion, and he's out. And
had to put Kenyon Green back in, right?
Kenyon Green right back in. I did find it interesting, speaking of the broadcast, sideline reporter, and I apologize because I can't recall who it was on this broadcast, but the sideline reporter makes note that Gardner Johnson is in his face.
Yeah.
Making sure that, hey, you need to protect our quarterback before he goes back in there.
Yeah.
And it just reminds me of how mad I was that Kenyon Green kept being the guy that they went to.
Yeah. No, I'm interested in what other observations you might have here, but as you're talking, I'm thinking, I'm going back to the end of that game. This game also, I think one thing that you can kind of draw from it is it affected the way the Colts do business up until today, because that was the I'm tired game for Anthony Richardson, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so
it was.
That kind of changed the way they look at things as well that day.
Yeah, and we'll see if that changes it to a big amount. What it should have changed just on general. Watching this game and realizing I'm watching it from the TV broadcast as opposed to we have the good fortune of being at NRG for all the home games. I'm like, damn, he looks so bad in this to me, like to my eye after a long period of time.
Yeah.
At the half, Shane Steichen comes out with just a college offense. Like you're talking about option. It looks like the reads are even more simplified coming out of half.
Yeah.
Like that dude, in theory, he's got the arm. There's one of these plays where, Sting has a little bit more, gives a little bit more cushion than I'm comfortable with it wasn't Downs. I'm trying to remember who exactly it was. But there's a ball that's just feathered in there so nicely. I'm like, okay, that's the platonic ideal of what he gives you.
Yeah.
It's just so rarely that. He looks so bad. Almost an interception on the left at the end of the second quarter to Kamari, only to throw the pick to Petrie, which allowed them to go score before the end of the
pretty good
half.
return, didn't he?
Yeah, pretty good return, and they ultimately score at the end of the half with a Tank Dell beautiful play. Right, everybody was eating. John Mechie looked pretty good in this one, and I was like, oh, okay, I remember John Mechie looks good in instances. I'll be interested to see if Kaylee can also help him out. But it was fun to see, and it was bittersweet to see Tank Dell get out here on a little post corner and just toe tap on the back line, because I was like, damn, you're not going to get that this year.
Yeah.
So I was very, very sick at that. There was a huge out and up on the outside for Stephon Diggs, and I was like, I feel like you didn't get a lot of that from Stephon Diggs.
Well, that wasn't his role. But yeah, he led the team in receiving. There you go with the adjustment, without Nico Collins. That wasn't his role. His role changed in this game.
Yeah. Oh, one more thing I wanted to mention, because the run game did pop up in a big way from Joe Mixon, but it just continues to be so comedic to me. The delta, the difference between when the run game is effective and when it's like
it was Joe Mixon.
It is Joe Mixon, but even like when they try and actually execute well. Like all of the parts, when they execute well, they could get some really good runs out of this offense. But then when they didn't, it looked comedic. And in all these games, the last couple of games that I've watched against the Packers, against the Colts, you see it at various instances. And I'm just like, I'm just so excited for the possibility of, can you just give me standard? Can
Adequate
you give me
blocking.
Can you give me consistent?
Give me the mean. Give me just average, and we'll be good about it. I'm just looking at the box score now. Joe Mixon had 102 yards rushing.
Correct.
The team had 96.
That's right.
4 other dudes carried the ball for negative yardage. So it was Joe Mixon.
Yeah, man. It was an interesting game in there. I don't know that there was a lot that I go, man, this is wildly illuminating for me, besides, this Anthony Richardson thing. Like, and not that I was believing that it would work before, but you see the high watermark. But if you're just watching it, especially when you're watching it really quickly in that condensed format, I'm like, oh, I'm so sick of watching this dude play. I can only imagine what being a Colts fan is like.
Yeah.
Best of luck to them in that. Shout out to Petrie, but there was one of those instances where you saw the issue with him in coverage. Like, you're single high man, he's playing press coverage, and he gets. Anyways, love you, Petrie. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. We will do that next.
The Drive with S.org. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, we've been talking a little bit about the All-Star game last night, et cetera, but there was one thing where I was like, something's got to change here. Somebody has to rescue Paul Skeens, man. Somebody's. You can't even win when you're up 6-0. You know, everybody's been talking about how he's got this 1.9 whatever ERA, or
ain't it 1.8
or whatever it is. And well, but the Pirates just can't score. Dude, you got all-stars batting behind you. You're up 2-0 in the first inning. You're up 6-0 in the game. All right. Good for Paul Skeens. He's going to get an all-star win. Nope. They end up coming back and tying it.
This was it. You wanted to circle back around to this?
Yeah.
You wanted to circle around to the idea that the All-Star game didn't have a winning pitcher?
Well, it does tie in, but that's my main confession is this poor bastard.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this guy can't win for nothing.
That's right.
Somebody needs to rescue him. He can't be Nolan Ryan again.
But that's what I'm saying. No, he might. I would love it if we could have some level of, coordination. Because you just need to talk to kindred spirit in that moment, man. You need someone who understands what you're going through. Because I cannot imagine.
He's so good. Like, he is so good.
This is the thing. We get up there, and I'm like, oh, okay. So he just throwing heaters. Like, very pitchers for who, for what, in the words of the great Ricky Waters. He's like, I'm just sitting here throwing heat.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do? Nothing.
The crazy thing is, we're talking about this. He's going to go to the Dodgers, the Yankees, or maybe the Pirates. I mean, not the Pirates, but the Padres.
Yeah, I was about to say.
The Padres always get somebody. Mm-hmm. They always spend some money, but he's going to go to one of those three teams.
He is.
Yeah.
So what you saying is just take your medicine, young man.
Yeah, just enjoy it right now,
but
man.
The reserves are coming.
Yeah, but he's going to go to the Yankees, and we're going to hate him.
They have so much control for so long, though. Like, somebody just needs to rescue him. Just make a new rule, something.
Are you petitioning to any particular baseball teams owned by someone?
I mean, I wouldn't be mad if he were an Astro, but somebody needs to do something.
He didn't give me the opportunity to go for owned by a person whose name rhymes with Slim Frame.
Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I just wanted to do something dorky.
That guy.
Hell yeah. Bring Paul Skeens directly to me.
Like, how much? They still have control for how many more years?
And for that reason.
Would you bring
so impossible?
Would you bring them in? Let's say the Pirates are at that point where they got to get rid of them for prospects, and you got 1 year of Paul Skeens.
Yeah,
kind of like how the Astros did in 2019 with
Greinke?
No, not Greinke. Old dude that represented himself right after the World
Garrett
Series.
Cole.
Yeah, Garrett Cole.
Yeah.
If it's some type, would you do that?
Sure, absolutely.
I don't think I knew this before, but apparently Garrett Cole, huge fan. Was that Garrett Cole or was that Crochet? Never mind. Let me not go there. I think it was Cole. Huge fan of the Dominican food. Was very interesting to me. But Paul Skeens, though, was like 3 more arbitration years. Well, there's a pre-arb year next year, and then 3 more arbitration years.
That's
criminal. 4 more. No, 3. I can do math, I think.
That's criminal. It is.
Hey, the game
it's
is
just going to be impossible.
Hey, the game is the game, man.
Trade for him. Something. That poor guy. He can't win an All-Star game when he's up 6-0.
These are my confessions.
I'm going to be completely honest. I forgot that this thing was happening today. Although it doesn't mean anything to remember that it's happening today, personally for me. So I understand why I forgot, but I am still disappointed in myself that I forgot. That the ESPYs are happening today as hosted by Shane Gillis. We talked about this a few weeks ago. And, the comedian obviously now is charged with, bringing a liveliness to the event. But I'm just always amazed that ESPN looked at the time. They looked at their schedule, and they're like, dang, we need programming.
Yeah.
We'll just invent an award show. And people go along with this nonsense. It's nonsense. The whole reason for award shows in all these other spaces because we're dealing with the arts and stuff that don't inherently have
scoreboards,
right? Like, what was the best movie? Like, let's go check the best movie standings. Like, there's not, we don't have that, right? What happened in the Academy playoffs this year to tell us who? We don't have that. That's why we have the award show. Best basketball player. You mean the MVP?
Yeah.
Wait, why do we do this?
Yeah, I didn't mind it for many years, many years. I haven't really plugged in much lately. I just feel, I don't know what, it's lost something, and I can't tell you, but I get your point, and a lot of people are in there with you. I was cool with it for a long time, but it's just lost its luster.
Yeah, I think it's the cheese type stuff for me.
Maybe.
When it's like the best memorable moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, man, like
Yeah.
did that really mean something to win the ESPY for the best memorable moment
You gonna put
on
that
the
on
field?
your mantle?
Yeah, like I never. That's how I kind of feel about the they had the iHeart Music Awards.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm like, are these artists really like, I won the iHeart Music Award? I was just like, man, it's Grammys or another, maybe MTV Award or BET Awards. But it's just like, man, do people care about this one?
Yeah.
And maybe I'm just doing the thing where I'm hating on stuff because there's something to be said for, all right, this is a thing as a person who likes sports in a time where there's not often a lot of sports stuff to consume.
No, that's
that ends
why.
up
We
on
know
TV.
that.
All right.
Yeah.
If it's just this is a thing
People
that's
like
on here,
lists.
they do like
We talk
lists.
about that.
It is
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
It annoys me personally.
Sure.
And for whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I got to confess, I think I became way more sensitive about this subject matter. So, it's always tough when you lose somebody, like a family member, friend, or something like that. And I had like a weird way of coping where I don't let it get to me. I don't really take time off and stuff like that. But whenever somebody loses their dog, I feel like I become way more emotional than I lost a grandma or auntie or something like that. So Jesse Watt, our good friend who worked for Mix 96.5.
Oh wow.
Yeah, man. So if you follow her, she have a dog by the name of Crosby, and it's a great story. She'll tell you about it whenever, I guess, if you ask her how she got Crosby and all that stuff. But she said yesterday in the Instagram post, our sweet Crosby bear crossed over the Rainbow Bridge.
God.
He changed our lives, and we didn't know if it was possible to love a dog so much. We're holding on to every memory with our boy and picturing him chasing all the squirrels in heaven. We love you, buddy.
Man.
I wanted to leave this segment or the segment when I seen the post, go over there and hug her because she's still working right now. She's still going around working. I just want to just give her a long hug. Like, I'm so sorry.
Dude, and what to your first point, I'm the same way with the pets. I mean, obviously, and some people that, maybe not as close to you, but family, relatives, or what. I think it's just because they're so innocent. Dogs are just so innocent. And they're so, and I've said this before, nothing will ever love you like a dog loves you.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Not even people.
Yeah. And
because you are their entire world.
Yes. And when I seen that, I'm just like, damn, man. I lost a lot of people, a lot of friends way too early.
Yeah.
And I was always this tough guy, like, okay, I'm still good.
Yeah.
But when I lost my dog, I'm just like, this is
the innocence.
This
it's the
is
fact
so
that,
different.
Like, they have a lot of things they do and they play and they have other friends and all that stuff, but you are their world.
Yeah. I kind of had that moment yesterday with Jackson because I had a little ball that I throw and he go catch it and all that stuff. And I bounced the ball and went straight up and it hit him right in the nose hard to the point he looked up, he got scared and he just took off. He took off. He didn't want to talk to me or anything. I'm like, I felt so bad. But like 5 minutes later, he came back, wanted to play some more.
Yeah.
So that type of love, just imagine losing that type of love.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, man. Rest in peace, Crosby.
You really left me a tough place to jump in there, huh? I agree.
Yes.
That's why this transition button is here.
These are my confessions.
All right, so let's change the topic to this. I had no idea that my guy Reggie was while he was doing God's work, donating bone marrow,
yes, sir,
to his brother. He was reading Taking Flack. I gotta admit, that just warmed the old heart, man. He read my book finally. That was cool.
It was Dan Pastorini's book.
Well, I wrote every word in there, but that's okay. Pastorini sat there and answered questions. I love you, Dan. But no, that's cool. Even all these years later, and a lot of people hit me up, every now and then.
No, I mean, I think especially, I personally don't feel like I read as much as I want to.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I mean, I'm 33 years old. I did not get the chance to live those times, and so especially trying to learn more and being curious about things in sports, and particularly as it pertains to Houston. It
educated you, didn't it?
100%.
Yeah.
I will open myself up to scrutiny as I try to do from time to time. Please be relatively gentle if you could. In this book, and I told Lopez this, I learned something that I was a little bit ashamed to realize that I learned, which I guess is a confession in and of itself. I just thought Mac Hike was a dude that owned a dealership. Little I know, played for the Oilers. Oh, my bad, y'all. Like, my bad, Mac and all that. I did not realize that. I am learning through this process. But no, it was a deeply interesting book, John. I thought that it was very, very intriguing to get an insight into a Dan Pastorini, who I do appreciate, and I'm sure a lot of people do as well, who obviously have gotten to the story and the story of his life and the nuances of it very, very much earlier than I
How would you grade this book if we talk? No,
Putting him on the spot.
No, I'm being serious. If we going okay,
it's a solid 7.
Okay, I was gonna go with the source. Like, how many mics?
Oh,
you giving
mics?
this?
I think it's 3.5 mics, 4 mics.
Okay, that ain't bad.
In there. But yeah, man, where was I ultimately trying to get there? I forgot where I was at. Anyways.
You talking about the Oilers, I guess, and the things you're learning?
Yeah, man. Dan lived a life and a half, and I live really how accountable he is and has been for all the things that happened with him that very much a lot of people could decide not to be accountable for.
Yeah, for sure, and they do or don't. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're in the loop.
I got a quick confession real quick.
Go for it.
These are my confessions.
I apologize to the text line for making people cry about my confession, man.
You need to.
I didn't mean to do that, man.
Yeah. But it's real.
Yeah.
It's true.
I thought about it when you started getting into that space, and I'm like, people are in their cars. People are on lunch right now trying to explain.
Bawling.
Why people are cutting onions.
I thought I was cool with it, man. I ain't going into details or anything like that, like strong details, but man,
it doesn't matter.
It's sensitive, man.
We're talking about dead puppies, and that's always going to pull the old heartstrings.
Yeah, I'm about to go find Jesse Watt right now when we go to break.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we will all go lend our condolences to our Odyssey Houston family here, but you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, and an opportunity to maybe cheer you up, we'll do a Wednesday staple. Let's get into some Judge John Lopez. Is this particular college football legend returning? We'll talk about that more next.
Area 45.
That's ethos.com/radio.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into a little Judge John Lopez we've taken to doing of late. We'll bring up some cases in sports. Myself and Fig will argue it, and of course, the honorable or dishonorable, depending on how you feel, Judge John Lopez will make his ruling on it. Although I'm still not sure if he's actually a judge because I look to my right, and all I'm seeing is a pullover and shorts. I don't see a robe. I
You
feel
look like a fisherman, man.
I feel like
All
a
right.
judge would have a robe on.
All right.
That's all I'm saying.
Arriving tomorrow.
Look at him on Amazon right now.
Just ordered it like not even 30 seconds
And a wig and a
ago.
gavel?
You'll see.
Okay.
You'll see next Wednesday
All right.
what I just
Very
ordered.
good.
Arriving tomorrow, Figgy. Man, I waste money on some stupid crap.
Hey, this ain't stupid, man. Now we're gonna change the game with this. We're
All
gonna
right.
go full out.
All right.
We need to make a real official intro for it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's
Maybe
do
I'll
that.
get on that.
Okay.
I feel like of the three of us, you would be the one that would
Yeah,
have
I
to
would
get
bet on
that,
you.
to be fair.
You've seen my editing skills.
All right, we begin talking about SEC Media Days. A lot of various things that have been happening out there. Steve Sarkisian having to walk out to the Aggie War Hymn. Yeah, also Archie Griffin. Goodness gracious.
Sure, Archie Griffin. He threw the Mac hike.
Arch Manning, not even close to what I just said.
Yeah.
Arch Manning talking to reporters, and this about famed Alabama and, of course, LSU and other places head coach Nick Saban. I almost called him Lane Kiffin. But Nick Saban was a topic of discussion out there. Obviously, he stepped away from the game before last season, and he very much talked about how the way the game is currently going was not allowing him to remain, and he could not guarantee the players that were coming in that he would be there for the entirety of their tenure. And he felt like when you couldn't do that, you couldn't keep going. Well, Lane Kiffin, one of his former assistants, said that he thinks that Nick Saban will be back playing or coaching in college. Interestingly enough, that was a few days ago. Interestingly enough, I believe it was yesterday, Kirby Smart says that he does not think that Nick Saban will be back. And so, Figgy Fig, counselor, make the case for why Nick Saban will not be back.
Yes, how you doing, Your Honor? How's the grandkids doing?
No,
doing fantastic.
objection.
Thank you for asking.
Objection.
Relevance. So I think Nick Saban is done, Your Honor. I think at his age, I want to say he's in his 70s. I think he's ready to hang out with his kids and grandkids and all that. So I think he's ready to kind of be more of a family man than a coach, looking at all of these young guys, these young men and all that. And Exhibit A, I think it's a big reason why he left on his own terms.
Right.
He wasn't pushed out, and I think he could have stayed at Alabama as long as he could, but he chose to leave. And I think I just think the way college football is going right now, with the NIL and the way people do things, he's a little bit old school. So I just don't understand at his age of him trying to come back into a young man's game. I don't see him trying to start over. I don't see him trying to get into this whole new NIL thing, which I think he was on the record saying how he wasn't really the biggest fan of it. So I think he's done. I think he likes being an analyst. I think he likes working for ESPN and just kicking it with Pat McAfee and all that stuff.
Okay, very well put. Sound reasoning.
I appreciate you, counselor. Your Honor. I feel like you are very right. He enjoys, working and being an analyst. You know what he likes more than that? You know what he loves more than that? Football. Football coaches, football people in general, but football coaches are sick human beings. they're sick people that they can't do anything besides this, including what I think is one of the most cush jobs. If you are that kind of, like, if you have already made your bones in that sport, if you have the kind of knowledge that Nick Saban has, which is being a broadcaster, it's like, oh man, you should be able to coast off of that. You have a decent understanding. You've gotten comfortable with being able to translate that information to the general public, and the hours are a lot better. And you know what happens every single time? Those jokers will take their guaranteed salary or their good salaries for doing this TV work, and they will go back into I sleep at my desk. I don't see my family. I work every day because I love this. Like, they love this to that degree. And if there is a coach amongst coaches that enjoy this, it is Nick Saban. Nick Saban is the type of guy that loves football so much and loves the opportunity to teach and coach football that he kind of got happy when his team lost because it gave him opportunity and coaching points.
Yeah.
You telling me that a man like that will be able to stay away from this thing that he loves so much, particularly not just coaching, but coaching kids? Like, of the guys in college sports in particular that are like more of CEO types versus more of like hands-on X's and O's guys, he does both very well, but he loves getting into the nitty-gritty of what the assignments are and what the X's and O's are. I think it's going to be hard to keep him away from coaching at this level, especially when you have his fingerprints all over the coaching ranks.
Yeah.
I think you could very much get him back into this.
All right, this is clearly one that is tough because you both stated strong cases for and against, but there's also mitigating factors that you referenced to. Some of those mitigating factors includes his age. You mentioned it, Figgy, 73 years old.
Age ain't nothing but a number.
Hey, you've already stated your case. I'm making my ruling here.
My bad.
Miss Terry, his wife. That
I stayed away from that.
He often. Why is that?
Because she run the house.
That he often references.
Did you hear the story about how Miss Terry was the one that got him at LSU?
Yes.
Incredible. Like, she was because he couldn't afford to, like, at Michigan State, he couldn't afford to, like, be seen out here looking for a job. He sent Miss Terry. She was the one that looked at all of the facilities and told him that he needed to go down there and coach football.
Yeah. So these mitigating factors, I have an opinion, as all judges do, but you have to separate your opinion from what you think is going to happen based on what you said and based on these evidence and these factors that we've talked about. Based on that, I feel like I'm going to have to side with Reggie on this one. 73 is not 83. Even if he just has 4 or 5 years left, that is a good, strong 4 or 5. He's won a national championship in 2 years, I believe, at LSU. And either way, it didn't take him long. So I'm going to have to rule in favor of, yes, Nick Saban. I think there's going to be an opportunity. There always is. That Nick Saban will, in fact, return to college coaching.
I swear, man. And I say this with all the respect I can muster. College football and football coaches, it doesn't make sense to me. But I respect them because they take it with the level of respect that they need to.
And you've heard me say this in a very succinct, short way. Coach is coach.
That's true.
Coach is coach.
Just like I like to say, Hooper's hoop.
Yeah.
All right. We turn to the next item on our docket here, involving whether another person will remain in a place or not. His name is LeBron James, and he is currently a Los Angeles Laker. He's entering the final year of his contract, and he had a player option where he could decide to opt out or opt in. And obviously, the opt out option would have given him the opportunity. The kind of general understanding is, you opt out and then renegotiate for more years to stay where you are. He decided to opt in, which a lot of people took to mean that he was not happy with his situation in L.A. And then his agent, Rich Paul, got out here and basically made it as plain as possible that he is not particularly happy with where his position with the Lakers, kind of, when it comes to stature and gravity. As, there's things that you could point to of the Lakers brass taking Luka Doncic out to dinner in a way that you would the star guy who kind of runs things and not having LeBron James in those type of situations. And so there's a lot of conversations about maybe LeBron can be traded or what have you in this season. But we could take this from a larger point of view. The question at hand here, Fig, is will LeBron James finish his career as a Los Angeles Laker?
Your Honor, I'm going to take my personal opinion out of this. I'm just kind of looking at the money and different states that's going on with LeBron James and the Lakers. I I don't see him going anywhere else at this moment, and this is why. LeBron James will be, I want to say he will be 41 this year. And a lot of people, this is his 23rd, this will be his 23rd season. He's making, 52? He's over $50 million a year at this point. And a lot of people are wondering if this is his last year, how much left he got in the tank. And I don't see a team trying to risk it all by trading all of these pieces to get a 1-year rental or a possible 1-year rental of LeBron James. And I'm sure you're probably wondering, maybe he won't cost that much.
Yeah.
But you have to match those salaries. And the teams that are linked to him, they're going to have to give up some key pieces.
Yeah.
And I just think a team isn't going to take that risk to try to get LeBron James. And I just don't see that happening. Now, my personal opinion is I think he should try to go somewhere else. I think I don't want to say it's bad blood between him and the Lakers, but Your Honor, I think they're clearly moving on. They didn't offer him a contract or anything. That's why he decided to opt in to get that money. I think this could be his last year, and I think the best way to go out is to go back to your hometown, which is the Cleveland Cavaliers,
right,
and end your career like that. But, Your Honor, I just don't see how that's even possible unless he does him and the Lakers agree to a buyout, which I don't think that's going to happen.
LeBron James, you are correct. He is 40. He's entering his age 41 season. 24, 8, and 8. 24 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists in the year of our Lord 2024/2025 season. He's still got so much here that he could still run on. And he is, like, when you have that level of impact, if you are uncomfortable, I think in this league, still being a star player, I think superstar is probably still in that space for him, just off of the way that the NBA built itself around him for way too long, in my opinion, but that's neither here nor there. I think you could still weaponize that power. There might not be a ton of teams that are willing to push out all the way in, but with all of the weapons that are out here in the West and in the NBA in general, just that these teams are loading up. In fact, if you are not aware, Bradley Beal just got bought out from the Suns and is now going to sign with the Clippers. So the Clippers get themselves another weapon. Now, what are they able to do with that? That's a whole nother thing. But only takes one. And is there one team that goes, LeBron James is still capable of playing at a high level, and maybe it's not even this season, maybe it's the season after. I think he could still play, in theory, for 2-3 more seasons. I think that somebody takes the gamble on, this is a superstar who might be available, and we might need to go ahead and get one to go and shoot for the stars. Hell, I just told you that somebody was willing to go and get a dude who was oft injured in Bradley Beal, and a dude who, I guess he will be more manageable on the contract right now. But guys are going out here and doing anything to try and be a level of competitive and being, try and get themselves over that hump. Yeah. LeBron James still has the juice to go.
I think there's some key elements to both arguments. Obviously, that's why it is such a good argument. But my ruling, believe it or not, something that sort of tipped the scale, the scales of justice, as they say, toward Reggie, is actually something that Figgy said. Because you stated a strong case, but in stating that strong case, you said in passing, it's probably going to be his last year. And as I'm thinking about that, his last year, he does not want to just go out limping on a subpar team, and he still does control pretty much his own decision making, even though the other parties have to come into play. So Figgy, no offense, but I think I'm going to have to go with Reggie on this one, too, that he is, in fact, going to...
Your Honor, can I approach the bar?
Yeah, sidebar. Hey, you won 2 1 week, I think a couple of weeks ago.
That's right.
You won a couple.
That's correct.
So it's the scales of justice in this courtroom are balancing out as well.
I don't know if you need a robe. I think it looks good right now. All right, that's a little Judge John Lopez here in the loop, right here on Sports Radio 610. Yes, if you missed it, I just kind of threw that in there. If you're looking for a little bit of... hoops news. Bradley Beal he's been bought out by the Phoenix Suns, and that now allows him to go and sign wherever he wants. That'll be with the Los Angeles Clippers, joining James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, Ivica Zubac, Didn't they add Brooke Lopez? Like they have a little bit of a squad over there. He signs for I think a 2-year, $11 million deal, so that's really manageable. Adds another kind of guard there.
That's your squad right there, man.
It is worth circling back around, thinking about the Phoenix Suns. That's another guy that they kind of let go of. Although of course they bring in Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks in that trade. They have some pieces, but is this giving them less chance of maybe being any level of good or interesting? Which again points to the idea that the Rockets still hold some of the Phoenix picks into the future. So that is something that again continues to encourage you on if the Rockets are inherently with the way that they're holding their hand, betting against the future of the Phoenix.
And they should.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, CJ Gardner Johnson, the safety for the Houston Texans, was on the Pivot podcast. And there were some really interesting things about, him and like his personality, but he also has some fun things to say about his new teammates with the Houston Texans. Let's see what he had to say about that and react next.
All right, let's talk about the Low T Center and really getting you there.
Sugarland. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. CJ Gardner Johnson, safety for the Texans, previously played with the Philadelphia Eagles, won him a Super Bowl last year, and he's played in many other places around the league, where seemingly he's developed a little bit of a reputation, and that, amongst other things, came up in an hour-long conversation he had in a sit-down with the Pivot podcast, very good podcast, former players that I think I was talking about this earlier. I think they provide a real good space for guys, and for him in particular, I thought that was very interesting. We were talking earlier about some of the stuff with him, and it really refocused around the idea of him seemingly often feeling like he's misunderstood, and how our interpretations on that, especially as he's talked about that through this. And the question I think you came with, Lopez, was, are we getting the best version of CJ Gardner Johnson?
Yes.
Coming into the season?
It was just more of a statement.
Okay.
I think that we are. And that can certainly backfire. And we talk about, misunderstood. Well, there was a reason he was initially understood that way. So I think he's had both ends of the spectrum, but I think he's on the better end of it now, and maybe a little bit more understanding of who he is and how he should be.
Yeah, and I think some of that comes from he everything he does seems to come from a genuine place. Sometimes those things don't end up or aren't taken well for a good reason, and I don't think he lacks the ability to take accountability. I think there's some times where he does not take full accountability. He'll take partial accountability. I think all of that adds into kind of the ways in which he's a little bit difficult to understand. But there's a few things that really gave me, not that I needed a level of reassurance, but made me feel even better about CJ Gardner Johnson as an acquisition and what he means. And I'd like to start here, Fig, with CJ Gardner Johnson, number 9, because he could be talked about as a little bit of a live wire, especially on the field. Like the idea of, you'll remember back a few years ago when they played the Bears, where I think it was like Wims, a player that he had a hit and the old boy jumped up and tried to hit him in his helmet. That came up in the conversation. There's other instances where you can kind of look at CJ Gardner Johnson as like, a live wire on the field. This was him talking about. I guess Ryan Clark asked him specifically, do you turn your energy up in a big game to raise your teammates' energy because you're a live wire type guy? This was his response.
Calm down.
Really?
You can ask the film team. This third quarter, 6 minutes left. Take a deep breath, because I know if I get out my body or get too up, we get out of control. There's been the biggest games we done played, and I can't do what I do. I can't do what I do. Super Bowl, I was fine being the safety valve and understand I just don't let the ball go over our head. I don't care about no tackle right now. I don't care about knocking somebody head. That's not my job right now. Like, I calm down because I don't watch big games on TV so much. I'm like, why not me? I'm like, I need to be the last team standing. And when we lost the first Super Bowl, it just hit even more. I'm like, I was on the stage and just the top of the mountain. And you got to think about only, 59 teams, won Super Bowl, 53 players exactly. I want to be one of them, and I was one of them. And that's why I had to calm down, kick back, even the whole week. I didn't leave the room.
And even within that answer, it felt like there was various maturity levels displayed for me, from my interpretation. But I did think that there was some level of maturity in, okay, I think it'd be easy for you to imagine that the answer to it as, hey, you're an energy guy. In a big moment, do you turn your energy up to bring others' energy up? And he's like, actually opposite.
Yeah.
Like, I recognize that these moments matter so much that I have to be very measured with the way I go about it. And just the idea that a guy who is viewed as, he's overly energetic. I mean, even think of Aziz, right? Somebody that was portrayed last year as, oh man, he gets out of control. The idea that he has that clear mentality of, I need to have a governor on what I do, I think that is an encouraging thing. I don't know if you heard it in the same way.
Well, I heard the same thing a slightly different way, and this was the moment in the podcast where I thought, okay, so he is he's got whatever has happened and whatever the Eagles or whomever else thought of him in his past, but we're going to get the best version of him, because the way I interpreted what you just talked about, similar but different in this way. I think he said, and he said it actually, when I get, turned up like that, when I get that hype like that, I'm not as good.
That was one of the interpretations I was interested in.
I'm not as good as if I just, as he put it, take a deep breath, calm down, slow everything down. And that's something that I don't think a younger C.J. Gardner Johnson would have done. I think he would have been hyped up. I think he would have been over the top. Let's hair on fire. Let's knock everybody's head off. And I think that's why this was the moment in the podcast when I said we're getting a really good version of him. We really are.
Does any of you look at that and say, hey, the idea of, I'm not worried about tackling. I'm just worried about the ball not going over my head. And again, I don't know that if that's the entirety of the outlook over the fullness of the game for him, or if he's just like, hey, ground yourself, focus, and then all of those come back. But is there any of you that thinks that, hey, when he's trying to put a governor, he might not be playing to this fullness of himself, though?
No, because I think this is his best. He said, in the Super Bowl, I knew I can't be that guy because that guy's out of control and we're not as good. And I'm not going to worry about tackles or knocking somebody's head off or whatever because they need me to not get beat deep. That is a mature football player. A team, a swarmy guy that puts the team first. And I really enjoyed that. I thought it was, again, you're right, though. Some of his answers kind of scatter back and forth, and you can interpret it like, ooh, or you can interpret it like, okay, he's coming along. And I think that's just him. I think he still has those tendencies. Like I mentioned this to you during a break earlier, like the old Roger Rabbit thing, Jessica Rabbit. I'm not bad. I'm just drawn that way. I don't think he's bad, but I think he has some tendencies occasionally.
Somebody said Reggie wins both after he tells Johnny read his book. Oh, sorry, that's
I thought about that.
I didn't even.
I thought about
Wow, my bad.
I ain't want to be held in contempt. So I kept it to myself.
I didn't even think about that. My bad. We continue.
That whole trial, both those trials were tainted.
There are no untainted trials at this point. I'm sorry. All right, we'll continue. We continue listening and kind of reacting to some of C.J. Gardner Johnson on the Pivot podcast. And this is where, again, I think that he is so interesting to me because it's not black or white. It is not extremes. It is some gray area in the middle, at least in my interpretation or in my view of it. Because this was him talking about, do you recall after he left the Eagles? And there's a lot of the conversation here that is about, kind of the feelings there and what his interpretation of the goings on were. Yeah. But at one point in this, C.J. Gardner Johnson made a statement of the Eagles not going to win a Super Bowl again without me, right? Obviously, referring to the idea that he came back, they won a Super Bowl, and now that he's going, they're losing something huge.
Yeah.
He was asked what his current thoughts were on that statement now with a little bit of time.
I'll retract them, and I wouldn't even say it because I played with those guys. And I know how they will feel. Like, Chauncey, you tripping. It's a disrespect to Jalen Carter. A.J. Brown, I can name all those guys on that team. Lane Johnson.
Right.
Respectfully, because Lane is my big vet. And Lane would tell me, hey, Chauncey, I got your back. But when you do too much, I don't got your back. And that's one of those moments that's too much. Because it's taken away from his career.
That's another... that's another good sign if you're a Texans fan to be getting a guy that is self-aware. He knows his shortcomings and some of the things that he can do, but self-aware enough to recognize them.
There's one of those ones that made me go, okay. So there's definitely some maturity in there. There's also still some things that are going to there's going to be some consistent things because some of these things I can go, all right, he's definitely been very thoughtful about them. He has his reasonings, and I don't know that those are always excuses.
Maybe
sometimes
justifications.
Sometimes those are justifications. This one I was like, he said that months ago. I'm not talking years ago.
Yeah.
This is a statement he made months ago. Now, of course, with the gratitude and the opportunity to have some time to reflect on it, clearly he comes with a reasonable look, I shouldn't say that. I would retract that. That negates what they do. But just months ago, you were willing to make that statement in a place where I don't even know it was entirely reactionary. Like, you have probably had an opportunity to think about that a little bit. So I think that as much as I want to give C.J. Gardner Johnson the credit for, he's a lot more mature. He's not kind of the guy that he is always painted out to be. But there is some level of truth, for lack of a better way of saying it. There's a reason, as you're talking about,
it's
that he is difficult to understand at times. And I think that is where then I'm looking at the Texans, and I believe and I hope that they have the capabilities to the spaces where those proclivities do pop up. The possibility of being a guy who maybe an outburst. I don't know how much that matters, like verbally, but then what are the field playing equivalents of that? Are the Texans capable of, or not, are they? I think that they are capable of, with the guys that they have in that locker room, with the camaraderie that they have, and with the amount of respect that is reasonable to have for D'Amico Ryans. Is that all capable of kind of keeping those things in tow so that on his behalf for the things that he can't necessarily control in the ways that it seems like he wants?
Look, he didn't get that reputation and some of those criticisms because they just decided to do it. He got those because he did something to make people have those opinions of him. So also you have to look at it in such a way that, yeah, that might have been true, and it was very true, as you said, just very recently in some of the things that he said, but just enough to be here now and in this environment with D'Amico and with the right people around him, maybe, and then time and having, won the Super Bowl and been reflective like he is. I think he'll still be I think he's the alpha on this defense. You can talk about Al-Shaair and Will Anderson and all that, but in terms of like an alpha guy that is just going to be kind of leading the way, whether it's vocally or whatever, I think he's that guy. But it's also kind of a live wire, and you got to deal with that.
Yeah, I'm excited for it, though, because in listening to him, just the maturity that he has within him, the thoughtfulness that he has, especially as it pertains to football, super excited to see how that continues to find its way out. We saw that early on with him linking up with Kamari Lassiter early and getting on the practice field, or really just in a field working on things. This was his evaluation of Kalen Bullock and Jalen Petrie, some of his now mates in the secondary for the Texans.
I'll be honest with you. Bullock is
nice.
No, he's phenomenal.
I just trained him this weekend.
I talked to him. I don't know how you didn't have 12-plus picks last year.
Wow. He dropped four. Kalen Bullock. He was out there this weekend. Tall kid from with the USC.
All right, this is Petrie.
He can go too.
You know what's so crazy? I see him being like a linebacker because, like,
that's what he do. He play
the way he run the gap.
And what's the other guy
basically played Sam because he played nickel.
That knocked Trevor head off? Azim.
Oh, he a monster. Florida kid. Hey, I love him.
And that's why your coach, the real one. Yeah, your coach, he gonna rock with y'all.
Akir, Alil.
Happens to the best of us, don't it? They knew who they were talking about, though.
They all knew.
Exactly
They all knew, yeah.
It's, no, they know ball, right? Like all of those things on point. Kalen Bullock, incredible guy taking the football away. Jalen Petrie, obviously, like things we talk about, plays like a linebacker with some more mobility and obviously a little bit more ability to cover than I think your average linebacker. If we're not talking about Fred Warner. One more that I wanted to put in here about the quarterback of the team. How about the praise that C.J. Gardner Johnson has for, I guess, his namesake, his other C.J. on the team?
Competitor. A dog, and willing to lead. I played a lot of, Drew was one of those quarterbacks willing to lead us. And getting shipped to Philly was kind of a blessing. Because, being in New Orleans, the situation was hard, so we're looking for a leader. It's easy when you gravitate around a leader like Jalen, so when coming to another team, it's like, you don't got to say much. You just sit back and just encourage them. It's the only thing you can do with those type of quarterbacks because you can't put too much on their plate. They already got, they got a lot going on. So I can just be that teammate like, bro, you him.
You him. And he is. Yep.
You don't have any concerns about CJ in leadership at this point, right? You got a guy like CJ Gardner Johnson coming in and being like, again, he has such great respect. I heard him talk about a number of guys in this podcast about the guys that, he respected that gave him game at various points. And that's a guy that's coming in, seeing a third-year quarterback, about to be a third-year quarterback and going, I don't really need to get him much. He's cool. I thought that was really cool to hear, even though I think we believe that largely. It's cool to see a dude specifically lay that out flatly. Like, nah, I just need to make sure to continue to support him.
Yeah, and he knows what it looks like. He knows what leadership looks like.
Depending on how you feel about Jalen Hurts, that's one thing. I don't know if there's any level of debate on Drew Brees and the way that he
leads exactly.
in particular as well. So there you go, a little CJ Gardner Johnson. Still, there's so much. It was a rich hour of conversation. I thought that he was a deeply intriguing conversation. So shout out to the fellas of the Pivot Podcast, and of course CJ Gardner Johnson, who we'll hear a lot from this year for your Houston Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, everybody's favorite time of the show. It's when we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so it's a thing called Gen Z Stare, and it is trending on social media right now, and it made the top 5 list of Google searches. I will explain what that is. Plus, Starbucks is leaning into something that baristas hate.
Oh, okay, cool. Let's find out what next.
All right, let's talk about a really fun time coming up here in
help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Hey, man, I'm finna beat his ass.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So it's a thing called Gen Z Stare. Are you guys familiar with Gen
Stare, as in staring at
something? Yeah, looking. Yep.
The Gen Z Stare.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
I do not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not familiar either.
Yeah, so a lot of people giving Gen Z people a hard time now. On social media, TikTok, and all that. Apparently, the Gen Z Stare is pretty much calling out Gen Zs by pretty much not knowing how to talk to people like other generational people.
I don't know what it is, but I'm liking this because it sounds true.
It's just having a decent, regular conversation. So just talking to, just small talk with a stranger or something like that. And they say Gen Z people just kind of stare and look around real awkward. So they call that the Gen Z Stare.
I'm not Gen Z.
Are you Gen Z?
I'm not.
You ain't Gen Z.
No. I'm saying I buy this. Gen Z can be a little bit
very uncomfortable when just talking in real life.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see a Gen Z, hey man, how you doing? What's going on?
And you get a stare sometimes?
And they get like a weird, like a deer in the headlight type stare.
Well, I mean, if anything, I guess our generations have to account for that because we the ones that got them learning from the phone consistently.
Is that specifically it though? You learned from a large part of it.
Well, I'm a millennial, and I think the millennials are the last of the generations that obviously
we kind of know all the parts.
We grew up we had a level of growth without social media in particular, but without
maybe more social media. That
particular
nose in the phone for 10 hours.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all they know. Right. That is not only is it something that it's integral to their social sphere and interaction. And I think that plus, I mean, obviously we could talk about being locked in those types of situations, and those things kind of pulling away from the social interactions, the number of them, the frequency, and then obviously just the quality of those that I imagine would contribute to this, right? Somebody said their daughter does it all the time. They hate it. So that is, and I don't, maybe this is overanalyzing. Maybe it's just, different generations are different and they operate in a weird, I don't know. But I feel like that probably has a good amount to do with it, where so much of the interaction happens through the medium of the internet. That interpersonal, that very much instant face-to-face, having to figure out what the small talk is. Could they even do that?
Could they go into a room with 3 people and nobody has a phone and just have a conversation?
Yeah, I think some people...
On the aggregate, there's individuals that are obviously capable.
I hate to generalize a whole group of people. I think it is some people that can do that.
Well, how about
but
if
you
I
see
put
a lot of people...
By and large, millennials can hold their own in any circumstance. Could Gen Zers? By and large.
Well, I don't know. Taking the phone away in general, that's going to drive a lot of people
But
nuts.
you could do it. You've done it.
Yeah, no, I could do it.
Yeah.
I couldn't. Why are you saying that? I couldn't.
No, you could do it. You have great conversational skills.
So if you go to a comedy show and they put your phone up, no phones.
Yeah.
Would you be able to have a good time?
Well, yeah, and I think that there's probably a large portion of Gen Z that can have a good time in that portion. But I think we're talking about maybe a longer amount of time of needing to do having that interaction. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't be talking about keysters.
Yeah, no, but here I don't think this statement is getting that deep like that. But they just talking about a simple, hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Oh, just a little small talk.
Yeah,
that's true.
They just look at you like.
And I do think that is probably social media, because we really do cut out it's very different. Like the small talk things that get us into a conversation. Those little kind of colloquialisms. We don't have as much. Hey, how's the weather in a social space? So yeah, that is fair. not knowing how to, handle the generals, like, hey, how you doing? Oh, doing all right. Or like, trying to get like you, or, whatever those little things are that we do.
They just kind of look at you
to acknowledge.
Why are you talking to me?
That's fair.
Yeah, so Google came up with a list of things people searched. I'm relating it to this, to the Gen Z stare. So they came up with a top 5 list of is it rude questions.
Okay.
So is it rude questions? These are things people are Googling. So it's the top 5 is it rude questions. So I'm gonna start with number 5, and I want to know. Let me know if this is rude or not. I want y'all to let me know if it's rude or not. So number 5, they said, is it rude to go into a restaurant an hour before close?
An hour?
An hour before close.
Not even remotely.
An hour. What's the number though? Because my mom thinks it's way, way, way later than I know. I know it to be.
I ask at half an hour. Do you think we could have a meeting? I go to the front and say, hey, I know you're closing in half an hour. Do you think we could? Everything would be cool. I ask at half an hour, but an hour you walk in. You just walk in an hour before.
I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think it's rude.
Yeah,
I don't think it's rude. If they close at 10 o'clock, then that's what time they're closed.
Yeah.
It might be someone in the kitchen that's a little annoyed at 1 hour, but that one's on them. If you walk in at like 15 minutes,
15 minutes is too much.
That's on you.
And also, like me, I wouldn't do it because I'm just kind of courtesy, just strength off of courtesy. But I feel like the quality isn't the best when you go a little later too.
Yeah.
Closer to close.
Right. Even if it's just like
me personally, I don't want to do it because I know I ain't gonna get the best quality.
Yeah.
Right.
Fair.
Yeah, just off the strength of they might not want to. Like the people in there are like, oh, word? Okay.
Oh, all we got is this, and that.
Yeah.
Well, even if they got the whole menu, they're like, all right, see how good I make it.
We'll take care of you.
See how good.
Yeah. So number 4, is it rude to stare at someone? We went through that already. Number 3, is it rude to invite someone to a bridal shower and not the wedding?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why is that
bridal
rude?
shower? But you know what? We'll talk to you later.
But some would argue.
No, there's no. Let me hear your argument.
Hey, some would argue you want to have
fair.
you want to have more people a part of the experience, but not everybody can end up at the wedding. You know what I mean? So you get to be a part of like the the shower. To enjoy the nuptials of sorts.
What's that book? Was it Ann Landers? The old Common Courtesy book or whatever back in the day. You invite someone to the shower, you damn well better invite them to the wedding.
What about vice versa?
Wedding and not the shower?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because sometimes I feel like, damn, I'm not cool enough to go to this.
Yeah.
But you invite me to the wedding? Like, I want to get cool and get loose and all that stuff.
It's an escalating scale.
Okay.
The wedding is bigger and better than the shower. So you're cool. It kind of makes up for everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number 2 is it rude to wear sunglasses indoors?
I don't know how you feel about this.
I will say no.
This is where I was going to go. It used to be yes.
Yeah.
I think today it's no. It used to be very rude to walk into a room with sunglasses or a hat.
Yeah.
And or even my mother would slap the hat right off my head if I tried to eat with a hat. Eat dinner with a hat on. And now all those things are just socially acceptable. You can eat with a hat, walk into a room with a hat, walk into a room with sunglasses.
Yeah, it's to me, it's a fashion statement.
Yeah.
It's not trying to be rude or anything like that. And it's funny because this kind of happened to me earlier this year. I won't tell you who, but I was wearing some sunglasses inside the NRG. It was around rodeo time and all that stuff. And somebody's like, take your glasses off. And I could tell she was joking, but kind of serious. And so I went on to do it because it was somebody I was kind of working with. But I'm like, man, what do you think? Like, I'm fly. Like, don't ever tell me take my sunglasses off, man. This is part of the outfit.
I've been thinking about it the whole time since you asked, and I think you're right that it's not inherently rude. The one place I will say is once you are inside, if you were trying to have like an extended conversation as opposed to like one of
take them off.
I would. It's a layer that you're putting between the person you're talking to that I feel it feels odd. So I feel like if you're having a conversation with someone, I could easily just take them off your face.
Yeah.
All right. And the number one thing people Google, is it rude to? Is it rude to refuse a gift?
Okay. To me, this is another gray area. Somebody tries to get me something, I'm like, no, please don't. I don't want anything. No big deal. But if they repeatedly offer, you take it.
Yeah.
Right?
I feel like that first one you said.
The first one is a given.
Somebody is offering you something.
Yeah.
But if I said, here you go. Here's a gift for doing this.
And I'm saying, no, I figure, no, I didn't want anything. Don't worry about it. But then if you go, no, really, I wanted you to have it, then I'm taking it. Right?
This is tough because I don't know if it's rude. I just know I don't want to do that. That feels real uncomfortable. So is that the barrier for rude? I don't know. I'd feel real uncomfortable not taking the gift.
See, if I said, hey, John, I appreciate you. Let me borrow your tools. Let me get you something.
I would say absolutely not.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But if I came out of nowhere with a gift bag and like, hey, John, I got you something.
Then you take it.
Yeah.
If it's there, you take it.
Yeah, I ain't going to sit here and say, nah,
Yeah.
One of the weird parts for me, though, is like, what happens if you know you're going to have to re-gift this immediately? You know what I mean? Like, how do I handle this? Or even better, something I saw someone talking about recently was the idea of getting comfortable with, like, being truthful when you don't like a gift.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I don't know how to do that, but that sounds awesome. Like, it sounds awesome to be like, actually not very fond of that.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine myself actually getting to a place of being able to do that.
Yeah, we were talking about, I wish I could just be the guy that said, no. You know, if somebody asks you to, hey, can you do? No. You know, I wish I could just say no.
Yeah. Real quick, I got a bonus one.
All right.
Is it rude to let somebody know that you were around their house? Maybe, let's say yesterday. You're like, oh, I was in your neck of the woods the other day, and they didn't let you know or stop by. Is that kind of rude?
I don't think that's rude.
Now we're having to dive into what your interpersonal relationship is like.
I don't think that's rude.
I would not take it as rude personally, but again, I can't necessarily.
Yeah, because I know back in the day was a little different. If somebody said, "Hey, yeah, I was down the street from your house.
Why didn't you stop by?
Why you ain't stop by? Why you ain't say hello? You could have came by." But I know now times are a little different. People, you just don't stop by somebody's house.
Yeah.
But I bring that up because I think it was last Friday. I was over by your house. I was over by John Lopez's house, and
Why didn't you stop by?
Yeah, see, that's exactly what people say every time you say, "Oh, I was over by your house the other day. Why you ain't stop by?"
But that's just the natural interplay because I don't think he wanted you at his house yesterday.
Oh man, you guys are welcome anytime.
Yeah. I went out to eat, and I forgot whatever area you stay in. I'm like, this seemed kind of like it's by Lopez's house.
Yeah.
So I looked it up. I was like 9 minutes away from you. I'm like,
cool.
Yeah, but
why didn't you stop by?
It's like a 50-minute walk. we was kind of walking around a little bit. I'm like,
okay.
Nah. I'm like, he probably busy with the grandkids.
I understand.
It's a Friday, so he
Friday I wasn't there.
Yeah, I know. He fishing somewhere.
That also does seem like one of those things that's fallen into the realm of things that we say but don't actually mean.
Yeah.
Hey, just stop by anytime. Don't stop by anytime.
Yeah.
You better call me and let me know.
You can stop by my house anytime.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, you can. You can stop by my house anytime.
You better let me know ahead of time.
No way in hell I believe that.
Unless I'm fishing. You can. You don't have to believe it, but you can.
All right, so all sorts of different responses from the 806. Going to a restaurant that close to close is a good way to get food poisoning. Huh, interesting. Somebody said 346, if you go into a restaurant, an hour is fine. 30 minutes, you're the scum of the earth.
Yeah, I agree.
Someone else said, it's absolutely rude to keep your sunglasses on indoors. It makes you look like you're just high as hell and don't want anybody to know. And they also went further to say guys who still wear hats indoors never went to finishing school. I will say I did not go to
went to what?
Finishing school.
Go ahead and Google that one. From the 346.
I didn't graduate high school.
That is a good retort. From the 346, they go the other way. They said, nah, man, migraines and stuff exist. So that's an interesting way of
That's why I wore mine. Like I think the last time y'all ain't give me a hard time, but I wore my sunglasses because I had like a bad migraine and the lights were kind of getting to me. So I wore them.
832, wedding showers are rude, period. It's a bridal shower. Leave me out of it. I want to play golf and watch sports. And finally, is it rude to speak to someone in another language with a third person standing there that doesn't speak that language? Largely, I think it is.
I think that is.
I'd be a little offended, man.
I think
I'm like, how y'all going to leave me out of this?
Yeah.
And then nobody likes unannounced visits. You're right.
Yeah.
All right. That is another fantastic edition.
Stop by anytime.
I don't believe that.
Not at all.
I'd be scared to stop. I'd be scared to do that too because you might stop by at the wrong time.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see something different.
Be walking around the house naked.
Yeah. Or I'll be looking like, wait, John ain't got no teeth. Like,
don't act like you don't walk around your house naked sometimes.
I don't. If I ain't showering, I'm clothed.
He looks offended.
I'm not offended. I'm just like, I
Brother,
sincerely
you
mean
live
this.
by yourself, man.
I do.
Yeah. Everybody at some point, right? Is going to walk around their house naked?
Not really, no.
I don't do it as often.
Everybody, except for Reggie.
That's fair. I mean, look,
I don't do it as often, but
I got zero judgment for you. I'm very happy about you. I just feel real comfortable with clothes on. I don't know. I guess this is just how I eat. I am.
Yeah.
Figgy's Mixtape every weekday right here at 1:20 p.m. on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. At the Figgy Fig on social media is where you get them. If you have something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, he might shout you out, make you famous, so on and so forth. Some 713 said, all right, Lopez, I'll be around 4 p.m.
I'll be clothed.
Okay, good. Excellent. All right. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of The Drive, Clint and Ron. But before we get there, we've been meaning to talk about it all day. What do the Astros have to do for the second half of the season to go start off with a bang? Is that the way I want to say that? Is that negative or positive connotation? Okay, very good. We'll do that next.
In the Loop.
What are your best case and worst case?
Chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a very fun Wednesday with you. Appreciate you rocking with us. Man, we had a show today now, didn't we? Astros.
That was a show.
That was we're not done just yet. We're getting ready to hand things over to the fellas of the drive. Clint and Ron just said what's up to the fellas. We'll talk with them in just a moment. Let me say, text line 832. I think society's become so damn pansy. Reason why people may want you to take your shades off is to talk eye to eye, which Gen Z can't do. I mean, that might be some of the reasons why some people are wearing sunglasses. We were talking about a few of the things, other things that
I would do it as a fashion statement. If it goes with the outfit and all that stuff, I ain't just about to have the random.
And I get that times change, man. I mean, again, like when I was a kid, I mean,
and I don't have to like it,
you
though.
didn't even walk inside with a hat.
Yeah. But yeah, appreciate you guys reacting, responding, regardless. Thank you for doing such. Excited for, well, it was a fun All-Star game again. I enjoyed the hell out of it, even more so than I anticipated. But with that being the case, now that we're on the other side of the All-Star game, we head to the proverbial second half of the season, right? And with that being the case, that takes us to this place where we are looking for Astros baseball to continue, as they have got some really good odds to make the postseason, and rightfully so. Like, this has been a great baseball team. What do the Astros have to do to guarantee they'll be in position to make the run that you want them to in the second half and contend?
Look, man, I don't think they can get there from here, and I think they will get there from here. I honestly, and I've been, exceptionally high on what this squad has been able to do, given, kind of the hand that they've been dealt since spring training. I don't think they can do a whole lot once they get there, unless things change.
Really?
Well,
what gives you pause, if you don't mind me asking?
We now know what the line is, and they're past it. The line of, hey, they can just bring up another pitcher and they'll be fine.
So that's what you took the Rangers series as?
Yeah, the Rangers, both series, both of their final 6
Fair
games.
enough,
because I was right in there with everybody else. Man, bring anybody up. They'll go 6 innings. Bring anybody up. He'll go 1 for 4 and have a key hit. But they're not there anymore. This lineup needs to get healthy. So number one, and that's, it sounds trite and it's cliche and all that, but they have to get some of these guys back. And I just don't have confidence that their answers are going to be able to do that. They're not going to have everything they're saying. I don't believe.
Is the bar that I have too high, too low? You tell me. Because I'm looking at, how many pitchers are we talking about? Arrighetti, Garcia, Javier, France. Am I forgetting any? Those are the 4 that
main
come to mind.
Yeah.
I need one out of them to come back and be something. Now, of course, I could just start with, I need one of those to come back, and that's already not the easiest thing with these Astros, but I need one of them to come back and find their ability to pitch. And I'm like, I think I can ask for 1 out of 4 of those to return first and foremost to pitching, and then find some level of form. Is that too far?
No, I think it should be more than reasonable that one of those guys is going to come back and be at least passable.
And so, and now maybe then I am leaning too heavily on the idea that Hunter Brown will continue to be fine, and this was just him needing the All-Star break, and Fromber will continue to be good Fromber without any level of bad Fromber, and we're just going to cruise with those two being studs that we know we can depend on, and then add one more guy who can give you that level of assuredness, for lack of a better term, and then Lance McCullers Jr., whatever he's able to give you, and then we can coast off of that. Is that then too high of an expectation?
No, shouldn't be. Shouldn't be at all.
But then you're like, in the postseason, that's not enough in your mind?
Yeah, because I really believe here we are talking about, hey, the window might be closing. Well, the window's still open. And so I still think they need to.
Best team in baseball, I believe in, of course, as soon as I go to quote the stat, my mind goes blank. Why does my brain do that?
I don't know. Why
I need to look into that. But
the weed.
Best team in Best team in baseball against teams with a record of 500 or better.
Yeah.
Literally nine more wins than losses, 28-19 in that stretch.
I think they need to make a move. And obviously, they need to make a call on if they're going to be able to know and get one of these pitchers back. And if not, they need to get a pitcher. They have to. You can't go just Hunter Brown, Fromber. Hunter Brown, traditionally, his worst month has been July, so you got to figure he'll come back and pitch really well at the end of the year. Fromber has been
Lopez stats.
So July has been his worst month if you go back and look. Fromber, we're gaining confidence in him. No confidence right now, and in Lance McCullers Jr. No confidence beyond that. We've talked about how the record is really not that good with anybody other than those first two guys starting. You got to go get him pitcher, and we mentioned this just yesterday. Figure something out with Christian Walker. You got to figure something out. That's a corner infielder, man. That's a guy that needs to hit.
That is fair. I think I said this to you off air, but I guess it's worth saying on air because I heard on Monday you with Luke's talking about
why don't we treat him the way that we treated Jose Abreu?
Yeah, and I looked at it and I was like, yeah, he has not lived up to expectation at this point. But that's because Jose Abreu was terrible.
He was awful.
Like, I'm talking about batting average in the 100s and OPS in the 300s. I mean, like, the guy Christian Walker is at least batting in the 200s versus with an OPS in the 600s. Those are not the same.
Yeah, there's that, and then there was Jose Abreu.
Yeah. So I was like, I feel like that's different. But your point is well taken, right? You do need some level of –
You got to have a corner infield that can produce.
Man.
Hey, they too damn close.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
Oh, they're close.
I'm just saying they too damn.
Well, my question.
They're too damn close.
My question.
What you expected them.
Last week, I believe, or maybe it was Monday, with Luke is why is Christian Walker not getting the same treatment as Jose Abreu? And because he's been bad, but he brought up a good point. Reggie brought up a good point. Yeah, he's been bad, but he hasn't been that bad.
Right, and that doesn't mean that I don't think that. We just keep rolling on the same path. No, we need to get better.
Not the last year. But the first year when Jose was getting hell, and Jose ended up with 18 home runs and 90 RBIs, and played well in the postseason, he might have been better. He's approached that first year.
Yeah.
Now the second year we've just completely lost him.
Yeah.
But that first year when Jose
was getting torched. That's true.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Remember when it was that embarrassing moment where he hit that home run, his first one in Oakland, and he slid.
Yeah.
The dugout.
Showing off. Remember back of the baseball card? Yeah, you got to look at the back of the baseball. That was Bagwell. If you look at the back of the baseball card, that just tells me what you've done.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks start leaning into that back of the baseball card thing.
Yeah.
Man. Justify them kind of moves. Hey, man, you just it happens, man. You miss on some.
The bigger point.
You can't keep missing on them, though.
No, I agree.
Same spaces.
Not and win. You can, but you can't and win and
that's
ultimately keep your job. I mean, that's the deal. Is they're somehow winning in spite of that struggle. So,
yeah, unless you just find a way to make some shake. The question then that comes off of that is, what is the remedy for fixing it? Like, this was supposed to be the remedy for the last one. Is the remedy doing the same thing? Hey, here we go, Caratini and Pena, you guys are now the platoon catcher and first baseman again, because I didn't love having to do that.
Yeah, well, that's why I said that
you got to find a way to make some shake here before at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think you do. If you're a contender, and they are, I mean, by definition, they are. They're at the top of the heap, right there up with the Tigers and everything else. You've got to make a move. You can't just stand pat if it's open, if the window's open.
You got to make a move at first base.
Because that's the thing. You're talking about a move at first base.
I think you got to make a move in the lineup,
left-handed bat,
maybe the lineup,
and acquire a pitcher.
It's got to. I don't think they're going to make a move at first.
Well, for the same reason they didn't with Jose Abreu for so long. They're paying him, and they've got their necks out on the line.
Yeah.
But you do need to make a move in the lineup, and you do need to bring in a pitcher because you got two pitchers. If we're being honest, you got two.
Right now, 2.5 Lance.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hopefully they're bringing in Arrighetti and they're bringing in McCullers. It gets better, and hopefully one of them other.
You're grinning as you're saying that because we don't know what.
No, I mean, I agree. I mean, you don't know, but like I guess maybe I'm crazy, but I'm just at a point where you've got a lot of guys that should be returning. Now, what do they look like when they return in the second half? I don't know.
Yeah,
the Spencer Arrighetti thing has blown my damn mind. To be completely honest with you, but I mean, I'm all for bringing in another Kikuchi, by the way. Just bring them on in. And I'm talking about the baseball player here, Reg over there smirking, trying to see if Tyler's got a drop in there. I mean, bring that guy in, too.
He's got one.
You saw that perfectly.
But they better, I mean, look, these guys better get back and get healthy.
Yeah.
Or get healthy and get back. My bad.
And
in the right order.
And to, I think, Lopez's point also, I do believe Arrighetti's going to come back. But you also hope that, this is an Arrighetti who has never pitched in the postseason. This is an Arrighetti who is really just has one season, under his belt that you hope he can fill the role of a 3 or a 4.
You know what I use to mitigate that, though, is, and I guess that's not the right way to say it, is I also then tamper down my expectation there because I'm like, with what prospects are you going, and then...
No, that's fair. That's absolutely fair.
Somebody will take...
They'll figure it out.
All right.
Yeah.
As they continue
They got Kikuchi.
They sure did. Well, did you just pull out a drill?
A power drill.
All right.
Hill's got the whole D-Walt bag over there.
Yeah, I got the... What do you want? Want a light?
This is great radio right now.
That's right here.
Battery charger.
That's how
the hell you got going on over here, Lopez?
I lent him some tools.
Fixing a UCL right there.
Hey, Reg, you need to. That's part of becoming a mature man right there.
You know, I'm also I'd like to think a resourceful man. And what's better than having your own stuff is having access to somebody else.
I mean, that little bag right there, it's easy to move. Every time you move, you put it in the truck and let's ride.
Yeah, man.
And that right there is going to save you so much time and frustration, man.
There you go.
Trust me, it took me 46 years to learn that. I'm telling you, it is a game changer.
I will
Still
take that
have not
advice.
learned how to keep gas in the car, though.
Wow!
A lot of distractions.
Hey, man.
A lot of distractions.
Tyler's here.
Off the top rope.
Tyler's here.
Rebuttal?
I mean, he's right. That's one that I just got to wear. I just got to. I mean, my rebuttal would be it's battery as well, sir. I don't know. I got to wear that one, boys.
You still driving that car?
It is still out there, yes, sir.
That was not the answer to the question either.
Yeah. I pulled up to it. I pulled up to it yesterday. Next to it yesterday, I said, "Damn, he's still in that bad boy."
I got a lot. I got a couple of things going out there. Probably a lot of money floating around out there right now. I got to.
Oh yes, I forgot about that one.
I just imagine Clint walks out there to that car every time he has to see it. Damn, you ain't lying. Just slams, closes doors hard, throws his bag.
The only time it feels like a good decision is when I whip into this parking garage.
Oh, you can charge it?
Yeah, right there.
Way into the gas.
Because otherwise, if I drive that damn SUV or a pickup truck or something, I mean, it's rough in there. And so I mean, you get that Tesla, boy, you whip. I can't even hear it. No screaming, none of that loud pipe crap. No, I mean, it whips around them corners, man. Easy to park. That's about the only time I'm like, yeah, this is it right here. The other 23 hours and 45 minutes of my day.
I can't believe she made me get that car. Oh. Now I'm the one driving it. I feel like he talks to himself every day.
And the worst part about it is you got to work them feelings out before you hit the door because you can't bring that in the house.
Well, she just clearly I love her dearly. Because even if I still loved her, but it just wasn't quite
in the same space.
Well, I mean, if it wasn't like the one, like it would that would still creep in. I don't.
The worst part is she grabbed the towel and threw it in before you did.
Yeah, oh, there's no doubt.
That's the part.
I mean, she wanted to leave it on the side of the road and burn it when it broke down this time.
Just leave the damn thing on the side of the road, Clint. Just leave it.
I said, if you knew I'm out here at the Renaissance Festival, if you knew where I was at, you wouldn't want me stopped.
I don't care. I'll call an Uber. Leave it. Set it on fire. Where's Angela Bassett?
Good reference. All right, real quick before I leave the mic, which I should just do right now. We swinging off to end all All-Star games from now. I feel like there's Elam ending potential. You want to do a swing off to end every All-Star game?
I'd like to do a swing off in the home run derby so I don't have to pay for a cookout. But yeah, I'm in on the All-Star game ending that way as well.
Yeah, I'm in further.
Ron's got it one of his top baseball moments ever.
Oh, I can't wait to hear about that.
Too gimmicky.
I wouldn't say ever. But I
hear you baseball purists back there.
No, not purists necessarily, but I think it's just a complete gimmick.
Listen, we're going to get into it, and I'll get everybody's thoughts, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. But if baseball, if they're not having some sort of serious conversation of, all right, what do we do with this? What do we do with this?
They stumbled up on something.
They slipped up on something, the response, and they didn't even have the best participants in it. And they slipped onto something. They've got to at least have to be having conversations about it.
I'd take it over the Ghost Runner at second.
Come on now,
all
John.
Right.
Here,
here.
I'm
100%.
I'm about to throw some things out
100%.
right. You've already started to get hokey. You've already done it.
Let's do it.
Regular season extra innings.
100%.
Swing on, baby. Yeah. All right, I am excited to hear what the drive has in store. You got 4 hours of fantastic radio here on Sports Radio 610. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, AC2 Houston, and Oxy Sports Station. And right now,
The drive is live.
The drive is live. Yeah, they're up here thinking you put somebody on second base and they ain't going to push us to 15 innings anymore.
I don't like the ghost man either. Get rid of all that gimmicky ass.
I have watched multiple ball games where they have traded off the runner at second scores, and then the next inning the runner at second scores, and next thing you know we're in the 13th still. So don't give me that. No, listen. We had there was a lot of fun last night with baseball. Before we get to that, because I do want you to think about that question, and I'll get it from the fellas. After seeing the swing off, the game ended in 9, tied up. After seeing the swing off and the way it was decided, and seeing all of that, if you missed it, I can understand. Hey man, I ain't watching this All-Star game. Hell, none of the Astros even played in it. I'm not watching this thing. But if you did see it, how did you feel about it? How did you feel about them going that direction instead of traditional extra innings format that we have known to see in baseball, or doing what Bud Selig did that one time and just ended it in a tie? How did you feel about what you saw? I do want to say it happened, Clint.
What's that?
Last night, none of the Astros played, but none of the Astros were booed either. Huh?
So I was right.
It finally happened in Atlanta.
Come to an end. The booing stuff has finally stopped.
I don't know if they were distracted by the music that was being played. I don't know. Woo! But the Astros were all introduced, and we said it yesterday. None of these jokers were anywhere close to the Astros. None of them in 2017. Not a one of them. One was in Maine. One was in Arizona. One was in Michigan.
And you'd never guess the one that was in Maine.
No, you wouldn't. Yes. He would have been the final. Well, I would pick him over Isak Paredes. But anyway, none of them were close to it. This was last night at the All-Star game when the Astros were introduced.
The Houston Astros shortstop Jeremy Pena, pitcher Hunter Brown, and pitcher Josh Hader.
I don't know if they were distracted by the music, but I'm glad. I hope it's over. I don't think it is. I think if Altuve were out there, he would have got booed. But I hope it's over, because it used to be, Clint, anytime the Houston Astros name was mentioned, it was just booed. They said it happened at the draft. I hope it's over after yesterday.
Yeah, look, I think it depends on where they're at. I think when you look at Atlanta, there's a lot going on in those stadiums. They got, like you said, there was some good music being played. There's parties being had. I look at places like Atlanta. I look at places like New Orleans. There's just certain places where there's enough going on where we ain't got a whole hell of a lot of time to be booing somebody for something that happened 15 years ago, 10 years ago.
I would go to the All-Star game in New Orleans, by the way.
You what?
I would go to the All-Star game in New Orleans, by the way, if they had.
Well, if they had a team, I guess it'd be all right.
I think they should just build a stadium just to have it.
Just to host events.
Just to host.
Yeah, I think obviously the division opponents are going to boo. I think New York would boo. But that's in their DNA. That's who they are. Is that kind of fan?
For those Yankees.
It doesn't surprise me that Atlanta didn't fall for it and didn't continue the trend, if you will.
Yeah. No, I was glad to see it and hear, like, hey, those guys didn't have anything to do with it, and they got the same treatment that everybody else did. Because to me, it's we have reached the five-year point plus, and it's just one of the stupidest things. Especially they would just do it to people who weren't even involved.
Well, I told you, I completely ignored it for the first 4 years, and really the only time it's ever got under my skin is the booing stuff. Is recently this year when after a game, and it wasn't even in New York. Who were they playing? Chicago? Was it Chicago? When they had the back-to-back series against division leaders.
The Cubs it wasn't the Cubs. That was a home. Those are home series.
So it was a home. Anyway, they were on the road somewhere, and I didn't notice it during the game, but it was the interview. It was a nationally televised game. They interviewed Jose Altuve afterwards, and the question was, how do you stay focused with all the booing going on every time you're announced?
I was at Dodger Stadium.
There you go, L.A. I mean, that's one of those deals.
Oh, yeah, that's
like that's starting to get under my skin again because we're so far removed from it. It's regular season baseball. What are we doing? But it is. It's L.A. I think the Rangers would do it. I think the Yankees would do it. I think there's just certain parts of the country where that's just in their DNA to do that.
But at least some of those are those are rivals that you can sense. Because I think Yankees players would get booed here. Rangers players would get booed here. But hell, they were doing it in Minnesota. They were doing it anywhere. Like it just became a thing. All right, I threw that question out to jump. If you missed it last night, the game ended in a 6-6 tie after 9 innings. And I'll be honest, did you know that was a rule? Did you know that would happen?
I had no idea.
Tyler, did you know that would happen?
No clue.
I didn't. I just assumed that a ghost runner would be placed at second base and they would figure this out. By the way, smart move, because there is nobody after Suarez got hit in the pinky on a pitch 90-something miles an hour, and he was clearly hurting. I know every manager, front office member wanted everybody off the field at that point before somebody gets hurt. And so you didn't want any of this lasting any longer. But what they ended up doing was each side for the National League and the American League got to pick 3 players. Now, the other part to this was apparently in these all-star games, some of these cats that start these games off go ahead and end their evening early and bounce. So Aaron Judge.
That even makes it more interesting.
Shohei Ohtani. Everybody was killing Aaron Boone for the 3 he selected. But Cal Raleigh, who had just won it the night before, none of them jokers was there. They had bounced. And so, but anyway, each side picked 3 guys, and everybody got 3 swings, not 3 outs, 3 swings. And whoever hit the most home runs on each side would win. And Kyle Schwarber of the Phillies ended up going off. He came up as the third hitter for the Phillies, or the second hitter for the Phillies, down 3-1, and he hit all 3 out. And then the guy for the Rays in their last out, their last batter couldn't go deep, and they ended up giving the win to the National League. I'm just wondering if you saw it, how did you feel about that in place of the traditional extra innings?
I did not see it. I did not see it. But to hear you talk about it, it was. I mean, a big-time decision and something the league should look at. So I'm going to have to go back and check it all out.
But just the thought of it, someone texting in, love the home run ending to the game. How about adding outfielders for the rob the home run element? Okay, interesting.
I mean, did you see one of the guys in the home run derby did one of the kids out there did right?
Yeah, they counted it.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, Junior was all over it. They had $1 million on the line. He was all over it. Afternoon, I would love the home run derby swing off in regular games. Also incorporate the pitcher's challenge immediately. That was also cool to see last night. I think there were 4 times pitchers were challenged, and I think 3 or 4 were overturned immediately. And one of them was to end the 9th. For the National League, they called it a ball, and they reviewed it, and it was a strike. It ended the inning. No, but listen, Major League Baseball to me, and I know Tyler is saying it was gimmicky, and I think there are a lot of people. I saw a lot of people who were having some issues with it, like this isn't real baseball. I heard Chris Russo, Mad Dog Russo, going off earlier. I will just say, that was one of the few times, fellas, that I was thoroughly invested and into baseball that didn't have to do with the team that I either root for or cover. Like that was like that was
no dog in the fight.
You know what I mean? And I'm into it. Like when I say that, like the unique times of Sunday night football that doesn't involve any team that you care about. But I'm into the game. I'm into Bills-Ravens on Sunday Night Football. There aren't many moments that baseball creates like that, and that was one of them. And honest to God, there aren't many times that baseball creates we're the national story that doesn't have to do with, there's a brawl or a fight or a scandal. This was on the field, damn, I'm into it. And the buzz around the ballpark, the players, they were all lined up out of the ones that were still there, all lined up out of the dugout, and they were into it. And I'm just like, whoa, Like they have stumbled upon something that meets all the elements that baseball struggles with. It was fast-paced. You could see the pressure in it. There were stakes involved, and it's just the All-Star game. I mean, I don't know if they're not, as I said before, the crosstalk, if Rob Manfred or whoever's going to take over for him aren't having some kind of conversations of, is this something that we can implore more than just for the All-Star game? Is this something that we can do more of? Because I didn't really see a lot of people that they should care about that didn't love it.
Yeah, Ron, I'm with you. It brings the question, and Lopez obviously brought it up, is how do you build off of it, right? How do you not let it die on the vine? I'm gonna tell you, man, I don't know about messing around more than they already do with regular season baseball, which obviously has playoff implications. But I'm gonna tell you what I'd like to see. I'd like to see a team home run derby. Pick 4 or 5 teams, or maybe even however you want to do it.
We're talking about the home run derby as a whole.
Home run derby like as a whole, but instead of just finding, really, let's be honest, they found about 5 or 6 guys that could actually compete for a home run derby. Play that style of baseball, but that style of competition, but with 3 hitters from the Astros, 3 hitters from the Yankees, and you have a team approach to a home run derby. Now that would an event would be cool. I don't know that I can get there. I can't quite get there yet. Where I
did. I talked myself into it pretty good last
night. I would enjoy it. You talking about ending regular season ties like
Tyler,
that?
I started with regular season. I don't want to see it in the postseason. Then I thought, man, I'm just thinking some of the classic extra inning games that we've seen. Like I'm thinking, like for me, I didn't need them 19 innings that the Astros played against the Braves.
18, but I hear you.
18. It felt like it was 20. I like
shout out Chris Bird.
To me, I was thinking to myself, or that series the Yankees and the Red Sox had. If we'd have said let's line up Ortiz and Manny Ramirez and somebody else against A-Rod and Posada, whoever, that would have been intense. That would have been.
It's nasty.
It is nasty, intense. It's pressure and it's strategy. Like, depending on who you got, like, you might be all right with, let's play for extras. Let's play for the derby part of it. All right? And it, especially if you had to keep folks in the game. Like, if it had to be people who were there, now there's strategy in
the ninth inning. How do you play the ninth inning?
Like, am I really going to replace,
Yordan Alvarez
or Altuve for defensive replacements just in case this sucker goes to extras?
We saw that in the game we were at. Altuve pulled in that late inning for defensive purposes.
By the way,
now
Altuve
you're tied and you don't have Altuve.
Altuve would easily be one of the people that I would run out there.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially in this ballpark. I mean, he feels like he knows all the angles of how to hit this thing.
Man.
But I know they've already started the hokiness. They've already started the gimmicky.
But I want to get rid of all of it. Like, I don't want to go further into it. And for the record, I'm good with the way this played out and this swing-off thing in something like an exhibition game like the All-Star game. I'm totally fine with that. That's cool, whatever.
I'm ready to go.
But the games that count, the games of one of 162 each year, I don't need that gimmicky crap deciding ball games for me. That's just me, though.
I could be talked into it.
Like, we could say it's gimmicky, but or it's growth. Like give it 3 or 4 years. That kickoff stuff's not going to feel gimmicky anymore.
Well, here's the thing, Tyler. You wouldn't have left the game.
I don't know. I was pretty sleepy, man.
No, if you had a home run derby in that 10th inning, your ass would have left the game.
No, I probably would have been sitting right there.
Royds Garcia up there for the Rangers, and allegedly Royds Garcia up there for the Rangers, and
because you're also guaranteed not, like you were laying out, you're guaranteed not all those extra innings. It'll be a quicker end.
No, man, I'm ready to get up out of here, man.
So I'll be there.
Let's go, man. I'm ready to get up out of here. We can get up out of here. I'm ready to go.
I bet the baseball purists.
Like we've already. I know they are
at the radio right now.
You're screaming at it, and that's cool, and you can send your thoughts in. But damn it, Hellman, they've already made the bases bigger. They've started this guy out on second base that all of a sudden adds RBI opportunities that Babe Ruth didn't have.
How about college baseball running to a whole different base?
Are they? Oh, they
got two first bases. One's red, one's white.
For safety.
Literally,
that's what they do in
red
softball.
and white.
Safety first, then teamwork.
They do that out
hell, when I saw that,
someone said I don't want in the playoffs though. I'm just I hear it and it is hard for me to do it. But could you imagine the intensity of the playoff?
We can't do it.
Oh, I'm in it. I'm with it.
No chance
yes.
in the playoffs.
There's always a chance. You can chance that thing in the regular season. They can chance that thing in the playoffs. Talk about excitement. I am ready to roll.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Probably not, but I would be all for it. I just don't think they can walk away from what happened last night and the response on accident that they got.
Yeah.
And they did. I mean, if Judge and Ohtani were in that, good God Almighty. All right, we've been talking about things leading into training camp that's on our minds today. It's what guys for the Texans that they need to step up. Who do they need to step up? If you got somebody in mind, go ahead and text in 713-572-4610 or YouTube and Twitch. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, whether we're talking about getting out socially or we're talking about going to work every day, regardless, every time you
Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life.
On July 4th, historic flooding devastated Kerr County, Texas, displacing families, destroying homes, and leaving many in urgent need. The Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services team is on the ground right now, serving hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The ones that are okay with a swing-off ending are casual fans who don't determine playoff positioning with a gimmick. They're determining it with a gimmick right now. They're putting
They damn sure are.
They're putting a person at second base. Right now, they're doing it.
I mean, they're striking guys out for not getting to the batter's box quick enough. I mean, they're not allowing pitchers to throw over to first base anytime they feel the need to.
Yes.
I mean, they're, like
they made the bases bigger so you can steal more bases.
I hate to break it to y'all, but it's not far-fetched. There was a day when it was like, shut the hell up. That's far-fetched. It's never happening. We're no longer in those days. We're there.
I just, whatever, what'd you say, Tyler, it was 18 innings that what's his name? Chris
Burke.
Chris Burke with that game-winning hit finally.
Mm-hmm.
I swear it was 19 innings, but 18 innings. I would love to see the players that was in that game at that point determining that game.
Morgan Ensberg.
Lance
Burton.
I'm just saying, like, when you start to get into those, like, late in the innings like that, there's a lot of guys on the field. There's some Zach Shorts out there. There's some dudes out there having to come to the plate that are determining these games that you're like, come on, man. You got a slow runner out there? He's probably going to get pinch run for.
Yeah.
And he's out of the game, and he's a good hitter, right? Jordan probably gets pinch run for in a game and maybe out an extra. So, I don't know. My favorite, just like so many things, Ron is way off wanting home run swing off and to decide games. No. I just want the runner at second. Free runner at second to decide it.
Yeah, free double.
They've already
free double to start extras.
Yeah, they've already opened it up, baby. All right, what's on our mind is training camp is officially a week away from today, Clint, is when they report on the 22nd, but they will be on the field where we can see them for the first time next Wednesday. And what's on our mind today is a Texan that needs to take a next step. Texan that needs to take a next step for this team. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Who you got? Who is a Texan that needs to take the next step?
Well, I think I approach this as a guy that you may not know, guys that may not have arrived at the pro level yet that have high upsides, and so I'm gonna go that route, and I think it's Cade Stover. I think even if Dalton Schultz gets back to playing tight end the way that he's capable of playing, he's still not going to be a force in the run game. He's still not a guy you can put on the end and trust in pass protection. What we can ask out of Dalton Schultz is be a guy that can separate in the pass game and catch a damn ball when it's thrown your direction, right? We can expect him to be that. Anything beyond that, I think, is out the window. Cade Stover is the one guy that in watching OTAs, and obviously the opportunity is going to present itself because he's a guy that can put his hand in the dirt. He wants to play a physical brand. He's a guy that can come out of the backfield in a fullback position, and he's significantly better than I gave him credit for in terms of running routes and creating separation and running after the catch. And so I looked at this. I viewed this as a relatively unknown pool of players that haven't arrived yet. I think the one that needs to take that next step for me out of that pool of players is Cade Stover.
Cade Stover. He'll have the opportunity.
No question.
I think there will be.
No question.
I'm not saying that he's just going to full out take Dalton Schultz's job, but right. I think in year two there's more of an opportunity for him to get on the field.
Ron, he needs to be a household name. I mean, he needs to play well enough and be a big enough part of this offense to where Texans fans know who the hell he is. Right? I mean, I know you're rabid fans, the ones that we hear from, the ones that we communicate with, they're all very aware of who Cade Stover is. Yeah. If you go over there and you go to a Texans game, not every Texans game, and you got a Texans hat on or a Texans shirt on, you should know who Cade Stover is. He should play well enough and be in the spotlight enough to where people at least know who the hell he is. I think that would be huge for this offense.
Yeah. 713-572-4610. Who is it that guys you want to see step up? Kick Rock said Stover is still learning how to play tight end. The entire offensive line. Someone texted in Dalton Schultz, Jalen Petrie. And especially if we're going to take it from that space of the guy that really needs to take a step forward. That's young guys that we're not seeing at this point to jump in. I would go in the direction of Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie is somebody that I think was ready to take that step before he got cut down with the injury. And it feels like he was ready to take that step because he was finally playing in a spot that suited his actual skill set for the Texans. I really don't know what he is. He's a jack of all trades in the way that D'Amico and Matt Burke like to use him. But right now, when you start thinking about the secondary, like I think you get to maybe 3-4 people before you get to him. And he has the ability to probably be a real impact player that could play at a Pro Bowl level. And you probably still look at Stingley and Gardner Johnson and Lassiter and Kalen Bullock. Maybe you may look at those guys before you think of Petrie in the secondary. And I think he is somebody who was on his way. If he can stay healthy, he is a guy that can take that next step. And that could be big for this team.
Well, it'll be huge for this team because that next step for Jalen Petrie, because I agree. I mean, the next step for Jalen Petrie is can you cover? The next step for Jalen Petrie is can you be a down in, down out, no matter whether you're playing zone or you're playing man, no matter whether you're playing coverage or you're rushing the passer, no matter it's a run play or a pass play, can Jalen Petrie be on the field and be an impact player in multiple roles? We know he's got the instincts to get downhill and execute the different pressures from the nickel defender. We know he's got the ability to get downhill and stop the run and the willingness to stick his head in there and tackle well. Can he cover? If Jalen Petrie can cover and you don't have to play this sub game every time that you want to play or you're in a position where you got to man up and bring pressure, that is an absolute game changer for D'Amico Ryan's defense, no doubt. So I agree, Jalen Petrie would be huge for the defense if he could take that next step and be a guy that can cover down and be trustworthy in the process.
Now, I don't know if he's as unknown or green or not as known as a guy like Cade Stover or other people that could potentially be within this, other young players. Drew Scruggs is one if he got to play this year. But I do think we haven't reached the surface to what Jalen Petrie can be. I don't think we've approached that yet, and I think there's still a level in the space for him to get there. All right, coming up, some news on an injured Astro as we head back to the start of the second half of the season. We'll let you know the latest on that. And Tyler.
Yes.
We were disrespected.
Our show?
Before we have a guest coming in, Will Kunkel, the big conk, coming in for the entire 3 o'clock hour. Before the big conk comes in, we were not Clint, but we were disrespected.
Oh, like you were on the show, me, badass producer Tyler, aka T-Mill. Me and you,
yes.
us as two individuals.
Yes, we were
not as a show altogether.
I didn't know you had all those those to add to it.
Paint a picture, man.
Badass
Bob Ross in
producer.
this thing.
The real deal. T-Mill. Yes, we were disrespected. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, let me tell you again about the Clayton Homes Sign and Save sales event that is going on right now. You can save up to $5,000 instantly on your home purchase at Clayton Homes Sign and Save event. And let me tell you this, though, before I go any further. Remember that the event ends August.
Round. Sales, rental, parts, service. We're on it at ASCO Equipment. Visit ASCOEQ.com or stop by your local ASCO today.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As we said, Big Will, Big Kunk, he's coming up next. He'll be with us in the 3 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. That should be fun. He'll participate a little stock up, stock down. So we'll have fun with Will coming up here in just a bit. Clint, Astros get back Friday, and got some news on one of the injured Astros.
Hopefully good news.
Chas McCormick.
Don't come at me about white boy Chas.
The Astros have transferred outfielder Chas McCormick's rehab assignment to the Florida Coast League. Astros, also known as the place that Abreu built, the Florida Gulf Coast League. They transferred him there. McCormick started in center field today and went 2 for 3 with a home run and 2 RBIs. Stop. You sack.
Is he doing white boy Chas things?
Stop.
You telling me
Is he doing white boy Chas things?
Stop. You telling me he's on his way?
He's coming back, baby. They had a perfect time, man.
Stop that.
White boy's
2
back.
for 3.
At a perfect time, too.
A bomb.
Come on.
An RBI. He's on his way back, baby.
He's out there playing with them JUCO cats.
Must be feasting
Nothing wrong
on
with
some
JUCO,
banana
by the way. I'm
pudding.
just saying Chas is a...
Stop.
Banana pudding every meal.
Read to this, and you break this every time, Tyler. It's not. He's not back.
2 for 3. Bomb.
He is not back.
He's on the path back.
But you can't play this. You got to figure. You got to figure out a on the path back song.
This is
no, it's not.
Play that fucking music.
Stop it, man. He's not even. He's
This
not.
is all
WBC.
the way back music, Tyler.
This is
all the way
ridiculous,
back.
man.
I'm getting horny.
Well, you got to execute that in a different way. You don't have to go all the way every time you're horny.
You sure you want me to execute my horniness in another way?
Yes, in this case, pertains to this. Will you cut it off?
So much blood flow. Come on, white boy Chas.
You'll come at me about white boy Chas. You say there's a chance. He's getting healthy, Ron, and there may be a little vacancy here in center field for a few weeks.
We'll get all this little
Maybe for a few months. That old calf strain, Kevin Durancis or something.
Next line coming in. Wow. And you're continuing to play this.
Funky music and nanner pudding, baby. All update.
This is just, and now you're turning it up. This is. This is.
I hope you're right, Tyler, but it's a little early.
This is selfish.
Funky.
This is selfish. This is the very reason why he can't get going. People just overshoot.
He's going.
He's not going.
He's going.
As the text line said, wow, Chas hitting bombs off 17-year-olds.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Better than striking out.
And I just want to correct a bomb. A bomb.
Well, if he was 0 for 3 with 2 Ks, we'd be like, oh, he's down against these losers and he sucks.
We'd be saying the same thing, right? We'd be saying we would be, all right, hey, he got on the field. He got some swings in. We certainly wouldn't be playing. This is why he's dropped tonight.
I mean, is he?
Why Tyler's dropped?
He had the
I think
oblique.
I'm shooting up the chart.
He
Number
had
9.
the oblique, correct?
Yes.
And he's playing in Florida. He's fine. He needs to get back.
Well, he's swinging. I mean, now he's getting better. He's swinging the bat. He's getting better. We'll see. And then maybe gets back to Sugarland. And
well, that's my point. I don't think we don't need a Sugarland.
Nanner pudding.
This is disrespectful.
White boy Chas.
This is disrespectful to the guy who hit 22 bombs, who had 78 RBIs, who was a mainstay in the lineup during a playoff run.
Fair.
One of the most iconic catches in Houston Astros history.
I think it's a little early.
And right now, this is
premature.
I would like to say that
White boy Chas'n.
I am fully rooting in for Chas. I'm invested now. fully rooting for Chaz to get back to a level where it is acceptable to play this and to call him WBC. I am. I just like I see his face sometimes when I see him, and I just feel bad for him. It's the way I was feeling about Kirk Cousins in the last 2 episodes of The Quarterback.
Fellow white boy.
I see his face, and I just feel bad for him. By the way, it may be looking up. 14 hours ago, him and I'm guessing his lady, I'm guessing his wife Courtney, they announced they're having a baby. He really needs it now.
He likes that.
He's more motivated now than he's ever
motivated
been.
now.
Sure.
He's motivated now. He needs it now. They're having a baby.
Can
this keep rolling? And now he steps back in.
He's having a baby. He's hitting bombs. Jake's hurt.
He's got a chance.
Not only is Jake hurt, but hell, you got about 3 or 4 outfielders that you would immediately be put
Melton's
ahead.
hurt. DeZenzo's hurt.
If you can just get, well, let's be honest, Trammell and Hummel and he's going to be above all those guys immediately if he can just get healthy to where he can swing the bat.
Get in there. It's his time, man.
It looks like he's going to have him a good third quarter of 2025.
Yeah. Good for you, Chaz, man. He's getting close. There you go, 2 for 3. As Tyler did say, 2 for 3 with a home run and 2 RBIs. Does feel better than 0 for 3 with a ground out and 2 strikeouts.
Boy, 0 for 3 with a ground out and 2 strikeouts in the old Florida Coast League would be
Brady League, yeah.
That'd be one of those that may be the straw that broke the camel, man.
Well, that's what Jose Abreu was doing down there. In opposite field ground outs is what he was doing. Tyler, Brandon Scott too. I would put him in this. We were thoroughly disrespected. I don't know how I got onto this. I was looking around, Odyssey app. I was, online or whatever. And I had somehow stumbled onto the Sports Radio 610 Wikipedia page. I don't know how I got there.
Not sure I've ever found myself on the old wiki for Sports Radio 610.
I don't know how I got there. Just kind of hunting around and I kind of reading up on the station what the write up is. I was just interested to see what's on here.
I end up randomly just falling on walking bets.
I know you do. And we understand the reason.
So much recourse.
It says personalities. Personalities, past, present personalities, right here. It's got them listed. It's a long list.
Yeah, we've had a lot of voices come through. A lot of voices currently here. Mm-hmm.
I wrote the rest of it all. Okay.
Houston's #1 source for sports talk right here at Sports Radio 610.
So I'm looking at him. It's got a nice list. Look on in there. Bam. Seth Payne, host of Payne and Pendergast.
Original Texan.
Former Houston Texan. Bam. Ted Johnson follows right there.
Teddy
former host.
Rings.
Wade Smith, third on the list. Guest host. Former Houston Texan. Booker T. Wrestler. Booker T.
Town Zone, yeah.
That's the time. Clint Stoerner, host of The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. And former Dallas Cowboy quarterback. John McClain. Nick Wright.
Big old nose.
Reggie Atatula, host of In the Loop.
Oh, Reg got in that thing. He ain't been here.
Oh, Reg is the freshest meat. Yeah.
Mark Vandermeer, Mike Meltzer.
Rock and roll.
Meltzer, Sean Pendergast, host of Payne and Pendergast.
Cablin Asian.
Rich Lord, Josh Ennis, Ben Nance. John Lopez, host of In the Loop.
The OG.
Fred Davis. Hell, Landry Locker. Chris Jones, producer. Payne and Pendergast. Is that accurate?
It's a lot of history we're going through right here.
Ryan McDonald, our former producer. First one I ran into.
I have a bad feeling I know where you're going with
Figgy Fig, producer of In the Loop, right there.
Best at what he do.
Shout out to Laura Reynolds, traffic, and
My
assistant
boss.
program director.
Sexy traffic.
Sean Bijani, host of Area 45.
Bada bing, bada boom.
With Bijani and Creighton. Patrick Creighton, host of Area 45.
Second newest, I think, to Reggie. If you're going to say what you're going to say, I'm going to be pissed
Even
off.
Bob Stevenson, the original outdoor host, was on here.
I didn't even have him. He's the only one I didn't have.
I'm rolling through all of these.
They have Tom Tynan.
Couple names ain't been mentioned.
Tyler, they got all the producers on here. Every full-time person that
Doesn't
has ever
sound
been,
like it.
Ben Gary's not on there.
Every full-time person that has been on there in this bad boy, they've got listed on here. Except for the two of us.
Did you name Brandon Scott?
In all
Brandon Scott.
seriousness,
And honestly,
this
Brandon,
is horse.
Brandon Scott, they've got Brad Wright, whoever this is, digital supervisor. No Brandon Scott.
I know Brad.
Brandon Scott's not on the list anywhere?
Nope.
So me, you, and Skeezy are the literal only three, and we're currently working here, obviously.
I took the Reggie one personal.
Yeah, that's new meat.
Tyler may have taken Figment. I'm not kidding you. They've got a full list.
If that's the case,
they got a full list of
Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani as well.
How did Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani get on here?
This is amateur hour BS. I mean, I've never
I'm not
really
saying it's
done
amateur
it.
hour. They deserve a spot.
No, I'm not talking about
put our
them.
name in there?
Whoever's leaving us off, obviously purposefully. Don't tell me it's not on purpose
guys,
now.
hey,
I'm not going to say I'm
I'll
jealous,
change it tonight. I'll
but
get
it's
it added tonight.
So much hate out there.
I got good mind to edit this myself.
I think you should edit it, and I think you should edit it with nicknames.
That's what I was gonna say. So
Ron the Show Hughley.
I've never done it, but all I've heard is like Wikipedia can be edited and changed and stuff by anybody, right?
Yes. I think you should go Tyler the Real Deal Milner.
I'm not gonna do it. Somebody should though.
Tyler, I went up and down this list.
And if it gets deleted,
how in the hell did that come across your radar?
I went up and down this list.
Check the old Wikipedia
8 times. I went through the whole page. That's it.
What were you looking for?
I was looking at the Odyssey app, and just stuff was coming up, and I was like, oh, let me hit Wikipedia. Let's see what we got here. Read up on it.
This is ridiculous.
And you wasn't even on there.
We're Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program.
I got my last name in.
2/3 of it enlisted.
I got my last name in. Clint Stoerner, host of the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes.
Okay, so at least you're represented.
Last name is in there.
I'm just, that guy.
Tyler don't
whoever
even have
that
a mention.
is. I heard he had tiny nipples, but whoever that is.
I think
it's what you ought to go with. Tyler, Tiny Nipples Milner.
I'm not even listed, man. It's like I don't exist.
I'm not gonna lie. When I saw
this is horse crap.
When I saw Reggie, and I saw Patrick Creighton, I saw Sean Bijani, I said, "What the hell's going on here?" This seems deliberate. This seems deliberate,
bro.
Somebody better fix that fast. Right now.
I'm being serious, dude. It's disrespectful. As much as I pour my blood and sweat and tears, kind of serious,
I give it
into these hallways.
Kind of serious. No, I hear you. No, it's for fun, man. Congratulations to those guys, but it is bullshit.
Remedy.
I mean, if we're going to be honest.
How do y'all think that happens? I mean,
quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Y'all think somebody just dropped the ball and didn't add y'all's names?
No, I don't think that. I think it's deliberate. And I think whoever did it just doesn't have love for us, Tyler.
Or we were there and we were deleted by haters, which is very possible.
Will Kunkel probably did it. Will Kunkel, by the way, jumping on with us coming up next. The top 10 wide receivers came out. Nico Collins, where do you think he is? And we got to discuss even further what he needs to mean to this offense for the Texans coming up.
All right, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors is where it's at, man. They got an end of summer savings. I know it's not the end of summer for everybody out there, but Academy Sports and Outdoors loves to do solids for everybody that shops there, and this is one of them, y'all. You can get up to 50% off swimwear, sandals, and flip-flops. Hell, it's swimwear, sandals, and flip-flop season. Now, up to 40% off of pools and patio sets. You want to have a little fun outdoors and stay cool with the pool? Guess what?
program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Big Conk.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler, as I currently look at it, it is still not updated. Still without.
Come on, Drive family. Had that whole break. Whole break to get into that Wikipedia.
Still without our names on it.
Show some hustle now. Come
I don't
on.
know if you heard that, Conk.
I'm an hour away from being on that damn page.
Yeah, Will's gonna.
Son of a bitch, he's right.
Will's gonna get on there before we do it.
I don't
frequently
like this,
appearing.
Man.
Frequently appearing, yes.
Contributor.
Yeah.
Featuring the Big Conk.
I throw myself through this glass window. If Will Conk was, if it showed up on there, Will Conk.
Gotta be crapping on my face, man.
Let's go, Houston. Make it happen.
He says, let's go, Houston. All right, you hear that voice there, our guy, Texans insider, reporter extraordinaire, Will Conkle joins us in the 3 o'clock hour. A little 3 o'clock Will in the building. And Will, I want to start here. The ESPN has been giving us and everyone across the country this little content with this this top 10 and honorable mentions they do with all the position groups as they talk to 70 coaches, scouts, and executives on the top 10 and honorable mentions. And the receiver rank came out, and we all believe Nico Collins would be on it. I'll be honest. I look at the list and I don't have a problem with it. I guess in my mind I thought he'd be a little safer than this, but he comes in at the 8th spot with Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, CeeDee Lamb, and A.J. Brown as the top 5, with Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions, Malik Neighbors over Nico Collins, and then Mike Evans and Garrett Wilson make out the top 10. And Nico Collins being there. And I guess I just want to start with this. Yes, he is one of the best receivers and a legit one in this league. But to either one of you can take this. But I just kind of want to start it here. What does Nico need to be for the Texans offense? When you look at everything that they have, what does he need to be? What kind of season does he have to have for this offense to be what it wants to be?
Full. Like, he's got to be healthy.
Full season first.
He's got to be available. Yeah. That's the biggest thing for him because there is nothing he can't do. He's proven to be one of the, I think he's a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL. But if you're not out there and you're missing 5-6 games every year since he kind of hit that level, that's obviously the knock. And then you look around and, all right, who played 16, 17 games?
Yeah, look, I think it starts with being healthy because without Nico Collins, there is a big time problem at the wide receiver position.
Forget about it.
I mean, C.J. Stroud has no chance if Nico Collins goes down. That's one thing that we probably haven't discussed enough is the importance of Nico Collins beyond just how good he is and how productive he is, the importance of him being on the field given what is down the line, at least the first half of the season until you figure out what Higgins and Noel and what is Christian Kirk after the most recent injury. Until you figure those things out, I mean, you can argue Nico Collins is the most important receiver in the damn league right now. But so it starts with health. But, to me, if you're looking at the Texans offense and we're saying, okay, we want to get the best version of C.J. Stroud. We want to get an offense that just this standard is low. This bar is very low. We just want to get an offense that can complement a great defense. We want to get an offense that can complement a great defense in a crappy division and give us a chance to make a run in the playoffs. You just simply ain't doing that without Nico Collins. Without Nico Collins, the 8th best receiver in the league. So he doesn't just have to stay healthy, boys. He's got to continue to play at a level where he's opening eyes in a big way, and he's putting up huge numbers.
Because he's that everything to you. He's your deep threat. He's your guy that doesn't drop the ball. He's your third down guy. Like, he is the guy that does everything. And if you lose the guy that does everything, the specialist guys, and then 2 rookies on top of it, you have no idea what you're going to get every single week.
Well, Will, I mean, to look at it, to your point, we may have just be scratching the surface here with Nico Collins, because we've seen a small sample size of Bobby Slowick, I guess it was 2 years ago, where the receivers around him got hurt. And, Ron, we saw him line up in the backfield and do some stuff. We saw him in the screen game. We saw him get over the top.
Smart Bobby.
Right. The truth of the matter is that Nico Collins is a extremely well-rounded receiver. Right? Some of these guys are on here because they're just tremendous athletes or they're unbelievably fast. Right? But you look at Nico Collins, he's big, he's fast, he's a great route runner. To your point, big, strong hands, run after catch, hard to tackle. He is a great route runner. I don't think I've already mentioned that, but those are things that everybody on this list is not. And so he's we may be looking at Nico Collins at 8 with plenty of room to climb.
And it's rare to have a guy that does that and is so good on the sidelines on third down.
Yep.
Like, that's so rare, because usually you have kind of like the squirrely slot guy that's a big third down guy but doesn't really contribute on first and second, certainly isn't a big play guy. So for him to be able to blow the top off the lid and also hit a dig route and go to the sideline and just hold on to the ball as a possession guy and be reliable is so critical for CJ, especially when he has pressure in his face so quickly.
Guys, the health thing, obviously, I've seen when someone texts in, Nico needs to stay healthy, that's it. Well, I don't believe that's it part. Definitely he needs to stay healthy. Because you start to look at it, and Nico, you take Nico out of the mix of this skill position group.
And you're just talking about anybody that can catch a pass.
You don't have any.
I'm talking about the skill position. Yeah, you take that out. It's like what Jordan, when he's out of the lineup, and how it looks, and how you look at him and be like, ooh, boy, like this looks a lot different.
Got to win with defense.
He has been a guy that has, if he would have stayed healthy, would have been a 80 to 100 catch guy for 13 to 1,500 yards, probably around the 8 to 10 touchdown mark. That's what he would have been the last 2 years. Man, guys, right now, I think he may have to find another level to that.
Yep, I agree.
I'm talking about from what he would have been if he'd have been healthy. I think he needs to find another level above that, just because I hear what you're saying, Frank Z, here on the text or on YouTube and Twitch. Nico has help now. Diggs was out week 8. Tank disappeared. These new guys will alleviate any pressure. I don't know that. I've never seen Jalen Higgins play in the National Football League. I've never seen Jalen Noel play in the National Football League. I've seen John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson. Those are not alleviate pressure guys. I've seen the tight end guys. I don't know that I necessarily say that we're alleviating pressure there. I hope Joe Mixon can play the way he does. He's 29. They felt the need to go get Nick Chubb. We'll see if he plays at the level he did. I just think there is a lot of pressure for him to go out and be what A.J. Green used to be for Andy Dalton, what Tyreek, how he changed and made life so much easier for everybody else on the field, and Tua, the way it is. I think Nico has to take his game, and I think it's there. He just has to take his game up another level, because I don't think we can sit here and say we know exactly what's around him to depend on.
Well, exactly, and that's why I'll pose this to you, Clint. Like, if you look at the offensive weapons from a pass-catching standpoint, tight ends included, who's number 2? Who's the second guy after Nico?
Well, it's Christian Kirk, and I mean, to answer your question, but I get the point is there's a significant drop off, and and Christian Kirk, and I think it's by design, is more of a slot guy. They can talk about playing outside and running the route tree and all that if they want to. Christian Kirk is a true slot receiver that has some explosive abilities, and so to your point, you know, it is not only is it a significant fall off talent wise and ability and production, but it's a severe drop off in just in what your best receiver is capable of doing. He's very restricted in the slot, smaller sized receiver, so it's going to be easier to defend. Look, I think Ron, I think you've got. I think you're hitting the nail on the head. That's interesting. It's when you start looking at what does if Nico stays healthy, you're looking at let's call it high end 100 catches.
Yes.
Right. But what you're saying is moving forward, he's got to be in the 110 to 120 range. I mean, you're talking. I mean, that's the Jamar Chase, the Amon-Ra St. Brown, Malik Neighbors, Justin Jefferson had 103. I mean, so you're talking about the 100+ catches, like taking this thing to a whole other level.
His production and impact has to be big.
I agree.
He's going to have to play through teams flat, trying to take him away in a way that they may not have been able to do previous years.
Well, I say all that, and I think Nico is very, very capable.
I do too.
I think he's very capable of getting to those numbers, even if he misses a couple of games due to injuries. You can't miss more than 2 because now you're talking 15 to 20 catches. The key here is Nick Caley. I'll go back to what I said 2 years ago, 2023, the handful of games where we saw Bobby Slowick, because I remember I would always talk about Nico's just a boundary receiver. That's who he is. That's where he best fits. And then everybody got hurt. It's like, well, no longer is he just going to sit over there. He's got to be the guy that they move around and don't let defenses zero in on him. If we get 17 games of that, I think those numbers are very doable with Nico Collins.
Yeah, Nico Collins, and we've seen a lot of teams like this. It's like the past couple of years, maybe not this year, but the previous years, it was just like, the Chiefs' passing game's all right. Well, if you take Travis Kelce away from it, though, like if he's not there, then a lot of these guys look a lot different. And I think Nico is in that space. And I think he, as you said, I think Will, he's absolutely capable of going to that next level. But when you start to look at it, right, I mean, Diggs made people think.
Yeah, he was a good
Dale made people think, right? There were times you thought CJ had a better connection with Tank Dell than he did Nico.
God bless, brother.
They made him think. So I think there is a difference to right now what he's dealing with. Until now, Higgins may go off and be exactly what Frank is talking about. Noel may go and be that guy. But as of now, we just don't know that right now.
All the good names that Clint you listed, everybody's got something in common there, except for really Malik Neighbors and maybe, I guess, really just Malik Neighbors. But Jamar Chase, great quarterback, great receiver aside, next to him.
Yep.
Justin Jefferson, absolute stud. With the Patrick Mahomes, you got the greatest quarterback to play the game, arguably, and then you have Andy Reid next to him. So, there's a lot of complementary pieces there that allow that to happen. Does Nico have that? Well, he sure as hell didn't last year. So, does he this year? Does he have the complementary piece in the offensive play calling? Does he have a good enough offensive line to allow CJ to be any damn good? And is there a number 2 really across the way to kind of take away from that? That's the biggest thing, is that these offensive minds, like you see Amon-Ra St. Brown, Ben Johnson calling plays, and Jared Goff, a damn good quarterback with other help around there too.
It is interesting because you start looking. I don't think we've gone into a season. We talk about Titus Howard never going into a season knowing he's going to play guard and working out as he's going to play guard and building his body up as he's going to play guard. Like, if we ever gone into a season, you think about it, going to the 2023 season, we had no idea who the hell Nico was. We still thought he was going to be this big-bodied 50-50 ball catcher, and that was it, right? And then going into this last season, it was a 5-headed monster. We got all the pieces that you could possibly want, where this year the difference is there is zero doubt the focus for Nick Caley should be, if Nick Caley and his offensive staff, if they're going to walk around and talk about our job as an offensive coordinator is to get our guys, our best players of football, and put our best players in position to play to their strengths. Well, damn it, that starts with Nico Collins. You can't prioritize Dalton Schultz. You can't prioritize Christian Kirk. You can't prioritize anybody other than C.J. Stroud over Nico Collins. And so this may be the first year, and we'll be able to tell watching training camp, this may be the first year that we've gone into where we knew how good Nico was, and the play caller schematically said, okay, we are going to do things with Nico the same way Cincinnati uses Jamar Chase. The same way maybe Kansas City, I don't know that Miami does it great, but Kansas City did with Tyreek Hill. The same way with Justin Jefferson. If they shut him down in the first half and they're rolling coverage over to him, at halftime we're coming out and we're going to move this guy every damn snap because he's going to get 10 catches. right? He's going to get 9-10 catches every. We're not going to let defenses take him away and say, oh, we'll dabble with Dalton Schultz over here and we'll dabble with Christian Kirk over here. We're going to find ways to get Nico the 8, 9, 10 touches he needs a game, and that, or however many, 7, 8, however many the catches it is. That I don't think we've seen an organization. We haven't seen the Texans offensively approach football like that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what you guys think. Do you think Dalton Schultz, he comes in, I think, no doubt, tight end 1. Do you think he survives the whole season as tight end 1? I think it's a legitimate question now, which is not ideal for that room.
Yeah, I will say yes. And we talked about this before because I think if anything improves with the style of offense you believe they're running, which seems to make the tight end more of a priority. And
is that good, though? Like, putting him on display, is that a positive?
I think, yeah, I think from that standpoint, yeah, I think he's more involved. I mean, last year was just like he couldn't block and he wasn't productive from the other end.
So
and I don't think his production from a pass catching standpoint wasn't just because he couldn't catch. I think there were a lot of opportunities that they just looked past him. And the OC, his expertise is tight ends. That's what he coached. So you would hope there is an improvement there from him. He should have a better season. And
he better have a better season. He was horrible last year. He was a detriment.
You don't have to tell this show.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm high on Cade Stover this year. I mean, and given what D'Amico wants to do, a defensive-minded head coach with the mindset of D'Amico is only going to watch the pouting, the lack of physicality, the quit for so long. So it will be, and the kid behind him ain't got none of that in him.
And keep in mind, this is a run-first team. This is not a pass-first team that it was going into last year. They had to change their entire identity because Bobby Slow couldn't figure out the passing game and the offensive line couldn't protect C.J. Stroud. Like, this is an offense that requires a Cade Stover, not a Dalton Schultz.
Yeah. All right, coming up, a little stock up, stock down. We're going to do NFL quarterbacks. Stock up, stock down. You can send yours in. This is going to be fun. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Chronic joy.
Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tutski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans stock up, stock down on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That's right. We are going to talk some Texans because we're talking the old pigskin. We're talking football for this edition of Stock Up, Stock Down, live on The Drive with guests, the Big Kunk. Here it is. Give it to me one more time. One more.
One more time. There it is.
Forgot you didn't have yours.
Let them out, boys.
Will Kunkel is live with us on The Drive, Stoerner and Hughley. Stock up, stock down. This edition is NFL quarterbacks for the upcoming 2025 season. And Kunk, Ron, you'll have to let him know.
Yeah.
I want to start with you, Big Kunk. And I want to start with stock down because I'm looking at this drive rundown, and me and you about to have some problems, Kunkel.
Let's go, Poppy.
Stock down.
Stock down for
CJ
NFL
Stroud.
quarterback. Oh, my God.
His stock could not have been any higher coming into the
on
season.
this show.
Into last season.
You're choosing violence today, huh?
His stock was greatest rookie season that we've ever seen in the NFL, which it was. We're going to pick up and we're going to run from that. We're going to the Hall of Fame. Like, we put the gold jacket on the dude. We were running. And then we saw what happened. It takes an entire team. It takes an organization to lift up a quarterback, and he didn't do his job, and he was not the leader that I thought he needed to be, especially with Laramie Tunsil kind of dragging down that offensive line. So stock down for C.J. Stroud. I don't know that he is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL right now. Like, I don't know that he is coming off of last year. I'm not saying he can't be and he doesn't have the talent. I know damn well he does and he can be. And I think that maybe this year he is. But right now, stock down after his rookie year and after what we saw last year.
Kunkel just crapping all over my face.
Somebody's going to believe I said that.
Oh, they'll hit you back with it.
Dumbass show.
Like, it couldn't have gone any higher than it was after his rookie year. Like, let's just be real. Where we are, he regressed. He regressed in his second season. Doesn't mean he's not good. Doesn't mean he's not going to be good. It means he regressed. The stock is down. Hey, if you want to buy while stock is down, that's how you get rich, bro.
Well, there's your stock down from freaking Kunkel on a hump day here on the
we
drive.
got to get
Mr.
Clown
Kunkel.
off the show.
God. Jeez, crapping on my face. Over to you, Ron the Show, Hughley, for this NFL Quarterbacks Edition. Stock up, stock down. What's your stock down?
I'm going to say Brock Purdy. Now he's gotten paid, which is going to add more pressure. He's already lost Deebo Samuel. Brandon Ayuk may not be ready to start the season. He has been really, really good when he's had all those, as some people call them, the monstars. And now with him getting paid, there's probably going to be a less opportunity for him to have all of those great players around him. And they're getting older with the pressure, with the money he's making now. I'm gonna say stock down on Brock Purdy, because now he's going to be asked to be more of the driving force as opposed to kind of rolling through with greatness around him.
Okay.
But he's got Christian McCaffrey and he's got Kyle Shanahan around him.
We'll see how long he has Christian.
2 stock downs down, 1 to go. Who better to ask about NFL quarterbacks in 2025 than a former NFL quarterback, Mr. Dirty Red Clint Stoerner? You're stock down for these 2025 QBs.
Well, I'm going to go Dak Prescott. I mean, Dak is making $60+ million. He's a quarterback of America's team. Last time, Ron said it multiple times yesterday when we were talking quarterbacks. Last time he had a healthy season, he was second in the MVP race. They've got a track record. Say what you want about the playoffs, and I'm critical as hell. They win games in the regular season. And somehow Dak Prescott got left off of the top 10 list of quarterbacks, and Baker Mayfield and company, Jared Goff, and Jared's great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying these guys aren't good and deserving, but somehow Dak Prescott was well down the list and not getting the love that he typically gets. So I got to go with Dak Prescott.
We got them negatives out of the way. We're talking NFL quarterbacks in 2025. Stock up, stock down, right here live on The Drive. Stoerner and Hughley. I want to kick it back over a little Uno reverse action. Kick it back over to you, Ron, the show, and now get a little stock up about these QBs from you.
Stock up Bryce Young. Bryce Young, who was kind of left for dead, especially the way CJ played as his rookie year. But when he got back in the lineup, he really played a lot better. He seemed a lot more comfortable with the Panthers. The Panthers went out and got a receiver in the first round to give him some help. So I would say right now, low expectations, but stock up with Bryce Young.
Bryce Young, stock up for the quarterbacks. For Ron the Show, Hughley, back over to you, former NFL quarterback, Dirty Brad Clint Stoerner. Your stock up for the QBs in 2025.
I'm going to go with Jaden Daniels, man. Jumped on the scene last year. Will mentioned CJ's year in 2023, and I agree it was the best that I'd seen. And you look at what Jaden Daniels did statistically, win total, the way the fireworks that highlight reel that he had. Jaden Daniels may have less than a calendar year later had a better season, and so they got him ranked as the number 5 quarterback right now, the best quarterback in the
NFC.
In the NFC, and so I mean I don't know that his stock's ever going to be any higher. Look, he's still got his offensive coordinator. They went out and bulked up the offensive line with Laramie Tunsil. They brought in Deebo Samuel, giving him more weapons. Look, they're playing a second place schedule because they finished behind the Eagles in the division, so they're not playing that top tier schedule for what that's worth. I just don't know that the stock's ever going to be any higher for Jaden Daniels than it is right now.
All right, and our guest of the hour, put a cap on this thing for us and try to make this answer better than your stock down. Stock up for you, Mr. Kunk, the big Kunk.
That ain't happening. I'm going Trevor Lawrence.
Hey, that one I know. Hey, I co-signed.
You got rid of Doug Peterson, who was dog poo. Like, when they came into Houston in that offense, like, we watched it live in front of us. What they did before halftime to get 0 points was absolutely insane. The clock management, the offensive management was a disaster. I think getting Travis Hunter in there makes him a little bit better. Like, I just haven't written this kid off. I'm not telling you he's top 5. I'm not telling you he's top 10. I'm not even telling you he's top 15, but I am telling you that he's going to be better than he has been so far in his career, and that, like, do not write him off. I think he's a good quarterback.
Duval. If he can avoid Azeez Alshire, yeah, he may have a good shot.
A real chance.
Tunk, I love you, but I hated both your answers, bro.
Well, Will, man, we got to get this clown off the show. We got the who the F is this guy, anyways?
Just being a silly goose. He's not a clown.
Please cut his mic off. My man got to sit down and think about, all right.
Bring the juice, Houston.
We're going to do stock up, stock down quarterbacks. He goes, I'm going to go stock up Trevor Lawrence. I'm going to go stock down C.J. Stroud.
Keep in mind, it does not mean they've crossed sections. It doesn't mean that C.J. Stroud is below Trevor Lawrence.
You think the Jags got a chance to win this division?
Hell no.
Okay, I just want to see.
Hell no.
I just want to see where you were.
No, this is the year we see
division.
Trevor. It's the Texans division
Okay,
to
I
lose.
just want to see where you were. Okay, you just think that that he is
not with Duval.
Okay, so what said you got to stop this. You're a damn guest on this show. Don't come in here doing that.
Show respect. Wipe my feet when I walk in here.
All right, I want to see what Will thought about last night, the All-Star game. I'm telling you, I gave myself an hour after that thing ended, and I completely changed the entire sport by damn near in an hour. I talked myself into doing that. We'll see what Will thought about what happened last night at the All-Star game in Atlanta. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, you got to breathe well.
Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Will Conkle in the building, 3 o'clock Will. There you go. Clint's in the building as well. Clint, why don't you read that under Nick Wright?
Somebody got to it.
Don't.
Oh, yeah, somebody got to it.
What are we talking this segment? I don't want to hear this because I'm going to get pissed
Conkle,
off.
contributor to the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, the guy who just crapped on my face and C.J. Stroud? What are we doing?
Shout out Houston. I love y'all.
Oh, the listeners are great. Tyler, did you do that?
Tyler, I'm still having a hard time finding our names.
This is
Will Conkle, contributor on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, baby. That is
Play that Stone Cold music.
on our Wikipedia. Right between
Drive family. What are we doing?
He slotted in between Nick Wright and Reggie Atatula.
That is great.
Feels good.
Well done, listeners. That is damn good.
Right at home, baby.
That is rich.
I guess I don't need to run the board today. I guess I'll just.
You put in the hours that I do. You deserve that.
Oh, that is great.
You son of a bitch.
That's good. That's great.
T, we'll get you on there. Executive producer?
I would have thought that somebody in the Drive family would have taken care of this by
Tyler's
now.
got executive producer. He's got the co-host of the Big Orange Wagon. I mean, he's got it all.
A couple. You could have, we can put a couple of dash marks.
Doesn't have it all.
You
one thing he's missing.
Hell up, Kunk.
Damn.
Got to get on there, doesn't he?
Yeah. And you can't put yourself on there. It's like giving yourself a nickname.
No, you can't.
You shut your whorish mouth,
Can't put
Kunk.
yourself on there. You can't. You can't do that. Damn, man.
Guest on the show.
Not only did Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani beat us on here, Will did beat us on here. Got it in there, a contributor, too. And, shoved it in our faces by having him as a contributor on our show.
Stroud, slow down. I get a Wikipedia.
But not having us on there.
Such horse crap.
Oh,
I meant to tell you, Kunk. We might not be able to have you next week. I'll talk to you later about it, though.
All right. I got plans. You can't. I've been kicked out of nicer places than this.
Oh, okay. Now you get a crap on my studio. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. JK.
All right. The All-Star game was yesterday, and listen, we kind of gave our thoughts on it a bit earlier. Will, I know you were in there. Obviously, we know how much you are a baseball fan, especially how you cover the Astros there. What did you think about everything that happened last night, including the unusual and the first time we've ever seen it end the way it did on a swing off?
I thought it was awesome. Like, it was the best way to end an exhibition game in a manner of which to celebrate the game. Like, it was the best way to do it. It was so much fun. I wish they did that. The one gripe I had from the weekend was the home run derby round one being decided by a quarter of an inch and getting the analytics in there. Like, get that out of here.
Oh, yeah?
Like, go swing off, bro.
Clint got screwed on that.
Oh, yeah?
It's going to cost me a few $100 and additional time with these two jacklegs. Luckily, they got good people.
We all picked a guy, and the loser had to host.
Cookout.
I picked O'Neal Cruz. He picked Cal Raleigh. He picked Brent.
I assume I'm invited as a contributor.
Absolutely. You're a contributor. You're on the wiki, man.
Is Tyler going to be there?
Tyler is a slow turn, stare you down.
If you're there, Kunk, I ain't going.
Nah, man. Like, nobody does it better than baseball when it comes to celebrating the history of their game. And in a weird way,
I'll give you that.
Last night felt nostalgic despite it being all the current great All-Stars. When you can see all the best baseball players in the world on the field together, it's way better than all the best football players on the field together, despite what the product is. Same thing with basketball. It doesn't carry that, just kind of that emotion and nostalgia, despite it not being old dudes. It's just the best all-star product that there is, and the way they celebrate their history in the game is just so special.
What do you do with it though, Conk? That's what we were talking about earlier. Like, yeah, it clearly they
I loved it.
They struck a chord there. I didn't see it. I did not see it. I was not going to hang around for the end of the All-Star game, so I completely missed it. But I take your word for it, Ron's word for it.
I was so into it.
Electric it was. But that's the thing. Baseball is different than any other sport, in my opinion, in any other major sport, of where they need to really take advantage of these kind of moments, right? Not just in the moment, but now how do you parlay it? How do you not let this moment die on the vine, right? And so in your mind, is there anything that could be done? Is there anything that you would like to see that they parlay this thing into?
I mean, you got to capitalize on the trade deadline. And I say this because the NFL owns the calendar. Major League Baseball can't have certain dates spread out throughout 12 months. They got to take this, and then the names that they just saw, who's moving? Market those guys that are on bad teams and see where are they going. Turn that into drama-filled on whether on social media, whatever it might be, because that's the next thing that's coming up on the calendar for baseball. So now that you have some sort of name familiarity with these guys, what's next for them? And you got to keep that calendar moving, keep that mojo going with them.
And Will, I said this earlier, I think baseball has to take advantage of situations like they did last night. And I don't know how far you go with it. I'm sure there's a happy medium. I know where I'm prepared to go with it. But baseball has an issue that is almost hard for them to control because of just the way the sport is played. Now, they've done everything they could to do it. They've instituted the pitch clock. They've done so many things to speed up the game and to try to just not have slow movement. And it's worked. But still, it is still slower. The action is still slower than the other major sports. And it's just the game, and it's hard to kind of get away from the game because it's just a slower moving game. But last night, on the swing off, there was drama, emotion, it moved past. We didn't even have the best players involved in it that could have been, and I didn't even think about it until later. That what happened last night is something that baseball just doesn't have a lot of in its sport. And I don't know how far they go. For me, they've already opened up the can of worms by putting this runner on second base and saying, hey, man, we're going to just start at these easy RBIs that guys didn't used to get back in the day and just do this hokey stuff. That right there, you got me. If I know, hey, man, this game's going 9 innings. If it doesn't, we're going to hit it. We're going to do it. We ain't going to be here for till 10, 11. We ain't going to be here 13, 14 innings. And that drama ensues, and we got to have the strategy of who you got to – I'm about that. I'm about that.
At first, I was like, get the hell out of here. And then I was like, let's think about this. You shorten the game, which they are going to drastic measures to shorten the game, clearly. But you add a level of entertainment at the very end that keeps people in their seats. I think it keeps you up at night. I flip an Astros game on, or really be honest with you, any game, but flip an Astros game on, and it is 2-2, bottom of 8.
Oh yeah.
I'm probably going to tune in and see, are we fixing to get some of this sudden death, just swing off type stuff. It's not as far-fetched as maybe it was 15 years ago.
I don't think it is because it's an entertainment business. Now, baseball's been the slowest one to adopt that entertainment mentality because of the tradition, because of the American pastime, because the numbers mean so much in baseball. They don't mean the same in football. Who's the all-time leading passing and how many? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Same thing with basketball. Who's got the most points and how many? No idea. We all know, Roger Maris, 62. Hell with Barry Bonds. We understand those numbers mean so much to you. 3,000 strikeouts, 500 home run club. So you don't want to alter
You think we're still there, though?
We're definitely not still there.
Because we've added games.
We're not there. But that doesn't mean it's not part of it, and it doesn't mean it's not part of the discussion. I don't like the guy on second base. I also love it. It's wildly entertaining. All of a sudden, it brings in small ball, brings in stealing bags. It brings in the whole game of baseball, which is wildly entertaining. It's not all about the home run, even though this idea would be wildly entertaining as well. And I would watch it. I'm not going to not watch it because I don't love the purity of the game being taken out. I'm sure as hell watching it.
I think for the majority of people, the number one entertaining thing in baseball is when, like, you could be sitting there you could be at the game talking to your lady or talking to your guys or whatever, and you hear the sound off the bat. And then you sit there and then, how far is it going to go? That part too.
Yeah.
That is still the most entertaining part of the sport.
But it means something, too. So in hockey and baseball, you can win a game in the first inning or first period. Basketball, you ain't winning a game until later. Any moment, I'm just saying, like that home run that you look at immediately means something or could.
And when they go to penalty kicks in soccer, I'm ready to rock and roll.
Hell yeah.
For me, listen, I'm not saying they gotta move to this. I talked to myself within the hour last night of it. I talked myself to, man, I think I would have this in replace of the Ghost Runner in the regular season. And then I'm like, but no, not in the postseason.
Hell no in the postseason.
But then, Will, I reached to myself.
You always got to push it, Ron.
I reached to myself, and I'm thinking Yankees.
You always got to push
Sox,
it, Tyler.
Oh, boy, if that was David Ortiz and Manny against A-Rod, against Bernie Williams, or whoever it was, oh, my God, I am in. I mean, I enjoyed, Billy Miller getting that base hit and all of that. But to me, that would be – I would be in a pace.
I don't think you need to make the playoffs. Like, postseason baseball is as dramatic as anything in all the sports. Like, I don't think you need to add that element. It's the 162 that you got to add that juice to.
I agree with that. It would be hard for me to decide a championship in extras with swing-offs.
Not even
Well, but the thing is you taking already what's already a disadvantage if a team doesn't play, Powerball. And the championship's decided by, 2 or 3 power hitters in that particular moment that the other team may have. I can't go there. I can do that in the regular season because of the 162.
I'll say this: I don't think it's the advantage that maybe you think.
How the hell is it not?
I just I don't think that if you who's the most powerful team, right? I don't think.
Who are you picking on the Astros to go
healthy?
No. Right now.
Right now, I would pick Altuve, which I think he would be really good at that. I would pick probably Yainer Diaz, who I think would be really good at that.
So look at some of the guys on some of the lesser teams. They clearly the Astros would be at a massive disadvantage.
I don't necessarily think that because I don't think all of the home run hitters are great. Like home run derby hitters. I don't think that is the case. You're not sending Jazz Chisholm up there. But you're gonna
Don't we know
it? I think it'd be better.
Oh, the Yankees damn sure ain't.
I think it'd be better.
He said afterwards, I wasn't trying to change my swing just to hit home runs. Well, mission accomplished, bro.
And by the way, I see some people saying, how in the hell did they send up those guys? Well, Aaron Judge dipped, Shohei Ohtani, they dipped. They were already gone. They weren't in the stadium anymore.
Dude, it was bad. Schwarber, I'm so happy that he was in there. That was awesome. It was awesome.
Did you look? I know Kyle's good. I didn't look at that and think Kyle's gonna be the.
I thought it was gonna be Kyle and Pete. It never even got to Pete.
Yeah, Pete. I was thinking, well, maybe they got an advantage.
Kyle's
Pete,
that dude.
He's done it. Randy's been good in home run competitions, but Kyle just said, "No, man, we're gonna shut it down." I think
so fun.
I think Rob Manfred and whoever's gonna replace him. I don't think they could just look at what happened yesterday and just say,
see you next year.
Man, that was fun.
Let's hope it happens again next year.
That was fun, or that was fun. No, they've got to sit down, just like I think the NFL, who has been really good at, oh, man, this hokey stuff, why you got to move the extra point back to the 35-yard line or whatever? Well, they added something to the game. They added drama to the game, the kickoff stuff. I think that it's at some point, they had to at least have a conversation about this.
Dude,
at least.
I think you've legitimately, I've converted to, I'm all in on it. I like the idea, and I could see how it could work. I'm in on it because thinking again back to last night, I was on the edge of my seat.
Oh, my God.
Yo, this is crazy. And honestly, does anyone really care about the numbers day to day at the end of the day? Or would you rather turn on your MLB app, see all the games up, check, all right, who's in the 7th inning, who's close? That way you're guaranteed, if you're in a 1 or 2 run game, 7th, 8th, or 9th, you're guaranteed some sort of drama, whether it's a walk-off, just a tight game in general, or that way, that home run derby to end it.
3 o'clock wheel.
Badass.
Always fun. There he is.
Hey, find me on YouTube, everybody. I got Jobber Chamberlain on the show, Kicking It with Kunkel this week.
Kicking It with Kunkel is back, baby.
Bingo card.
Yeah, Jobber Chamberlain. Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube.
Oh, he's got the big beard still. What you got coming up?
Huge beard.
Well, there's a lot of good from the first the first half of the Astros season. One of the brightest moments, one of the brightest takeaways is Big Hunter Brown. He's off to a hell of a start, and the Astros definitely exceeded expectations in a major way. You want to know how those things are happening and how good Hunter Brown can potentially be? I got some audio that's going to shed a little light on that. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Y'all, if you've got any projects around your house that need you need a new a new look, a good
hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Gonna be a lot of ground and pound.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in the building.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in that backfield.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party. I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby, hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. If you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident, you know exactly who you need to call. It's Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Them Texans boys, we're getting close. A week from today, they're going to be on the field.
A week from today, they're on the field.
Is it open? Is it open for us? Are we good to go on Wednesday?
I don't know.
Still waiting on that schedule.
But
are we really still waiting on the schedule?
Unless I somehow missed it, yeah. They'll probably send it out between now and the weekend.
I believe it was about 94, 95 when I got in that car today, started heading out, and it was absolutely steaming. I got to believe they're going to get in that practice in them mid-morning hours like they have in the past. But either way it goes, we will be there.
D'Amico's feeling frisky.
Yeah, he wants to, because he's taking them on the road and giving them a little bit of a break up in, Virginia up there? Yeah. He's been giving a little bit of a break up there. Northwest Virginia. Yeah, he's giving a little break up there, so he's going to push the envelope here early on, maybe. I don't know. Hell, I hope not, because I want to be there. Just make sure it's not in the up against when we have to be here. So excited about it. Texans players, again, they report next Tuesday. They'll be on the field Wednesday. Anyway it goes, Sports Radio 610 will have boots on the ground, multiple boots on the ground to cover training camp as usual. We're going to kick this thing off and get rolling with the best damn Texans coverage you can find anywhere, without a doubt. It's not even close. So make sure you stay plugged in. Ron, them Rockets, they're still rolling in that NBA Summer League. Did Reed Shepherd, is he back to playing, or they shut him down? Is he done?
I know he took a couple of games off. I'm not sure if he's back at it. I hadn't seen any announcement that they're shutting him down. I wouldn't assume he's going to play the whole way throughout,
right?
But just get some run in.
Well, I mean he's
getting shots up. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's the off-season watch, right? I mean, there's right now he's the guy that's playing that you go, hey, that can change the way the Rockets look and the way the Rockets look offensively for damn sure, and what that lineup looks like, the roster looks like moving forward. So keep an eye on that. The Astros are getting that, as we mentioned, much needed break during the MLB All-Star event. What did Hader didn't get in the game last night?
Astros played.
No Astros played. They all got introduced and they didn't get booed. Boy, we're coming. We got it's a big day for us.
Coming a long way now.
There is one guy that was there that was an All-Star, and that was Hunter Brown. And Ron, you mentioned, I mean, he just keeps winning. He just absolutely keeps winning. I mean, the next step for him is going to be to show up with a dime piece. One of Tom Brady's. Well, he's got about 6 deep now. You know, he's got about a 6 deep run now here in the last year. He's really enjoying retirement. So if Hunter Brown can just snatch up one of those 6, any of those 6, I think.
Seem to be in Hunter's age range.
Yeah, that's right. They seem to be right there. The black suit, the black on black suit, sunglasses at the All-Star event. I mean, he's absolutely owning that. One of the biggest takeaways, the biggest takeaway for me from the first half of the Astros season was Hunter Brown's dominance. I know it didn't finish in an ideal fashion the last 2 games. What was it, 11 innings, 11 runs?
11 innings, 10 runs.
Something like that. Yeah, it wasn't an ideal ending to that first half of the season, if you will, leading to the All-Star break, but his dominance was impressive. I look at it as, I think this is a legit Hunter Brown arrival. Last year we knew he had some ace-like tendencies and abilities. This is a year. Look, Framber Valdez is pitching lights out, so you can't say that he is the ace. He can be. This could be an organization with 2 aces though. And I don't hesitate saying that Hunter Brown has been that good. I mean, he was in the Cy Young conversation. In fact, hell, I saw some of the stats in the best start for an Astros starting pitcher from I think it was an ERA standpoint, other than maybe Roger Clemens. I think it was number one, and I think one of Nolan's years he was number two. But I mean, he's talking about keeping rare company through the first half, and it gets you to wonder, like, how good can this Hunter Brown kid really be? And I think we've all seen the talent. We've all seen that he's got the ability. But I am fascinated, Ron, with the intangibles. I'm fascinated with the bulldog on the mound that we've seen. You've mentioned, hey, man, look, keep an eye on it. It might get his ass in trouble. And I agree. But there's a level of dog in him that it's refreshing to watch. I greatly appreciate it. And you start wondering, how good can this kid really be? And then you hear stories like this. This is Hunter Brown a little earlier in the year. I don't even know exactly, where. Tyler, do you know where he was when this audio was?
I'm not sure.
But this is Hunter Brown talking about when he struggled, oddly enough, against them Kansas City Chiefs at one point earlier in the season.
The Chiefs?
I'm sorry, I was looking at Ron. The Royals.
I was like, it's tough that pigskin.
Yeah, no. He I would not doubt it. He probably could, right? Hunter. And he must be referring to a start last year, because he's talking to Bregman as well in this piece. But nonetheless, the point is how good can this kid be? The sky's the limit when this is the approach.
I had an awful start against Kansas City, but I felt like my stuff was fine. So I started around the clubhouse. I'm like, all right, guys, help. Am I tipping? I finally got to Tuve. I said, hey, Tuve, how would you hit off me? Oh, Bobby, easy. Fastball's away. Look hard away. And I'm like, man, he didn't even think about it. That easy? And obviously it's Jose Altuve. Sure. The guy's got 2,300 hits. Yeah. But when he didn't even blink, I was like, all right, what can I do? So I talked to Breggy, and he was like, man, it doesn't even have to be good. You got to throw something that can get in on some righties. I went into the bullpen that next day, told the pitching coaches, I said, I'm going to start throwing sinkers. They're like, oh, really? It was average, but, big league average is pretty good at times. Julio Rodriguez was up, and then I punched him 3-2 on a 2, and I'm like, all right, come on, we got something.
Come on. I mean, how, like, the ability for an athlete of that caliber to care enough to go to his teammates and say, hey, man, what do y'all think? The ability at that point to listen to it, retain it, and then go down in the bullpen and apply it well enough to where shortly after that you go out and you have success with it. I mean, with that approach, Hunter Brown and his ability with that approach, Ron, I mean, I don't know that this guy doesn't just keep getting better and better and better.
That boy Altuve said, funny you should ask.
Why do you think he calls him Bobby?
I mean, I know. I don't even think he even thought about easy. Like, he could have said, well, man, you're throwing some good stuff out there, man. You throw it, but I would, if it were me. Now, he said, easy, dog. I said, away. Fastballs away. And he is since that time shown to improve. And that's the big thing to me is he's become, and I think that's showing an example of it, become more of a pitcher than a thrower.
Yeah.
Like there's more thought going behind and reasoning why he's throwing stuff. And guys like Bregman and Altuve helped him to hit.
Right. Well, that kind of stuff just turns me on. I mean, it's to have a guy with that kind of ability to hang his ego at the door and ask guys. By the way, Altuve saying, the power pitches outside is like, Altuve, you'd be trying to pull it. You damn sure you wouldn't go with it. You'd be trying to pull it. And by the way, the other part of that audio right there, Ron, is, we talk about it a lot, and I think it's extremely valuable. But the clubhouse chemistry that the Astros have that we talk about so often that seems to be so different than most other places. And it seems to be a real weapon for them year in, year out, because they have youth come in and perform well. They have turnover at the top, and guys continue to step up and play well. It's a real weapon. But again, that when you got a clubhouse that has that kind of ability to help young pitchers reach their best. I don't know how common it is. I don't know how common it is for a young pitcher to want that advice. But I don't know how common it is for the best players, the best hitters on a team to care enough to pay attention enough to be able to help them. But I know in Houston that's a real weapon. We've heard it time and time. Was it Spencer Arrighetti or was it Hunter Brown again couple years ago?
It was Spencer Arrighetti with Bregman
on the plane, right? Yeah.
And listen, he got to a point where he gave up 9 runs in the first inning. And so I guess maybe he was ready and open to go talking to people.
Pushed him to it.
Hell, man, I give up 9 in the first inning, man. I got to go talk to somebody.
Right. Well, that's just a look. I think it's indicative of that chemistry clubhouse that's so powerful in Houston, and one of the reasons why they may have a 5-game lead in the division, although they've been ravaged by injuries and ended that first half of the season on a 1-5 stretch, and they're still 5 up in the division. That may be why, guys. There's the one thing we hadn't talked much about is the SEC media days, and there's a lot going on. I know Tyler was sending the messages out of Sarkisian. What they do? At SEC media days, Sarkisian got introduced to A&M's.
There was a Tyler back there running that.
The Aggie War Hymn is what old Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian walked out to.
How do you think that happened?
I don't know, but I love it.
That is funny as hell. I ain't got a dog in the fight. That is funny as hell.
He didn't check up either.
That's too coincidental. That's not as easy as you look down on the sound bar after he was introduced and you just saw the word Texas first and you played the first thing and it was A&M. Like that's too coincidental.
Nah, man, you got to have that one right.
You absolutely got to have that one right.
You got to have that one right.
Turd nominee for Thursday, by the way.
Oh, hell, I don't know why he's going to make your turn list. You ought to absolutely love it. I mean, is Sarkisian? Did he say something? I didn't see the.
Yeah, you'll see. No, it's not Sark. It's the person doing what I do, like for you guys, running these music beds underneath you and messing up.
So do we know who did it? We have an idea.
I don't know. It's probably some intern.
We need to get Pablo Torre on it. Pablo's investigating everything. We need to get Pablo Torre on it, and that son of a gun needs to show his face.
Investigator Pablo.
I want to hear it.
It's a beautiful moment.
I want to hear it.
Investigator Pablo. Well, one thing with the SEC media days coming is obviously every coach is extremely high on their team. But like we've been doing with the NFL, these rankings come out. And, Ron, the SEC quarterbacks, this is interesting because I do think you're going to have some really, really, really good quarterback play across the league in the SEC. I know there's been years where the SEC has been down or it's been just a couple of guys that carry the load. But this year, if you look at the SEC, and we're in SEC country now with Texas and Texas A&M being in the SEC. You look at the quarterbacks that are out there, man, and there's some guys from 9 to 16 on this list. By the way, Zach, did you know Zach Calzada, your boy, starting at Kentucky? Did you know he's Kentucky's starting quarterback?
I did not.
But there's some dudes on that right side over there. Jackson Arnold that transferred from OU, who's a 5-star that's gone to Auburn. The kid Mateer, I believe is how you say his name, that transferred from, I believe it was Washington State, that lit it up. The Gunnar Stockton kid that you saw come in last year for the Georgia game, that big kid that can run it downhill, big physical kid.
Yeah, he looks like he's 32.
Right, Ron, they're all on the right side, by the way. They're all on the right side of these rankings, 9 through 16. Check these SEC quarterbacks that you're going to see play this year in SEC country. Garrett Nussmeier, who
many people may believe is actually the best quarterback in the country.
Yes, and there's already Heisman conversations, right? Lenora Sellers, who I believe has a chance to be the best quarterback in the country at the college level. I don't know how he's going to mature and develop into a pro, but when it comes to that big dude that can spin it and absolutely roll athletically, that's the dude to watch. They got him as a number 2 quarterback. DJ Lagway, Houston product right here. He is a beast as well. If he can stay healthy, he is an absolute beast in Florida. Word is that Billy Napier's got his best Florida team since he's been there, and DJ Lagway's going. How about this? Arch Manning. They've got Arch Manning as the number 4 quarterback in.
You're guaranteed Heisman winner, basically, guys.
That's where I was going with this.
He's talked a little higher than
nationally, it's Heisman, it's this, it's that. And then you look at the SEC rankings, and he's 4th, right? Which I think this is probably more fair and more accurate. And if you listen to Arch Manning, like Arch is like, I don't know where they get those rankings from, man. What have I played? 2 games?
He's already locked in for an NFL MVP, bro.
Isn't it wild? Number 1 overall pick, Heisman. I'm thinking, what are we doing? This seems to be more realistic. Now, he may end up being the best guy. He may end up winning a Heisman. He's going to get the benefit of the doubt with that last name.
I don't see how he didn't.
Right, that's right. Tyler, your guy finished 7th. Marcel Reed is set, which I think is generous.
No, I'm good with that.
I think it's generous. I do. I like Marcel Reed. I was a fan of Marcel Reed being the guy at A&M before. I think his game. If his game
he's better than your guy,
they are very similar, and I think my guy's probably more athletic. My guy's also 6'6", so it's a different animal there. But I think they are two.
Yeah, I'm good with 7.
I think if those two guys, Marcel Reed at A&M and Taylon Green at Arkansas, if those two guys develop into not even great, but just getting the ball out on time, throwing the ball accurately, consistently, they will absolutely skyrocket to the top of this list and cause some problems because they've got the athletic ability that most of these guys don't have, and so we'll see.
Don't sleep on Ty Simpson.
I ain't got Ty. I mean, I know he's been at Alabama for a while. We'll see.
Oh, Ty Simpson and Jackson Arnold, man, don't mess with the Plains.
That's it, baby. Yeah. But yeah, these quarterbacks in the SEC, man, are I don't know how Diego Pavia at Vanderbilt. He got, I think a 7th or 8th year of college football. He got granted.
Yeah, I was going to say he was pretty good.
They got him ranked 5th in the SEC.
What's Aaron's brother's Jordan Rogers? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah. He said, I don't know what everybody's talking about with this Arch Manning. He said, I got him as the 5th or 6th best quarterback in the conference.
Well, no, I agree.
2026 NFL MVP.
I agree. I've not. I mean, at least. I wasn't overly like the thing about Arch is. When he came out, he wasn't a guy that was like would blow you away with athletic ability or arm talent or arm strength. I mean, good player. I mean, I think he's a 4-star or whatever. I mean, that's fine. But I mean, until you see a kid like that play, you can't lean into arm strength or arm talent or size and go, boy, this kid's going to be a real game changer if the stars align.
Last name Manning, and he's wearing burnt orange.
That's
bro.
right.
It's all locked in and ready to go.
Fair, absolutely. It's. We'll watch it. We'll see what happens.
I need him to be great. All right, coming up, an update on one of the injured players for your Houston Astros. We'll let you know about that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Well, an update that you hear on
EDS.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Will Conkle, Big Conk, who was with us in the 3 o'clock hour. If you missed any of that, you can go back.
I guess.
We talked about that, nicknames, boys. Should that really be a big conk?
Not anymore. Not after today.
I mean, don't do that.
I don't do whatever the hell I want, Dirty Red. And after today, I'm not calling him.
I can do whatever.
I'm not calling him anything but William from now on.
Yeah, don't
Call him Bill.
I mean, I'm just
Bill
asking,
Conk.
is he a big conk?
He was.
He is. He's still a big conk. You can't go off of it just because you disagreed with the take that he had.
Crapped all over my face.
Trey of Texas, Willie Kunkel.
Wilsif.
I don't think it's Wilson.
It just like when he walks in the door, I feel like we're misleading.
What do you have him as? You want to? If you're,
I want to cuss him out right now.
If
Tyler wants to fight him.
If you're wanting to change it, what do you have a suggestion of where you want to go for instead of the big conk? I mean, it's
the big conkaroo.
We got people saying it here on the text line whenever he comes on. Big conk.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds good, but he just doesn't look like
he doesn't.
a big
He
conk.
does not give you when but he's really getting in it. He's really leaning into it with the barking, though.
Yeah, I mean, he has to own it. It's his last name, and he's probably played plenty of experience with it. I just don't. I mean, I think we leave Conk out and go with Will. I think we go with some level of
Will the Thrill.
That there you go. Pretty Willie.
He is pretty.
Remember Pretty Willie back in the day? Yeah. What was that song like? Anthony Lucas put me on.
Hard no for that one.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's something a little more Will Kunkle-ish instead of like Big Conk. He don't look like either. I think you're misleading the folks.
Well, the Big Conk's done.
Is this like the Big Phil thing where he does?
Yeah, in a roundabout way.
Yeah.
Big Conk sounds like a big burly, sloppy, don't give a rip about much kind of guy. He just ain't that guy.
Somebody.
I mean, that hair's right. That polo's starched.
Somebody called him a Debbie Downer.
Well, I mean, I'm sure right now is not the time that we need to be discussing his nickname because this text line will absolutely destroy him after that take he had. But
by the way, update here on our Wikipedia page. If you missed it earlier, just happened to be roaming around there on the old internets, and yesterday, and I got to the Sports Radio 610 page, and they had all the personalities, past and present. And I looked on there, and I mean, they've got them all. Everybody on there, past and present, including the likes of Clint Stoerner, the likes of Seth Payne, the likes of John McClain, Nick Wright, the likes of formers, Freddie Davis, Landry Locker, Friggy Fig is on here, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton. Didn't have Tyler or myself or Brandon Scott on there.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Really is. John Lopez, of course, is on there. Someone earlier, speaking of Will, added Will Conkle on there as a contributor to the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Amateur hour. Somebody has now placed Jim Nantz, a contributor to the drive and Stoerner and Hughley. And
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
And I reject and rebuke that bull.
Hold on, so.
He was an asshat on this show one time.
He was a contributor, but it was just once.
Then underneath that, Clint has Larry and Stafford, legendary listener and contributor.
Oh, damn. So
now I'm really now going to get pissed off.
Well, we need to get one with Jim.
And now,
nasty ass Jim.
And now it has
deceased
Tyler Milner, producer of the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Finally,
on there?
Good job, Drive family.
You
Better
made
late
the
than
wiki,
never.
huh?
Yes. That
And
makes me all kinds
I am
of
still hunting. I don't know who Derek Fogle is, but he's on the list.
McLovin?
I don't know who Patrick McClellan is. He's on the list. I still can't seem to find mine.
They don't have Ron the Show on there?
No.
Ron the Show Hughley.
I'll just take Ron Hughley.
You did have the mention, though, in like the programming list
Well,
out
it
of the
does.
schedule.
It has you. It says Stoerner and Hughley.
You're listed 3 times. You got your name on there 3 times, man.
4. It has it Clint Stoerner, the host of The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. And then it has contributors
Tyler and
with Will, Tyler, and Jim Nance.
And Jim Nance, that's right. I'll be damned.
I see a problem, though. Not to be too picky, Drive family, but you didn't quite complete the assignment like super
They leave
accurately.
a word off for you? They leave executive for you?
Yeah, my title's wrong. Tyler Milner, producer. Excuse me.
Excuse
That would be
Executive.
Mr. Executive
Producer.
Asshats, come on, get it together. So close.
I mean, Tyler, your expectations are unrealistic. They're the ones that put you on there, man.
This is clearly personal, as I'm seeing.
Obvious.
Well, it's no longer personal to anybody but you.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm fine with it. I stand alone on my own list.
It doesn't seem like you are.
I'm fine. No, I am.
You brought it up 3 times on the show today.
Well,
I'd rather
happened
not
to
be
refreshed it a couple of times, and it just shows up and.
I'd rather not be listed than have my title wrong, to be honest.
Reggie Atatula. I came up with the idea for the damn radio phone.
That exactly holds a lot of weight.
No less my name was second just because my name rhymes with Fawn. Jesus.
Ron's idea. He can't even get on the Wikipedia.
I can't even get on it.
Anger sharks are swimming in
and
my
Reggie's
head.
been here 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's BS,
blood, sweat, and tears.
Love you, Reg, but
get me started on Sean Bijani.
You ain't lying.
Somebody got to get you on there, man. Y'all put Ron on there.
In fact, I don't want to be on it now.
I want to be taken off.
Mark.
That's a lie.
No, I don't want to be on it. I don't want to be on it. Congratulations, Tyler. You have
Someone
been
put executive in there, though. Like, for real. That is my title. I don't want to be misrepresented.
That executive part.
Might as well just put board on.
Real quick, do you want it to be executive producer? You want it to be EP? You want it, which one do you want? Either one.
I like it spelled out better.
You like it all the way so that people know, because some people may not know what EP they mean.
True. It can be abbreviated exec.producer. But let's make some moves and get this mission accomplished on a Wednesday.
The Jim Nance one. Seriously, guys.
You just shut up and let me
He's
do
not
my
a contributor
job.
to this show.
Well, what about Robert Flores?
If Robert Flores or Tony Gwynn Jr. gets on there before I do,
I'm faded as hell right now.
I'll be fine. They're great. They're good people.
I don't think you're fine.
It seems like everybody who's full time on the staff's on here.
Not all their titles are right.
If Ben gets on there before I do.
Ben Gary?
If Ben Gary gets on here, Miami, Florida's Ben Gary.
He keeps the morning guys sounding crisp.
Well, congratulations to all. Larry and Stafford.
Was that on hot?
No. Of course not.
You say, was that on hot mic?
Don't repeat it.
Jazz McCormick is he's playing in the Florida Coast League. That's
White boy
injury.
Jazz.
He went 2 for 3 with a home run.
That's it.
I'm fine. I really am. Let's talk about players that need to step up for the Texans. How about we do that? Can we do that? Let's talk about players who need to step up for the Texans. Who would it be? If you're looking at it right now, who is a player that you look at and say that needs to step up for the Texans? Someone said Harold's going to get on there before you do. That's coming up next.
Our Vision Homes, y'all. Look here, man. Small town folks building big, beautiful, custom homes, and boy, are they ever, man.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Still not on the Wikipedia page. Clint, we've talked about getting ready for training camp all week, about things that are on our mind. And today, the thing that I think is there to discuss, and I see some people texting in already about this. Which Texans, in your mind, needs to take the next step? Who needs to take the next step? Someone is texting in Dalton Schultz. In your mind, when you look at this team, who needs to take the next step for the Texans in your mind?
Man, there's a lot of guys that we can go with. I'm talking about we haven't seen this step yet. So kind of up-and-coming type guys that we need to take the next step. There's several of them. I think this one's real. I think this guy's not a household name. I think he's young. I think he's inexperienced. But when I watch practice, I think this guy is ready to take the next step, and I think the opportunity is definitely going to be there. It's Cade Stover, the tight end out of Ohio State. This will be, year 2 for him, right? He hasn't been a tight end long, just in his career, in his football career. Changed positions in college, and he's still super raw. But when I watch him, I believe this is going to be a defensive football team. It's going to win games and hopefully win a championship defensively. Offensively, you need to run the ball. You need to protect the football. You need to stay ahead of the chains. When that's going to be your identity, which I think that's the direction they're going to go with DeMeco Ryans, shifting here. And with that said, it is a huge advantage to have a tight end that can put his hand in the dirt, that's got that level of dog in him, that plays with a level of physicality, that he doesn't back down from anybody. He's the hammer, not the nail, so to speak. And I think Cade Stover is absolutely that, and that is the exact opposite of Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz prefers to be the hammer. And so I think the opportunity is going to present itself there, both schematically and with the competition in that room. And as we've watched OTAs and we watch him and listen to the coach. I think DeMeco Ryans had some high praise for him. He is a guy that I think is a better pass catcher, a better route runner than I gave him credit for coming out. I watching him move around during OTAs and during mandatory minicamp, I really like what I've seen from Cade Stover. I think he's just going to get significantly better with every rep that he gets ultimately. And I think that guy, if he takes a big step, could help this offense as much as the pool of players that I'm talking about, young guys that are unproven, that need to take that next step. I think Cade Stover taking that step at the tight end position could mean a lot to this football team offensively and help them be the I think have the identity that DeMeco wants them to have. I think he could, just like you want that O-line to be more physical, be downhill, be accountable, all that kind of stuff. That applies to the tight end room as well. And I think they're an extension of that O-line. And I think when you're talking about being an extension of an O-line, the best guy for that job in that tight end room is Cade Stover.
Cade Stover is a good one. People looked into the tight end room. As I said, Dalton Schultz was talked about. Someone texted in my opinion, I think Titus Howard needs to take the next step. I can also see Juice Scruggs needing to take the next step.
All of those guys, all three of those guys,
those were on your list.
They were on my list. I like the Titus Howard. I can't just keep on piling on the offensive line. My veteran free agent ad, most important veteran free agent ad that we discussed yesterday was Laken Tomlinson. I did want to go take that next step with Titus Howard because he's a veteran that we've seen play pretty well, but we haven't seen him play really well at the guard position. So Titus Howard could absolutely have been my pick. In fact, he was my pick. I just ended up going with Cade Stover because he's a little bit younger, and I think it is a true next step. So Titus Howard damn sure is on that list. There ain't no joke about that.
Yeah, I took it a little bit more literal. I took it from the standpoint of, all right, which Texan needs to take the next step? The Texans are in an unusual situation because I want to ask both of you this question. Both of you can answer. Clint and Tyler. Do you look at the Texans roster and you understand the championship kind of level teams? Do you look at the Texans roster and believe they've got a championship level roster?
No.
Tyler, do you look at the Texans roster? Do you look at it and say they have a championship level roster?
See it to any degree, yes.
You do. So you do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with Clint. I don't look at their roster and say they got a championship roster.
Mainly knowing they have the quarterback and thinking big things in the defense.
I'm not telling you how to think yet. Do you believe the coaching staff as a whole is a coaching staff that you would feel could make up for whatever and help you be a championship type team?
No.
You ready to commit? Are you ready for that, Tyler? As a whole, the coaching staff?
Yes.
You think so?
Well, big question mark, but possible.
So I feel like it's a big question mark. I don't know if you're there yet.
Well, I can't say yes because we just don't know with Kaylee right
now. So no. And that's why, to me, I think my answer is C.J. Stroud. My answer is C.J. Stroud having to take the next step because
God bless, brother.
Even though I'm with you, Clint, you were 1-1. I'm with you 0-2. However, I do think it feels like some people have expectations that the Texans are a contender. Like somehow, I think the Texans have expectations of potentially getting past where they were the last couple of years. And if that's going to happen, to me, it is C.J. Stroud that has to make up for a team that doesn't potentially have the roster to play with other championship-level teams and maybe at the very least incomplete on the coaching staff to know if they can make up. And the thing that can make up for that we've seen in this league, Clint, and you've seen it more than I have, is the quarterback being able to make up for that. Because I don't look at the Buffalo Bills and say the Buffalo Bills have a championship roster. The roster, I don't look at it and say it. I don't look at their coaching staff and say, boy, they got a championship roster. You know, their OC got fired in Carolina. Like Sean McDermott does weird things all the time, but their quarterback makes up for it. So I think, to me, C.J. Stroud is the one that I look at Clint and say, he has got to take the next step to make up for whatever gap it is, because his expectations isn't just, win the division. I think people will, around here especially, will be disappointed if they just won the division again. The expectations are higher. And with that being said, I think it's C.J. who's got to take the next step.
Yeah, look, I think that's a really good one. That's the obvious one, right? Is CJ definitely? We've just started. For me, we've already seen him play at an extremely elite level, so I need him to get back to that level. But your point is very, very fair. That there's a lot that he's going to have. Last year, you could say, "Hey, man, just make good decisions, distribute the ball accurately, get the playmakers the touches that they need, kind of deal." I mean, this year you're going to have to be a different dude to make Nico Collins and a bunch of others go. You're going to have to be a different dude to make Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, Titus Howard.
Got to make up for it.
Blake Fisher. Like, you're going to have to overcome some things there it's a little different, I think, approach this year than last year, at least going into the season. We'll see how it all unfolds.
Yeah, I just, someone text in, Texans have a great roster outside of the O-line. I don't wholly agree with that. I think there are some other people would say that there are more. What is a Clint line? There are some other areas that leave a
lot to be desired.
A lot to be desired. There are some other places. I think people would say, I don't know how great their tight end room is. I don't know how great their interior linebacking core is. I don't know how great their interior D-line is. But again, I think CJ is, from what we saw year one, because he did it, I think he is absolutely capable of of making up for some of the deficiencies that they may have. And again, that's what we're looking at right now. Again, Nico Collins could come out of nowhere like he did 2 years ago, right? Tank Dell could come out of nowhere. When we were going into the seasons, I assure you, we didn't think Nico Collins was going to become a guy who catches 80 balls for 1,300 yards and miss 3 games, right? Or Tank Dell would be who he was. So that could happen. But as of right now, he seems to be at a point where he is going to have to take the next step to make up for that. And I think he can. All right, a little 5 o'clock fire. The NL won in a way we've never seen one before the National League. They win the All-Star game. We'll let you know what happened there. And the Astros and how they look there. Chas McCormick, there's an update on him, and it's good. It's good. And some other news around the NBA. A high-money player is going to another Western Conference favorite. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, look, the biggest mistake you can make when you're selling your home, y'all, is to settle for
I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Take a rocket ship to the stars.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, the executive producer of The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Get it right.
As I go to update it here, and I see, yep, still not there, but it's all right. Brandon Scott was at it. Brandon Scott, guest host and digital supervisor, was added on there. So
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here,
and he deserves to be there.
That's the sixth time you brought it up today, man. Somebody get Ron's name on that damn list.
You deserve to be there too, Ron.
No,
for real.
I don't.
This is BS.
As someone text in, that squeaky chair that someone's sitting in is going to get on the Wikipedia page before Ron does.
It's a squeaky mic.
Is that your chair? Oh, it's the mic. It's this, right?
Oh, yeah.
That'd be it.
That's that old mic stand my man Andy fixed yesterday, man. Got to jerk that thing around. That's how it gets broke.
Some WD-40 on that bad
Yeah, look. I mean,
little lube.
I mean, I'm lucky to have one that works, man. I'm not gonna complain too much about the lube job.
Right. Spit on that thing.
There you go.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, that's.
How y'all think she's doing?
Tremendous, probably.
What? Tremendous.
I don't know. She's doing wonderful.
I don't know. She ran through some time where she maybe lost her status there. Looked like her 15 minutes turned to 12 minutes of fame cut there.
And looked like she cost some folks some money.
Yeah, and that crypto will get you every time. All right, the All-Star game last night. First, we talked about this a bit, but if you were just rolling in at 5 o'clock, no Astros player played last night. And we knew that was a possibility, Clint, because the only one who we knew would play or was at least going to be eligible to play was Josh Hader. And Jeremy Pena was there and was announced. Josh Hader was there and announced. Hunter Brown was there and announced. Isaac Paredes was not there. He was with family handling a situation there, so he was not in attendance, so he wouldn't play. And even though this thing went the full 9, and there wasn't any showing of Josh Hader, so no Astros played last night. And that's all right. I think the big part about it is, look at Tyler. Tyler was like, hell yeah, none of them play. I don't want to play in anything.
All-Star game, WBC, sit your ass down.
But I think the big thing was, to me, last night, and I hope this is going to be something moving forward, there was no booing. There was no booing like we've seen from the other All-Star games since the cheating scandal. There's been no booing. It would have especially been stupid yesterday because none of these guys were anywhere close to the Astros when any of this stuff happened. But there was no booing. They just treated them like the other ones. And all the other All-Star games, there have been massive booing of the Astros. Hell, I believe, Tyler, you were the one who said the other day they were booing at the Major League Baseball draft.
I didn't say that, but I know somebody texted in or told us that, and it doesn't surprise me at all.
Well, Altuve got booed in the L.A. game this year on the road. So,
Altuve seems to be a special case. That seems like that thing is just going to continue.
Dodger fans are low IQ.
There you go. Now, I don't know about the low IQ, but
they're pretty freaking stupid.
Definitely, they're not above a low blow.
Yeah, no, they're not.
Bunch of mouth breathers.
But I'm hopeful, Clint, that this is the end. I'm hopeful that this thing has gone 5 years. And now, we can move on because really, isn't it just really Altuve the only one that's even still on the roster?
If there's more, it's not many more bodies.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think that's it because even though they brought the reliever back. I don't think he was there in
Hector
17 and
Neris?
19. I don't think Hector was there. I think Hector came after 19. So no, I don't. I think Altuve is the only one there. I hope that this is the end of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it would. It's about time. I mean, let's keep this train moving. It's never bothered me before, but it's starting to now because it's so petty. So, yeah, I'm a fan of letting it go and moving on. I'm glad that the city of Atlanta could set that precedence. I appreciate that.
It stepped up. By the way that game ended, in the record books, I believe it's going to read 6-6. But the National League won on a swing off as Kyle Schwarber, who did not have a hit in the game but was named. It will show he is going to be the first player that wasn't a pitcher that did not record a hit to win All-Star Game MVP, but he did hit 3 home runs in the swing-off and won the whole thing. I loved that format, and I hope we see it again at some point, but Major League Baseball, I'll be honest, over the years, they don't have the reputation of getting a lot of things right when it comes to progressing their game.
Let's be honest, they stumbled into this.
I'll say they stumbled into this one, but they had to put it in place, though.
Sure.
And I would say Clint and Tyler lately, I don't know if it's Rob or whatever, lately they have done some things that are, especially for baseball, radical, that have been really, really good additions to the game. The pitch clock is working. That's a good thing.
Yes, agreed.
Right? The bigger bases, I think the shift, taking the shift in the way that it was able to be done, I think has made the game better. And last night, they, as you said, stumbled into this, but they put that in place.
Yeah, I think you've created a lot more action on the base pass. I don't know what the numbers will tell you, but it seems like being an Astros fan that they've created a lot more action on the base pass.
Everybody's
with this
running on the Astros.
Pitchers can't. Yeah, maybe it's just the Astros, but I got to believe that a lot of that has to do with the pitcher's inability to throw over there at will anytime they want to. So they're not afraid of, like you said, making radical changes. That to me, that's the key here is, you know, it moving forward, is it just, do they create an event, you know, a team event
around
next
this
All-Star weekend, you know, at you know, and it's just a top 4 or top 10 team, however you want to do it, or do they get real aggressive and literally make it the extra innings rule instead of placing a runner on second, allowing them to go? Do you really have a swing off to decide regular season games for the sake of saving time? I know this. Not only would it save time, but I think it'll keep ass in seats. I think it'll keep, you know, eyes on TVs. I think people would tune in specifically for that. And I don't know that, again, outside of my team playing, and really, let's be honest, my team playing in a close game in the 9th inning, other than that, there's not a whole lot that's going to draw you to baseball in general.
I'll just tell you, Clint, if the Dodgers and Padres ended up tied in the 9th and they're going to a swing off, I'm in. I am in for a matchup like that. Now listen, Clint, I think I am aggressive with it. I don't know that we'll see that in any meaningful games. But the other thing we did see last night at the All-Star game that I think we will see very, very soon, and that is the ability to challenge pitches. I think we'll see that. That happened 4 times last night. 3 or 4 were overturned, and it was quick. It was just like tennis. If you watch tennis, they can challenge it. Bam, they show it. Did it hit the line? Did it not? Bam, we move on.
Yeah.
Right, and it happened.
Hell, they do that in real game action anyway, don't they?
Yeah, basically.
I mean, how many times is Callis and Blum, how many times they stop and go,
no, that's outside. We sit there. That's outside the box. Yeah, that's it. So I do think that one, which is still a radical change, right? Like the umpire used to just be able to, depending on what umpire, hell, Tom Glavine would be able to work more further and further off the plate, and so
you're taking the human element out of it. I'd say it's pretty radical.
That's pretty radical. So good game last night, and the best part about it in Tyler's eyes, and I think everybody's eyes for the Astros, is everybody's healthy and ready to go for the second half.
And I'm going to tell you, Dodger fans are the worst.
5 o'clock fire. Shout
out to you, Jim. Astros news, Clint. The Astros, they have transferred outfielder Chas McCormick's rehab assignment to the Florida Coast League action, and he played today, started in center field, so he is getting action with that oblique if you forgot why he has been on the IL. He started in center field today and went 2 for 3 with a home run and 2 RBIs, Clint.
He's back, baby. Is it too early?
He's close. It's absolutely too early.
Don't come at me about white boy Chas.
Can't even call him that yet.
Yeah, he ain't got that. A good outing in the Florida Coast League doesn't get you back there. But it's good to hear that he's healthy. It's good to hear that he's swinging the bat well. And to be honest with you, I've never thought the Astros would need and welcome Chas McCormick. Now, white boy Chas definitely, but Chas McCormick back in a way like right now he would. I mean, look, he'd be the top outfielder.
If he were on the roster right now, you think
he's starting in center field?
Yeah, probably, or at least one of the spots, unless they want to put Taylor Trammell out there. But I think he would be at one of the outfield spots. Because right now, when they play Friday, it'll be what? Altuve, Taylor Trammell.
He's been, And Cam.
Yep. Yeah, he'd be in. You're right. He'd be in center field probably. Yeah. And him and Taylor Trammell. Yep. At least give that shot. He still probably has another. I know Dana said 3 weeks at the very least. He probably still has at least probably a month before Jake gets back.
Look, yeah, okay. I mean, Chas McCormick's got to be up there ASAP. I mean, once you go a game and you're full blown swinging out there, as long as there's no setback, he should be bringing his ass to Houston and be. I guess he wouldn't be coming to Houston. Where's this opening series? I hadn't even looked at the schedule.
It's in Seattle.
It's in Seattle. So he needs to fly his ass to the West Coast and get ready for that game.
I will say this. I know that I've said this about Yordan, but I will also push this to Chas McCormick. The next day that Chas McCormick starts for the Houston Astros, I will do the lineup.
Yes!
The next day, so the next day.
No, it's a bit of an upgrade.
That Chas and Yordan.
Oh, they both have to be there?
No. I'm just saying, either one of them. Next time they get in, I will do the lineups.
White boy should be back soon. I like this news.
That should be sooner. Yeah, it should be. So I will do the lineups. I'm pulling for him, man. About to have him a baby. Shout out to him. Congratulations to him and Courtney. Picked a good wife's name. Congratulations to him. But I'm pulling for him, man. I'm tired of looking at his face and the sadness that just comes over his face every time I see him. Come on, Chas.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Bill Belichick's about had enough with Robert Kraft. Robert Kraft, this is coming off the heels of recent comments by the New England Patriots owner, Robert Kraft, who said, Clint, he took a, quote, big risk by hiring Bill Belichick in 1999. Well, Bill responded in a statement to ESPN that hell with that. Bill said he was the one who took a big risk with joining their franchise. As he said, as I told Robert multiple times through the years, I took a big risk by taking the New England Patriots head coaching job. Belichick told ESPN in a response, I already had an opportunity to be the head coach with the New York Jets, but the ownership situation was unstable. Belichick said he was urged by scores of people to reject Kraft's offer and remain with the Jets, who had just hired him despite the instability. I had been warned by multiple previous Patriot coaches as well as other members of other NFL organizations and the media that the New England job was going to come with internal obstacles. Bill and Robert Kraft.
I mean, I would say that the New England job.
How did they make that work for 20 years?
Isn't that wild? I mean, grown and petty, boy. These two.
Dallas Cowboy fans got to be saying to themselves, God, Jerry and Jimmy, y'all couldn't have done this for 20 years. Look at these two. God.
I mean, what shape were the Jets in at that point in time? Clearly, if they were hiring.
What Bill Parcells was handing it off to him?
With the Patriots.
Oh, the Patriots.
Bill Parcells handed the Patriots job to him.
Did he? Okay, I thought Bill was with the Jets.
Now, he may have been with the Jets before. I don't remember who got fired the year that they tried to hire Belichick in New York with the Jets. I don't recall who that was, but clearly they weren't hiring a new head coach because they were in good shape. So I think I'd be willing to bet you that the Patriots were probably in a little better shape than the Jets. Now, I don't know about the front office, but I'd say they did okay. They overcame it. This is grown and petty. Grown-ass men, pettier than hell, 25 years after the fact, winning six Super Bowls, and they're going back and forth in the media. You kidding me?
Back and forth.
You kidding me? This is what happens when Bill Belichick hangs around with a young chick.
There it was. Glory hole.
But what about Robert? Robert Kraft said,
well,
Bill's just said,
Robert hangs around with all kind of chicks.
Bill's just said, I've had it, man. I'm not going to sit here and take it anymore from you. I'm not going to take it anymore.
He's probably getting migraines between this and his girlfriend and all that. Bill's going through it.
She's catching strays, ain't she?
Yeah, I know, and I just think she's being helpful. You never know what she's doing.
I think she's nuts.
Hey, that's messed up. She may be in love. She may be a little nuts to be in love with a man that much older than her. All right, coming up, Nico Collins. He does, as we anticipated, make it into the top 10 of what 70 NFL execs, scouts, and coaches ranked him in the top 10 of wide receivers in the league right now. But I think the bigger question is what kind of Nico Collins do they need? All right, he's been really good the last 2 years, but what kind of Nico Collins do they need for this offense to really excel to its best? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
In the Loop.
What are your best case and worst case scenarios at these important position battles?
I think a lot of people are wondering about right tackle. Best case scenario, I don't want Blake Fisher to be the right tackle. I'd love for him to be a swing tackle.
eds.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Stroud in the gun on 2nd and 24. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ firing downfield. Hits Nico. 10, 5 to the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. A flag on the play.
Now that's weight room right there, baby.
That was against the Bears. I remember that.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Was that flag a false start, Larry Tunsil?
No.
Oh.
Count it.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Count it. I think, if I'm mistaken, Nico either had a drop or a fumble earlier in the game, and then he came back across.
Is it a fumble?
On that Sunday night football game and went ahead and broke multiple tackles to get into the end zone on that Stevens.
Had him a day.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was a good run of it. Yeah.
Rock and roll, meow.
Well, we have been rolling through with the top 10 as Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, has talked to 70 NFL execs, coaches, scouts, and ranking the top 10. And Nico Collins slid in at 8. Jamar Chase 1, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, CeeDee Lamb, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Malik Neighbors at 7 ahead of Nico Collins, who's at 8, Mike Evans, Garrett Wilson. Before we get into the deeper part of Nico Collins, are you all right with where he is slotted here? Would you have him in a different space?
No, look, I think 8's a good spot for Nico. I think it's a fair spot for Nico. It's for me, when you get lists like this and you narrow it down to 10 guys, stylistically, these dudes are just so different. You know what I mean? It's hard. Like Jamar Chase, I think is hands down number one for me. I mean, that dude is just an absolute freak athlete, not just a great wide receiver. He's without a doubt number one for me. But, you know, when you start going down this list, you got stylistically significantly different dudes. And it's hard for me to say, well, he should be 6 instead of 8, or he should be ahead of this guy or that guy, because every guy really deserves to be on a list. I mean, you could pick apart an older Mike Evans and just say the speed. I mean, they had to leave him in a game to get the 1,000 yards to keep the streak going kind of deal. You can argue that maybe Mike Evans shouldn't be that high on the list at this point in his career. But I think when you look up and down there, in their own right, every one of those guys deserve to be on that list. Does Tyreek Hill deserve to be 3? I mean, I don't know. I'd probably have CeeDee Lamb over him right now. A.J. Brown was like 43rd in the league in targets this year. I'm sorry, receptions. Receptions or target, one of the two. I think it's reception. So how does he play well enough to get to 5? I'm not saying he's not the 5th best receiver. I think he's really, really good. But how did they determine that? So without knowing exactly what went into each one of these guys and how you got there, I can't be mad at 8 with Nico Collins. I think that's fair.
Yeah. No, I felt like he should be in the top 10 somewhere. Didn't know where.
Agreed.
I feel like for me personally, I would have him over Neighbors and St. Brown. I just think he does more. Amon-Ra St. Brown is really, really good. I just think right now, if you tell me if I could have St. Brown or Nico Collins, I think Nico Collins probably does more. Outside, there's more things you can do with him, even though St. Brown is really good. Malik Neighbors, I think, is going to be nasty in years to come. I still think that body of work, maybe that's a little quick for me. But I mean, 6 to 8 range, that's fine. And I'll be honest with you, Clint. See, there's kind of a gear, right? That 6 to 8 range is a little different. With like A.J. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, I think you can throw in this. Tyreek Hill, definitely. Justin Jefferson, definitely. Now, Jamar Chase is maybe the only one because he does play with an elite quarterback. But those guys, A.J., CeeDee, Tyreek, Justin Jefferson, they are ones who are able to lift everybody else on their offense and make life easier for all the other pieces on their offense and still be productive in a way that maybe some of the other guys haven't shown to do. And I think Nico Collins, when you look at the other pieces around him from the skill position perspective, I think Nico Collins this year, for this offense to be at its best, may have to kind of play in that level.
Well, there's no doubt. The one interesting thing, because with each one of these receivers and as they rank these players, they have a 2 or 3 paragraph write-up on each one of these players. Yep. And I did find it interesting that Nico Collins was only on a little over half of the ballots, right? Which is really low for a top 10 list for a guy to make 8. However, over 50% of the ballots that he was on, he was ranked in the top 5.
Yeah.
So how does Nico get to 8? Right? Well, a lot of folks didn't think he even belonged.
Yeah.
50% of them believed he belonged in the top 5, so he settles in at 8. So it is. And Nico is an interesting one, though, because, again, we've talked about it before, and I don't say this just because we cover him, but, like, Nico, I think we've seen the majority of these guys be used in a priority number 1. I think we've seen these guys, the ball almost be forced to them. I don't know that we've seen the best of Nico Collins yet. I don't know that we've seen an offense built around Nico Collins yet. I don't know that we've seen Nico Collins with a play caller that said, we're going to get Nico the ball no matter what. I don't know that we've seen we've seen it. I think it started happening late last year. I don't know that we've seen defenses respond to Nico Collins and say, hey, we're gonna get guys out of position and we're gonna tilt our coverage to Nico Collins in a way that we treat Justin Jefferson. We saw it on, I don't remember, it was a Monday Night Football game, Sunday night or Monday night, where Justin Jefferson had 1 catch in the first half and they were trying to force the ball to him, but they were leaving him stationary. Second half, they come out and move him. I think he ends up with 7 or 8 catches. So, I don't think we've seen the best of Nico Collins yet, and he's already on this list.
No,
and when I think we've seen like who Nico is, but I don't think we've seen an offensive coordinator and an offense built around ultimately making him priority.
Well, I think that's the next level for him.
Absolutely.
To go, and I think they need that with this offense, Clint, because, talk of Justin Jefferson. I think Justin Jefferson makes life, like Sam Darnold made life a lot easier for Sam Darnold. I think he made life a lot easier for Jordan Addison around him. The run game, I think he made life a lot easier for everything. Tyreek Hill, we know it does. He does. I don't know that Nico has gotten to that level yet. I think he's very, very capable. But I think at this point, when you look at it, you've got, I would say, at the best, unproven guys that are around him in the skill positions to maybe guys like a Joe Mixon or Nick Chubb that aren't at their absolute prime, that you don't want to just completely depend on. And he is somebody that is extremely vital because this offense looks and feels a lot different if Nico Collins isn't in it.
Well, I got good news for everybody out there because the way this 2025 version of the Texans offense is shaping up is we're going to see Nico Collins being made priority from jump. Right now, there's not a five-headed monster at the wide receiver, tight end, running back position for you to look at it any other way. Nico Collins has to be made priority in getting him touches every single game, in getting him touches in creative ways, using him in pre-snap movements and motions in order to get him freed up and to get him touches and to not let the defense get a bead on where he's at. That has got to be priority number one. Obviously, priority number one is C.J. Stroud. But when it comes to getting guys the football and being creative with formations and motions and stuff and getting guys touches, priority number one is Nico Collins. We haven't seen that. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah. All right. I see people have their thoughts there on the Nico situation. I think Nico, who has been a great receiver, yes, he has to stay healthy, but I think he's even got to find that next level for where this offense is, because I think that's what this offense needs from him. All right, coming up is we'll get you ready for the rest of the way. Hey, we've been looking at an offensive lineman all week. Jake Andrews. Didn't know this was going to be a name that we potentially may be talking about. He could be the starting center for the Texans. Our thoughts on Jake Andrews coming up next right here live on the Drive.
All right, fellas, check it out, man. Are you tired? You've been lacking focus. You're dealing with some low energy. Well, one, it's not normal. Two, it's not living your best life. And three, I got the answer, y'all. This is serious stuff. It affects every aspect of your life, man. Your marriage, your family, your job. If you got kids, it definitely affects them. You need to get your life back. You need to get to living your
Prevent any disease.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in to The Drive. Text line coming through. Y'all mark this down. Mark it down, Tyler. Cheryl, mark it down. That effing Jalen Noel is going to be a damn problem. He's going to impact S. He's got Steve Smith written all over him. Mark it down.
Them big shoes right there. Yeah, look, I like Noel. I like Noel to impact early and often. I do. I mean, briefly of what we've seen from them briefly, I like him a lot, no doubt. The question is Christian Kirk going to be, in the way of that? Which I know he's obviously going to be ahead of him, but is there a place for Noel with Higgins and Nico outside and Christian Kirk inside? And I think they're going to want to run some 12 personnel as well with one back, two tight end type stuff. How much run is really out there for Jalen Noel? But I do like him as a player and an impact player at some point. Yes.
Yeah, I think he can add a lot to this team. We've talked about it. I've talked about it. The feel of he seems to be kind of one of the potential game breaker guys in short areas and can make some chunk plays, like 40-yard plays. So
yeah.
Hopefully we'll see. Now, Steve Smith, that's tough. We'll see. I hope you're right, man. I like Ice Up.
Ice Up, son.
There's somebody who does not like him, but I like Ice Up.
Forgot that fella's name, but apparently Steve knows his old lady.
Knows her well. Anyway, Texans All Access coming up behind us. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. Corner, Tremont Smith, and defensive tackle, Tommy Toge will join the fellas live. Vandy and John Harris will have them coming up right behind us. Area 45, they will follow the fellas from Texans All Access. Tune in for them. Yep, there you go, Patrick Creighton. And Sean Bijani with Chris Santiago, who Tyler I have just recently checked. And Chris Santiago, producer of Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton, has made it on.
It's on the Wikipedia. You're not on there yet, though.
Let me run through again here.
We got like 10 minutes, Drive family. Get on it.
Nope, not as of yet.
Shout out Santiago.
And again, I'm telling you, I don't want it.
I'm just glad they got my title right.
Yeah, it does.
For a guy that don't want it, he sure has brought it up a lot today, Tyler. I've counted. That's 7 at least. I'm not counting when he repeats it like
I'm expressing to the good people like, hey, Chris Santiago, he deserves it.
I feel for you, man, because you deserve to be on there.
No, I don't. There's nothing to feel. I'm fine. I'm good.
But this does feel like when you, air quotes, didn't want the Twitter blue check mark.
I didn't.
A little bit.
That was a decision that was made for other purposes.
I think you want it.
I don't want it.
You've made it loud and clear.
You are on
and
it.
I do not believe that the Drive family is going to let you down. They're just going to tease you right up to 6 o'clock.
Yeah, they are.
Tease me, please me.
Stoerner is well known around the state of Arkansas as he passes to Anthony Lucas. Stoerner to Lucas.
Oh, did you link to my Wikipedia?
To this day, is a call that is widely known and loved around the state.
There you go.
Y'all know I love Arkansas.
Yeah. How do you stumble upon a list on Wikipedia and then take the time to go through? There's 40 people on that list.
It is. I ran through it and I just started. Let's not gonna lie. I saw Reggie pretty quick early in it, and I said, "Well, hell, I've got to be in this." And I said, "Nope."
If Reg is that high on the list,
I got to be in this. Stoerner is a sports radio host on a Houston-based sports radio station, KILT, specializing in college and pro football. He's married to Lauren Lewis, UT graduate.
Really?
That's all.
Man, they got a nice little write-up right there. Personal life and everything.
No mention of myself.
They didn't even
What about
mention
the
Ron
executive
in my
producer?
You don't have you're not lit up.
You don't have a link yet?
No, I don't have a link yet. That'll be the next thing.
That's the next step.
That's the next thing. But congratulations to everybody. I don't really happy for you all, and I don't want to be on the stupid list. No
showman.
No sport no best bets tonight as they will return when Friday. Is that when?
I think so.
Baseball
Let me double
season
check
starts. Well, the baseball season, full slate of baseball Friday. I'm hoping they'll return. Or do you just want to go the full week off?
No.
Just go the full week off.
We got baseball to bet on by the end of the week. We are betting on some damn baseball.
Thinking maybe start at the end of the week. Maybe.
I think we crank it up, Tyler, as soon as baseball gets back, man.
I bet you do. All right, Clint, we've been looking at O-linemen, and yesterday we talked about Blake Fisher, and he is a young potential starting right tackle. What about the center position? Because I'm throwing out Jake Andrews because during all the camps, that's who has been running with the ones consistently at the center position. Not Patterson, not Juice Scruggs, who they moved up in the second round to get, but Jake Andrews, and as you said, not David Andrews, the Andrews you're thinking of from New England. This is Jake Andrews from New England. And it looks like he has been a guy that potentially is going to take over that center position. At least it looks like it is his to lose at this point.
Yeah, look, I like what the Texans are doing at center. You got Jake Andrews, you got Jarrett Patterson, and you got Juice Scruggs, all three guys that have played a significant amount of center at the college level or the pro level. So you got guys loaded up at that position that you're not going to have to play guys out of position if something goes down, right? I think for me, as I watch the Texans in training camp, I'm really interested to see if Jake Andrews is really the guy, or if it's Jarrett Patterson or even Juice Scruggs, right? I think for me, I wonder if the Jake Andrews play, because this wasn't Jake gets released by the Patriots, a rebuilding football team. Right, that I wouldn't think is into letting good offensive linemen go that are cheap.
I thought it was depth.
Right, and so you bring him in, and it didn't appear, for what it's worth, to even be a competition. Like, you just handed him the keys.
Yeah, right. Yeah, first go. He's been there.
That's an interesting approach, in my opinion, when you've got a guy in Jarrett Patterson who's been healthy and played well for you. And was there over the last couple of years, one of your guys. So it puts me in a spot. Is Jake Andrews that much better than the competition that you just hand him the keys? Could be. I don't know. Could be. Right? Or is Jake Andrews a tool for a guy like Nick Caley, the new offensive coordinator, and a guy like Cole Popovich, the new offensive line coach? Is Jake Andrews a guy that you can get more work done in the offseason? You can go into more depth immediately if you have a center that knows the terminology, if you have a center that's been in the system, right? He came from New England. That whole terminology, that whole system over the last few years, I would imagine is similar to what Nick Caley's doing. Is this just a play to allow the communication to not be an issue, to fast-track that communication so that you can play at a higher level, practice at a higher level throughout the offseason? And it's just a matter of time till Jarrett Patterson catches up, right? What is the dynamic at the center position? If Jake Andrews is really that good of a communicator and that good of a player, this offensive line is in a better position than one might think, right? Because Jarrett Patterson wasn't bad. Jarrett Patterson was not a bad center. I mean, he's not a guy that you just gets upseated by a guy.
They seem to kind of pull together better while he was.
Yes. And so you look at it and you go, man, if he's that much better to walk in and just take the job with minimal to no reps, then hell, they may be on to something. if it's the latter and it's more about we need a guy that can make the damn calls up there quickly and accurately so that we can evaluate, does Ariante Ursery have a chance to play? Can Blake Fisher be our right tackle? What does Laken Tomlinson and Ingram and all these new guys look like at guard? You can do those things more efficiently if your center's not a problem, if the communication is not new to your center. And so is Jake Andrews that good, or is Jake Andrews just a good communicator that knows the offense, and it's a matter of time before they plug one of their centers that were already here in? That's the watch at the center position.
Yeah, text line coming in. Gave him the job in OTA